I thought happiness was in the palm of my hands. A perfect photo, a perfect smile, a love that was supposed to last forever. But my reality was nothing more than a lie, a beautiful picture frame holding a shattered memory. The glass cracked, splintering into 1,000 pieces, just like my heart. And in that moment, the world turned cold and dark. It was a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. My boyfriend and my own sister, their whispers echoed in the darkness of my mind. I could still hear her cloying voice dripping with false innocence as she pressed against him. "Aren't you afraid my sister will find us?" she'd murmured. And his reply shattered what was left of me. He'd sneered, his voice laced with a cruelty I'd never known. "So what if she did? She can take your place marrying that cripple young Master Mu." They were going to marry me off to a cripple just to get rid of me. A cold fire ignited in my chest. Asterisk scumbag, I won't let you in. Asterisk to escape the fate they had so carefully planned for me. I did the unthinkable. In a desperate message to my friends, I sold myself, and someone actually replied. A stranger's words glowed on my screen, a lifeline in the darkness. "I'll buy, on the condition that you fulfill the duty of a married couple. I'll be your real husband." My fingers trembled as I typed back a single word, perfect. That night was a blur of passion and desperation, a fever dream of tangled sheets and a handsome stranger's touch. I thought I had changed my fate. I thought I was free, but I had only walked from one cage into another, captured by a double-faced man. On one hand, he was Deng Desi, my sweet, doting, and ridiculously handsome new husband. The man who held the marriage certificate and promised to protect me, but on the other, he was Mu Yusin, the cold, overbearing chairman, my dreaded fiancé. Was this a secret love affair? Or was I destined to become the wife of the president? I had a choice between two men. But it didn't matter. No matter who I chose, one thing was certain. I would eliminate that scumbag and that homewrecker. This time, I, Zia will hug the president's golden thigh, reverse my fate, and maybe, just maybe, enjoy a sweet romance with my new husband. But everything was a facade. The two men I was torn between were actually the same person. The world spun as the truth crashed down around me. The first thing I felt was the pounding in my head. The clock on the bedside table glowed a merciless 5:00 a.m. My dress and heels were strewn across the cold stone floor like forgotten memories. Where am I? I pulled the thin sheets up to my chin, the silken fabric cool against my bare skin. My heart hammered against my ribs, a flash of memory, a stranger's touch, his breath on my neck. My eyes darted around the unfamiliar room until they landed on a small red card lying on the pillow beside me. With trembling fingers, I picked it up. My reflection in the dark screen of my phone showed faint marks on my neck, undeniable proof. So, it wasn't a dream. My gaze drifted to the picture frame on the nightstand, the smiling faces of my ex and me staring back like ghosts. I thought I had what others call a perfect relationship. I thought every smile, every touch was real. But who would have known that all the sweetness was just an act? The memory came rushing back, sharp and painful. The door slightly ajar, a sliver of light cutting through the darkness. My sister's voice, a soft, sickening whisper, "Be gentle," and his voice, my boyfriend's voice, callous and cold. "So what if she finds out? She can replace you in that marriage with the cripple young Master Mu." My fists clenched at my sides, my nails digging into my palms. Asterisk scumbag. Asterisk I stood there, frozen in the hallway, their betrayal a poison seeping into my veins. Asterisk I will definitely ruin your scheme. By finding someone else to marry first. Asterisk my phone screen lit up the darkness, my desperate plea hanging in a group chat. Selling myself? My heart felt like it was going to beat out of my chest. Was this really happening? Was I really doing this? A soft ding broke the silence. A new message. It was a red packet, a symbol of good fortune, and beneath it the words that would change everything. "I'll buy, on the condition that you fulfill the duty of a married couple." A location pinged on my screen. Hotel Roman 20, room 520. My eyes narrowed. I can free myself from that cripple with just one night, just one night. Perfect, I typed, my fate sealed. The night was a whirlwind of sensations, his strong arms around me, his lips on mine. "It hurts," I whispered. His voice was a low growl in my ear. "Don't hide." Now, sitting alone in the strange bed, my face burned with shame and something else, something I couldn't name. The red card in my hand wasn't a hotel key. It was a marriage certificate. Asterisk, even though I have no idea who he is, if I can get such a handsome man, then it's worth it. Asterisk, and this person was incredibly capable. How did he get a marriage certificate without us even going to the bureau? A slow, vengeful smile spread across my lips. Finally, I can go home and catch those two traitors. The wind whipped my hair across my face as I stood before the apartment building, my heart a cold, hard stone in my chest. I could hear them before I even reached the door. His voice pleading, "Let me kiss you a little more." Her giggles light and carefree. "Ah, stop, Tilda," my breath hitched. A red-hot rage surged through me. With a furious roar, I kicked the door open. Bang, they froze, tangled together on the bed, their faces a mask of shock and guilt. Fei," he stammered, "weren't you supposed to come home tonight?" I crossed my arms, my voice dripping with ice. "Are you saying it's my fault I gave you a surprise?" My sister Zia Nguyen immediately started the waterworks, her face crumbling into a pathetic display of sorrow. Fei, it's all my fault. I love Feng too much," she wailed. I beg you to forgive him. If you don't, I will kneel down right here. And she did, collapsing to the floor in a heap of fake remorse. I sneered. How sincere of you, big sister. I will never forgive him, so you can kneel here forever. Zia Nguyen's eyes flashed with fury for a split second before she hit it again. Xie Feng rushed to her side, playing the part of the devoted lover. Feng, she sobbed into his chest, you should go back to my little sister. I just want a humble place where I can love you silently. I wanted to gag. Why should you feel wronged? I said, my voice flat. Just keep him as you like, Mu Xie Feng, let's break up. He actually had the audacity to look shocked, as if he was doing me a favor. Fei Fei, I know this is a shock, he began, but I've thought of a way to compensate you. I ignored him, striding to the closet and pulling out my suitcase. Both of you can continue, I'll leave after I take my luggage. He grabbed my arm. Listen, I can compensate you. I ripped my arm away from his grasp, my voice shaking with rage. Mu Xie Feng, where's your conscience? The words exploded out of me. Not only were you two-timing, but you also planned to marry me to a burn-scarred, impotent cripple as compensation? I laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. I suggest you send my dear older sister to young Master Mu instead, because I am already married. I shoved the red marriage certificate in his face. Their jaws dropped, he snatched it from my hand, his face twisting into an ugly snarl. Who did you get married to? I yanked it back. It's none of your business. He lunged for me, but I shoved him away, sending him stumbling back towards the bed. As I walked to the door, my sister continued her pathetic act. Feng, what should I do? I only love you. I paused at the doorway, turning back with a final, chilling smile. By the way, does the young Master Mu realize his fiancée is a two-timing cheat? I hear he doesn't have a very good temper. The door slammed shut behind me with a satisfying thud. But as I turned, my vision swam. A dark figure loomed over me. Thinking of leaving, a cold voice asked. It was the masked man from the rumors, Mu Yusin. Never, and then everything went black. From the other side of the door, Zia Nguyen's voice was sharp. She fainted, get me a rope. Xie Feng panicked. But Zia Fei is already married to your uncle. I have to leave, I don't want to put you in danger. He cradled her face, his voice filled with a disgusting devotion. I'll find a way to delete her marriage registration. I only want you as my wife. He tried to soothe her. Don't worry, that impotent man won't hurt Zia Fei. He scooped my unconscious body off the floor. Zia Nguyen smiled sweetly. That's good. I'm sure my little sister's kind. She won't hold a grudge. He carried me out. I'll send her to the Mu's mansion. Wait for me here. The moment the door clicked shut, Zia Nguyen's face transformed. The sweetness vanished, replaced by a terrifying, twisted mask of hatred. Looks like I overthought things. I really thought he still had feelings for Zia Fei. A cruel smile played on her lips. But just because young Master Mu won't hurt her, doesn't mean I won't. Pain shot through my head as my eyes fluttered open. I was in a grand canopy bed, the room opulent and suffocating. It hurts. I mumbled, pressing a hand to my temple. A cool, detached voice cut through the haze. Are you awake? My head snapped up. Sitting in a wheelchair by the window was a man in an immaculate suit, his face hidden behind an ornate black mask. My blood ran cold. I scrambled backwards, tumbling off the bed in a heap. Don't tell me, this is the Mu family mansion. He wheeled himself closer, his presence overwhelmingly intimidating. Are you afraid of me? I forced myself to my feet, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. I'm not afraid. I introduced myself, my voice shaking slightly. My name is Zia Fei, are you the rumored Mu Chang? I rushed to explain, you don't have to feel ashamed, I'm no better than you, the one who was supposed to marry you, Zia Nguyen, she stole my fiancé, he knocked me out and brought me here in her place. If you want revenge, go settle the score with her. A low chuckle escaped his lips. Ashamed? Who gave you the courage to use that word? His eyes, visible through the mask, glinted with something unreadable. No, I meant, Zia Nguyen doesn't deserve you. I was completely bewildered. This wasn't how I expected the fearsome cripple to react. If there's nothing else, then I will leave. I turned to go, but his voice stopped me cold. Stop right there. He wheeled himself to block my path. Since your fiancé cheated with my fiancé, it would only be fair for me to do the same. I scoffed, looking down at his wheelchair. You can't even have sex, how are you going to cheat? In a flash, he was out of his chair, his hand snapping around my wrist. The strength in his grip was shocking. He pulled me against him, our faces inches apart. Since you've been brought here, I want you to be my wife, fulfill your duty as such. I struggled against his hold. We can't, I'm married, got it? He tilted his head. Do you have proof? I'll show it to you if you send me home. I blurted out. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. And are you satisfied with him? My face exploded in a blush. What kind of shameless question is that? Flustered and desperate, I shouted the first thing that came to mind. Very satisfied, he's big and strong. How's that? It's not worth it for you to marry me. He lifted my chin with a gloved finger, a smirk playing on his lips. You're right, it's not worth it. You have no value at all. That's right, I agreed eagerly. So go and find someone with value. No need, he purred, his smile turning wicked. It would be better if someone helped me. Bring him here so I can see just how big and strong he is. My jaw dropped. Are you crazy? He explained his twisted logic. Your fiancé stole my fiancé. Of course I want revenge by taking you as my wife. He grabbed a fresh dress from the wardrobe and held it out. I'll give you 10 minutes to change into this. From now on, you are not allowed to have another man's scent on your body. My brain felt like it was short-circuiting. Wait, what he said is logical, but Why do I feel like something's wrong? Asterisk he leaned in again. What's wrong? Do you want me to help you? I can shower myself. I shrieked, snatching the dress and slamming the bathroom door shut. I stood under the hot spray, my mind racing. Asterisk, I thought that by marrying first, I could escape my fate of marrying him, but I didn't think he was so persistent. Asterisk, I noticed the fingerprint scanner on the door. There was no escape. A loud bang on the door made me jump. Get out, it's been 10 minutes. I emerged wrapped in a towel, clutching my old wrinkled dress. His eyes scanned me from head to toe, a possessive glint in their depths. Get out, I snapped, feeling exposed. Suddenly, he rose from his wheelchair, his movements fluid and powerful. He took the new dress from my hands. Here, as my wife, you have to obey all my orders. My mind blanked. Asterisk he can stand. Asterisk in a panic, I grabbed the hairdryer off the counter, brandishing it like a weapon. He caught my wrist effortlessly. You want to hit me? You're too weak. He released me, his voice calm. I'll spare you today, hurry up and change. He wheeled himself out of the room, leaving me trembling and utterly confused. My heart pounded in my chest. Asterisk, isn't he a cripple? How can he have such strength? Asterisk. 10 minutes later, I emerged, defeated, wearing the soft pink dress he'd chosen. I couldn't run, I couldn't fight him. My only choice was to play along for now. He was waiting for me. Let's go, he said. I will show you around. He led me through the magnificent mansion and out into the sprawling grounds. As we walked, I noticed something in the distance. The charred, skeletal remains of a building. Why is there a burned-down house there? I asked. His posture stiffened and a shadow passed over his face. When I was 7, the villa caught on fire. My mother and 2 brothers were burnt to death. I was the only one that survived. He quickly changed the subject, thrusting a paper into my hands. Anyway, don't go anywhere near there. This is my weekly itinerary. Pay attention to it. I stared at the ridiculously detailed schedule. Wake up at 6:30. Beef must be cut into pieces. Asterisk, this man is too hard to serve. Asterisk. Just then, a rustle in the bushes caught my attention. From the shadows emerged a magnificent, pure white wolf, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly intelligence. What new madness had I stumbled into now? A massive white beast lunged forward, its eyes gleaming with feral intelligence. A wolf, Mu Yusun's voice was laced with a cruel amusement as he declared the creature, Zhu Yi, to be her mother. Xia Fei's blood ran cold. Asterisk, mother? Since when did I gain the ability to give birth to wolves? Asterisk, she scrambled behind the wheelchair, her voice trembling as she shrieked at the animal not to come any closer, that she was not its mother. The wolf whined, its gaze flicking to the masked man who simply watched the scene with a predatory smirk. Asterisk, what the hell? Normal people don't raise wolves at home. How am I supposed to run away now? Asterisk, he finally turned his gaze to her, the smirk never leaving his lips. His voice was a low, dangerous purr as he asked if a wolf scares her, how could she possibly think she could run away? She stammered, flustered and trapped, insisting she wasn't trying to run. He leaned in, his face so close she could feel the warmth of his breath on her skin. His hand shot out, grabbing the collar of her shirt, yanking her even closer. He told her it was good she wasn't thinking about it, his words a venomous whisper. Unless, he added, she wanted to be fed to the wolf, she should never even entertain the thought. As he spoke, the wolf Zui nudged her hand, sniffing her curiously. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Asterisk, this is bad, this is so bad. If I fall into this demon's hands, he might actually feed me to the wolf. Asterisk, a desperate plan formed in her mind. Asterisk, hang in there. Xia Fei, a wolf is just like a big husky, right? You just have to get along with him. Asterisk, tentatively, she reached out a trembling hand. With a forced, shaky smile, she gently patted the wolf's head, her voice high and sweet as she cooed. Hi, son, I'm your mother, be good now. The wolf let out a soft whimper, nuzzling into her touch. But the moment was shattered by Mu Yusun's cold command for Zhu Yi to go back. With a final, sad look, the magnificent creature trotted away, disappearing into the shadows of the garden. It settled into the bushes, its ears drooped, watching them with mournful eyes. Mu Yusun's attention was back on her, his tone mocking as he offered to carry her if her legs were too weak to stand. She bristled, her cheeks flushing with anger as she snapped that her legs were fine. He simply ordered her to push him to the dining hall then. It was time for his meal. They sat in a vast, silent dining room, the clinking of silverware echoing in the space. Her mind, however, was far from the food on her plate. Asterisk, to escape, I have to get on the wolf's good side first. Asterisk, she eyed the juicy steak she was cutting, wondering if she could sneak some to Zhu Yi. But when she glanced up, Mu Yusun's chair was empty, he was gone. A moment later, his voice echoed from the dark garden calling for Zhu Yi. But there was no answer. She looked out at the sprawling, moonlit mansion. Asterisk, weird, why isn't he here? Asterisk, then a jolt of electricity shot through her. An opportunity, this was her chance. Her eyes darted to a large tree near the wall. Asterisk, if I can climb that tree, I can reach the old mansion and escape from there. Asterisk, but just as her fingers touched the rough bark, a hand clamped over her mouth, muffling her scream. Terror seized her. A familiar, hated voice whispered in her ear, it's me, Fei Fei. Asterisk, Mu Feng. Asterisk, adrenaline surged through her and she shoved him back with all her might. He stumbled, catching himself before he fell, his face twisting in rage. He sneered, asking if she had a death wish, trespassing on young Master Mu's property. She shot back, threatening to call for him. Panicked, he quickly clarified that he was his nephew. The pieces clicked into place. Asterisk his nephew, of course. Their surname is Mu. How could I have been so blind? Asterisk the raw pain of his betrayal washed over her again. The 2 years of lies and deceit he'd put her through. He grabbed her arms, his voice desperate as he pleaded that he didn't cheat, that he loved her and only married Zia Nguyen because of difficulties. She laughed, a bitter, empty sound. Difficulties? The venom in his next words made her stomach churn. He whispered his disgusting plan that even with him married, they could still be together like a normal couple. After all, his uncle wouldn't live long, and then all his assets would be theirs. The sharp crack of a slap echoed in the night. Her hand stung, but the fury in her eyes burned hotter. She demanded to know if he had any shame at all, plotting to have an affair while coveting his dying uncle's money. He grabbed her wrist, his face contorted with rage, accusing her of changing after just one night with that illegitimate cripple. She struggled against his grip, screaming for him to let her go, vowing she would never be with trash like him. From the darkness, 2 red eyes glowed with malevolent intent. He shook her, demanding to know why she was protecting that cripple, telling her to just divorce him. In a moment of pure desperation, she screamed into the night, "Help me, son, your mother's being bullied." Mu Feng froze, confused. "Son," a terrifying howl ripped through the air. Zui burst from the shadows, a blur of white fur and bared fangs. Mu Feng shrieked, scrambling away in terror, trying to climb the fence to escape. The wolf was faster. It lunged, its teeth sinking into his shoe. "You brute, let go of me," he screamed, kicking wildly. With a sickening rip, the wolf tore away a piece of his pants, sending him tumbling over the fence in a heap. Zia stared, dumbfounded. Asterisk, wow, he's strong. Did he really understand me, or did he just want to bite him? Asterisk, she took a deep breath, her heart still pounding, and knelt before the wolf. She made a promise, her voice soft but sincere. If he protected her from now on, she would give him ribs every single day. She then revealed the piece of steak she had wrapped in a napkin. The wolf sniffed it, and then turned its head away with a soft whimper, completely ignoring the offering. Suddenly, a sound from the bushes made her jump. "Who's there?" she called out, her body tensing. From the deep shadows, Mu Yusin emerged in his wheelchair, his presence as silent and chilling as the grave. Her eyes widened in shock. Asterisk, he was in his office. When did he get here? This man is terrifying. Asterisk, his voice cut through the silence, smooth as silk but sharp as glass. He asked if she heard her nephew, the one who not only cursed him to death but also wanted to cheat on her. A sly smile touched Zia Fei's lips as she held up her phone. It was all thanks to her quick thinking. She explained that she recorded the entire conversation. Now she could expose Mu Feng's true nature to the world. Mu Yusin's command was simple and cold. "Give it to me." As he wheeled closer under the pale moonlight, she pulled the phone back. "Not so fast," she said. It was time to make a deal. She would help him get revenge on his nephew. She would stop trying to escape, but in return, she would only be his secretary, and he was forbidden from interfering in her private life. His gaze was unreadable behind the mask. "You are my wife," he stated flatly. She countered immediately, "Only a name, agree to my terms, and the recording is yours." For a moment, there was only silence. Then he gave a single sharp nod, "Deal." With a triumphant tap, she sent the file. A fierce determination settled over her. She would never let them bully her again. She would make them pay tenfold for everything they did. Across the garden, Mu Yusin watched her, a ghost of a smile on his lips as he stroked Zui's fur. Asterisk, she forgot. Asterisk, he thought to himself. Asterisk, but the punishment she deserves is no less. Asterisk, his eyes narrowed. Asterisk, that is what she owes me. Asterisk, later that night, Zia Fei lay in bed, her face flushed as she read the messages from Deng Disi. He was calling her honey, saying a day without her felt like an eternity. He even proposed a new condition to their contract. If she didn't want to renew after 3 months, he would just spoil her for the rest of his life. She burrowed under the covers, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Asterisk, is my mind just dirty, or is there a hidden meaning in his words? Asterisk, the phone buzzed again and again and again with an endless stream of sweet nothings. Finally, she snapped, throwing her pillow in frustration. "So noisy, why is my marriage partner such a chatterbox?" Then his last message caught her eye. He was going to the Mu company tomorrow. "What a coincidence," she murmured, a thoughtful look on her face. In another room, a man with long, dark hair smirked at his phone screen, his white robe hanging loosely off his shoulders. It was Deng Disi. He typed back, "Yes, what a coincidence. Let's meet tomorrow." On the nightstand beside him lay the familiar black and gold mask. The next morning, Zia Fei woke up exhausted but was immediately jolted awake by the news on her phone. The recording had gone viral. Mu Feng and Zia Nguyen were being torn apart online. A shiver went down her spine. Asterisk, Mu Yusin's methods are terrifyingly efficient. He's not a man to be trifled with. Asterisk, a knock at the door revealed her sister, who burst in with a triumphant grin. She crowed about the news, declaring that the cheating pair were finished. Zia Fei glanced at Mu Yusin, who sat calmly by the window. He stated that completely destroying them would take time. He had just returned to the company, he explained, and the board was still loyal to his brother. He needed to consolidate his power first. Asterisk, rich family politics. Asterisk, Zia Fei thought with a sigh. Asterisk, it's all so complicated. Asterisk, he turned to her, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked what her plans were for playing with them. She advised him to be ready because they would surely come looking for him soon. Just as she finished speaking, a maid entered the room. His nephew and Miss Zia were here to visit. Mu Yusin took a slow sip of his tea, his eyes cold. He told Zia Fei he was leaving them to her, then instructed the maid to make them wait. Zia Fei leaned in, a mischievous glint in her eye, and asked if she could borrow his wolf. He granted her request without hesitation. Use him as you please, he said coolly. He is your son anyway. 2 agonizing hours later, Mu Shaofeng's patience snapped. He stormed towards the dining room, determined to confront his uncle. But as Zia Nguyen hurried after him, she ran headfirst into a wall of white fur. A low, menacing growl echoed through the hall. Zui stood blocking their path, teeth bared, eyes glowing with a dangerous light. Mu Shaofeng panicked, pulling a knife from his pocket and grabbing Zia Nguyen to use as a human shield. Stay back or I'll kill it, he shrieked. A cold, clear voice cut him off. You would dare kill young Master Mu's son, Mu Shaofeng? Do you want to die? Zia Fei appeared at the end of the hall, Mu Yusin silent and imposing in the wheelchair just behind her. Mu Shaofeng pointed a bandaged finger at the wolf, sputtering that it had attacked him first. Zia Fei just laughed, her voice dripping with scorn. What you've done is so outrageous that even a wolf couldn't stand it. Zia Nguyen quickly intervened, trying to de-escalate the situation. As a maid brought her tea, Zia Nguyen snatched the cup and rushed to Zia Fei's side, putting on a show of fake concern. She warned Zia Fei to be careful of the beast, claiming she never would have sent her here if she'd known how dangerous it was. Zia Fei simply smiled sweetly and began petting the wolf. Did you hear that, son? She cooed. She called you a beast. Zui let out a vicious howl and Zia Nguyen scrambled back, stammering apologies and calling him the most handsome wolf she'd ever seen. Zia Fei hugged the wolf, her smile widening. My son is much more handsome than Mu Shaofeng, she declared. Losing his temper, Mu Shaofeng demanded she testify that the news was fake, launching into a pathetic plea of his undying love for her. In response, Zia Fei simply pressed play on her phone. His own slimy voice filled the room, detailing his plans for their affair and his uncle's inheritance. She held up the phone with a triumphant smirk. Who says it's fake? Zia Nguyen's face was a mask of pure jealousy. Zia Fei twisted the knife further, gloating about all the lavish gifts Mr. Seventh had bought her. Designer clothes, jewels, a whole dressing room full. What did your healthy husband buy for you? She asked, her voice laced with pity. Zia Nguyen's hand tightened around her teacup, her knuckles turning white. Asterisk, that should all be mine. Asterisk, her gaze fell upon Mu Yusin's wheelchair and a venomous idea sparked in her mind. This was her chance. She rushed forward, grabbing Zia Fei's arm in a display of fake sympathy. Don't say any more, Fei, she cried loudly. I know you don't want to marry a disabled man, we'll save you. Zia Fei stared at her disgusted. What is she babbling about? She thought, reaching out to push her away. But her hand stopped midair. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. Standing directly behind Zia Nguyen, tall and imposing, was Mu Yusin. He was out of his wheelchair. Zia Nguyen froze, her face draining of all color as she slowly turned around, her plan, her life shattering in an instant. Asterisk Mu Yusin, why is he here? Asterisk Zia Nguyen's voice was sharp, cutting through the tense air. I was talking about how nice Mr. Seventh is, she snapped, her eyes narrowing, but why do you keep bringing up his disability? Deep inside, Mu Yusin watched, his thoughts a cold, hard line. Asterisk Zia Nguyen wants to alienate me from Mu Yusin. Will he fall for it? Asterisk of course he would. She continued her performance, her voice dripping with false concern. I know you don't like Mr. Seventh, but what now? She asked, her gaze sweeping over her sister with contempt. Do you want to take me away? Her expression was pure ice, a mask of calculated disdain that could freeze blood. Panic flared in Zia Fei's eyes, tears welling up instantly. Her hands twisted together nervously as she cried out, you got me wrong. But Zia Nguyen was merciless. She lunged forward, her fingers grasping Zia Fei's chin in a cruel grip. Leaning in close, her voice was a venomous whisper. If you like him, why would you sleep with his nephew and make me marry him for you? Without waiting for an answer, she shoved her sister aside, calling out sweetly, Mr. Seventh. But Zia Fei was faster. She scrambled past Nguyen, her lavender dress a blur as she threw herself towards Mu Yusin's wheelchair. Shaofeng and I are in love, she pleaded, her voice cracking with desperation. Please support us. She looked up at the masked man, her face a portrait of tragic hope, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. But the man in the wheelchair was unmoved. His lips, the only part of his face visible beneath the mask, twisted into a sneer. A single, chilling command escaped them, get lost. And with that, his wheelchair rolled forward, the wheel crushing Zia Fei's delicate foot beneath it. A strangled cry of pain, ugh, was ripped from her throat. At the same moment, Zia Nguyen stumbled, but a black-gloved hand shot out, steadying her. It was Mu Yusin. His touch was firm, grounding. His voice was low, laced with a dangerous calm as he asked where they had hit her. She touched the back of her neck, murmuring her answer. A storm gathered in Mu Yusin's eyes. He turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on his bodyguard. Hit him, he ordered. The words were barely a whisper, but they carried the weight of a death sentence. A sickening thwack echoed through the room as a fist connected with Shaofeng's jaw. He was dragged up, held mercilessly as the beating began. Release me, he grunted, struggling in vain. Zia Fei, forgetting her own pain, crawled towards them begging. Spare us, Mr. Seventh, are you satisfied? I keep hitting them if you are not. Mu Yusin simply watched, a cold, satisfied smile playing on his lips as Xia Nguyen walked away from the pathetic scene. But the humiliation wasn't over. Asterisk slap, asterisk the sound was sharp, brutal. Xia Nguyen's handprint bloomed red on her sister's cheek. Not satisfied, she shrieked, her face contorted with rage. How dare you call him a disabled man? They need slaps on the face. Xia Fei cradled her stinging cheek, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed that her love for Xie Feng was mutual, that Nguyen couldn't force him to love her back. She was begging him, she cried, asterisk slap, asterisk another blow just as vicious as the first. Why would I spare someone who has made me suffer? Nguyen's voice was shaking with fury. You wanted to alienate me from Yusin, but you failed. Are you trying that again? Xia Fei could only stammer, I'm not. Xie Feng finally broke free, pulling his lover behind him, shielding her with his own body. He pleaded with Nguyen, reminding her that Fei was her elder sister. Just as he asked if she truly loved him, something flew through the air. It wasn't a phone, it was the cold, hard glint of steel, followed by a sickening splash of crimson. Xie Feng stared down at his arm in disbelief. A deep gash was welling with blood. He looked up, his eyes wide with shock. Fei, he whispered, why? But it wasn't Fei, it was Nguyen holding the bloody knife, a terrifying, triumphant smile stretching her lips. She tilted her head, her voice sickly sweet as she asked, do you still think I love you now? His mind reeled. You don't? He stammered, the reality of the situation crashing down on him. Her answer was a single, devastating word. No. Xia Fei rushed to his side, her hands hovering over the wound. Are you all right, Xie Feng? You are bleeding, she cried. Ignoring the pain, Xie Feng looked at Nguyen, his voice desperate. Fei, he began, then corrected himself. I know you hate me. I'll make things right for you, but could you please make a statement that the news is fake? Nguyen looked down at him, the picture of a fallen prince begging at her feet. A cruel smirk touched her lips as she asked, are you begging me? Suddenly her eyes flashed with pure, unadulterated hatred. She raised the knife again, its sharp point aimed directly at them. I want you dead, she screamed, her voice raw with fury. Son, she commanded, her voice ringing with an eerie power, bite them to death. From the shadows, a low growl erupted. A massive wolf, its eyes glowing with feral light, lunged forward, its fangs bared in a terrifying snarl. Run, Xie Feng screamed, shoving Xia Fei behind him as the beast descended. Claws tore through his jacket, a primal scream of terror echoing in the hall. They fled, escaping with their lives but not their dignity. Later, huddled in the backseat of a car, Xia Fei tended to Xie Feng's wounds, her mind reeling. How could this have happened? How could the exalted elder grandson of House Mu be defeated by a bastard? The sharp ring of a phone cut through her thoughts. It was Xie Feng's father, his voice a roar of fury on the other end. The car sped towards a grand mansion, a symbol of the power they had lost. All the while, Xie Feng could only repeat the same desperate question into the phone. Will you remove the news? Will you remove the news? Meanwhile, back in the quiet luxury of their own car, Xia Nguyen sat beside Mu Yusin. She turned to him, her expression deceptively innocent. Why would I? She asked, feigning confusion. She reminded him that his father had promised him the position of CEO. Mu Yusin, his face unreadable behind the mask, simply asked what that had to do with the news. Xia Nguyen pouted, turning away. Asterisk, he's so cruel. Asterisk, she thought to herself. The next day, a sleek black limousine pulled up to the imposing Mu Group headquarters. As Mu Yusin and Xia Nguyen stepped out, a sea of employees bowed in perfect unison. Hello, Mr. Mu, they chorused. From a distance, Xie Feng watched, his face a mixture of defeat and resentment. In the CEO's office, an assistant presented stacks of files. All files of each department are here. Please have a look at them, Mr. Mu. While he worked, Nguyen peeked over his shoulder, a mischievous glint in her eye. Asterisk, this is a good chance, asterisk, she thought, a playful smile gracing her lips. She brought him a cup of coffee, her voice sweet. Mr. Seventh, your coffee. He took it with a simple, noncommittal hum, not even looking up from his papers. She stood there for a moment, unsure what to do next. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the office doors. The muffled sounds of people rushing about filled the air. Nguyen frowned, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Asterisk strange, asterisk she thought, asterisk where's Dante's? Asterisk a soft rustle behind her made her jump. Before she could turn, strong arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her back against a firm chest. A low, familiar voice whispered in her ear, babe, what are you looking for? Her heart leaped into her throat. Dante's, her face flushed a deep crimson as she stammered. Why are you here? He chuckled, holding up a resume playfully. I'm here to apply for a job, didn't I tell you yesterday? Before she could protest, he took her hand, his fingers lacing through hers. His touch sent a shiver down her spine. The security, he said, holding up a certificate for her to see. Feel it here, I can be a good security guard, right? She stared at him, exasperated. Aren't you mighty enough to even get the marriage certificate? Why would you choose to be a security guard? He leaned in, his breath warm against her cheek, his voice a seductive murmur. Our protection, he whispered. The security guards are not powerful. Even the CEO, if someone bullies you, so come to me, I'll protect you. Her heart melted, asterisk, how wonderful, asterisk, she thought, completely flustered. Seeing her reaction, his eyes twinkled with amusement. Since I'm wonderful, he purred, shouldn't you reward me? He leaned in closer, his lips just inches from hers. What reward? She squeaked, her mind going blank. His lips brushed against hers as he whispered, maybe a French kiss. she gasped, quickly covering his mouth with her hand. We can talk about the reward later. He laughed, nibbling playfully at her fingers. You are so adorable when you are shy, he murmured, taking her hand again. Let's go, babe, I'll show you a place. Huh, where? She asked, letting him pull her along. His answer was simple, and it made her heart skip a beat. Home. The home was a stunning, modern apartment with breathtaking views. This will be our love nest, babe, he announced proudly. She looked around, skeptical. Frankly, is your salary enough to pay the rent here? He waved a dismissive hand. Sure, the owner of this house went abroad and asked me to watch the house for him, so he only charged me $100 as the rent. Isn't it nice? He led her towards the master bedroom. More importantly, he began, a wicked gleam in his eyes. And the soundproof effect is great, and it's close to Moo's group. We can do some exercise that we both love during lunch break. She shot him a look, her cheeks burning. You love the exercise, not me, she retorted. With a laugh, he pushed her and she fell backwards onto the plush bed with a soft ah. She landed on the mattress, her hair fanning out around her as she stared up at him, startled but thrilled. He loomed over her, a predatory glint in his eyes. It must be because I didn't do it good enough to make you love it, he purred, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. What didn't satisfy you, babe? I can change it. Her panic was real. No need, you did great, she yelped. He ignored her, leaning down to press a kiss to the sensitive skin of her neck. Then why don't you like it? He murmured against her skin. The experts said women need to exercise more to get better complexion. How about we do it now? That was it, she shoved him with all her might. I should go back to the office before my boss searches for me, she exclaimed, scrambling off the bed. He sat up, rubbing his chin where she'd accidentally hit him, a look of genuine hurt on his handsome face. Are you ditching me, babe? He asked, his voice soft and wounded, and then his entire demeanor changed. He looked up at her with wide, pleading eyes, his shoulders slumped like an abandoned puppy with drooping ears and a sadly wagging tail. Oh no, not the puppy dog eyes. Her resolve crumbled instantly. She sighed, stepping forward to cup his face in her hands. It's not like that, she said gently. I'm the CEO's assistant in Moo's group. I've got lots of things to do. He leaned into her touch, nuzzling her hand. That must be a hard job, babe. I'll find you in the CEO's office when I miss you. Her eyes widened in alarm. Don't, he's fierce. A slow, dangerous smile spread across his face. Oh, how fierce? He asked, his voice laced with amusement. She took the bait, launching into a frantic warning. He's extremely bad-tempered, he's a tyrant who can kill someone with a blink of an eye, and he's a wolf that bites everyone he sees, so bypass him whenever you see him in the company, or else he may kill you just because he's unhappy. She leaned in conspiratorially. And that pervert likes to peek when women take a shower. She was so caught up in her dramatic tale that she didn't see the darkness that flickered in his eyes. His voice was suddenly cold, devoid of all playfulness. Did he peek at you? She froze, realizing her mistake. No, it's hearsay, she stammered, waving her hands dismissively. Anyway, don't find me there and don't let anyone know our relationship. I should go. She practically fled the apartment, leaving him sitting on the bed. A small knowing smile touched his lips. He let out a soft HMPH. Alone now, the mask of Dante's fell away, revealing the mind of Muyusin. Asterisk, how dare that girl say that I'm a tyrant and I like peeking? Asterisk, he thought, a flicker of annoyance and amusement crossing his face. Asterisk, the annoying parts of you haven't changed even after so many years. Asterisk, she panted as she ran back to the office building, stealthily peeking around the corner. Asterisk, he didn't find me missing, did he? Asterisk, to her relief, she saw Mr. Seventh sitting at his desk, completely engrossed in his work. She let out a silent breath, carefully clicking the door open and slipping inside. Asterisk, phew, looks like he didn't, asterisk. But just as the thought crossed her mind, the elevator doors chimed open. Her heart hammered against her ribs. It was Xie Feng. He looked disheveled but determined. He strode towards her, pointing a finger at the CEO's office. His voice was low and tense. I'll meet him first, and then I'll meet you. He brushed past her, marching towards the door without a second glance. Nguyen watched him go, a slow, predatory smile spreading across her face. Her chin rested thoughtfully on her hand. Asterisk, he dares to meet Muyusin again. Things just got interesting. Asterisk, he swept his arm out, a proud, possessive smile playing on his lips as he declared this to be their love nest. But she wasn't swept away by the romance. Her mind was a whirlwind of practicalities, her brow furrowed, her gaze sweeping over the luxurious apartment. How could they possibly afford this? She had to ask, her voice laced with doubt, questioning if his salary was even enough to pay the rent here. He just chuckled, a low, smooth sound, and explained with a dismissive wave of his hand that the owner was abroad and had asked him to watch the house for a mere $100. $100? Was he serious? Before she could process the absurdity of it, he added that there was something far more important. He led her towards the bedroom, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, praising the great soundproof effect of the room and its convenient proximity to Moo's group. They could do some exercise. During their lunch break, he suggested. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Exercise? Oh, she knew exactly what kind of exercise he was talking about. She shot back, her voice a squeak of indignation, accusing him of loving the exercise, not her. The words had barely left her lips when his fingers wrapped around her hand, and with a sharp tug, her world tilted. A small cry escaped her as she was pulled off balance, tumbling onto the soft mattress. Her hair fanned out like a silken halo around her head, her eyes wide with shock as he loomed over her. A wicked smirk spread across his face, his eyes hooded and intense. He lowered himself, his weight pressing her into the bed, his voice a husky murmur against her skin. It must be because he didn't do it good enough to make her love it, he whispered. He asked her, his breath hot against her ear, what didn't satisfy her, promising he could change it for her. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. She stammered out that there was no need, that he did great. But he was relentless. Then why didn't she like it? He purred, leaning closer still. He even had the audacity to quote experts, saying women needed more exercise for a better complexion, and then had the nerve to suggest they do it right now. Panic seized her, she had to get out of there. She blurted out the first excuse she could think of, that she should get back to the office before her boss started looking for her. In her haste, she flailed her hand, and it connected with his face with a comical asterisk thwack asterisk. He recoiled slightly, one hand coming up to touch his chin where she'd hit him, a look of mock injury on his face. Are you ditching me, babe? He asked, his voice dripping with faux sadness. And that's when she saw it. Suddenly, his entire demeanor shifted in her mind's eye. The dangerous predator was gone, replaced by a large, abandoned dog with drooping ears and a sadly wagging tail, looking up at her with big, teary eyes. A long, weary sigh escaped her lips. How could she stay mad at that face? Her anger melted away like snow in the sun. She reached out, her hands gently cupping his face, her touch tender. She tried to reason with him, explaining that she wasn't like his assistant in Moo's group. She had lots of things to do. But he just leaned into her touch, nuzzling against her neck like a contented cat. He murmured that it must be a hard job and that he would just have to come find her in the CEO's office when he missed her. Her blood ran cold. Find her at the CEO's office? Her eyes flew open wide with terror. Don't, she cried out. Pushing him back slightly, he's fierce. A dangerous, amused light sparked in his eyes. His lips curled into a slow, predatory smile as he leaned back, asking, oh, how fierce. That was all the prompting she needed. A torrent of warnings spilled from her lips. She described the CEO as an extremely bad-tempered tyrant who could kill someone with a blink of an eye, a monster who raises a wolf that bites everyone it sees. She frantically warned him to bypass the man whenever he saw him, or he might get killed just because the CEO was in a bad mood. And then for good measure, she leaned in, her voice a conspiratorial, scandalized whisper, adding that the pervert likes to peek when women take a shower. His expression remained unreadable, his gaze steady as he asked coolly, did he peek at you? She instantly recoiled, waving her hands frantically. No, it's just hearsay, she stammered, her face turning beet red. She just needed him to stay away. She begged him not to find her there, and especially not to let anyone know about their relationship before she scrambled off the bed and bolted for the... He watched her go, a small knowing smirk playing on his lips. HMPH. He sat there on the bed, a thoughtful, almost irritated look on his face as he touched his own shirt. How dare that girl say he was a tyrant who liked peeking? He let out a soft chuckle. The annoying parts on her, he thought, they haven't changed even after so many years. Meanwhile, she was rushing back to the office building, panting for breath. She crept around the corner, her movements stealthy as she peeked towards the CEO's office. He didn't find me missing, or did he? She worried, her heart pounding. Through the crack in the door, she could see him sitting at his desk, completely absorbed in his work. A wave of relief washed over her. She carefully closed the door, the soft click barely audible. Her hand trembled slightly as she turned the knob, sneaking back to her post. She leaned against the wall, a hand pressed to her chest as she let out a shaky breath. Phew, she whispered, looks like he didn't. But her relief was shattered. A man with startling green hair suddenly appeared before her, his own heart audibly pounding. His eyes were wide, and he pointed a finger right at her. His voice was urgent, filled with a strange intensity as he declared that he'd meet Him first, and then he'd meet her. Before she could even react, he brushed past her and stormed towards the CEO's office. Her eyes narrowed, all traces of panic gone, replaced by a sharp, calculating glint. He dares to meet Mu Yusin again, a slow smile spread across her face. Oh, things just got interesting, her fingers interlaced in front of her. A picture of calm, deadly anticipation. A hand slams down on the desk with a deafening crack, the force of the blow vibrating through the entire room. Mu Xiafeng's face is a mask of pure rage, his eyes burning with accusation as he leans over his uncle. He seethes, his voice a low growl, demanding to know why the news is still online. But Mu Yusin doesn't even flinch. He sits calmly in his chair, the ornate mask hiding his expression as he looks up with an air of utter boredom. What, he asks, does any of this have to do with him? Xiafeng's fury intensifies. How could he be so calm? He practically screams, telling him to stop pretending. Grandpa gave him the CEO position, they had an agreement. Yusin leans back, the picture of detached amusement. He states coolly that he never made a deal with him, and the fact that he's CEO has absolutely nothing to do with Xiafeng's pathetic news scandal. The denial sends Xiafeng over the edge. He points a trembling finger at his uncle, his voice dripping with venom. You just wait and see. Do you think House Mu is yours just because you're CEO? He leans in closer, his words a desperate, hissing threat. The house, he claims, should have been his from the very beginning then. His eyes narrow as he asks the one question burning in his mind. You haven't married Xia Nguyen, have you? He doesn't wait for an answer, his own twisted plans spilling from his lips. He sneers, asking why Yusin would marry Xia Nguyen, revealing that he must marry her before any of them. He boasts that they'll be getting married soon enough, and Grandpa already knows. He warns Yusin about the old man's temper, reminding him that he hates people who disturb the family's peace. With his final threat hanging in the air, he turns on his heel and storms towards the exit. wrenching the door open and slamming it shut behind him with a thunderous bang. But as he steps into the hallway, he freezes. A woman stands there, her arms crossed, her expression as cold as ice. It's Zia Fei, her voice is flat, devoid of emotion as she repeats the words she overheard. You two are getting married? In a flash, his hand shoots out, his fingers closing around her wrist like a vice. A jolt of panic and disgust shoots through her. She tries to pull away, her voice rising in alarm. Let me go, she cries, threatening to call security if he dares to put his hands on her. But he holds fast, his desperation making him cruel. He leans in, his words a venomous secret meant to shatter her world. Mu Yusin can't have intercourse, he hisses, his eyes glinting with malice. You won't be happy with him? Her eyes widen in shock, but his words keep coming, a torrent of pathetic excuses. He tells her that he's only marrying Zia Nguyen because he has no choice. That he only told her that to make her feel better. Zia Fei's face contorts in pure disgust. This man, this absolute snake. She looks him dead in the eye, her voice dripping with contempt as she spits out her verdict. Mu Shaifeng, you are world-class scum. And with that, she drives the heel of her shoe down hard onto his expensive leather shoe. A strangled cry of pain escapes his lips, but he doesn't let go. He tries to change tactics, his voice suddenly pleading. I love you, he whines. It's the truth. Why else would I talk so much to you after I sent you to Mu Yusin? He paints a picture of himself as her protector, claiming that without his protection, she could never survive the intrigues of the Mu's old house, but his words are like poison and she's had enough. You are wrong, she says, her voice firm and resolute. I have nothing to do with House Mu, I'm married. A dark look crosses his face. Really? He challenges, his grip tightening. In a sudden explosion of rage, he shoves her against the wall, his fist slamming into the plaster right beside her head with a sickening thud. He leans in, his face inches from hers, his voice a low, terrifying promise. You will never have nothing to do with the House Mu for your life. He finally releases her, stumbling back and clutching his throbbing foot. Damn, he mutters, she stamped on me so heavily. Alone in the elevator, his mind is a whirlwind of frantic plotting. He has to find a man for her, make her get a divorce. His lips twist into a cruel smile. She'll come back to him, he's sure of it. After she marries Mu Yusin and has a sexless marriage, she'll come crawling back. His eyes gleam with a dark, obsessive light as the elevator dings. The doors slide open, revealing a sight that makes his blood run cold. There in the hallway is another man, and he's holding Zia Nguyen in a tender embrace. Xie Feng's eyes widen in disbelief. He knows that man, isn't he? Dante's, he blurts out, the name escaping his lips before he can stop it. The man Dante slowly turns, a lazy smirk playing on his lips. He calmly steps forward, blocking Xie Feng's path with his foot. His voice is smooth, laced with mockery. Why did you call my name, son? Before Xie Feng can even process the insult, an assistant rushes past, speaking frantically into his phone. He tells Xie Feng that all of Dante's profiles are here. Xie Feng glances down at the papers in his hand, a file open to Dante's information. Dante just chuckles, looking utterly unbothered. Why are you looking at my profiles? He asks with a playful tilt of his head. You want to poach me? Xie Feng scoffs, his pride wounded. Poach you? He sneers, his voice dripping with disdain. Why would I poach an illiterate who didn't even graduate from middle school? Dante's smirk widens. Then why did you take me here, my son? He retorts smoothly. Look at how strong your dad is. Many people want me to be their security guard. Xie Feng's face flushes with rage. How dare this lowlife talk to him like that? Watch your tongue, he snarls, or I'll make the HR fire you. He pulls out his phone, barking in order to find information on an account number, trying to dig up some dirt. But Dante just laughs, a deep mocking sound. Vast sum? He teases, you mean your $10? Don't you feel it's a waste to protect your 2-figure deposit with a 6-figure password? The public humiliation is too much. Xie Feng lets out a roar of frustration and throws the papers in his hand, but Dante's playful demeanor suddenly vanishes, his eyes turn serious, his voice dropping to a low, intense timbre. But it's okay, he said, his gaze locking with Xie Feng's. I can make your deposit 1,000 times more, 10,000. Xie Feng's anger is momentarily forgotten, replaced by greedy curiosity. That good? He asks. Then do it. Dante nods slowly. I will, he says, but you must agree to one condition. He leans in, closing the space between them, his voice a barely audible whisper that sends a chill down Xie Feng's spine. Divorce Zia Fei. For a moment, there's only stunned silence, then Xie Feng explodes. You want to buy my wife with only 10,000? He shrieks, his face contorting with disbelief and fury. Find another man. Dante doesn't even blink. Is it not enough for you? How about 100,000? That's the last straw. Xie Feng lunges forward, grabbing Dante by the collar of his jacket. You, he spits, I finally got her with $1. Get lost, don't interrupt your dad's work. He shoves him back, screaming at the trembling HR manager, fire him now. The manager wipes sweat from his brow, his voice shaky. CH Mu, he stammers, the CEO especially hired him, HR doesn't have enough power to do that. Especially hired by the CEO, the manager nods miserably, explaining that the CEO picked over 10 security guards just to watch each floor's safety system. With a flick of his wrist, Dante easily breaks Xie Feng's grip, shrugging his jacket back into place. He looks at Xie Feng with pity. Now you know that I'm especially hired by the CEO, he says, his voice dangerously calm. Don't get in my way. He turns to leave, but Xie Feng's pride can't take it. Teach him a lesson, he screams at his 2 bodyguards. The guards surge forward, batons raised, but Dante is a blur of motion. He sidesteps the first attack, snatching a baton from the air. He crosses his arms, blocking the second strike with a sharp crack, then spins, disarming both men in a fluid, brutal sequence. They collapse to the floor, groaning in pain. Dante stands over them, not even breathing hard. "Is that all you got?" he asks, his voice laced with disappointment. "Your bodyguards suck." The crowd of onlookers murmurs, their eyes wide. A woman with pink hair watches from the sidelines, her expression a mixture of shock and envy. Zia Fei could even pick up a man like this so randomly. How can I let her live so smoothly? Xie Feng stares at his defeated men, screaming, "You losers." Just then, Zia Nguyen glides to his side, her voice dripping with false sympathy as she scolds the guards. "Who are you to call others losers? You can't compete with Dante, and you aren't as attractive as Mu Yusin. Why did I pick you?" She turns to Xie Feng, her entire demeanor changing in an instant. Her eyes are wide and innocent, her voice soft and concerned. "Feng, why are you here, Nguyen?" "I'm worried about you," she says, her lower lip trembling slightly. "I don't want your uncle to bully you. How's the news?" He instantly softens, pulling her into his arms. "Don't worry," he coos. "I'll talk to Grandpa the second I get home. He won't ignore it." But she leans into his chest, her voice a sad whisper. "But the news has been out for a long time. Everyone is cursing me now. They say I snatched my brother-in-law." Her eyes well up with tears as she looks at him pitifully. "I'm truly being wronged." Completely manipulated, he pulls her tighter. "I'm sorry, Nguyen, let's get married." He promises her that as long as she's his wife, the rumors will disappear. She pulls back slightly, her face a mask of concern. "Feng, you know I love my sister. She hasn't become one of the members of House Mu yet. I'm afraid she'll be sad if she knows this." He scoffs. "Don't worry," he says with arrogant confidence. "I'll talk to Dantes right now. I believe he'll divorce Zia Fei after I offered him $1 million. She'll marry Mu Yusin soon." She places a hand on his chest, her eyes pleading. "Then go. I don't know where Fei picked up such a man. I fear he may hurt Fei." He nods, turning to leave with his recovering bodyguards in tow. The moment his back is turned, the innocent, worried expression on Zia Nguyen's face vanishes, replaced by a cold, calculating smirk. "Men are naive indeed," she thinks to herself, a dark sparkle in her eyes. "I still need to pick between you and your uncle. How can I marry someone now?" She walks to Mu Yusin's office, knocking softly on the door. Before letting herself in with a quiet click, her eyes immediately land on Zia Fei, who is standing inside. A malicious smile touches Zia Nguyen's lips. "Have your wounds recovered already, Zia Nguyen?" she asks, her voice sickly sweet. "You bought a new dress so soon." Zia Fei's face darkens. "Why are you here?" she demands. "Get lost." In a breathtaking display of crocodile tears, Zia Nguyen's face crumples. She rushes past Zia Fei and bows deeply towards Mu Yusin's desk. "I was wrong, Mr. Seventh, please forgive me," she wails. Zia Fei watches, disgusted. Playing innocent right after that? It's a pity she didn't become an actress since her crying skill is so well practiced. Zia Nguyen ignores her completely, her focus entirely on Yusin. "I've got something important to tell you in private, Mr. Seventh," she says, her voice low and conspiratorial. "Could you tell Fei to leave us for a while?" She leans forward over his desk, her intentions obvious, but Yusin remains impassive. "Zia Fei is my fiancé," he states, his voice cold. "There are no secrets between us." Zia Nguyen's eyes dart towards Zia Fei, "But I'm afraid Fei would be in danger if she knows this," she whispers urgently. "Please understand my worries for her." "Are you done, Zia Nguyen?" Zia Fei snaps, unable to listen to any more of this farce. But Yusin's voice cuts through the air, sharp and final. "Zia Fei." He leans back in his chair, a silent, imposing figure in the dimly lit room. Then he gives his order, "Make me a cup of tea." Zia Fei's eyes narrow in a flash of frustration, but she turns without a word and walks out. As the door clicks shut behind her, her mind races. Zia Nguyen never failed to seduce a man since she was little. Can Mu Yusin resist the temptation? Will he fall for her honey trap? Inside the office, Zia Nguyen immediately starts her performance. "Mr. Seventh," she begins, her voice trembling with manufactured emotion. "I know you must hate me, but I had no choice. In fact, I don't want to marry Mu Feng at all." Yusin looks bored. "Is that what you have to say?" he asks, his tone flat. He rubs his masked temple, clearly irritated by her games. As she moves closer, sinking to her knees beside his chair. "And," she adds, her voice dropping to a whisper, "I accidentally heard Mu Feng talked about the master's will." As she speaks, she sneaks a glance at him, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. This man looks more and more attractive over time. That gets his attention. His head snaps up, his visible eye piercing through the shadows. "The will?" he asks, his voice sharp. She feigns a nervous gulp, then leans in to deliver her poison. "He bribed Master Mu's lawyer," she whispers. "He learned that the will says only the child who marries the eldest daughter of the Zia family is qualified to become the Mu family's next master and take over the Mu's group." She looks up at him, her eyes shining with fake sincerity. "I'm risking my life to tell you this, Mr. Seventh. Can you forgive me?" His voice is like ice. "You told me this just because you want me to forgive you?" She leans even closer, her voice turning sultry. "I just want to serve you well," she purrs. Her hand slowly reaches out, her fingers about to graze his leg. "Hands off," he barks, the command cracking through the air like a whip. She recoils slightly, but her seductive smile doesn't falter. "Mr. Seventh," she whispers, her eyes half-lidded. Do you think I'm not good enough? At that exact moment, the door swings open. Yusin your tea, Zia Fei announces, stepping into the room. Zia Nguyen scrambles to her feet, a flustered look on her face. Don't get us wrong, Fei. Zia Fei takes a deliberate step back, her voice cool and mocking. Why would I get you wrong, Zia Nguyen, but why are you kneeling? Zia Nguyen smirks, regaining her composure. I can't tell you, this is the little secret between Mr. Seventh and me. Zia Fei ignores the jab and walks towards the desk with the tray. As she extends the cup towards Yusin, Zia Nguyen's hand darts out, bumping her arm. Don't you even know that Mr. Seventh doesn't like black tea? I'll go change it. The cup tilts precariously, then falls, shattering on the hard floor with a loud smash. Zia Nguyen stares at Zia Fei, her eyes wide with feigned shock. You, she breathes. But Zia Fei simply offers a serene, knowing smile. Oops, she says sweetly. Why were you so careless, Zia Nguyen? Inside, Zia Fei is glowing with triumph. HMPH, you always use such tricks to frame me. Now I'm only responding in kind. Zia Nguyen's eyes flash with fury. Damn girl, that was my trick. But she quickly schools her features back into a mask of innocence, clasping her hands together. It was all my fault, she says, her voice full of regret. The cup was too hot, so I didn't catch it. I'll take a broom to clean this up. The two women lock eyes, a silent declaration of war passing between them. Zia Nguyen's thoughts are a venomous promise. Just wait and see, Zia Fei. In the cold, sterile room, a slender figure stood silhouetted against the bright window, the phone pressed to her ear like a conduit for poison. Her voice was a placid stream hiding a deadly current. Hello, Mom, she cooed. I've told Mr. Seventh what's in the will. A faint, cruel smile played on her lips. He's disabled, but he's still so much better than that Mouche Fang. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, narrowed. She didn't just want one of them, she wanted it all. Her voice dropped to conspiratorial whisper. I want them both to be obsessed with me. Then the true venom seeped through, her words turning to ice. And Zia Fei must die. Her grip on the phone tightened, the plastic groaning under the pressure. Or else we'll be doomed if others find out about this. The plan was already forming in her twisted mind. Let her come home, she hissed, her eyes gleaming with malice. I can make her disappear. Meanwhile, Zia Fei's world was a storm of fury, with a loud POW. She slammed her hands down on the table, leaning in close to the masked man before her. His unnerving calm only fueled her rage. Didn't you notice that one who was cleaning just now? She demanded, her voice trembling with accusation. Was he blind, or just another fool captivated by her sister's innocent act? His simple, infuriating no felt like a slap. He just looked at her, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips beneath the mask. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could he be so dense? Do men think with their eyes? She spat, her frustration boiling over. Can't you be rational when you see a beautiful woman? His hand, clad in a black glove, moved with startling speed, cupping her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. His voice was a low, dangerous rumble. I didn't notice that she's a beautiful woman, he stated, his eyes fixed on hers. Zia Fei froze, utterly speechless. Of course she's not. Her own words felt hollow in her mouth. Recovering, she pulled back, her chest tight with a confusing mix of anger and something else she couldn't name. Anyway, don't let her seduce you or I'll leave immediately. He leaned back, a picture of nonchalant power, his jacket draped over the chair. Okay, he agreed easily, too easily. But you smashed my cup, I want you to pay back with a couple of hours. A couple of hours, her mind reeled. What did that even mean? It's just a cup. Why should I pay with hours? The question echoed in her thoughts. Speaking of which, she deflected, trying to regain control. Why don't you like black tea? His gaze turned distant. A flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Because it will remind me of someone, he said softly. The words hit her like a physical blow. Memories, sharp and painful, sliced through her. A different time, a different place, her own voice screaming at him with venom and heartbreak. Mu Yusin, I won't fall in love with you even if there's no other man on this planet. The memory of her own desperate words echoed in her ears. We are done, get the hell out from my world. The phantom pain of a shattered heart ached in her chest. I love dogs and wolves, but I'll never love you. Back in the present, her heart hammered against her ribs. Who was this person so mighty as to make Mu Yusin remember her all the time? Just then the door creaked open and her sister's voice, sickeningly sweet, cut through the tension. I'm back, Mr. Seventh. Zia Fei's head snapped around to see her standing there, holding a broom like a scepter of false humility. Zia Fei immediately stepped forward, a shield between this viper and Mu Yusin. Leave it, someone will clean it up later, she said, her voice clipped. Mr. 7th's time is precious, please leave if you've done talking to him. The sister's eyes held a flicker of resentment, but her smile never wavered. I'll go back then, she said, her gaze fixed on the man in the wheelchair. You can come to me anytime if you need anything, Mr. Seventh. As she walked past Zia Fei in the hallway, she suddenly stopped. Oh, right, she said, turning with an innocent smile. She grabbed Zia Fei's hand, her touch feeling like a spider's caress. Mom and Dad had returned from their trip. Mom misses you and wants you to go home. Zia Fei flinched, snatching her hand back as it burned. Home to that nest of snakes? Never, I'm too busy to go home, she replied coolly. I have to take care of Mr. Seventh. Her sister's smile tightened. Mr. Seventh has many servants at home to take care of him. He will agree to a one-day off. Zia Fei wasn't falling for it. I can't make the call, she said, her chibai self mentally shrugging. Ask Mr. Seventh. A silent war was waged in the space between them, their eyes locking in a fierce battle of wills. Finally, with an indignant humph, the sister spun on her heel and stormed off. Zia Fei watched her go, a cold knot of suspicion tightening in her stomach. What's she up to now? Why does she want me to go home so badly? In another room, the sister's sweet facade crumbled as she spoke into her phone. Mom, she wouldn't come home. What should we do now? Her mother's voice on the other end was pure, unadulterated evil. In this case, don't blame me for being cruel. Come home first. I've got plenty of ways to defame her. Later, Zia Fei stood by the water cooler, her phone buzzing in her hand. It was a text from her boyfriend. Babe, let's go home together after work. A heavy sigh escaped her lips. With that devilish Mu Yusin as my boss, how can I get off work on time? Just as the thought crossed her mind, a calm voice spoke from right behind her. MS, Zia. She jumped, spinning around in shock. Who is it? It was Lu Hong, Mu Yusin's private assistant, holding out a lunch bag. My God, doesn't he make sounds while walking? Did he hear my grumble? Panic seized her. This is Mr. 7th's lunch. Please send it to his office, he instructed, his expression unreadable. She took the bag numbly. Sure. Her mind was a whirlwind. Oh, I just forced Mu Yusin to drink black tea. Will he hold a grudge? As she walked down the hall, her steps faltered, her ankle twisted, and suddenly the world tilted on its axis. She was falling. The lunch flew from her grasp as she tumbled forward. I'll hit the ground. But just before impact, a black-gloved hand shot out like a lightning strike, wrapping around her waist and yanking her back from the brink. She crashed into a firm chest, her heart hammering. He had caught her. His voice was a low murmur against her ear. Are you stealing something? Of course not, she yelped, trying to push away from him, her face burning. But he held her fast. Wait. As she froze, his hand, it was resting right on her chest. A wave of heat washed over her. With a sharp slap, she smacked his hand away. Where did you put your hands on? She shrieked, her face a furious shade of red. You did it on purpose. A wicked smirk spread across his face. It's barely a B cup. Why would I want to touch that little thing? He leaned closer, his voice a taunting whisper. Who are you calling a B cup? Is it a C cup? Do you really believe it? Humiliation and rage warred within her. No wonder no one loves you. You are too mean. His smirk vanished, his eyes turning cold. Zia Fei, he snapped. Get to the table yourself if you want to have lunch. Fuming, she stomped over and began unpacking the meal. Just as she thought the ordeal was over, he spoke again. I only eat fish, he declared imperiously. Debone it for me. Zia Fei's hands clenched into fists under the table. This man, he's asking for more. A wicked little idea sparked in her mind. With a sweet smile that didn't reach her eyes, she picked up her chopsticks. All right, you asked for this, she chirped. I'll just do what you said. She carefully selected a piece of fish, her movements deliberate and precise, before leaning over and forcefully stuffing it into his mouth. A mischievous glint danced in her eyes as she began to count down in her head. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, he began to choke, his eyes widening in panic as he coughed violently. She feigned wide-eyed innocence. What's wrong? Is there a bone left? She asked, her voice laced with fake concern. This naughty fish had grown an extra bone. It's not my fault. He gasped, clutching his throat. Cough, cough, water. His mind was screaming, bad girl, she tries to make fun of me again. Zia Fei shook her head gravely. Water won't work, she said, her expression serious. You must drink vinegar. I'll tell Lu Han to buy it now. The bone will be gone after you drink a whole bottle of it. He lunged forward, his gloved hand grasping her wrist with surprising strength. There are tweezers in the first aid case, he rasped. Get the bone out for me, she blinked. Oh, how did I forget about the first aid case here? How silly of me, she muttered, feigning embarrassment. She retrieved the tweezers but made a show of peering into his mouth. I can't see the bone. I think you should stop struggling and drink vinegar. His patience snapped. That's because your posture is wrong, he growled, pressing a button on his wheelchair. With a sudden creak and a powerful pull, the chair whirred forward, yanking her off her feet with a thud. She landed right in his lap, her face inches from his, her body pressed against him in a shockingly intimate position. What kind of embarrassing posture is this? I can't help thinking of something else. Her cheeks were on fire. Separate your legs, he commanded, his hand patting her thigh. I must make it fast, she thought frantically. Steeling herself, she pinched his chin to keep his mouth open, and carefully, skillfully plucked the tiny bone out with the tweezers. All right, it's out, she breathed, sighing in relief. But as she tried to scramble away, his arm snaked around her waist, pulling her back against him. You want to leave? No way, he growled, his eyes locking onto hers. You, she stammered, his gaze was intense. You left a bone in meat on purpose. She shook her head frantically. I'm innocent, I swear I didn't leave a bone. A cheeky little thought bubble appeared above her head. Asterisk, I left several bones, asterisk. His grip tightened, pressing her impossibly closer. I don't believe you, he whispered, his voice a low, dangerous caress. I must punish you. With a sudden push, he leaned in, his face blurring as he closed the distance between them. His lips crashed down on hers. She struggled against him, her muffled protests lost in the kiss. Damn it, she thought, and with a surge of defiance, she bit down hard on his lower lip. He jerked back, a flicker of pain in his eyes. A small bead of blood bloomed on his lip. How dare you bite me? he demanded, his voice a low growl. She glared back, her own lips tingling. You bullied me, of course I must bite back. A slow, dangerous smirk spread across his face. Good, he purred, his eyes gleaming. It seems that the punishment isn't hard enough. He leaned in again. But just as his lips were about to claim hers once more, a sharp knock echoed from the door. Someone's here. They sprang apart like startled cats. He smoothly wheeled his chair back, his expression instantly reverting to one of cold indifference. I'll spare you this time, he said, his voice laced with a chilling warning. If you do something like this again, I'll cut your paws off. The door opened and a woman in a sharp business suit entered holding a cup. Yusin, she said, her voice professional but familiar. The door creaked open and there she stood. Mu Mian, Ziafei's heart leaped into her throat, her eye peeking through the sliver of an opening in the door. Asterisk Mu Mian, what is she doing here? Asterisk. Mian glided into the room, a delicate tray in her hands, the lid of a porcelain bowl rattling softly. Her expression was a mask of gentle concern, her eyes closed as she spoke. Her voice, smooth as silk, suggested Yusin should move back to the old house, whispering that no one could take care of him if he lived alone. But Yusin's gaze was like a shard of ice. He looked up from his wheelchair, his visible eye cold and sharp as he cut through her feigned kindness. Did Jiang Huilan ask her to say that? He demanded, his voice devoid of any warmth. The spoon in her hand tinkled against the bowl as she stirred its contents. A bitter memory surfaced in Yusin's mind, a fire that still burned hot with betrayal. Asterisk, she didn't allow anyone to search for me in the ruins when the villa burned to the ground. Asterisk, he thought, his fist clenching beneath the blanket. Asterisk, after all that, why would she pretend to care about me now? Asterisk. Mian's face was a portrait of sorrow. She insisted it was their godmother's fault, that she had been the one to secretly save him. If she hadn't, the consequences would have been too ghastly to even contemplate. She claimed their godmother wanted him to return to the old house, to atone for Xie Feng's mistakes and for hers. Her pale hand reached for his gloved one, a gesture of peace he couldn't accept. Asterisk ha, asterisk, he sneered internally, asterisk atone for their mistakes. Asterisk, the sound of a sharp slap echoed in the room as he smacked her hand away. Her eyes welled with tears, her lower lip trembling. She begged him not to be angry, explaining that their godfather had already scolded Xie Feng and her. She had even made him forest frog and bird's nest soup herself, a peace offering he had no intention of accepting. From behind the door, Ziafei watched, her own eyes turning from shock to pure, unadulterated fury. Asterisk, damn you, Mu Yusin. Asterisk, she seethed, her nails practically scratching the wood of the door. Asterisk, you wouldn't let me go home, but you're in here flirting with another woman. Asterisk. That was it, she couldn't take it anymore. The door flew open with a bang and she stormed in, her face a thundercloud of rage. I'll feed Mr. Mu, she declared, her eyes burning like hot coals. Mian looked up startled. Why are you here, Ziafei? She asked, her polite facade cracking. A triumphant, smug smile spread across Ziafei's face. She introduced herself as Professor Mu, no, as Mr. CEO's fiancée now. A silent war broke out between them, their hands clashing over the tray. Ziafei's voice was laced with possessiveness as she declared it was her obligation to take care of him now. Yusin watched the spectacle, a flicker of amusement in his eye. His voice was calm, yet it held the weight of a final command. Mian, he said, give the bowl to Ziafei. Mian froze, her face a mask of disbelief. Her fingers slowly, reluctantly loosened their grip on the tray. She forced a tight smile, her voice strained as she said, thank you then. Ziafei took the bowl, her victory sweet, but Mian wasn't finished. She stood behind Ziafei, her voice taking on a professional, condescending tone. Oh right, Ziafei, she began, I've read your graduation thesis. There are still problems, you need to revise it. The spoon clattered in Ziafei's hand. Asterisk again, asterisk, she screamed in her head. The sudden shock made her hand jerk, shoving the spoon of hot soup right into Yusin's mouth. He choked, coughing violently, the unexpected assault catching him completely off guard. Mian's lips curved into a cruel, satisfied smirk. Looks like Ziafei doesn't know how to take care of people, she said, her words a final parting shot. I'll teach her how to be a qualified fiancé. I shouldn't bother your work anymore, Yusin. I'll leave. And just like that, she was gone, leaving Ziafei fuming in her wake. Ziafei's cheeks were puffed out in a pout. Yusin looked at her, his coughing subsiding. He told her face bulged like a pufferfish and it was ugly and that she could go back and rest now. Her eyes lit up instantly. I can clock out now, she asked, her anger forgotten. A wicked grin spread across his lips. Did she want to stay and work extra hours instead? He teased. Of course not. She grabbed her things, practically fleeing the office before he could change his mind. Leaving the towering Mu Group building, she pulled out her phone to text Dante, telling him she was going home and not to wait for her. But as her fingers tapped the screen, she collided with someone with a painful ouch. It was a frail old woman who looked up with worried, wrinkled eyes, apologizing profusely. The woman explained she was lost, asking for directions to an alleyway. Ziafei's kind heart took over and she offered to walk the woman there. But as they turned a corner, a dark shadow fell over them. A voice cried out, "Look out!" before strong hands grabbed her from behind. Panic seized her, the old woman, it was a trap. A man shouted, "Catch her, don't let her get away." They dragged her towards a menacing black van. She struggled, pleading with them, telling them she was just a poor student and had no money. But the men just laughed, their voices greasy and cruel. They didn't want her money, they sneered. They would let her go, they said, as long as she filmed a video for them. A video? What kind of video? Her mind raced. It was clear someone had hired them to kidnap her. She tried to reason with them to buy her way out. She asked who sent them, how much they were paid, offering to pay double, even triple the amount. One of the kidnappers scoffed, grabbing her arm. Didn't she just say she was a poor student? He mocked. But her fiancé, he added with a knowing look, he has plenty of money. The two thugs exchanged a glance. The younger one asked the boss what they should do. The boss was firm, they had rules, a reputation to uphold. But then his eyes raked over her, a disgusting, predatory gleam entering them. Besides, he growled, he'd do her even without the money. He grabbed her chin, his rough fingers digging into her skin as he commented on how smooth her face was. The revulsion was so strong, so immediate, she acted on pure instinct. Her hand flew up, the sharp sound of a slap echoing in the confined space. F***ck off, she screamed, her voice raw with fury and fear. She tried to use the one weapon she had, his name. I'm warning you, she cried. My fiancé is the CEO of Moo's group. He won't spare you if he knows this. But the man just laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. Bah, I'd be the CEO's dad if you are his wife. He spat, ordering his men to keep her under control. They swarmed her, pinning her down as she thrashed and screamed for them to get off her. You beasts, she cried. The boss just sneered, telling her she'd better save her screams for later. In the corner, the old woman raised a camera, her voice thin and reedy as she urged them to hurry up. No, don't come any closer, Zia Fei screamed, tears of terror streaming down her face. Help, she whimpered, her strength failing. Just as a hand reached for her dress, a furious voice ripped through the air. Get lost. A figure blurred past her, grabbing one of the thugs and throwing him against the side of the van with a sickening crunch. Another was sent flying before he could even react. Her savior stood over her, his chest heaving. Zia Fei, how are you? He asked, his voice thick with worry. Through her tears, she looked up into the frantic eyes of Dante. Dante's, she whispered, the name a prayer on her lips. The dam of her composure broke and she launched herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. I thought I'd die, she choked out against his chest. He held her tightly, stroking her hair, his own body trembling with rage. Don't be afraid, babe, he murmured, his voice a soothing balm on her frayed nerves. No one can bully you when I'm here. He gently lifted her into his arms and carried her to his car. One of his men approached, reporting that they'd caught the old woman and the driver, but the other two men had escaped. Dante's face, which had been so gentle just moments before, twisted into a mask of pure fury. His eyes were glacial. Don't return unless you catch them, he snarled, his voice a low, dangerous growl. Zia Fei looked up at him from the safety of his embrace, her heart hammering against her ribs. She'd never seen this side of him before. Dante's is always so frivolous and carefree, she thought. This is the first time I've ever seen him get so angry. As they drove, he asked her softly why she had suddenly decided to go home. She started to explain that she wanted to ask her dad why he agreed to let her marry in place of her sister, but he gently cut her off, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. Say no more, he whispered. It's lucky that you are fine, or else I'd get mad. Dante dropped her back at the Moo Group building and she quietly knocked on Yusin's office door. She explained that something had come up and she needed to wait for someone there. He simply nodded and she walked over to his desk, her mind a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts. The kidnapping replayed in her head over and over. A dark suspicion began to form. Not many people know I work here. I was kidnapped right after Zia Nguyen asked me to go home for dinner. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Her thoughts were a frantic buzz. Did she do this? As if summoned by her thoughts, her phone vibrated. The name on the screen made her blood run cold, Zia Nguyen. She answered, her hand trembling. Why haven't you come home, Faye? Her sister's sickly sweet voice asked. And in that moment, Zia Fei knew. She ignores me all the time. Why would she suddenly care? Something is definitely off. I told you I wouldn't go home, Zia Fei said, her voice icy. Judging from the way you asked, are you expecting something to happen to me? Zia Nguyen's fake concern quickly melted away into a taunting sneer. She didn't care about the fool Xie Feng, she gloated. Her fiancé was much richer than him anyway. Zia Fei was shaking with rage. You're lying, why would Xie Feng give his assets to you? But her sister just laughed, a cruel, mocking sound. I don't care if you believe it or not. I'll have lobsters and birds' nests with my fiancé now, bye, and she hung up. Yusin had heard everything. He lifted his eyes from his paperwork. Zia Fei flushed, quickly stammering that she only said that to make her sister angry and that he didn't actually have to buy her those things. She gave him a weak, apologetic smile, trying to lighten the mood. Meanwhile, at the Zia family home, Zia Nguyen threw her phone down in a rage. Damn that girl, how dare she hang up on me? Her mother rushed to comfort her, promising she would think of a way for her. Her father asked if Faye was coming home, and Nguyen spun a web of lies, claiming Faye was acting high and mighty now that she was the young mistress of the Mu family. Her father sighed, looking defeated. Mr. Seventh is disabled, he said sadly. He needs someone to take care of him. It's okay that she doesn't come home. At this, the mother slammed her hand on the table, her face contorted with fury. She screamed at her husband, blaming him for letting Faye marry into the Mu family instead of Nguyen. He just told her to go talk to Mu Sheafeng herself. The argument escalated, the mother shrieking about their 500,000 loan and how Faye would have to get the money from Mr. 7th. The father clutched his chest, reminding her the loan was for the jewelry she bought. I don't care, she screamed. I'll sell the house if I have to. Defeated, her father stood up, saying he was going back to the company to work extra hours. He walked out the door, a broken man. Will he ask Zia Fei for money, Mom? Nguyen asked worriedly. Her mother's eyes glinted with a terrifying, cold light. Zia Yan has heart disease, she said in a low voice. I'll sell the house and make him angry to death. That way no one will ever know our secret. The ride back to the mansion was silent, the air thick with unspoken thoughts. Zia Fei received a text from Dante. They had caught the other 2 kidnappers and he was beginning the interrogation. As they arrived, Sun, their fluffy white dog, bounded out to greet them. Jumping into Zia Fei's arms, she hugged him tightly, then turned to ask Mr. 7th what he wanted for dinner. Yusin, being wheeled inside by a maid, replied without looking at her. Lobsters and birds' nests. Zia Fei froze, her sister's taunting words echoing in her ears. She stared at him, her mind reeling. Asterisk, what is going on? He actually asked them to make the things I want to eat. Did he grow a conscience all of a sudden? Asterisk, he noticed her staring. What, is there something on my face? No, she said quickly, I just want to say thank you. He waved it off, saying the food wasn't prepared for her. She made a face, grumbling to herself, but then his gloved hand shot out and grabbed her wrist, pulling her closer. He leaned in, his voice a low, seductive whisper that sent shivers down her spine. But you can eat as long as. She looked up at him, her heart pounding in her chest. What? She breathed. A slow, wicked smirk spread across his lips, his visible eye gleaming with mischief. You take your dress off. Her face flushed with humiliation and rage, her voice trembling as she spat the words at him. You don't expect I'll sell my body for a meal? How could he be so disgusting? To dangle a simple meal in front of her like she was some desperate animal willing to do anything for a scrap. But the man in the wheelchair simply smirked behind his mask, his visible eye glinting with cold amusement. His voice was a low, condescending drawl as he asked if she really thought her body was only worth a lobster. The insult hung in the air, sharp and stinging. Before she could even retort, he cut her off, his tone shifting to one of absolute command. That's enough, Mu Yusin, she thought, but he was already speaking. He'd give her 10 minutes to put on a gym suit and meet him at the gym. The gym? Her mind reeled in confusion. What on earth was he planning now? 10 minutes later, she stood awkwardly in the sterile, mirror-lined gym, the smell of rubber and metal filling her nostrils. Mu Yusin sat impassively in his wheelchair, looking like a king on his throne. He gestured around the empty room, his voice devoid of any warmth. From now on, she was to come here every day. Run for half an hour, lift weights 20 times, and squat 50 times. Her jaw dropped. Was he insane? That much? You might as well kill me. She gasped, her body already protesting at the mere thought. She was terrible at sports. But he was unmoved, his gaze as cold and hard as steel. She had 1 hour to finish them all. For every extra minute, she would run another 1,000 meters, and it started. Now he clicked a stopwatch, the sound echoing her doom. There was no time to argue. She scrambled onto the treadmill, her legs pumping furiously, but her body, unaccustomed to such exertion, quickly betrayed her. Her lungs burned, and she was panting heavily, sweat beading on her forehead. Have I offended you, Mu Yusin? She wheezed. Her mind racing. I was kidnapped. You didn't punish the bad people, but you torture me instead. This is not fair. Lost in her indignation, her foot slipped. A sickening thud echoed through the gym as she crashed onto the hard surface. A sharp, throbbing pain shot through her head. It hurt so bad. She sat there, dazed and aching, but his voice cut through her pain like a whip. The weak don't have the right to demand fairness. Get on your feet and keep running. Not a shred of sympathy, not a hint of concern, just cold, brutal logic. Something inside her snapped. The pain, the humiliation, the sheer injustice of it all boiled over into pure rage. Screw the running, I won't do it, she screamed, tears of frustration stinging her eyes. You are so cold-blooded that you deserve to be burnt to death. She lunged towards him, ready to do what, she didn't know, but before she could take another step, his hand shot out, grasping her wrist. The grip was like iron, impossibly strong for a man in a wheelchair. Her entire body froze in shock. He leaned in, his visible eye narrowing into a dangerous slit. He was getting bolder, he sneered. Get off me, she yelled, trying to wrench her arm free. I swore I'd pay back whoever bullied me with 10 times more. His grip only tightened, his voice a low, mocking whisper. Did she have the strength to do that? He then released her as suddenly as he had grabbed her. With a cry of awe, she lost her balance and tumbled to the floor once again. The world is much crueler than you think, he stated. His voice echoing in the vast emptiness of the gym. Strength speaks for everything. He looked down at her, a predator observing his prey. The strength, she mumbled, the words catching in her throat. As he turned his wheelchair and began to leave, a fire ignited in her soul. She glared at his retreating back, her voice ringing with newfound resolve. I'll remember what happened today. I'll make you pay for this. Her eyes burned with defiance. From his wheelchair, he glanced back, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. I'm waiting, he said, the challenge accepted. A surge of adrenaline coursed through her. Damn it, I must become stronger. With a roar of determination, she hauled herself up and launched herself back onto the treadmill, running with a ferocity she never knew she possessed. An hour later, her body felt like a wet noodle, every muscle screaming in protest. She lay on the floor, a puddle of exhaustion, her soul literally floating out of her body. God, I'm exhausted, she groaned. Mu Yusin is a devil. Just then, her phone began to buzz incessantly. Ugh, it hurts, she thought, reaching for the device with a trembling hand. The caller ID flashed. Mu Mian, her heart sank. What does she want at this hour? Is it about the thesis or her childhood sweetheart? She answered, her voice flat and formal. Do you need something, Professor Mu? On the other end, the professor's voice was deceptively sweet. Yes, I'd like to talk about your thesis. Zia Fei scoffed internally. At this hour, after you called me over 20 times, humph, I know what's in your mind perfectly well, the professor coughed awkwardly, launching into a flimsy excuse about helping postgraduates during the day. What have you been doing? Why did you call me back so late? She asked, a clear note of accusation in her tone. A wicked little smile played on Zia Fei's lips. Two could play at this game. Oh, nothing, she purred into the phone, her voice dripping with fake innocence. Yusin insisted on practicing horizontal jogging with me. I was so focused and didn't hear the ring. She suggestively ran a hand down her body, knowing full well the image it would conjure in the professor's mind. The silence on the other end was deafening, then an explosion of disbelief. Impossible, Yusin is disabled. How could he do that with you? Zia Fei's smile widened. He's disabled, but I'm not, she cooed. Besides, Yusin is quite strong. That was the final straw. Shameless, Mu Mian shrieked, her professional facade shattering completely. Your thesis hasn't passed yet and you still have the time to seduce Yusin. Zia Fei's playful mood vanished, replaced by a cold fury. Professor Mu, what happens between my fiancé and me has nothing to do with my thesis. Why did you turn it down again and again? The professor's voice turned venomous, her power as an instructor her only weapon. Your points and the grounds of the argument are vague, your views are biased, and you use strong words. Anyway, rewrite it. Before Zia Fei could even protest, the line went dead. A dial tone buzzed in her ear, mocking her. She sat there, phone in hand, utterly defeated for a moment. Why are people in the Mu family so unreasonable? She fumed, storming down the hallway. I'll ask for leave tomorrow and go back to the school to reason things out. She reached her room, ready to collapse on her bed and forget this horrid day. But as she opened the door, a heavenly aroma wafted out, stopping her in her tracks. Her eyes widened. On the table sat a magnificent lobster steaming beside a bowl of fragrant rice. He actually kept his promise. It smells so good, she whispered, a genuine smile gracing her lips for the first time all day. And then a deliciously petty idea popped into her head. I wonder what Zia Nguyen will think if she sees these. She quickly snapped a picture and posted it to her social media. The comments flooded in, friends asking if she'd become rich, but the one person she wanted to provoke, Zia Nguyen, was silent. Tusk, she didn't comment at all, she muttered, slamming her phone down in frustration. As for Zia Nguyen's bestie, Sun Rong, I'll make you pay sooner or later. As she put her phone down, she noticed a folded piece of paper beside her plate. Huh. She picked it up. It was a note from Mu Yusin, his handwriting neat and precise. We'll go to the police station at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The next morning, the sterile, imposing police station loomed before them. What are we doing here? She asked, glancing nervously at Mu Yusin. They'll take our statement, he replied calmly. Inside, an officer greeted them. The interrogation had been going on all night, he explained, but the kidnappers claimed they didn't know their hirer. The officer handed Yusin a file. This is the record of their chat. Zia Fei leaned over his shoulder to read. The messages were chillingly specific. Zia Fei gets off work at 6 p.m. Keep a close eye on her. Find a way to lure them out. Kidnap her. Her blood ran cold. It's odd, she murmured, her mind racing. This person seems to know the company's environment well. I don't think it was Zia Nguyen. She looked at the officer. How about the employer's bank account? The officer shook his head. We've looked into it too. The account holder doesn't know what happened. Looks like someone stole his account. He then gestured towards an interrogation room. They are all here. Ask them if you have any questions, Mr. Mu. Inside, two of her kidnappers sat hunched over, a young man and a frail-looking old woman. The moment they saw her, they began to grovel. Please spare me, Ms. Zia, I really don't know who wants to hurt you, the man cried. I didn't spend any of the money, please spare me, the old woman whimpered, her hands trembling. Zia Fei looked down at them, her expression unreadable, her heart a block of ice. Have you thought of sparing me? She asked, her voice dangerously quiet. When you kidnapped me? She took a step forward, the sound of her heel on the floor echoing like a judge's gavel. Suddenly, the third kidnapper, a brutish man, let out a guttural snarl, his eyes wild with madness. He lunged forward, screaming incoherently, before Zia Fei could even flinch. A black-gloved hand shot out, pulling her back protectively. It was Yusin, her eyes widened in surprise as he held her arm. In the same instant, one of Yusin's bodyguards moved like lightning, slamming his fist into the attacker's jaw. The man went down hard, coughing up a spray of blood as he collapsed onto the cold floor. The thug lay there broken and finally gasped, I admit my crime. I admit it. Send me to jail. Zia Fei stared bewildered. Is he crazy? He asked to go to jail. She looked at Yusin, who was now calmly resting his arm on hers. He leaned in, his voice a low murmur meant only for her. Compared to the interrogation here, going to jail would be a relief. He then addressed the officer. Can we send them for conviction now, Mr. Mu? The officer asked. Yusin's lips curved into a cruel smile. Not so fast, keep interrogating them in another place. As the officers dragged the sobbing, screaming men away, one of them pleaded, Please kill me, I can't take it anymore. Zia Fei watched in horror. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Don't tell me torturing people is his hobby. Yusin ignored her shocked expression and turned to the captain. Where are the people of the Zia family? The captain gestured to the adjacent room. They are in the room next to us. They entered to find her family looking haggard and stressed. Fei, her father cried, rushing towards her. Are you all right, Fei? His hands grasped her shoulders, his eyes filled with genuine relief and worry. I'm fine, Dad. I'm sorry that I didn't call you last night, she said, her own eyes tearing up. It felt so good to have someone truly care. But the moment was shattered by her stepmother's sharp, whining voice. I told you she's tough. What could go wrong? Nguyen and I haven't slept for night and we were interrogated like criminals. Her father spun around, his face contorted with fury. Enough, how could you complain after what happened to Fei? He roared, Don't shout at me, Zia Yan, she shrieked back. She's all right, isn't she? Can't I complain? Zia Nguyen quickly stepped in to soothe her mother. It's okay, Dad, Zia Fei said, her voice heavy with resignation. I never expected her care anyway. Zia Nguyen then turned on her, her voice dripping with sanctimony. You must be grateful, Fei. Mom saved money on food and expenses just to raise you. That's hard, isn't it? She saved money on food and expenses for me. The words echoed in Zia Fei's mind, unlocking a Pandora's box of bitter memories. Memories flooded back, being sent away to her grandmother's house at just 6 years old, a tiny suitcase in her hand, barely seeing her mother for years. Graduating from high school, her heart soaring with the hope of finally being a family again, only to be cast out, told to earn her own way through university because they were too poor to support her. The lies, the neglect, the feeling of being an unwanted burden. It all came rushing back. She stood before them, a shadow of the past looming over her. Her voice was barely a whisper, yet it cut through the room like a blade. Did she ever raise me? Zia Nguyen looked away, unable to meet her gaze. Zia Fei took a deliberate step forward, her eyes locked on her stepmother. I thought you were partial, she began, her voice gaining strength, trembling with a lifetime of hurt. But now, I really want to ask you. She slammed her hand down on the table, the sharp crack silencing everyone. Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over, her gaze pleading, desperate for an answer to the question that had defined her very existence. Am I your birth daughter, Mom? The room fell into a dead, suffocating silence as her stepmother stared back, her face a mask of pure shock. The mother's words trembled in the sterile air of the police station, a pathetic attempt at comfort. Of course you are. Her hand reached out, patting Zia Fei's shoulder with a touch that felt more like a judgment than an embrace. Zia Nguyen, ever the performer, rushed to her mother's side, her voice dripping with false concern. She insisted their mother had only been harsh because she was so worried, so utterly distraught after the kidnapping. We almost cried, she declared, a blatant, disgusting lie. The mother's expression hardened, the flimsy mask of concern falling away to reveal cold manipulation, her eyes bored into Zia Fei's. Since you care about me so much, she began, her voice a silken threat. Cooperate with the police and tell them who you contacted recently. Before Zia Fei could even process the accusation, Zia Nguyen gasped, her hand flying to her chest in a theatrical display of shock. Are you suspecting me? She cried, her voice quivering with indignation. I'm your elder sister. The performance continued, a masterclass in emotional blackmail. Zia Nguyen listed off innocent phone calls to housewives and classmates, her voice rising with each word until it broke into a sob. Tears, like perfect little crystals, welled in her eyes as she delivered the final, crushing blow. Are you satisfied now? You can interrogate me as you want, but Mom and Dad can't withstand this for long. Do you want Dad to have another heart attack? A collective gasp filled the room. Zia Fei stared, stunned by the sheer audacity, her father looking pale and shaken. Enough, this had to stop. She turned away from the nauseating family drama, her gaze finding the silent man in the wheelchair. Her voice was quiet but firm, cutting through the tension like a knife. Let them go, Mr. Mu. The police officer confirmed they were released on bail but forbidden from leaving the country. Mu Yusin gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod. As the officer led her so-called family away to complete the paperwork, the room emptied, leaving Zia Fei alone in the suffocating silence. The door creaked shut, sealing her in with her thoughts. She looked down, a strange mix of exhaustion and clarity washing over her. I don't think Zia Nguyen did this, she said softly, more to herself than to him. She's not that capable. The real culprit, she reasoned, would need to be cunning, someone who knew how to steal accounts, someone intimately familiar with her company's security. And then, like a lightning strike, a name flashed in her mind, cold and terrifying. Her eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat as she whispered the name aloud. Mayan, but before the name had even fully left her lips, Mu Yusin's voice cut in, swift and absolute. It was not her. Zia Fei flinched as if struck. Why are you so sure? She demanded, whipping around to face him. You barely thought about it. He met her fiery gaze, his own unreadable behind the mask. Why do you think it was her? He countered coolly, frustration boiled in her veins. Was he really this blind? Don't play dumb. She snapped. Now that I'm your fiancé, of course she hates me. Of course your precious childhood sweetheart would want me gone. His next words shattered what little composure she had left. Do you think Mai and Mian would envy you? The insult, so casually delivered, hung in the air between them, sharp and cruel. What do you mean? She stammered, her cheeks burning with humiliation. He simply pushed past her, his voice devoid of any emotion. Literal meaning. That was it, she was done. Whatever, she seethed. I'll figure it out myself. She stormed from the room, the sound of the door slamming behind her echoing her own fractured heart. Leaning against the cold wood, she squeezed her eyes shut. He would always choose Mai and Mian. He would never ever believe her. A bitter question clawed at her throat. Why does he believe Mu Mai and Mian so much? How could a fake fiancé ever hope to compete with the real childhood sweetheart? Muttering whatever, under her breath she turned and collided with a solid chest. Ugh, sorry. Strong arms instantly wrapped around her waist, steadying her. A low, familiar voice murmured in her ear, a voice she despised. When will you learn to look at the road while walking, Faye? Mu Feng, she recoiled as if burned, shoving him away with all her might. Who are you to call me Faye? She spat, her voice dripping with contempt. She smoothed down her skirt, lifting her chin and fixing him with a withering glare. Based on the seniority in the family, you should call me auntie now. Xie Feng scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. You haven't got married yet, why should I talk about seniority? But Zia Fei's smile was sharp, predatory. Even so, I'm still your uncle's fiancée. At the very least, you should call me aunt. His face twisted in a snarl of fury. Stop bringing up the seniority, Zia Fei. He lunged for her, his hand reaching out to grab her. But she sidestepped him with contemptuous ease, leaving him grasping at empty. Oh, this was going to be fun. Suddenly a voice cold as ice sliced through the air from behind her. Call her aunt. It was Mu Yusin. Zia Fei turned, a triumphant, wicked smirk spreading across her face. Did you hear that? She purred, looking at Xie Feng's stunned expression. Your uncle told you to call me aunt. Mu Yusin's gaze pinned his nephew to the spot. What, you have problems with my fiancé? Defeated, Xie Feng choked out the word through gritted teeth. Aunt. Zia Fei leaned in, cupping a hand to her ear dramatically. Tut, what a low voice, you didn't even bow. Don't go too far, he hissed, her smile turned venomous. You think cheating on me is okay, but bowing is too far? Weren't you happy when you knelt in front of my sister, fawning all over her? How utterly lowly you were. What are you talking about? He roared, his face flushing with rage and denial. Zia Fei simply raised an eyebrow, pulling out her phone with a deliberate slowness. Don't want to admit it? My sister told me everything. Shall we review the chat history? Panic flashed in his eyes. He stumbled forward, bowing low in a pathetic display of submission. Aunt, a devilish laugh echoed in Zia Fei's mind. Asterisk idiot, there is no chat history, I lied, asterisk. She patted his bowed head condescendingly. Nice, good kid, she cooed. I have other things to do, pardon me. As she walked away beside Mu Yusin, she called over her shoulder, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. Don't be shy, nephew. Remember to kneel before me on New Year's Eve. I'll give you a big red packet. Just as the elevator doors closed, Xie Feng's family finally appeared. Zia Nguyen saw him standing there, humiliated and alone. Xie Feng. She called out, rushing towards him. But the man she reached was not the one she knew. His eyes were cold, filled with a terrifying rage. The humiliation, the lies, the manipulation, it all coalesced into a singular, violent impulse. He lunged, his hand clamping around her throat in a vice-like grip. You be asterisk TCH? He snarled, the words tearing from his throat. Zia Nguyen clawed at his hand, her eyes wide with terror. How dare you lie to me? He raged, his grip tightening. You don't care about your reputation, but I care about mine. Tears streamed down her face as he accused her of ruining his image in Zia Fei's heart, revealing his twisted obsession. As she sobbed that she never said anything, she swore it. A flicker of doubt crossed his face. Could it be, did Zia Fei lie to drive them apart because she still loved him? He shoved her away violently. I'll spare you this time, watch your tongue. Zia Nguyen collapsed, gasping and coughing as her mother rushed to her side. Through her tears, she spun a new lie, painting Zia Fei as the villain who sabotaged her relationship. The mother, ever ready to believe the worst of her other daughter, turned on her husband, her voice shrill with blame. Look what your daughter has done. The man just looked pale and exhausted, muttering that he had to go before scurrying. Zia Fei caught up with him in the lobby. Dad, what's wrong? He looked haunted, his eyes avoiding hers as he asked a strange question. Fei, did Mr. Seventh give you money? No, why? She asked, confused. He sighed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. He treats me well, she reassured him, but the question that had been burning inside her finally spilled out. Dad, why did you agree to let me marry Mu Yusin? You knew he was disabled. His face crumpled with shame. I'm a loser, he whispered. Blame me, but you can't marry Mu Feng. He covered his face with his hand, unable to look at her. Zia Fei's heart hardened. Why? She demanded. Because Zia Nguyen likes him, because I'm easier to convince. No, it was because, he stammered, his eyes wide with panic. Because of what? She pressed, her patience snapping. The truth finally erupted from him, a desperate, broken shout that shattered the air around them. Because your sister is pregnant. The world stopped, the words echoed in the sudden silence of her mind. Pregnant? Her voice was a ghost of a whisper. Do you mean she is pregnant with Mu Feng's baby? He couldn't meet her eyes. Family scandals can't be made public, I had no choice. The pieces of the puzzle slammed into place with sickening clarity. Zia Nguyen was pregnant with the man Zia Fei was supposed to marry, but wait, her mind reeled. You were supposed to marry Mr. Seventh at the start, what does that mean? She had thought the engagement was for Zia Nguyen, it was all a lie. The engagement was always for her. Her father waved his hand dismissively. Yes, yes, you were supposed to marry Shea Feng, but now you'll marry Mr. Seventh. They're all from the Mu family, what's the difference? Zia Fei crossed her arms, a cold fire igniting in her chest. Who cares about the Mu family? I only want to marry the person I love, she declared, her voice ringing with newfound resolve. As for Mu Yusin, I'll find a chance to leave him. Her father just sighed, telling her to go, that her mother was waiting. As he walked away, she saw a sleek black car waiting at the curb. Mo Yusin and his assistant were there. She started to walk past them. I have to go back to my university to deal with my thesis, she said, not looking at him. I can't go back with you. His reply was simple, unyielding. Get in the car. She tried again. We aren't heading in the same direction. But he was ready for her. I'll inspect a subsidiary later. Your university is on the way. He'd planned this. His assistant confirmed it, saying the decision was made last night. Defeated, she sighed and slid into the car. When they arrived at the campus, she got out quickly. Thanks for the ride. But as she turned to leave, his voice stopped her. Zia Fei. Just then, a cheerful voice called her name. Her friend was waving at her from the university gates. A real smile finally touched Zia Fei's lips as she went to meet her. The two of them walking away together, a picture of normalcy in a day full of chaos. Inside the car, Mu Yusin watched them go. He turned to his assistant. You've earned an extra bonus of 1,000 yuan this month. The assistant, Lu Hong, was surprised. Thank you, sir, but won't you help MS? Zia Fei, she seems to have problems with her thesis. Do you think I'll help her? Mu Yusin asked, his gaze still on the spot where she had disappeared. Lu Hong glanced in the rearview mirror. The way you treat her is different. If you need me to, I can call the dean now. Mu Yusin's voice dropped, becoming dangerously cold. Lu Hong. He raised a gloved finger to his mask, his visible eye a shard of ice. Don't forget the rules. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Hong's neck. He'd overstepped. I was wrong, he stammered. Don't let it happen again, Mu Yusin warned. Just then a phone buzzed. Lu Hong passed it back. Sir, it's from childish Shea Feng. He's offering 2 million to divorce Zia Fei. Mo Yusin glanced at the screen. 2 million? The sheer arrogance was almost laughable. With a smirk, he typed back a reply, adding a cheeky, taunting sticker for good measure. Poor ass, 20 million will be a decent offer. The sun filtered through the campus trees, casting dappled light on the walkways. The idyllic scene was shattered by a sharp, accusing voice. Dear, how did you become a rich lady overnight? Zia Xiao demanded, her eyes narrowed at Zia Fei. I saw the lobster and bird's nest in your moments. Don't tell me Mu Shifeng bought them for you. A shadow passed over Zia Fei's face. That name, it still tasted like ash in her mouth. She forced a calm she didn't feel, her voice flat as she replied that she'd broken up with that scum a long time ago. Zia Xiao's eyes widened in shock, then narrowed again with suspicion. His mistress? Don't tell me it's your harmless elder sister. How could she know? Zia Fei's heart skipped a beat, but her friend just scoffed. I don't even need to guess, she declared, pointing a finger dramatically. As the saying goes, prevent fire hazard, guard against theft, and be defensive to those who are close to you, so the only suspect is your sister. A small, genuine smile finally touched Zia Fei's lips. Clever, she murmured, patting her friend's head affectionately. Let me caress you, but Zia Xiao wasn't done with her interrogation. Then why did you come back? You should be far away from that mess, not stressing right now. Zia Fei's smile faded, the weight of her troubles returning. She sighed, explaining that she came back for her graduation thesis. She'd revised it so many times she was getting sick, all because of some professor. That's absurd. Zia Xiao exploded, grabbing her arm. Sun Rong's paper is a piece of junk, but they let her pass anyway. Your paper is well written, that witch did it on purpose. She was ready for war. Let's go to the dean, I'll go with you. But as they started walking, Zia Fei's feet stopped dead. Her friend's words echoed in her mind. Wait, you said Sun Rong's paper passed? Zia Xiao nodded, confirming that Sun Rong had been talking about it for days. A dangerous glint appeared in Zia Fei's eyes, a slow, wicked smile spreading across her face. An idea, perfect and devious, began to form. I've got an idea, she whispered, her finger pressed to her lips in a shushing motion. Zia Xiao, send me her paper. A gentle knock echoed in the quiet hallway. From inside the office, a muffled voice called out to come in. Zia Fei pushed the door open and stepped inside, her expression carefully neutral. An older, balding man sat behind a large desk. Hello, Dean Sun, she said politely. He looked up, his eyes filled with mild confusion as he asked who she was. I'm Sun Rong's classmate, Zia Fei, she explained with a placid smile. The moment she mentioned his daughter's name, the dean's entire demeanor shifted. Oh, Rong's classmate? He exclaimed, his voice suddenly warm and inviting. Have a seat, what can I help you with? Zia Fei sat down, her posture poised and respectful. She began to explain her situation, how she had handed her thesis to Professor Mu but hadn't been allowed to pass, even after a dozen revisions. I don't think my thesis is that bad, she finished, her voice laced with just the right amount of desperation. The dean leaned back, a patronizing smile on his face. I see, he said smoothly. The tutors are responsible for evaluation. It's outside my jurisdiction, but his eyes gleamed with a slimy sort of interest. He leaned forward, his hand creeping unnervingly close to her leg. And I can break the rule and guide you for once. A wave of revulsion washed over Zia Fei, but she kept her face a perfect mask of calm. She didn't flinch. Instead, she looked him straight in the eye, her voice firm and clear. Mr. Dean, I suspect Professor Mu conducted jobbery and did it to me on purpose. I think it's bad for our university's reputation if it gets out. The dean's smile vanished. He scoffed, defending the professor as conscientious and responsible. Why would she do that? Zia Fei didn't back down. You can check it yourself if you don't believe it, she challenged. I'll take the punishment if my thesis is bad. She stood up, an unshakable confidence radiating from her. The dean's eyes narrowed, weighing his options. Fine, he finally conceded. To be fair, I'll follow you and check it. But as he rose from his chair, a dark, predatory thought crossed his mind. Asterisk hee, I'm the one who will decide if it's good or bad anyway. You'll beg me for my guidance by then. Asterisk outside Professor Mu's office, a crowd of anxious students waited. Xiao stood among them, taking a deep, steadying breath. Just then she spotted them coming down the hall. Mr. Dean is coming, get ready, she shouted to the others. The dean strode up, his face stern as he asked why they were all gathered there. Xiao stepped forward, explaining they were all there to ask Professor Mu for help with their theses. She then turned to Zia Fei with a wink. Wait for my good news, she mouthed before they both slipped into the office. Do you have a minute, Professor Mu? The dean asked, his voice heavy with authority. Professor Mu looked up from her desk, surprised. What brings you here, Mr. Dean? She asked. Before he could answer, Zia Fei chimed in with a sweet, knowing smile. He's got something to ask you, of course. Professor Mu's eyes widened in shock. Zia Fei. The dean cleared his throat loudly, cutting her off. Professor Mu, Zia Fei told me you made some harsh and unfair criticisms on her thesis. Is that true? The professor's expression hardened, her posture rigid as she denied it flatly. Of course not. She stood, the clack of her heels sharp in the tense silence. Her voice dripped with disdain as she declared that only immoral students would make up such a ridiculous lie. But Zia Fei merely smiled, unbothered by the insult. Please have a look at my thesis, Mr. Dean, she said, holding out a folder. The dean snatched it from her hand and began to leaf through it, his expression twisting into a sneer of disgust. Suddenly, he hurled the papers to the ground. What the hell is this? He roared, his face red with manufactured outrage. It's nonsense. How could you say Professor Mu's criticisms are unfair when your thesis is so bad? The papers scattered across the floor at Zia Fei's feet. She looked down at them, then back up at the furious dean, her expression one of perfect, wide-eyed innocence. Is it really that bad? She asked softly. Then please read this one. It's a great thesis that Professor Mu approved. The dean's eyes flickered with confusion as he glanced at another paper on the professor's desk. He picked it up, his expression slowly changing from anger to approval as he read. This one is much better, he declared. Its points and grounds are clear, a reasonable paper. A tiny, triumphant smile touched Zia Fei's lips. As the dean praised the paper, she calmly bent down and picked up the one he had thrown on the floor. Oops, she said, her voice dripping with mock apology. Sorry, Mr. Dean, it appears I made a mistake just now. She held up the paper in his hands. You are looking at my thesis. As for this one, she held up the bad thesis he had just stomped on, and his eyes widened in horror as he saw the name printed clearly on the cover, Sun Wrong. It was his daughter's. Professor Mu's face turned ashen, her eyes shooting daggers at Zia Fei. The trap had been sprung. You're very knowledgeable indeed, Mr. Dean, Zia Fei purred, her smile sharp as a knife's edge. You didn't judge the papers based on your personal relationship? Cornered and humiliated, the dean began to sweat. He had no choice. Zia Fei, he choked out, his voice trembling. Your thesis is passed. He rushed towards her, trying to placate her to keep her quiet. As long as you keep what happened today to yourself, he stammered, I'll arrange an internship in a big firm for you and you'll become a regular employee right after. He was practically begging. Zia Fei just smiled sweetly. Mr. Dean, she began, her hand reaching for the doorknob. With a sharp twist, she threw the door open, revealing the entire crowd of students who had been listening outside. She raised her voice, making sure everyone could hear. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Could you please say it again? The dean froze, his face a mask of pure terror. Every eye in the hallway was on him. He was trapped. I mean, he stammered, his voice cracking under the pressure. Your thesis is passed. Sun Rong's thesis will be rejected and she must start over. Zia Fei clasped her hands together, her eyes shining with false admiration. You are a just person indeed, Mr. Dean. You do things with integrity. You are the role model of all students in our college. I admire you so much. But she wasn't finished. Her eyes narrowed, landing on the pale-faced professor. And, Professor Mu, she was the one who deliberately made things difficult for me. What she didn't just target me. She did it to many other students too. Don't you think a person like her should be punished? The dean, desperate to save what little reputation he had left, turned on Professor Mu. Professor Mu, you are suspended and will be reviewed. Your salary will stay the same, but we'll talk about other issues when the result comes out. Defeated, Professor Mu could only lower her head. I understand your difficulty, she muttered. I'll cooperate. But as the students were ushered out, her fist clenched at her side, her knuckles white with rage. Damn it, her mind screamed. I only stopped Zia Fei from graduation because Mu Sheifeng asked me to do so. I wouldn't get into trouble if it weren't for him. Now I'm humiliated. As the students dispersed, gossiping excitedly about the downfall of the scornful witch, the dean frantically shooed them. He pulled out his phone, his hands shaking. Just then a girl came running down the hall. Dad, Sun Rong cried, rushing to his side. What happened? I've heard Zia Fei. He cut her off with a roar of fury. Don't call me dad, why would I have such a useless daughter? Get the hell back and rewrite your thesis. The sharp crack of a slap echoed through the empty corridor. Sun Rong crumpled to the floor, her cheek burning. Her father didn't even look back as he stormed away, leaving her sobbing in a heap. She slowly picked herself up, clutching her stinging face. Through the window, she could see them. Zia Fei, surrounded by her friends, laughing and celebrating her victory. The sight filled Sun Rong with a venomous, all-consuming hatred. Her eyes narrowed into slits, burning with the promise of revenge. Zia Fei, she hissed through clenched teeth. I'll make you pay, far away in a quiet, sunlit garden. A man in a sharp suit gave his report. Mr. CEO Zia had handled it properly, Zio Lai said respectfully. You don't have to worry about her now. The man in the wheelchair Yusin didn't even look at him. Do you think I worry about her? He asked, his voice flat and cold. Your talk is too much. Your salary this month will be deducted by 2,000. Drive me back to the company. Zio Lai sighed internally. It's so hard to guess what your boss thinks. Later, Professor Mu sat waiting nervously in a private room. The door clicked open and she looked up expectantly. Yusin entered, pushed in his wheelchair by Zio Lai. A relieved smile bloomed on her face. Yusin, she breathed. He gestured for Zio Lai to leave, his gaze fixed on her. Sit, are you looking for me? She nodded eagerly, launching into her carefully rehearsed explanation. Yes, I had some conflicts with Zia Fei today. I want to explain it to you. She pulled out her phone, showing him the thesis. Look, Yusin, this is Zia Fei's thesis. She was unhappy because I told her to revise it several times. He simply said, it's okay, his face unreadable. Encouraged, she pressed on, painting herself as the victim. She claimed she only wanted to make the thesis better, but Zia Fei had gone to the dean and accused her of finding fault on purpose. Is that all? He asked quietly. She continued her tale of woe, pouring tea as she spoke. She even threw the dean's daughter under the bus, claiming her paper was terrible, but she had to pass it because their godfather was friends with Dean's son. I was suspended after the thing got out, she finished, her voice trembling with false emotion. I'm okay with the punishment. I just don't want you to misunderstand me, Yusin. She looked up at him, her eyes pleading. He looked at her for a long moment, his expression hidden behind his mask. It's okay, he said finally, as long as your conscience is clear. She let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. I see, she murmured, setting her cup down. But just outside the door, another figure had been listening to every word. Zia Fei's lips curled into a smirk, asterisk tusk. I knew you'd come here to confuse right and wrong. Asterisk with a soft click, she pushed the door open and strolled in, a bright smile on her face. I'm back, Yusin, Professor Mu gasped, her face draining of color. Zia Fei ignored her, walking straight to Yusin's side and placing a familiar hand on his shoulder. Why is your sister glaring at me? She asked playfully. She should call me sister-in-law. Professor Mu scoffed, her composure returning. It's just a title. If you can marry Yusin for real, you'll be his wife no matter what I call you. With a final, parting shot, she stood to leave. Yusin, I have to go home to explain what happened to our godfather. I'm leaving. As the door closed behind her, Zia Fei turned to Yusin, her playful facade dropping instantly. Do you believe what she said just now? She asked, her voice serious. For the first time, his visible eye snapped open, cold and sharp. Does it matter? He shot back. Why do you care? The unexpected iciness in his tone startled her. Of course I care, she insisted, her brows furrowing. Aren't you my fiancé? The word seemed to trigger something in him. Fiancé? He repeated, a bitter mocking laugh in his voice as he began to wheel his chair directly towards her. She took an involuntary step back. My fiancé when I'm useful to you, he sneered, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. When I'm not, you'll say it's only a name and we won't register marriage and get married. Her heart pounded in her chest. Why was he so angry all of a sudden? She kept backing away until her back hit the cold, hard wall. She was trapped. He loomed over her, his presence suffocating, his one visible eye boring into her soul with an intensity that made her tremble. What am I to you, Zia Fei? He demanded, his voice a low, threatening growl. The tension in the room was a physical thing, thick and suffocating. Zia Fei leaned over the man in the wheelchair, her voice sharp as glass. This had to end. Now, she slammed her hand on the desk, her eyes blazing with righteous fury. You want to marry me to retaliate against Mu Feng, don't you? She accused, her finger jabbing towards his chest. We have no real relationship, we never did. His single visible eye widened just a fraction, the only sign of his surprise. Good, let him be surprised, let him know she wasn't some helpless doll. Her voice dripped with scorn as she continued, since we mean nothing to each other, why on earth would I care what happened between you and Mayan Mian? She straightened up, her words a final, defiant volley. You said it yourself. If my sister dares to make things hard for me, you won't forgive her. The threat hung in the air, a promise of violence he had made, a promise she was now throwing back in his face. Without another word, she spun on her heel, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She had to get out, away from him, away from this suffocating pretense. She stormed past his bewildered assistant, not once looking back. Behind her, the assistant turned to his master, his voice hesitant. Mr. Mu, should I send people to follow MS? Zia. But Mu Yusin remained silent, a statue shrouded in shadow. Just then, a soft buzz vibrated from his pocket. He pulled out his phone, the screen illuminating his masked face, a text message. It was from his brother, the seventh. The words on the screen made his blood run cold. Mr. Seventh, did Faye tell you that she'd go to a celebration party tonight? Don't worry, I'll have my friend keep eyes on her. We won't let Songjing express his love to her. Songjing, express his love? What was this? Faye pushed open the door to the restaurant, the warm air and cheerful chatter a stark contrast to the icy confrontation she'd just left. A hand shot up from a nearby booth, waving frantically. Faye. We are here, her friends. A small smile touched her lips as she saw them. But then her eyes landed on the man sitting with them, a man with warm, sunset-colored hair. Songjing? Her smile faltered. He was Zia Nguyen's friend. What was he doing here? He gave her a charming smile, his voice smooth as silk as he asked if she minded him joining her celebration party. The more the merrier, he declared. Faye sat down, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. Why was he here? Wasn't he supposed to be close to her sister? Pushing her doubts aside, Songjing raised his glass, proposing a toast to her thesis. The girls cheered, and soon the mood lightened. Someone suggested a game. It's boring if we just drink. Let's play truth or dare. Faye found herself agreeing, hoping the silly game would distract her. A pointer was placed on the table, and with a flick of her wrist, it spun wildly, finally slowing to a stop. It pointed directly at Songjing. He took a calm sip of his drink. All right, I'll choose truth, he said with an easy smile. The redhead Dong Lai leaned forward eagerly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Who's your favorite girl, Songjing? The other girls giggled, buzzing with anticipation. I don't think so, one of them mused aloud. He's a straight-A student, he doesn't have time for girls. But Songjing's smile never wavered. His next words silenced the entire table. There is someone I like. Who is it? The girls demanded, their curiosity piqued. His gaze, soft and deliberate, drifted across the table, landing on Faye, who was completely oblivious, sipping her drink and looking over her notes. He took a breath, his voice clear and unwavering. Zia Faye. The name dropped like a bomb. PFFT. Faye choked, spraying her drink across the table. And in the booth directly behind them, hidden in the shadows, Mu Yusin's brother Dante's did the exact same thing. Coughing and sputtering, Faye stared at Songjing in disbelief. You like me, are you kidding? She managed to gasp out. Dante's, wiping his mouth, had the exact same thought. He'd better be kidding. Songjing's expression turned serious. He set his glass down gently. I know this is a bit abrupt, Zia Faye, he said, his voice earnest, but I hope you could give me a chance to court you. Court her? Was he insane? Sorry, I'm engaged. She stammered, touching her neck as if the phantom weight of a contract was choking her. His gaze hardened slightly. I know, he said, his voice low. I know your elder sister framed you. You went to the Mu family because you had no choice. He leaned in, his next words a shocking, impossible promise. I can get rid of Mu Yusin for you. From the booth behind, Dante's eyes widened, listening to every word. Faye's mind reeled. An image of Mu Yusin, dangerous and unpredictable, flashed in her mind. A desperate thought took root. I need to get out of the Mu family as quickly as possible. That man is too dangerous. Her friend tugged on her sleeve, a frantic whisper in her ear. Don't be impulsive, Faye, your fiancé. Faye gently pulled her arm away, giving her friend a reassuring look. I know, don't worry. She turned back to Songjing, her decision made. This was a lifeline, a chance. If you can take me out of the Mu family, Songjing, she said, her voice steady and clear, I'll consider giving you a chance. A brilliant smile broke across his face. Okay, I'll help you with my full strength. Bang, a glass slammed down in the booth behind them. Dante's was seething. The game continued, but for Faye, everything had changed. She watched the pointer spin, a strange thought entering her mind. Maybe the pointer of fate had already turned, long before she even noticed. The destiny of a person chosen by fate is forever entwined with theirs. She cannot escape. The pointer stopped spinning, it landed on her. But why? Why does it have to be me? She wondered, clutching her glass. Her friend's cheerful voice broke through her thoughts. What's your choice, Faye? With a sigh, Faye answered, I'll choose truth. A card was flipped over, revealing a scandalous question in bright red letters. Who's the person in your sexual fantasy? The girls squealed with delight. Tell us now, come on, who is it? A deep blush crept up Faye's neck. She stammered out the first name that came to mind, a famous actor. Gu Rongxi. Her friend clapped her hands. Ha, I love Gu Rongxi too. In the back booth, Dante scoffed, pulling out his phone. He immediately sent a furious text. You'll stop filming for half a year at Gu Rongxi. The actor replied in confused protest, but Dante's was already texting another star. Screw you, I'm heterosexual at Kunlong, the actor shot back. Back at the table, the pointer had landed on Faye again. This time, the question was even worse. Haha, Zia Faye again. The question this time is, with whom did you have sex for the first time, and when? Dante's ears perked up, a dangerous glint in his eye. The girls began to whisper among themselves. She must be a virgin, right? But she dated Mu Sheafeng for 2 years. Faye just offered a serene, mysterious smile. It's a secret. I'll drink 3 glasses of beer as punishment. Her heart hammered in her chest. I can't let them know about Dante's. But Dong Lai wasn't having it. She grabbed the bottle, her smile a little too sharp. 3 glasses of whiskey, Faye blinked, shouldn't it be beer? Dong Lai's smile was unwavering. No, we only drink whiskey. You can answer the question if you don't want to drink it. Song Jing offered to take the punishment for her, but Dong Lai quickly shut him down. No way, it will be 9 glasses if you do it for her. What is wrong with her? Faye thought. Why is she so insistent? Fine. I'll do it myself, Faye declared, taking the glass. It's just a game. She downed the first glass, the fiery liquid burning its way down her throat, making her cough. She finished the drink, the glass hitting the table with a soft thud. 10 minutes later, the world was a blurry, spinning mess. Faye was slumped on the sofa, completely drunk. The other girls weren't much better. Dong Lai, surprisingly sober, announced she would take one of their friends home. As for Zia Faye, she said, her eyes sliding over to Song Jing with a sly, predatory gleam. Song Jing and I will take care of her. The next thing Faye knew, she was being thrown onto a soft surface. Song Jing, Zia Faye is so heavy, my shoulders are sore. Dong Lai's voice complained. Then another voice, one that sent a chill down Faye's spine despite the alcoholic haze. Did the plan go well? It was Zia Nguyen. Yeah, sure, Dong Lai replied. No one suspected us. Zia Nguyen looked down at Faye's unconscious form, her lips curling into a cruel smile. Good, no one will want her after tonight. She then dismissed Dong Lai, who looked utterly shocked. You are done here, leave. Before Dong Lai could protest, Song Jing wrapped an arm around her, pushing her toward the door. I've got other things to discuss with Zia Nguyen. I'll go to your place later, he cooed, shoving her out and shutting the door with a firm bang. The moment the door closed, the charming smile vanished from his face. He turned to Zia Nguyen, his voice cold. Where's my brother? Zia Nguyen gestured to another figure in the room. He's here. I gave him some sleeping pills. He'll wake up later. It was another man, passed out cold. Song Jing lifted the unconscious man, his expression unreadable. What's so good about Zia Faye? Zia Nguyen sneered. Why forget about her? He even ditched the girl that his family appointed. Song Jing merely smirked. Don't worry, after my brother and I finish enjoying this girl, he'll come around. He carried the man towards the bed, his smile turning wicked. He laid his brother down right next to Faye. Where's the spectator we are expecting? He asked. Zia Nguyen scoffed. He hasn't replied. I guess Zia Faye isn't that important to him. I informed the media and told them to come after an hour. I assume it's enough for you? Song Jing nodded. It's enough. I'll take a shower. Light up the aphrodisiac incense for me, please. As Zia Nguyen left, she cast one last hateful glare at Faye. Zia Faye, Song Kai wouldn't have ditched me if you hadn't shown up. She looked at the 2 unconscious bodies on the bed, a triumphant sneer on her face. You deserve this. With a flick of a lighter, she lit the incense stick, a sweet, cloying smoke beginning to fill the room. She watched the smoke curl into the air, a vision of Faye's ruin playing out in her mind. But then, her eyes widened in pure shock. A hand shot out from the bed, grabbing her wrist in an iron grip. It couldn't be. How despicable you are, a voice seethed clear and sober. Faye was sitting up, her eyes blazing with a cold fury. Zia Nguyen, a terrific sister indeed. She snatched Zia Nguyen's phone and with a tap turned off the running shower. The bathroom door opened and the real Song Jing stepped out, a towel around his neck. Are the lights off? He asked, blinking in the darkness. He stumbled into the room. Groaning as a headache pulsed behind his eyes. Where am I? He mumbled, collapsing onto the bed, his eyes focused on the man sitting up beside him. You are awake, Kai? He slurred, a drunken grin on his face. Look at my gift to you. But the man who looked back was not his brother Kai. It was the other brother, the one who was supposed to have left with Dong Lai. His smile was predatory. Are you mad, Jing? The man on the bed, the real Song Kai, cried out in horror. The fake Song Jing chuckled, a low, menacing sound. Stop pretending, Kai. There's no outsider here. Your favorite woman is lying right here. Don't you want her? He licked his lips, the aphrodisiac smoke swirling around them. Song Kai swallowed hard, his body beginning to burn, his mind foggy with drugs and dawning horror. The trap had never been for Zia Faye. It was for him. Her mind was racing, trying to piece together the venomous plot unfolding around her. Zia Nguyen had tipped off the media, that much was clear. She'd called in the vultures to witness a spectacle. But who was the real star of this twisted show? Before she could process it, an arm snaked around her from behind, a gloved hand clamping firmly over her mouth. A muffled gasp escaped her lips, her eyes wide with shock and fear. Who was this? Her heart hammered against her ribs as the mysterious figure pulled her back into the shadows. A low, familiar voice rumbled right next to her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. It's me, that voice. It couldn't be. Her eyes darted downwards, her mind screaming his name. Mu Yusin. He chuckled, the sound a dark vibration against her back. Before she could protest, he scooped her up, settling her onto his lap in the confines of his wheelchair. His breath was warm against her skin as he murmured, his voice laced with amusement. He knew Zia Nguyen had sent her here. He purred that she'd gotten smarter in just a few hours and that she should thank him for it. Thank him? The audacity? Bah, don't flatter yourself, she hissed, trying to squirm out of his grasp. His grip only tightened, his gloved hand wandering with infuriating confidence. He leaned in closer, his voice a seductive whisper. You just like retorting, don't you? A furious blush crept up her neck as his fingers grazed her side. You bastard, where are you touching? she shrieked in a hushed tone. But he was relentless, his lips brushing against her ear as he posed a shockingly intimate question asking who starred in her fantasies. In that horrifying, electrifying moment, it all clicked into place. So Mu Yusin was with me all the time, he was the spectator, she tried to shove him away, her mind reeling. He simply caught her hands, his tone shifting from playful to possessive. He told her to answer him, not someone else. That he wouldn't buy her toys anymore if she kept thinking about another man. Toys? Does he even know what he's talking about? Her brain felt like it was short-circuiting from pure, unadulterated embarrassment. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hall. Panic seized her. Hurry up, someone's coming, put me down. Without a word, he loosened his grip and deftly maneuvered his wheelchair across the hall, pushing open the door to the opposite room. They slipped inside, the door clicking shut with a deafening bang just as the footsteps grew louder. Her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs. She crept to the door, pressing her eye to the tiny crack. The hallway exploded in a blinding storm of flashing lights. A horde of reporters, cameras, and microphones raised like weapons were swarming the room they had just vacated. "Stop it, don't take photos," someone yelled, but the media frenzy was unstoppable. In the center of the chaos were the two sons of the Song family trying to block the doorway. But who were they protecting? The reporters were shouting over each other, a hungry pack of wolves. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a violent crash. Mu Shaofeng stood there, his face a thunderous mask of confusion and rage. "Faye," he yelled, his eyes scanning the room. "Are you all right?" He saw a small figure huddled under the white sheets on the bed. He rushed forward, his voice softening with concern. "Hey, don't be afraid, I." From across the hall, Zia Fei watched, her own plans spiraling out of control. "What is he doing? Why is he here?" Shaofeng called out her name again, his brow furrowed. If Zia Fei was supposed to be in that bed, then who was this woman? With a surge of dread and anger, he reached down and ripped the sheet away. The world seemed to stop, the camera flashes intensified. It wasn't Zia Fei. Curled up in the bed, looking terrified, was his fiancée, Zia Nguyen. A guttural roar of pure betrayal tore from Shaofeng's throat. "Zia Nguyen, you unfaithful bitch." Tears immediately welled in Zia Nguyen's eyes. "Shaofeng, listen to me, it's not what you think," she cried, the picture of a wronged woman, but he wasn't listening. He shoved her away with a look of utter revulsion. "Get lost." Zia Nguyen clutched the sheets to her chest, her voice a pathetic whimper. "I don't know why I'm here, I don't know." At that perfect moment, Zia Fei stepped out from the opposite room, her expression cool and unreadable. Zia Nguyen's head snapped up, her facade of innocence shattering like glass. A venomous hatred filled her eyes. "Zia Fei, it was you framed me." Zia Fei simply raised a delicate eyebrow. "What are you talking about, Zia Nguyen? I came only after I heard the noise. How did I frame you?" She let the question hang in the air before turning her attention to the frenzied reporters, her voice cutting through the noise. "But you are already engaged to Mu Shaofeng." Her eyes, sharp as daggers, landed back on her sister. "Why did you sleep in one room with the masters of the Song family?" A collective gasp went through the crowd. The accusation was a bomb and the reporters were the shrapnel. "Is it true, Miss Zia? Did you have a falling out with Mu Shaofeng? Will you cancel the engagement?" The questions came like machine gun fire. Zia Nguyen shielded her face, her voice cracking. "Don't listen to her nonsense, I'm innocent." But it was too late. Across the hall, a triumphant smirk graced Zia Fei's lips. It's hard for Zia Nguyen not to grab headlines today. She continued her calm, logical assault. "You have to be reasonable, Zia Nguyen. You are telling a lie. How could I knock you out if I was drunk?" Zia Nguyen, cornered and desperate, lashed out. Maybe you weren't drunk. You might have lured me here by pretending to be drunk to frame me." "You little slut." A woman's shriek cut through the chaos as their mother shoved her way to the front. She raised her hand, her face contorted in rage. "How dare you frame your sister? I'll beat you." But Zia Fei was faster, her hand shooting up to catch her mother's wrist in a grip of steel. "Mom, even if I were drunk, I wouldn't have rested with Song Jing in a hotel. Was he drunk? If he wasn't, why did he take me here on purpose?" She cried out, her voice filled with feigned hurt. The reporters went wild, their cameras flashing, capturing every second of the family implosion. Her mother, furious, screamed for Song Jing to get out and answer for framing her daughter. Just then, another powerful woman appeared on the scene. It was the Song family matriarch, her face a mask of cold arrogance. "My son could have any woman he wants. Why would he frame your daughter?" she sneered. Beside her, another woman looked pale, her eyes wide with panic. This wasn't how the plan was supposed to go. The Song matriarch bellowed for her sons. And moments later, the two brothers emerged from a bathroom, clad only in white robes. "Did this little slut lure you to this room?" their mother demanded. The brothers exchanged a look. "We don't know what happened. We saw Zia Nguyen lying on the bed the second we woke up, then the reporters came." Zia Nguyen's face drained of all color. "It's not the truth," she screamed, rushing towards Song Jing. "Song Jing, Zia Fei was drunk and she took you to this room, right? Say it." Song Jing's eyes flickered with something unreadable, but before he could speak, his brother grabbed his robe, hissing a venomous threat in his ear. "If you dare say anything bad about Zia Fei, I'll tell them all the shitty things you did." The younger brother looked terrified, mumbling that he didn't know what he was talking about. Seeing her last hope crumble, Zia Nguyen turned to the one person left, her fiancé, Mu Shaofeng. Tears streamed down her face as she crawled towards him. Feng, believe me, I heard Zia Fei was having a meal here, so I came because I was worried about her. I'm innocent. He looked down at her, his face carved from ice. Where's the evidence? He asked, his voice devoid of all emotion. Suddenly, a manic glint appeared in Zia Nguyen's tear-filled eyes, a lifeline. Oh right, the security camera, there's a security camera in the hallway, she exclaimed, pointing a triumphant finger. A flicker of panic, quick as lightning, crossed Zia Fei's face. Oh crap. The chaos only escalated with accusations flying like daggers. The reporters pressed in, hungry for the scandal of the year. From his hidden vantage point, Mu Yusin watched with a slow, impressed smile. I underestimated this girl, he thought to himself. The mothers joined the fray, with Zia Nguyen spinning a pitiful tale of being framed by her own sister. Zia Fei calmly dismantled her lies, leading Zia Nguyen to make even wilder accusations. Their mother, blinded by favoritism, lunged at Zia Fei again, only to be stopped. The arrival of the imperious Song matriarch and the subsequent appearance of her sons in their bathrobes only added fuel to the fire. Zia Nguyen's desperate pleas to Song Jing were met with a wall of silence, enforced by his brother's dark threat. Every escape route was closing. Defeated, she turned to Feng one last time, her voice trembling. Believe me, I'm innocent. But his cold demand for evidence was her final judgment. Then the desperate, triumphant cry echoed in the hallway as she remembered the all-seeing eye of the security camera. A single bead of sweat trickled down Zia Fei's temple. Had her perfect plan just hit a fatal snag? With his jaw clenched, Mu Feng's voice was like ice through the phone, ordering manager Chen to get the security footage from room 601 immediately. He wanted it now. A cold dread washed over Zia Fei, her heart plummeting into the depths of her stomach. The footage? It couldn't be. What should she do? What could she possibly do? Once they saw the footage, everything would be exposed. Her eyes darted around, searching for an escape, for any sign of help. Where was he? Where was Mu Yusin? Her gaze fell upon him and her blood ran cold. He was just standing there, playing on his phone. Is now really the time for that? A bitter laugh bubbled in her throat. How could she have been so stupid? To actually believe for a second that Mu Yusin would help her? What a fool she was. Just then, the manager scurried back into the room, his face pale and slick with sweat. He was panting as he delivered his report to Child Mu. All eyes were on him. This was it, the moment of truth. He stammered, explaining that there was nothing on the camera. The machine? It seemed to be broken. A collective gasp filled the room. Broken? How could it be broken? A wave of dizzying relief washed over Zia Fei. Was God actually helping her? But Zia Nguyen's shrill voice cut through the silence, her face a mask of disbelief and rage. How could the machine get broken so easily? She shrieked, her accusation hanging in the air, but before she could say more, Feng's voice boomed through the room. Enough. His face was a thundercloud of fury. He couldn't take any more of this. If she kept messing around like this, he would have no choice but to admit she cheated on him. Zia Nguyen's face crumpled, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded with him. She insisted she must have been framed, that there had to be another way to prove she was innocent. She would find out who did this to her, but he was done listening. He turned his back on her, his voice devoid of any warmth as he told her to get dressed and go home. In another corner of the hotel, the crowd of onlookers whispered amongst themselves, but Zia Fei's mother simply looked annoyed. Go home, she muttered under her breath. I'm hungry, you asked for it. As Zia Fei quietly pushed Mu Yusin's wheelchair away from the chaos, he asked what she had just said. She quickly replied, nothing. Meanwhile, in a private room, Zia Nguyen's mother cornered her, her face twisted with fury. Did she want to enrage her to death? How could she go back to her old habits and fool around with men right before marrying Mu Feng? Tears streamed down Zia Nguyen's face as she confessed that she only wanted to defame Zia Fei. She didn't know how everything backfired so horribly. Her voice trembled as she asked if Mu Feng would still marry her now. Her mother's expression softened slightly. Of course he would, she reassured her before asking the critical question, did they take advantage of her? Zia Nguyen shook her head frantically. Absolutely not, she cried. They woke her up, but she insisted she was Zia Fei, so she forbade them from touching her. A calculating glint appeared in her mother's eyes. Good, she said, telling her daughter to get dressed. They were going to the hospital. Zia Nguyen looked up, confused. The hospital? Why? Her mother poked her forehead, calling her a stupid daughter. It was an insult to her genes. They needed to run some tests to prove her innocence. A spark of hope ignited in Zia Nguyen's eyes. You are so clever, Mom, she exclaimed. They would go to the hospital right now and bring the report to Feng. He'll know she's innocent. A confident smile spread across her face. Don't worry, Mu Feng will love her as he always has after he reads the report. Later that night, under the pale light of the crescent moon, Zia Fei was relaxing at home, taking a picture with her phone. She leaned in close to Snow Wing, her magnificent white wolf, puckering her lips for a selfie. Hee hee, she giggled. My sweet son is so cute and handsome. Maybe she should start a social media account just for him to let the whole world appreciate his handsomeness. She affectionately rubbed his soft, white fur. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a notification. A new message. It was a video file. Sent from Dante's, her brow furrowed. What did Dante's send to her? Curiosity getting the better of her, she tapped accept. The video began to play and her eyes widened in shock. This is… On the screen, grainy security footage showed a familiar figure. It was Zia Nguyen, confidently striding down the hotel hallway and walking right into the room. Every frame, every step was undeniable proof of her lies. A text from Dantes followed, explaining everything. His buddy worked as a security guard at the hotel and had informed him when he saw her being taken. He had wanted to save her but was surprised she handled it herself. He told her not to worry. He had his friend delete the original video showing Zia Nguyen entering the room. And just like that, it all made sense. No wonder the hotel manager said the camera was broken. Dantes had saved her. As she was processing this, her phone began to buzz violently. It was a video chat request from him. Her finger hesitated for a moment before she accepted the call. His handsome face filled the screen, a playful wink in his eye. His voice was a low, teasing purr. "Babe, how will you thank me?" he asked. "How about kissing me?" A blush crept up her neck as she told him to stop joking. But he insisted he wasn't joking at all, his voice softening as he coaxed her to be good and close her eyes. Her heart began to race. What was she doing? Why should she listen to him? But against her better judgment, her eyelids fluttered shut. "Babe," he whispered through the speaker. It felt as if he were right there, leaning in so close she could feel his breath on her skin. "Do you love me?" he asked, his voice a gentle caress. She was completely flustered, unable to form words, only a stammered "I." A sudden swish of Snow Wing's tail broke the spell and her eyes flew open. Dantes chuckled through the phone. "Why did you stammer, babe? What do you want to say?" It was too much, she let out a little scream, rambling a panicked excuse about needing to exercise before abruptly ending the call. She clutched her burning cheeks, her heart hammering against her ribs. How could he be so cruel? He's helped her so many times, and all he wanted was to hear her say that she loves him. In his office, Mu Yusin sighed, rubbing his temples as his phone buzzed on the desk. He picked it up and his breath caught in his throat. It was a text from her. "Thank you for helping and, I love you." He froze, staring at the words on the screen. A storm brewed in his golden eyes. "I had tried every possible way to make you say these words," he thought, a bitter taste filling his mouth, "but you never said it. Now you said that to a security guard so easily." With a roar of frustration, he smashed the phone onto the floor, the sound echoing in the silent office. His assistant jumped, startled. "Mr. Mu, what?" he stammered. "Go get a new one," Yusin commanded, his voice glacial, not even glancing at the shattered device. The assistant scurried away, terrified. Later, a sharp knock came at Mu Feng's door. He opened it to find Zia Nguyen standing there, a triumphant look on her face. He scowled. "Why are you here?" She held up a hospital report like a trophy. "I've had a test," she declared. "This proves that I didn't have sexual intercourse with anyone within 24 hours. His eyes narrowed with contempt. "So you want to slander Zia Fei for knocking you out and framing you?" He sneered. She panicked, shaking her head. No, I thought about it carefully," she lied. "Maybe Song Jing and Song Kai had evil thoughts and knocked me out." The sharp crack of a slap echoed through the hallway. "You keep lying to me," he seethed, his hand stinging. "Manager Chen didn't expose you in front of the reporters because of me. You walked into the room yourself." He took a step back, his face a mask of pure revulsion. "I thought I wouldn't hate you even if I don't like you, but I was wrong. You disgust me." She crumbled to the floor, grabbing at his pants, tears of desperation streaming down her face. "Xie Feng, I swear I've never betrayed you." He kicked her hand away as if she were filth. "You are so disgusting. Get lost." A sudden sharp pain ripped through her abdomen and she gasped, doubling over. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw a dark pool of red spreading on the floor beneath her. "Blood, so much blood," she shrieked, her voice cracking with terror. "I'm about to miscarry, send me to the hospital." Xie Feng froze, his anger replaced by stunned disbelief. "You are pregnant? Who's the father?" Her head snapped up, her eyes blazing with fury. "It's yours, of course." His mind reeled. "You mean I could make you pregnant after I took the contraceptive drug?" The words slipped out and he immediately knew his mistake. He grabbed her chin, his voice a low growl. "Contraceptive drug? Why did you take that? If I didn't take it, how would I know you were so eager to cheat on me before getting married?" She shoved him away, her voice rising to a desperate scream. "No contraceptive drug can guarantee 100% contraception. This is your baby for sure." On her knees, she pleaded with him, begging him to send her to the hospital. But he just stood there, his face cold and unmoving. A cruel smirk twisted his lips. "Do you think I'll still believe you? Crawl to the hospital to protect another man's baby?" Her last hope shattered. "Don't you love me at all?" she whispered. "Love?" He spat. "You don't deserve it." Her desperation morphed into pure rage. She played her last card, screaming, "Mu Feng, don't forget that you can only get the right of inheritance by marrying me. You'll never defeat your uncle if I die, damn it." His fist clenched at his side. He was trapped. He pulled out his phone, his voice clipped and cold. "Send 2 men here." His men took her not to a pristine hospital, but to a filthy back alley clinic. Zia Nguyen recoiled in horror from the stained sheets. "I don't want to be treated here, send me to another hospital." But the grim-faced doctor informed her she'd bled too much. He promised to give her a painless abortion. The world tilted. "Get lost," she shrieked, fighting against the hands that held her down. "I don't do IT." A shadowy figure loomed over her. "Don't move," a cold voice commanded. "Let me check you." She was wheeled away, her screams echoing down the grimy hallway. Later, lying in a bed that smelled of antiseptic, she felt hollowed out, broken. She was one step away, one step from marrying into the Mu family, from having Mu Feng's baby and being worry-free for the rest of her life. Her hand trembled as she placed it on her flat stomach. A fire of pure hatred burned away her tears. Zia Fei, it's all your fault, she seethed. It was because of her that he suspected she cheated. It was because of her that he killed his baby. A single tear of venom slid from her eye. I will make you pay the price. Miles away, Zia Fei let out a sudden sneeze, then laughed, assuring a concerned Snow Wing that she was fine. Let's continue, she said cheerfully. I'll make you an internet celebrity. In Mu Yusun's office, his assistant entered with a new phone. Sir, I just got the news that Zia Nguyen was sent to a hospital to have an abortion by Mu Feng. What should we do next? A slow, cruel smile spread across Mu Yusun's lips. His voice was dangerously soft. Change Mu Feng's contraceptive drug to the real ones. The morning sun streams through the window, but inside, a storm is brewing. Mu Yusun sits propped up in bed, his arms crossed, a mask concealing his impatience. Where is she? His internal voice is a low growl. Why hasn't she come yet? Just then, a sweet, cloying voice drifts from behind the closed door, her voice. But who is she talking to? His ears perk up as he hears her shower someone with affection. Extreme beauty, perfect figure, I'm crazy about you. He wheels himself closer to the door, his heart beginning to pound with a strange, unfamiliar anger. I love you so much, baby. Mua. A kiss? She's blowing a kiss to another man in his house? The thought ignites a fire in his chest. His gloved hand grips the doorknob, his knuckles turning white under the fabric. How dare she express her love to another man in my place, and she's late. The door crashes open with a thunderous bang, and his one visible eye widens, ready to unleash his fury. But the scene that greets him makes him freeze in utter shock. Faye jumps, startled by the sudden intrusion. Mu Yusun, why are you here? She asks, completely bewildered. There, sitting on the floor amidst a pile of ribbons and bows, is not a man but her fluffy white dog, Snow Wing. She had been painstakingly tying a perfect red bow onto its fur, another one already adorning its head. The dog itself looks completely unimpressed, its cheeks puffed out in a silent, furry protest. Seeing the intruder, Snow Wing lets out a defiant howl, turning on Mu Yusun with a series of angry yaps. But instead of the rage Faye expected, a strange sound escapes Mu Yusun's lips. A chuckle, a genuine, amused chuckle that crinkles the corner of his eye. Ha ha ha, what kind of style is this? He muses, a smirk playing on his lips. He reaches out a gloved hand and snatches the yapping dog from the floor. Holding it up to his face, his voice drops to a low, teasing growl. You are getting bolder, do you want to get cooked? Snow Wing dangles in his grip, howling with indignation as Faye watches from the floor, completely stunned. A wave of disbelief washes over her. It's the first time that I have ever seen Mu Yusun laughing. The sound is so foreign, so unexpected, it leaves her breathless. Snow Wing, however, is not amused by being the butt of the joke. Its howls escalate into furious, angry snarls. Its cute face twists into a mask of rage, bearing a set of surprisingly sharp teeth. Snow Wing, Faye cries out, scrambling forward in panic. The dog is about to lunge, a loyal protector ready to defend its owner from this masked bully. You, don't bully him, its ferocious expression seems to scream. Faye rushes to her pet's side, scooping him into her arms and stroking his fur soothingly. Are you hurt, dear? I'll need it for you, don't cry, she coos. Snow Wing whimpers, nuzzling against her. But the moment of levity is shattered. Mu Yusun's face has turned to ice, the laughter gone as if it never existed. Get out, he commands, his voice sharp and cold. What just happened? Why the sudden shift? Faye can't help but wonder why he treats his own pet with such disdain. She decides it's best to leave, whispering to her dog, let's go, dear, we'll go out first. She leads Snow Wing out, promising it delicious food later that night. But as she reaches the door, his voice stops her cold. Why are you still in the mood for comforting him? Do you know what time it is? Faye turns back, offering a sheepish smile. Sorry, she apologizes, explaining that she was so busy taking photos of Snow Wing she completely lost track of time. I'll push you back to your room to get changed. As she wheels him down the hall, her mind starts to grumble, her cheeks puff out in annoyance. Look how gloomy he is. I was only late for over 10 minutes. Whoever marries him will be in big trouble. Suddenly, the wheelchair stops. Stop, he commands, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. Faye freezes. What's wrong? A cold dread washes over her as a horrifying thought enters her mind. Oh no, did I say that out loud? The wheelchair swivels to face her and he issues his next unbelievable command. Carry me to the downstairs. She just stands there blinking. Did she hear him right? Carry him? Carry you to the downstairs, piggyback. She clarifies, pointing a tentative finger at herself. A slow, wicked smile spreads across his lips. Yes, he confirms. He gestures with a gloved hand toward the grand staircase. From here, the long flight of stairs seems to stretch into an abyss. May I ask you a question? Faye asks, marching up to him and slapping her hands on the arms of his wheelchair. Is this an ornament? She demands, poking his leg, and your room isn't downstairs. His reply is infuriatingly calm. I want to save some electricity. What a lame excuse, she screams internally, her face contorting in frustration. He continues, his voice taking on a condescending tone. As my assistant, you can't even be punctual, so you must be punished. She tries to reason with him, arguing that they can just have the driver go faster to make up for the lost time. But he cuts her off. Why do someone else need to fix your mistake? She stammers, I didn't mean that. She makes one last desperate attempt. Anyway, you don't have to ask me to give you a piggyback ride, right? He leans in, his voice a low whisper. Won't you make mistakes? Before she can react, he pulls her forward, their faces mere inches apart. No, I won't, she insists, though her heart is pounding. He pinches her chin, his grip firm. What are you gonna do? She challenges. His voice is a silky thread against her skin. You'd better move fast. The punishment won't be as easy as giving me a piggyback ride if we are late for work. In a fit of defiance, she snaps, I'll bite you. Even comically trying to nip at his hand. Finally, with a heavy sigh, she relents. Fine, I can do that. But he isn't finished. You must be punished and promise me something if you make any mistakes in the future, he adds. He taunts her, a smirk in his voice. Why are you silent now? Are you afraid? A mischievous glint appears in her eyes. What's to be afraid of? It's a deal. She turns and crouches in front of his wheelchair. As he shifts his weight onto her back, he murmurs a warning. Hold me tight, I have no responsibility if you fall. The moment he's fully on, she groans, so heavy. Her legs tremble as she takes the first step down. Her breath already coming in short, sharp huffs. He leans close to her ear, his breath warm against her skin. You can beg me to stop if you can't carry me forward anymore, he whispers mockingly. Gritting her teeth, she pushes onward. I can do it. She just has to get to the bottom of these stairs. You won't be able to trap me in this house after I carry you downstairs, she thinks, a spark of rebellion igniting within her. I'll be free soon. Just as the ground floor is within reach, his voice, light and casual, shatters her hope. Oh, he says. I forgot something to bring with me. Carry me back to the upstairs now. His victorious smirk is the cruelest thing she's ever seen. She is so furious she could spit blood. Mu Yusen, are you making a fool of me? She shrieks internally. In her blinding rage, her foot misses a step. A cry of alarm escapes her lips as the world tilts sideways. They are falling. They land in a tangled heap at the bottom of the stairs with a loud thud. He's on top of her, his weight pinning her to the cold floor. Get off, you are pressing me, she gasps, struggling for breath. He just smirks down at her. How can a disabled man move? He leans in closer, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Your arms are not disabled, can't you just crawl away? As she squirms trying to escape, her leg brushes against his. And she feels something firm, something impossible. She freezes. Strange, what's that? Her eyes widen as the realization hits her like a bolt of lightning. Wait, is it? With a surge of adrenaline, she pushes him off with all her might. Mr. Mu, she cries out. She scrambles away from him, her face burning crimson. You, she stammers, pointing a trembling finger. Let the security guard carry you. I am going to change my clothes. She yells before fleeing the scene in utter humiliation. Later, sitting in the back of the limousine, her mind is still reeling. The memory of that feeling, is that man really disabled? The car pulls up to the office building, but before she can process her chaotic morning, a worried voice calls her name. Faye. It's her father. He looks terrible, his face etched with panic. As he rushes toward her, she sees Mu Yusin being wheeled into the building in the background. He gives her a final instruction, come to my office after you get it done, before disappearing inside. She turns back to her father. What's the matter, Dad? His words tumble out in a rush. Your sister hasn't come home all night. Your mom is about to get crazy. Can you ask Mu Feng where she is? Faye's heart sinks. Of course, it's always about Zia Nguyen. Doesn't Mom have his number? She asks, her voice flat. We did, but no one answered, he says, grabbing her arm, his grip desperate. Faye, I know you hate us, he begins, his voice pleading, but your sister is missing. Do you really have the heart to look on indifferently? The audacity of his words makes her blood boil. She's pregnant with Mu Feng's baby, she spits back. So you think it's natural for her to steal my boyfriend just because she's pregnant? If I were to steal her fiancé and get pregnant, would you let me marry him? He stammers, why you are different from Nguyen, you're a good kid, you wouldn't do anything like that. That's it, that's the final straw. She slaps his hand away with a resounding crack. I'm not anymore, she declares, her eyes blazing with years of suppressed pain and anger. If being a good kid means tolerating others' bullying, then I'm done with that. Her father stumbles back, falling to his knees. He looks up at her, his face a mask of desperation, and plays his last card. Faye, I'm begging you, have you forgotten how I saved the money for your pneumonia treatment while hiding it from your mom? The words hit her like a punch to the gut. Her fist clenches by her side. Forgot? How could she ever forget? The memory of being a small, sick child in a hospital bed, asking her granny if her parents still loved her. The memory of her father secretly slipping her grandmother cash for her medicine. The memory of his retreating back as she whispered, "D-Daddy." A single tear traces a path down her cheek. The weight of the past crushes her defiance. Fine, she says, her voice barely a whisper. I'll help you. She looks down at the man who is her father, her expression unreadable, her voice as cold as ice. But this is the last time. From now on, you and me and the Zia family will have nothing to do with each other. She turns her back on him and walks away, ignoring his desperate cries of her name. As she steps into the elevator, her resolve hardens. But just as the doors are about to close, she spots a familiar figure across the lobby. Mu Yusin, he's not heading towards the elevators to his office. He's being wheeled towards a side exit. Why doesn't he go to his office? Where is he going? A sharp knock echoes against the office door. Zia stands outside, her expression carefully neutral, but inside her heart is a tangled mess. Asterisk, it's a good thing he's not here. Asterisk, she thinks, a wave of relief washing over her. Asterisk, otherwise I'd have to explain why I'm here to see Mu Feng. Asterisk, the last thing she needed was another confrontation, but her relief is short-lived. A plume of smoke curls from under the door and a low voice, roughened by a cough, calls out for her to come in. She pushes the door open, the stale scent of tobacco hitting her like a physical blow. There he is, Mu Feng, standing by the window, a cigarette dangling from his fingers. He turns and his eyes widen in shock. Fei, he asks, his voice laced with disbelief. Why are you here? She feels a cough bubble up in her throat, a reaction to the smoke and the sudden tension in the room. Asterisk, when did he even learn to smoke? Asterisk, the question flashes through her mind, but she pushes it aside. She's not here for small talk. Her voice is cold, sharp as glass as she cuts straight to the point. Zia Nguyen didn't go home last night. Did she come to see you? He takes a slow drag from his cigarette, his eyes never leaving hers. No, he says, his tone infuriatingly calm. Maybe she was with another guy. Zia Fei's hands clench into fists at her sides. How could he be so casual? You look so calm, she spits, her voice trembling with barely controlled rage. Do you want her to cheat on you, or is it because you don't want to tell me the truth? He says nothing, just stares at her, his face a blank mask. Suddenly, he lunges forward, his hand clamping around her arm like a vice. His eyes, once so full of love for her, are now burning with a strange, wild anger. Aren't you angry? He demands, his voice raw. Your sister stole me from you. Why don't you want to find her? Why don't you try to get me back? But his words don't break her, they only harden her resolve. Her gaze is like ice. I just want to know where she is, she says, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. I don't give a crap about her. With a sharp, sudden movement, she slaps his hand away. Besides, she continues, her voice dripping with scorn, men either never cheat or cheat countless times. Why would I want you back, just to piss me off again? His confident facade finally cracks. He turns away, his shoulders slumping, his gaze fixed on the city below. I have thought thousands of times, he begins, his voice barely a whisper, about how you would cry, mess around, and beg me to come back to you after we broke up. He turns back to her, his eyes filled with a deep, aching pain. But you did none of them. I even doubted if you loved me or not. Zia Fei lifts her chin, a bitter memory flashing behind her eyes. I didn't cry, she explains, her voice steady despite the storm raging inside her, because I know tears are the most useless thing in the world. It will only make me look more miserable. Believe it or not, Fei, I only love you. He bursts out, his voice thick with desperation. He takes a deep breath, and then the real reason for his betrayal comes tumbling out. I'm with Zia Nguyen now because my grandfather's testament clearly states that only the person who marries the elder daughter of the Zia family will be qualified to inherit the family business. Zia Fei stares at him, stunned. A will was their entire relationship, their entire future, decided by a piece of paper. Aren't you worried that I'll tell your uncle what you just told me? She asks. Testing him, his eyes are wild, pleading. I am, but compared to that, I'm more worried about losing you. He grabs her shoulders, his grip tight. I know you don't like Mu Yusin. Everything of the Mu family will be ours as long as we team up. Her mind reels. The information is a weapon, a powerful one she can use. This changes everything. I can keep it from your uncle, he whispers, leaning closer, his breath warm against her ear. But you must help me get rid of Mu Yusin after you inherit the assets. A bitter, sarcastic laugh escapes her lips. Of course, I will take you away even if you didn't ask me to do so. But then her expression hardens. Don't get me wrong, I won't go back to you even if I leave him. He just smiles, a confident, infuriating smirk. It's okay, you'll be moved by my love sooner or later. He straightens his tie, all business once more. I'll take you to Zia Nguyen now. He adds, my dad should still be downstairs, take him with us. A sleek black car pulls up to the curb, halting with a soft screech of tires. Wait for me here, Fei, he says, before disappearing into the building. Moments later, he emerges with her father in tow. Her dad immediately fusses over her, asking if she's thirsty or hungry, suggesting restaurants. Feng just stands there, a smug look on his face. Asterisk, when did he get so verbose? Asterisk, Zia Fei thinks, annoyed by the sudden attention. Just then, another group approaches. Her breath catches in her throat. It's Mu Yusin being pushed in his wheelchair, his ever-present assistant by his side, and being carried by a bodyguard looking pale and fragile, is Zia Nguyen. A jolt runs through Zia Fei. Asterisk, it turns out he left the company for Zia Nguyen. Asterisk, she realizes, a bitter taste filling her mouth. Feng steps forward, blocking Yusin's path. His voice is a low taunt. How leisure you are today, uncle. What brought you here to pick up my fiancé? He lets out a short, sharp laugh. But Yusin remains silent, his face an unreadable mystery behind the mask. Her father, oblivious to the simmering tension, steps forward to scold Feng. You were too impulsive, Feng. We lost the baby. It's only been 3 weeks since she got pregnant. 3 weeks, the words echo in Zia Fei's mind. She whirls around, her eyes locking onto Zia Nguyen. Something isn't right. Wait, 3 weeks? She asks, her voice sharp. Zia Nguyen flinches, her eyes darting away. The air grows thick and heavy as Zia Fei walks towards her sister, her heels clicking ominously on the pavement. Zia Nguyen, she says, her voice dangerously calm. Dad told me he agreed to your marriage because you were pregnant with Mu Feng's baby. Shouldn't the period of your pregnancy be 2 months? Zia Nguyen's face drains of all color. Her carefully constructed lie is crumbling around her. Her father's face contorts with rage. He grabs Zia Nguyen's arm, shaking her. "Did you lie to me about the pregnancy?" he bellows. "I didn't, Dad. It was a mistake," she whimpers, her eyes welling with tears. "A mistake?" Zia Fei scoffs, crossing her arms. "You don't look like someone who'd make a mistake on such a matter." Realizing she's cornered, Zia Nguyen resorts to her usual theatrics. She clutches her stomach, tears streaming down her face. "I just lost my baby. The doctor said I can't be irritated now," she wails. "Can you have some sympathy and stop bullying me?" But Zia Fei is unmoved. "Don't try to pass the buck. I won't leave until you make things clear." Seeing her father's resolve wavering, Zia Nguyen peeks at him, then sways dramatically. "I feel dizzy, Dad," she moans, collapsing into his arms. He panics, instantly forgetting his anger. "Nguyen?" Asterisk, she picks a good time, asterisk, Zia Fei thinks, rolling her eyes in disgust. Her father turns to Xie Feng, his face etched with worry. "Could you please drive us home, child Amu?" Xie Feng looks at the scene with utter contempt. He tosses his car keys to her father without a word. "Take her away," he sneers. "Don't embarrass me here." He then turns to Zia Fei, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. "Go with us, Fei." The challenge is clear. Mu Yusin watches them, his fists clench in his lap. Xie Feng leans in close to Zia Fei, his lips almost brushing her ear as he smirks at his uncle. "Don't worry, my uncle won't mind. After all, he cares about my fiancé, right?" The words hang in the air, a blatant provocation. Zia Fei feels trapped between the two powerful men. Asterisk, Mu Yusin cares about Zia Nguyen. Asterisk, she thinks. Asterisk, that's true. Or he wouldn't have come to the hospital without telling me. Asterisk. The thought stings more than she'd like to admit. With a sharp clap, she knocks Xie Feng's hand from her shoulder. "No need," she says, her voice firm. "I'll take the bus." She turns on her heel and walks away, not looking back at the two men she leaves in her wake. Mu Yusin watches her retreating form, a question burning behind his mask. Asterisk, did she forgive Mu Xie Feng already? Asterisk. His assistant leans in. "Mr. Mu, shall I ask MS? Zia why she came with child Mu Xie Feng?" Yusin's eyes flash with irritation. "Nosy," he snaps, his voice cold enough to freeze fire. Meanwhile, at the Zia residence, Zia Nguyen is throwing a tantrum in her bedroom. "Damn it, Zia Fei is with Mu Xie Feng again. What should I do?" Her mother tries to soothe her, all while noticing Xie Feng himself standing grimly outside the door. "What happened, sweetie?" her mother asks gently. "Stop asking, Mom, just leave me alone," Zia Nguyen shrieks. Her mother gives Xie Feng an apologetic smile. "Take your time, I'll prepare some fruit for you." The moment the door clicks shut, Xie Feng's demeanor changes. He advances on Zia Nguyen, a cruel sneer on his face. "You are being smart," he hisses. "How dare you call Mu Yusin behind my back?" Before she can react, he lunges, grabbing a fistful of her pink hair and yanking her head back violently. "Xie Feng, it hurts," she screams, tears of pain springing to her eyes. "Did you tell him?" he growls, his face inches from hers. "Nothing, I told him nothing," she sobs. "I just wanted to alienate him and Zia Fei in case they stand in our way." A sharp slap echoes in the silent room. He lets go, a few strands of her hair still tangled in his fingers. "It had better be the truth," he snarls. He looms over her trembling form on the bed. "I have to remind you, Mu Yusin is suspicious by nature. He hates to be betrayed. You wouldn't survive if you stay with him." He cracks his knuckles with a sickening pop. "You can only survive by staying with me, got it?" Terrified, she can only manage a weak, trembling "why yes." Outside, her mother listens, her face pale. When Xie Feng emerges, his face is a thundercloud. "Keep your daughter on a leash," he says coldly before striding away. The mother rushes in. "Nguyen, what happened?" The whole sordid story comes out. Xie Feng's contraceptive pills, her father's disbelief, their ruined plans. Zia Nguyen pounds the mattress with her fist. "It's all that B****'s fault," she screams, her voice raw with hatred. "I wanted to wheedle Mu Yusin, but because of her, Mu Xie Feng, because of her." Her mother tries to console her, talking about stealing pills and checking them about giving birth to an heir. But Zia Nguyen isn't listening. She knocks the glass of water from her mother's hand. "You keep thinking about a happy life?" she shrieks, her eyes wild with despair. "The doctor said I would never be pregnant again." The confession hangs in the air, a death sentence to their ambitions. Her mother gasps, her hand flying to her mouth. Zia Nguyen's face twists into a mask of pure venom. "I defeated Zia Fei every time since we were little," she whispers, her voice a low, terrifying promise. "I'll win this time as well. I'll be the hostess of the Mu family, and I will make her life miserable." Leaving the chaos behind, Zia Fei walks toward the elevators, her mind a turbulent sea of thoughts. Asterisk, why can't the men around me resist Zia Nguyen's seduction? Even that cold-blooded Mu Yusin fell for it. Asterisk, she stabs the call button in frustration. Asterisk, men are all the same, all be asterisk stards, asterisk. "Who made you angry again, babe?" The sudden, warm voice startles her. A perfect red rose appears in front of her. "It's Dante's. Why are you here?" she asks, surprised. "Are you off duty today?" He gives her a charming grin. "No, but I had a feeling my babe isn't in a good mood, so I skipped my duty to make you happy." For the first time all day, a genuine smile touches Zia Fei's lips. "Who tells you I'm not in a good mood? I had a good fight today." As they step into the elevator, she excitedly recounts her victory over Xia Nguyen, ending with, "You don't know how much Mu Feng hates her now." In a swift, unexpected movement, Dantes pins her against the elevator wall, his body pressing against hers. What are you doing?" she stammers, her heart pounding. He leans in, his gaze intense, searching her face. "Are you happy to see that Mu Feng hates Xia Nguyen?" he asks, his voice soft but heavy. "Yes," she breathes, because... But before she can finish, he pulls away, creating a sudden chasm between them. "Glad to see that you are happy," he says, his tone strangely formal. "Go to work now." He gently pushes her out of the elevator as the doors open. "Dantes," she calls out confused, but the doors slide shut. What was wrong with him? She had finally gotten her revenge. Shouldn't he be happy for her? Inside the elevator, Dantes' cheerful facade melts away, replaced by a grim, determined expression. He leans against the cool metal wall, a shadow falling over his face. He pulls out his phone. His voice is cold, decisive. "Lu Hong, find out all the contracts signed in the past 10 years. The air in the room was thick with unspoken threats. An older woman stood just outside the door, her hands clasped nervously, eavesdropping on the tense exchange with it. Inside, Mu Yusin's patience had finally snapped. His normally immaculate suit was slightly disheveled, a testament to his rising frustration. He fixed his cold, golden eyes on her, his voice a low growl that promised consequences. "Have you done talking, child de Mu?" His words were not a question, but an order to cease. His gaze sharpened, becoming as piercing as shards of glass. "Keep your daughter on a leash." The command was absolute, a final warning before he turned his back and strode from the room. The mother stumbled out after him, her hand reaching for a ghost, her voice cracking as she called out the one name at the center of this storm, Nguyen. But Xia Nguyen was in her own private hell, surrounded by the sterile white walls of a hospital room. Her mother sat by her bedside, her face a canvas of confusion. "Didn't you go to Mu Feng to prove your innocence?" she asked, her voice trembling. How could you have aborted the baby?" Nguyen's pink hair was a stark splash of color against the pale sheets, the truth spilled out of her, each word tasting like ash. Mu Feng was taking contraceptive pills. He knew all along the baby was never his, and now their father wouldn't help them. The lie had cost them everything. "How come?" her mother whispered, the world they had built on deceit crumbling around them. The question was a spark on dry tinder. A raw, guttural sound ripped from Nguyen's throat as her fist slammed into the mattress with a dull thud. Her bruised face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. "It's all that bitch's fault," she shrieked, the venom potent. Her grand plan, her key to the Mu family fortune, was in ruins. "I wanted to wheedle Mu Yusin," she confessed through gritted teeth, offered to be his spy, help him get the inheritance. But Xia Fei, because of her worthless sister, everything had fallen apart. The rage was so intense it choked her, sending her into a fit of violent coughs. Her mother rushed to her side, offering a glass of water, her mind already scheming, plotting their next move. "Don't be angry, sweetie," she cooed, her voice a poisonous whisper. "There must be something wrong with his pills. Steal some and I'll have them checked." She leaned in closer, her eyes gleaming with a manic ambition. "Just focus on giving birth to the Mu family heir, then we can finally have our happy life." A happy life? The phrase was a mockery, a cruel joke. Nguyen's hand shot out, swiping the glass from her mother's grasp. It shattered on the floor. A perfect echo of her own broken future. "You keep thinking about a happy life?" she screamed, her eyes wild with a pain that went beyond bruises. The final, devastating blow fell. "The doctor said I would never be able to get pregnant again." Her mother gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as she finally saw the depth of her daughter's despair. But Nguyen's sorrow had already hardened into something cold and sharp. "Just a few slaps," she hissed, her voice dangerously low. "I'll retaliate someday." Her eyes narrowed into slits of pure malice. "I've beaten Xia Fei my whole life, and I'll win this time too. I will become the hostess of the Mu family, and I will make her life miserable." Meanwhile, in the sleek, modern offices of the Mu Corporation, Xia Fei was fighting her own battles. Why? The question echoed in the chambers of her heart. Why were all the men in her life so easily swayed by Xia Nguyen's pathetic act? Even Mu Yusin, a man she thought was made of ice and stone, had fallen for it. She stalked to the elevator, her heels clicking angrily on the polished floor, and jabbed the call button with unnecessary force. They were all the same, a bitter thought soured her expression. All men are bastards. Suddenly, a single red rose appeared in her vision, held by a familiar hand. "Who made you angry again, babe?" She blinked, surprised. "Dantes, what are you doing here? Aren't you on duty?" He offered a disarming smile. "I had a feeling my babe was in a bad mood, so I skipped my duty to make you happy," he said smoothly, guiding her into the empty elevator. For the first time all day, a genuine smile touched her lips as she accepted the flower. "Who said I'm in a bad mood?" she countered, feeling a bit of her fighting spirit return. "I had a good fight today." He raised a curious eyebrow. "Really?" Pride swelled within her as she recounted her victory. "I exposed Xia Nguyen's lies to my dad, and now I know the real reason Mu Feng was with her." A cruel smile curled her lips. "You have no idea how much he hates her now." The atmosphere in the elevator shifted in a heartbeat. Dante's smile vanished. Before she could process what was happening, he had pinned her against the cold metal wall, his body a warm, solid cage around hers. She gasped, her heart pounding against her ribs. What are you doing?" she stammered, her mind reeling. He leaned in close, his eyes dark and intense, searching hers for something she couldn't name. Are you happy? He asked, his voice a low, serious rumble to see Mu Shaifeng hate Xia Nguyen. Her answer was immediate, instinctual. Yes, because. But he pulled back as suddenly as he had advanced, leaving her breathless and confused. He turned away, a flicker of pain crossing his features. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Glad to see that you are happy, he said, his voice strained. Go to work now. Dante's, she questioned, but he was already gently pushing her out of the elevator as the doors began to close. She stood frozen in the hallway, clutching the rose. What was wrong with him? She had finally gotten a taste of justice, a moment of triumph over the woman who had tormented her. Shouldn't she be happy? Inside the elevator, the carefree Dante persona dissolved. Mu Yusin sagged against the wall, the weight of his deception pressing down on him. His expression was grim as he pulled out his phone. Liu Hong, he commanded, his voice cold in all business. Find out all the contracts signed in the past 10 years. Later, in the quiet of her office, Xia Fei placed the solitary rose in a small vase. The piece was shattered when Liu Hong appeared, pushing a cart groaning under the weight of countless binders. Ms. Xia, he announced. What's this? She asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Contracts, he stated flatly. Mr. Mu wants them all recorded into the computer by tomorrow morning. All of them by tomorrow. The request was so absurd it could only be one thing, punishment, so it was true he was with Xia Nguyen. This was his petty way of getting back at her. She slammed a thick binder onto her desk. A fire of defiance lit in her eyes. She cracked her knuckles, ready for the fight. All right, bring it on. Night cloaked the city, but a single light burned bright in the Mu Corporation Tower. Inside, Xia Fei typed furiously, her world narrowed to the glow of the screen and the clatter of keys. Hours bled together, she stretched, her back screaming in protest. Phew, only half left, I can do this, she mumbled, trying to convince herself. Suddenly, the office lights flicked on. Xia Fei spun around, startled. Mu Mian stood in the doorway, her maid a silent shadow behind her. Where's Yusin? Mian demanded. Xia Fei leaned back, a smirk touching her lips. And why should I tell you? Mian's jaw tightened. I know you hate me because of the thesis. I've already explained it to the dean, she said, attempting a reasonable tone. Xia Fei let out a derisive snort. Explained it, everyone knows you're on the same side. Shouldn't I hate you? You. Mian was speechless, but her maid surged forward. How bold, how dare you talk to my lady like that? As the maid moved to strike, Xia Fei's hand shot out, grabbing the woman's wrist in an iron grip. She leaned in, her eyes flashing dangerously. And how dare you, she whispered, the words laced with ice, be rude to the CEO's fiancé? The maid froze, so shocked by the proclamation that her hands went limp. The thermos she was holding slipped from her grasp, tumbling end over end before crashing onto the desk, spilling scalding soup all over the laptop. The screen sputtered, fizzled, and went black. My laptop, Xia Fei screamed, the sound a mix of horror and fury. Oops, Mian chirped, her face a picture of false innocence. Why are you so careless? All that soup I spent the afternoon making wasted. She turned to leave, but Xia Fei was faster, slamming her hand against the door to block their path. Running away after destroying my computer? No way. Mian spun around, her facade dropping. Why are you so angry? It's the company's computer, you don't have to pay for it. Compensate? Xia Fei's voice shook with rage. Can you compensate for the hours I've spent on those files? Do you think you can just mess with me and walk away? Mian simply smirked and pulled out her phone. We'll let Yusin be the judge. Her voice became syrupy sweet. Yusin, my maid accidentally spilled soup on Xia Fei's computer. I'll buy a new one for the company. Where are you? I'll explain everything in person. She hung up, looking triumphant. Yusin is extending your deadline and sending a new computer. A satisfactory result, don't you think? Now if you'll excuse me, he's waiting for me. As she swept out, Xia Fei felt a wave of despair wash over her. She knew what would happen. Mian would twist the story and they would laugh at her expense. She glanced at her own cracked phone screen, feeling just as broken. Ding. The elevator doors slid open. A man stepped out, his presence filling the harsh fluorescent lights of the empty office hummed, a lonely sound in the dead of night. Xia Fei dragged the mop across the floor, her movements sharp and angry. Why was she stuck here, cleaning up after everyone else? A voice cut through the silence, startling her. I knew you must be working late. She spun around, her eyes widening in disbelief. It was Mu Shaifeng. He stood there impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, holding a bag of food and a new laptop. A charming smile played on his lips as he sauntered closer. He told her not to just stand there, asking if she didn't love the 2 dishes he brought, specially made by his chef, still warm from the kitchen. Xia Fei's expression hardened. No need, she said, her voice clipped and cold. She wasn't hungry and she had work to do. But her own body betrayed her. A loud, embarrassing rumble echoed in the quiet room. A triumphant smirk spread across Mu Shaifeng's face. He pulled out a chair with a flourish, setting the containers down on the desk. The aroma of rich, savory food filled the air, making her mouth water. He called her his partner, his voice smooth as silk, telling her not to be so courteous. She could just pay him back when she got her salary. Cornered and starving, she finally relented with a frustrated sigh. Mu Shaifeng's smile softened. He told her she hadn't changed at all, still as stubborn as ever, but that's what he liked about her. He reached out, his fingers about to brush against her shoulder when he suddenly froze. His eyes shot towards the doorway. A figure stood silhouetted against the hall light, a silent observer to their entire exchange. It was Dante's. At the same moment, Zia Fei recoiled from Mu Feng's touch, her voice sharp as she commanded him to get his hands off her. Mu Feng's surprise melted into a smug, predatory grin. How could a mere security guard possibly compete with him? He completely ignored Dante's, picking up a piece of food with chopsticks and holding it to Zia Fei's lips, asking if it was good. Annoyed, she pushed his hand away, declaring she was done and would get back to work. But he was relentless, promising to have his chef make it for her every single day if she liked it. Suddenly, a new voice, low and dangerous, sliced through the tension. "Don't eat unclean food, babe." Both of them turned. Dante stepped into the light, his security uniform doing nothing to hide the icy glare in his eyes. Zia Fei's heart leaped into her throat. "Dante's, when did you get here?" she stammered. Her eyes were wide with a mix of shock and something else, relief. Dante's knuckles were white as he clutched the simple plastic bag in his hand. Food he had brought for her. "Is that for me?" Zia Fei asked, starting to rise from her chair. But a hand clamped down on her arm like a vice. It was Mu Feng. He sneered, asking why she was getting up when she hadn't finished eating the expensive meal he'd brought. He pressed her shoulder, forcing her back into the seat, his voice dripping with contempt. "What kind of food can a security guard possibly bring you?" The plastic bag slipped from Dante's grasp, hitting the floor with a soft, defeated thud. A shadow fell over Dante's face, but his lips curled into a chilling smile that didn't reach his eyes. "We are family, babe," he said, his voice deceptively calm. "Come here." The air crackled with unspoken threats. Red and blue auras of pure animosity seemed to clash between the two men, with Zia Fei trapped in the devastating crossfire. How could this be happening? Trying to break the terrifying tension, she asked Dante's what he brought. But Mu Feng exploded, shouting at her not to fall for his trap, insisting that Dante's was no good. "What do you mean?" she asked, her head spinning. Mu Feng shoved his phone in her face. He accused Dante's of trying to sell her to trade their marriage for $7 million. Her eyes scanned the screen, her blood running cold. There it was, a chat log, messages from Mu Feng offering Dante's money to divorce her. 300,000, 3 million, 5 million, and a final, staggering 7 million. The replies from Dante's account seemed to confirm it all. The world tilted on its axis. She turned to look at Dante's, her heart shattering into a million pieces. Mu Feng's voice was a triumphant hiss in her ear. "You never know what's in people's minds," he gloated. "You don't know him at all. Naturally, you are cheated by him." Dante's face was pale, his eyes filled with a pain so deep it stole her breath. He looked straight at her, his voice trembling as he asked the one question that would decide everything. "Will you divorce me if Mu Feng gives you 7 million? Her name was a broken whisper on his lips. "Fei." Mu Feng wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her into a possessive embrace. He murmured that Dante's was a liar, that he would never admit it to her face. But Dante's gaze never wavered. His voice was low, intense, a final command. "Come here, Zia Fei." He was giving her a choice, an impossible choice. "I'll count to 3, he declared, the words hanging in the air like a death sentence. "You'll either go with me now or never see me again." He stretched out his hand, palm up, waiting. Mu Feng tightened his grip, frantically whispering in her ear not to listen, that Dante's was just using her. Her own hands clenched into fists at her side. "1, Dante's voice echoed in the silent room. Her mind raced. Should I go to him? But how could she trust anyone? Her own family had betrayed her, framed her, thrown her away. 2, how could she possibly trust a man she'd only known for a few weeks? A stranger who appeared out of nowhere. Why would he help her? What were his real motives? Her heart was at war with her mind. Doubt, cold and sharp, pierced through her. Do I really know him at all? 3. The final number fell. His hand, still outstretched, hung in the air for a heart-stopping moment before slowly falling to his side. He turned his back on her. A memory flashed through her mind, a happier time, a smile he'd given only her. The most beautiful things are the more easily they disappear. A single hot tear escaped her eye and dripped from her chin. Mu Feng saw it, his smug expression faltering. "Why are you crying, Fei?" he asked, genuinely confused. Slap, the sound cracked like a whip. She struck his hand away from her, her voice a raw scream. "Don't touch me." He stared at her stunned and asked if she was really in love with Dante's. "Not your concern," she spat back, her eyes blazing with fury, his confusion twisted into rage. "He's just a poor security guard," he yelled, grabbing her arm. "Why do you like him? Can he support you? Can he give you the future you want?" She shoved him with all her might. "Get lost," she screamed. "Not everyone is as snobbish as you are." "I'm snobbish," he choked out, incredulous. "Why can't you understand that I'm the only one who loves you?" She wasn't listening. She threatened to call his uncle her last resort, his eyes narrowed into slits of pure venom. "You'll regret this," he snarled before turning on his heel and slamming the door behind him. The silence that followed was deafening. She stood alone in the vast, empty office, the ghost of his touch still burning on her skin. She wiped away the tears staining her cheeks and pulled out her phone. Her fingers trembled as she typed a message to the man who had just walked out of her life. "I'm sorry, Dante's. I have lost the ability to trust people." In his car, speeding through the dark streets, Mu Feng slammed his fist against the steering wheel. "Damn it, Zia Fei turned me down for a security guard?" He seethed, but something else was bothering him, a strange flicker of recognition. What's weirder is that I saw a bit of Mu Yusin from that security guard. His phone buzzed and he answered, his voice still tight with anger. It was his aunt. She thanked him for the tip about Zia Fei working late. Then she asked if his uncle, Mu Yusin, was home. From the other end of the line, she glanced at a figure sitting at a desk in the study. Yes, she confirmed he was home. Mu Feng let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He must have been imagining things. Okay, good, he said, relieved. He hangs up, but a sliver of doubt remained. Did I feel it wrong? Back at the mansion, the man sitting at the desk ended a call. Then he reached up and peeled off a wig, revealing he was just a decoy. A voice came through his earpiece, the real Mu Yusin, asking if he was done. The decoy was dismissed. In another room, the true Mu Yusin was being pushed in his wheelchair by an assistant. The assistant asked if if Zia Fei had sensed anything. No, Yusin replied, his voice flat and emotionless. He sent the assistant away. Just as the door closed, a magnificent white wolf padded into the room. Yusin's eyes narrowed. Who let you in? He demanded. The wolf Snowball let out a low growl as if to say, give my mom back. A cruel smile touched Yusin's lips. Your mom, pity, she made a mistake and she's being punished for it now. He reached out and poked the wolf's side tauntingly. The wolf twisted away, annoyed, then turned its back, lifted its leg, and proceeded to pee all over Yusin's brand new, expensive carpet. Yusin's face contorted with rage. My new carpet? He roared, lunging from his wheelchair with surprising speed. I'll skin you to make a scarf, little beast. But Snowball was too fast, darting out of the room, leaving a furious Yusin and a terrified maid in its wake. Yusin's cold, furious gaze landed on the trembling servant. The next morning, Zia Fei was asleep on a couch in the office, exhausted from the emotional turmoil. A gloved hand reached down, gently brushing a strand of hair from her face. As she slept on, oblivious. When she finally woke up, she stretched with a sleepy smile. A cold voice cut through her morning haze. You still have time to slack off? Have you recorded all the files? It was him, the masked man, Mu Yusin. She yawned, unfazed. Of course, she said. He questioned her, wondering how she could have finished so quickly with her typing speed. She just smirked and gestured to the laptop. See for yourself. He looked, and his visible eye widened in surprise. She puffed out her chest proudly. I guess you may not know the scanning software, she said cheekily. Try to screw me over, I'll piss you off, she thought with satisfaction. With a loud bang, he slammed the laptop shut. No need, he said curtly. Get me the files that need my review. As she walked to the finance department, she grumbled to herself, that petty man always makes me run errands. On her way back, she passed 2 security guards and her heart gave a painful lurch. Dante's, the thought of him sent a wave of regret through her. He hadn't replied to her text. Had he really just left without a word? She pulled out her phone, her thumbs hovering over the keyboard. I shouldn't have treated you like that. I should have asked you about the money. But her regret quickly turned to frustration. Can't you see I was fooling him, you idiot? You gave Mu Feng the perfect chance to drive us apart. I want a divorce. Then her anger deflated, replaced by a wistful fantasy. She could almost hear his reply, you wish? I won't find a wife as good as you if I do. A small smile touched her lips before a condescending voice shattered her daydream. You look leisurely. It was Zia Nguyen, her rival, looking smug as ever. She taunted Zia Fei about her suspension, gloating about her own position. Zia Fei just shot back a sarcastic congratulations before Zia Nguyen swept into Yusin's office. She announced to Yusin that their families were meeting at the old mansion today. Yusin seemed dismissive at first, but then he grabbed her hand, telling her he'd meet her at home. Zia Nguyen left with a triumphant smirk, shooting a final hateful glare at Zia Fei. You won't laugh again after I marry into the Mu family? Zia Fei glared right back, a silent challenge passing between them. Just then Yusin's voice came from the office. Go change into more decent clothes. Zia Fei was baffled. Why? She asked, turning to face him. He was right behind her in his wheelchair, his masked eye glinting with an unreadable emotion. A hint of a smile played on his lips as he delivered the unexpected command. Go to the old mansion with me. A sleek black car pulls up to the imposing gates of the Mu family estate, the sun glinting off its polished surface. Zia Fei steps out, her heels clicking nervously on the pavement. A wave of dread washes over her. Asterisk my God, asterisk she thinks, her breath catching in her throat, asterisk how depressing the air is here. Asterisk it feels heavy, suffocating, thick with unspoken rules and ancient grudges. She enters a grand room, the sunlight streaming through massive windows doing nothing to warm the icy atmosphere inside. The family is already seated, a silent tribunal waiting for them. An older woman with sharp, calculating eyes sneers the moment she sees Yusin. Her voice is dripping with mock surprise as she exclaims how rare it is to see him, considering how she tried so hard to invite him before and he never came. Yusin's gaze, hidden behind his mask, is like ice. His voice is a low, dangerous whisper as he retorts, asking her what qualification she thinks she has to invite him. Zia Fei flinches internally. Asterisk oh my God, what's wrong with him? Asterisk he never lost a battle of words, but this was his family. The older woman's face contorts with rage. But before she can explode, the patriarch of the family cuts her off, telling her that's enough. His voice is calm but firm, a quiet command to stop mentioning the old days. He turns to Yusin, his expression softening slightly as he tells him to come and sit. Yusin nods politely but points to his wheelchair. He can't sit on the couch because of his legs, he explains. His gaze then shifts to an empty space at the head of the arrangement, a place of honor. His voice is deceptively mild as he asks if they would mind if he sat there. The man named Yu Cheng freezes, his eyes narrowing in fury. Asterisk, he wants to sit ahead of me, asterisk, he thinks, his jaw clenching. The patriarch glances over, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face before he lets out a sharp tisk. But Yu Cheng quickly plasters a smile on his face, his voice sickeningly sweet as he says of course not, they're a family, he can sit wherever he likes. The patriarch's eyes, sharp as daggers, suddenly land on Ziafei. He demands to know who this girl is. Ziafei's heart leaps into her throat. Asterisk, here we go, asterisk, she thinks, a forced smile frozen on her face. Asterisk, just keep fighting, why are you dragging me under the bus? Asterisk, before she can even introduce herself, another woman chimes in, her voice laced with condescension. She tells the patriarch not to ask, explaining that Yusin probably doesn't want to introduce her because their relationship isn't formalized yet. Her eyes then sweep over Ziafei with disdain as she adds that she's the second daughter of the Zia family. The unspoken words hang in the air. Asterisk, the unfavorable one. Asterisk, the matriarch's lips curl into a knowing, cruel smile. Ziafei's own smile wavers. It looks like everyone knows her reputation. Just as the humiliation begins to burn, Yusin's voice cuts through the tension like a knife. He commands someone to move a couch to the place next to him, for his fiancée. The word hangs in the air, a shocking declaration. The room erupts in quiet chaos. The matriarch looks scandalized, asking Yusin if the rules mean nothing to him. She insists that women always sit on their side, but Yusin is unmoved. His voice is cold steel as he states that his fiancée has to take care of him nearby, so they should just give her a chair. His gaze is defiant, challenging any of them to argue. The matriarch turns to the patriarch, her voice shrill as she demands he discipline his unruly son. But to everyone's shock, the old man simply sighs and says, do as he says. A couch is moved and Ziafei finds herself sitting right beside Yusin. A warm, fuzzy feeling spreads through her chest. Asterisk, is this how it feels to be under a bigwig's protection? Asterisk, she thinks, a goofy little smile on her face. It's nice. Yusin leans in, his voice a low murmur only she can hear. Stop smiling foolishly, be smart later. He helped her and she would be cooperative. Just then Yu Cheng's voice rings out, announcing his arrival with Xia Nguyen. The atmosphere in the room instantly shifts. Xia Nguyen, dressed in a flowing pink dress, greets the grandfather with a sweet smile, presenting him with tea leaves. The old man, who was so cold moments before, gives a curt but accepting thanks. Yu Cheng proudly introduces his father, his mother and grandmother, and each one greets Xia Nguyen with warm smiles, telling her not to be so courteous and to come sit with them. Ziafei watches from the side, her fists clenching in her lap. Asterisk, that's too different from how I was treated. Asterisk, she fumes internally. The blatant favoritism was disgusting. Yu Cheng clears his throat, remembering his manners. Oh, I almost forgot, this is my uncle. Xia Nguyen turns her sweet smile on Yusin, greeting Uncle Mu. Then Yu Cheng gestures to Ziafei, telling her to greet her aunt. Xia Nguyen's smile tightens for a fraction of a second. She clasps her hands together, looking thoughtful and concerned. She says that since she and Fei are sisters, she's afraid greeting her would just make her uncomfortable. Her eyes, full of fake sincerity, meet Ziafei's as she asks if she's right. Oh, the venom hidden behind that sweet act. Ziafei forces a bright smile. How thoughtful you are, Xia Nguyen. But her voice is pure sugar-coated steel as she continues, saying it's the first time they've met the Mu family and it would be impolite if people found out. Xia Nguyen's face darkens, her mask slipping for a moment. Ziafei leans in, her smile never wavering. Don't worry about me, just do it. The elders are still waiting. Checkmate. Xia Nguyen's eyes dart towards the older women, and her sweet facade snaps back into place. She walks over, her voice like honey as she greets Aunt Xia. Ziafei beams, calling her a good niece-in-law. But as Xia Nguyen turns away, her face twists into a mask of pure hatred. Asterisk, damn you, asterisk, she seethes internally. Asterisk, I'll get back at you when I become the hostess of the Mu family. Asterisk, Yu Cheng, oblivious to the silent war, proudly announces to his grandpa that he and Xia Nguyen plan to get married this month with her parents' approval. The grandfather looks surprised, saying this month seems too hasty. But Yu Cheng waves it off, saying they don't care about preparations. A simple meal between families is enough. The grandfather turns to Xia Nguyen, asking for her opinion. She blushes and says she's just so lucky to be a member of the Mu family, she doesn't care about a wedding. But beneath her dress, her hand clenches into a tight fist. Asterisk, the hell I don't. Asterisk, she thinks furiously. The patriarch sighs, deciding to table the discussion until the Gongxi family arrives. The woman who had identified Ziafei earlier suggests showing the two sisters around. Xia Nguyen knows she must get along with this woman to gain a foothold in the family, so she readily agrees. Outside, Zia Nguyen presents the woman with a beautifully wrapped bottle of perfume, calling it a little gift. The woman protests that it's too expensive, but Zia Nguyen insists, saying the perfume only suits an elegant woman like her. As they walk, Zia Fei's eyes are drawn away from the fake pleasantries. She spots a beautiful greenhouse, a haven of glass and flowers. Drawn by its beauty, she wanders inside. There she sees a stunning girl with long blonde hair carefully tending to a rose bush. With a snip of her shears, she cuts off a perfect, blooming rose, letting it fall to the floor. Zia Fei is confused, asking why she would cut off such a beautiful flower. The girl smiles serenely. She explains that the plant can't provide enough nutrition for too many flowers. Only when some are cut off can the rest grow bigger and prettier. She holds up the prune plant. Look, doesn't it look better now? Zia Fei has to admit that it does. But she looks at the fallen rose on the ground, saying it's a pity to cut it off. The blonde girl's eyes become distant, her voice holding a strange, sad wisdom. A redundant flower is useless, no matter how beautiful it is. The words echo in Zia Fei's heart as she bends down and gently picks up the discarded blossom. From outside, Zia Nguyen watches this scene, her lip curling in disgust. She's a wild girl indeed, she mutters, always wandering around and causing trouble. She storms into the greenhouse and deliberately bumps into the blonde girl. Sorry, the blonde girl says politely, could you move aside a bit? Zia Nguyen looks at her as if she's scum. Tusk, a filthy servant, she sneers. How dare you ask me to move aside? A good dog never gets in the way. K off. The blonde girl's eyes widen in shock. Who do you call a dog? Zia Nguyen's voice raises, dripping with arrogance. Do you have a problem with it? I can expel you from the Mu family. And with a vicious shove, she sends the girl's potted rose crashing to the ground, smashing it into pieces. Zia Fei rushes over, shielding the trembling girl. She reached the doorway first. You should move aside. How could you break her flower pot? Zia Nguyen just laughs, a cruel, ugly sound. So what if I broke it? She's just a maid. She can't complain about anything, even if I ask her to massage my feet right now. Zia Fei freezes. She's right. The Mu family would never blame Zia Nguyen for bullying a maid. If this gets serious, the blonde girl will be the one in trouble. There's only one thing to do. She shoves Zia Nguyen away, grabs the girl's hand, and runs. Just wait and see, Zia Fei. Zia Nguyen screams after them, her face a mask of fury. They run until they're out of sight, breathless and hearts pounding. They stop by a wall to catch their breaths. If you see her again, Zia Fei advises, remember to stay away from her. The blonde girl looks at her, tilting her head with an innocent curiosity that is utterly disarming. Why did you help me? The question is so simple, so genuine, and her face, she's so lovely. An arrow shoots straight through Zia Fei's heart. She finds herself stammering, because you did nothing wrong, she was making trouble. Zia Fei reaches out, gently touching the girl's cheek. What's your name? But before she can answer, Zia Fei realizes she has to go back. Be careful, she says, we'll chat another time. She gives a little wave and hurries away. The blonde girl watches her go, a strange, sad look in her eyes. Zia Fei, she whispers to the empty air. What a pity. Zia Fei bursts back into the main room, apologizing for being late. The patriarch just tells her to have a seat. She glances over and sees Zia Nguyen already happily chatting with the other women, fitting in perfectly. They look more like sisters than she and Zia Nguyen ever will. Just then a maid enters and announces that Master Childe Gongxi is here. The patriarch's face lights up as he tells her to ask him in. Zia Fei's eyes widen in curiosity. He finally arrived. Who is this Childe Gongxi that even the powerful Mu family waited for him for an hour? The sound of footsteps echoes through the room, and a man with striking silver-white hair and a calm, knowing smile steps through the door. The air in the room was thick with polite conversation, but Fei's attention was snagged by a man with hair like spun silver. He stood bathed in a soft, warm light, his smile gentle as he spoke with old Mr. Mu. Her heart gave a little flutter. The old saying was true, there really were men as gentle and refined as jade. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a hand clamped around her ankle, the grip firm and possessive. She didn't need to look down to know who it was. Yusun's voice, low and laced with an unmistakable chill, cut through her thoughts. Is he good-looking? Fei's breath hitched. She felt her cheeks warm as she stammered, kind of. In an instant, he was leaning in close, his presence overwhelming her senses. His voice was a possessive whisper against her ear. If you want to see a handsome man, I'll let you see one all day after we get home. What did that even mean? Her mind short-circuited, flashing to an image of him, his shirt unbuttoned, revealing a toned chest, his masked face hinting at a dangerous smirk. The heat rushed to her face and she shoved him away, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. No need, she squeaked just as Mr. Mu's voice called out, beckoning her to come and greet Gongxi Heng. As she approached, a young woman with delicate pink hair stepped forward, a picture of fragility. She introduced herself as Zia Nguyen. The silver-haired man, Heng, offered her a kind smile, noting her pale complexion and asking if she was ill. Zia Nguyen touched her cheek, her voice soft and weak, claiming it was just her delicate constitution. Suddenly, her fiancé, Mu Feng, wrapped a protective arm around her, holding her close. He announced their plans to get married this month so she could move in and rest properly. But Heng's gentle expression tightened with concern. He suggested they should put the wedding on hold until she gets better. Zia Nguyen's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of triumph within them. Gong Heng values me so much, she thought, a secret thrill running through her. Mu Xiafeng's hand clenched at his side, his knuckles turning white. He shot Xianyuan a warning look, hissing for her not to say anything stupid. But then he puffed out his chest, a smug laugh escaping his lips. With the Gongxi family's support, why should he listen to anyone else? But Xianyuan, ever the actress, looked up with wide, pleading eyes. She insisted she wanted to get married asterisk after asterisk. She got better, playing the perfect, considerate fiancé. Xiafeng froze, his face a mask of disbelief. Xianyuan you, he began, but Heng cut him off. He agreed with her, stating that since she put it that way, they should delay the wedding. The decision was made. Xiafeng's face twisted in a silent rage. That damned woman. Faye watched the entire exchange, a knot of confusion tightening in her stomach. This was all so strange. Why was Gongxi Heng interfering in their wedding, and why were he and Xianyuan so close that they called each other by their first names? Just then, a bright, cheerful voice cut through the tension. Heng, why are you so late? I was alone and felt so boring. A girl with flowing white hair appeared, throwing her arms around Gongxi Heng in a familiar hug. He chuckled, explaining that she was the one who insisted on coming a week early to see her sister sooner. The girl pouted playfully, denying it with a blush. Xianyuan stared, her mouth agape. Is she your younger sister? She stammered. Heng confirmed it, introducing her as Yao and told her to greet Xianyuan. But Yao simply turned her nose up with a dismissive humph. She completely ignored Xianyuan's outstretched hand, turning away with a flick of her hair. Her gaze landed directly on Faye, and a slow, knowing smile spread across her face. The world seemed to tilt on its axis as Yao's voice, sweet as honey but sharp as a blade, rang out. We meet again, Xia Fei. Faye's mind went blank. They'd met before. A moment later, Yao was holding Faye's hand, a picture of friendly innocence. Across the room, Xianyuan's eyes narrowed, her knuckles white as she watched them. How unlucky, she seethed internally. There are so many maids in this mansion. Why did I have to mess with Gongxi Yao? Yao leaned in, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. More than that, when we were at the greenhouse, Xianyuan's blood ran cold. Oh no, her eyes widened in panic. She'll be doomed if Yao tells them what happened. Suddenly, Xianyuan let out a gasp, her hand flying to her mouth as she swayed on her feet. Nguyen, Heng cried out, his gentle demeanor shattering. Chaos erupted. The old Mr. Mu barked orders to call a doctor at once. Xiafeng, his face pale with panic, yelled for someone to get Dr. Liu immediately. Without a second's hesitation, Gongxi Heng swept the fainting Xianyuan into his arms, carrying her out of the room to rest in a guest room, the crowd parting before him. In the quiet aftermath, Yao turned to Faye. What's wrong with her, Xia Fei? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Faye sighed, explaining it was an old problem, a recurring illness she has to pass out from a few times a month. As they sat and chatted, Yao revealed she was waiting for admission to law school. Faye was surprised. Do you want to be a lawyer? She asked. Yao's innocent expression shifted, a dark, chilling glint appearing in her eyes as she imagined herself holding a scalpel. No, she said, her smile turning wicked. I want to be a legal medical expert. Faye choked on her breath, coughing violently. I thought she was just an innocent and cute girl, but she's the complete opposite. Recovering, Faye tried to steer the conversation back. Your brother seems to care a lot about Xianyuan. Do they know each other well? Yao nodded nonchalantly. My aunt took good care of my brother before she got married. That's why he cares so much about Xianyuan, don't you know? Faye's world froze. Wait, what? Her mind reeled. How could Xianyuan be your aunt's daughter? We are sisters, and our mom's last name is He, not Gongxi. Yao looked at her confused. I don't know, but she's a member of the Gongxi family, she stated plainly. Her mom is Gongxi Rui, her dad is Ziayi. Ziayi, the name echoed in the depths of Faye's memory, a phantom sound she felt she'd heard before. An image flashed behind her eyes, hazy and distant, a faded photograph of a family. A man in a uniform, a smiling woman, and a little girl held between them. Who were they? The memory was a ghost, slipping through her fingers as she tried to grasp it. Xia Fei? Yao's voice broke through the fog, waving a hand in front of her face. What are you thinking? Before she could answer, Yusin's hand was on her arm, his grip possessive. Are you done chatting? Let's go. They excused themselves, and despite Mr. Mu's offer for them to stay for dinner, Yusin refused politely. He promised Yao he'd visit when he was free, and with that, they were leaving. Yusin's mother offered to walk them out, a bright smile on her face. As Faye was pushed away in the wheelchair, she couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Push him as much as you want, she thought wryly. I'm happy to be free from that. As they left, Yusin's mother delivered the news. The doctor said it would take Xianyuan at least half a year to recuperate, so the wedding would be held off. She looked at her son, her eyes questioning. What will you do next? Yusin's gaze was distant, his voice low and determined. I have my plans. In the silent confines of the car, Yusin broke the tension. Do you know the relationship between Xianyuan and the Gongxi family? Faye's heart sank. She stared at her reflection in the window, her expression hollow. So I'm the only fool who knows nothing. The pieces were falling into place, but they formed a picture she couldn't comprehend. If Xianyuan isn't my parents' biological daughter, why do they treat her so well? Her hands clenched into tight fists in her lap, her nails digging into her palms. This is odd, this is all wrong. I must go home and find out the truth. A desperate urgency seized her. She lunged forward, grabbing the driver's seat. Stop the car, she screamed. The driver glanced nervously in the rearview mirror, waiting for an order. Yusun's voice was like ice. Keep driving. Faye turned on him, her voice pleading, I need a day off, I need to go home. But he just grabbed her arm, his grip like a steel trap, yanking her back into her seat. You're not going anywhere, he growled. She struggled against him, her fury boiling over. You don't have the right to infringe on my personal liberty, Mu Yusun. A low, mocking chuckle escaped him. Sue me if you want, he taunted, his visible eye glinting with amusement. He lifted her chin with a gloved finger, forcing her to meet his gaze. Do you have enough money to hire a lawyer? Her breath caught in her throat, she was trapped. With a surge of defiance, she slapped his hand away. I have another way, she spat. The next moment, she was standing on the lawn, taking a deep breath. Son, she yelled at the top of her lungs. From a nearby bush, a massive white wolf emerged, letting out an affectionate howl. She rushed to him, burying her face in his thick fur. I'm in trouble, dear, she whispered, stroking his powerful head. Help me out, I'm counting on you. Her eyes narrowed as she pointed towards the guards standing by the gate. Son, get them, the guards barely had time to react. Before Snow Wing let out a ferocious snarl, his teeth bared and his icy blue eyes glowing with menace. They scrambled back in terror. Can we hit him? One yelled, we can't run. They fled for their lives as Faye watched, a triumphant smirk on her face. Meanwhile, back at the office, an assistant burst in, breathless. Mr. Mu, bad news, MS. Zia ran away with Snow Wing. Yusun slammed his gloved fist on the desk with a deafening bang. His voice was a roar of pure fury. You can't even keep a girl under control, find them. But it was too late. Faye stood before her parents' front door, the sound of a small bell tinkling as she entered. Snow Wing padded in first. A low growl rumbling in his chest, her mother shrieked, stumbling back onto the sofa. A wolf, she screamed, her face pale with terror. Help me, Faye stepped calmly into the room, her voice steady. Don't be afraid, Mom, she said, a small smile playing on her lips. This is my son, which means he's your grandson. Her mother could only stare aghast. Why did you take him here, Faye? Her father rushed to her mother's side, helping her up as Faye's expression hardened. I want to ask you something, she said, her voice dropping the pleasantries. I've been to the Mu family's old mansion today. She locked eyes with them, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Is Gongxi Hangzia Nguyen's cousin? She pressed. Is your sister? Is your uncle's daughter? Her parents froze, their faces draining of all color as they exchanged a panicked look. The truth was finally cornered. Faye's voice was like a shard of glass. So I'm your only biological daughter, then why do you treat her better than me? Her mother snapped, her voice shrill with indignation. You ungrateful thing, do you think you are a lady now? Did we ever treat you bad? A loud thud echoed as Snow Wing slammed his paw on the floor, letting out a vicious growl that cut her off. The massive wolf bared his teeth, a clear threat. Her mother flinched back, her bravado crumbling into a panicked stammer. Why your sister's parents died in a plane crash, she whimpered. We treat her better because we think she's pitiful. Her father quickly added his own pathetic excuse. That's right, Faye, we were poor, we lived on your uncle's inheritance, but the money should be your cousin's. Faye gently patted Snow Wing's head, calming him with a single touch. She looked at her parents, her eyes cold and empty of emotion. Then why, she asked, her voice dangerously quiet, didn't you send her back to the Gongxi family? The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Her mother's voice was a low, conspiratorial hiss, revealing a story Zia Faye never knew. A story of her aunt eloping because her uncle was poor, a scandal that had been buried for years. But now a deathbed wish was about to change everything. The master of the great Gongxi family was dying, and his last desire was to find the granddaughter he'd never met. Zia Fei's mind reeled. Why now? Why after all these years of silence? Her mother continued, explaining that an old promise tied their families together. A promise made when Mu Yusun's mother and Gongxi Ri were both pregnant, appointing their unborn children to each other. Zia Fei's heart clenched. So that's why Zia Nguyen and Mu Yusun were engaged so early. Her parents had no idea about Gongxi Ri's true background. All they saw was a poor serviceman. Her father, looking frail and ashamed, corrected her mother, his voice barely a whisper. He wasn't just a serviceman, he was a commando, a commando. The word sparked something in Zia Fei's mind, a flicker of a memory that wasn't hers. An image of disciplined soldiers in perfect formation flashed before her eyes. What was that? Why did that vision feel so real, as if she'd seen it with her own two eyes? Her mother's sharp voice shattered the strange vision, her tone turning greedy and sharp. She pointed a finger at Zia Fei, her eyes glinting with avarice. The truth was out now, and it was time to cash in. Her cousin had given her the seventh child, so she had an obligation to ask him for money. A massive credit card debt of 500,000 hung over their heads, and they expected her to pay for their mistakes. Her mother sneered, dismissing the seventh child as a disabled man who couldn't marry anyway. This was Zia Fei's chance, she insisted, to return to the Gongxi family and secure their future. Her father chimed in, his voice laced with pathetic desperation, questioning why she was so different from her sister, so shameless. Something inside Zia Fei snapped. Shut up, she roared, her voice raw with a pain they couldn't possibly understand. She stood tall, her eyes blazing with defiance. She didn't care how they ended up with so much debt. She would ask Mr. Seventh for money. They could stop dreaming right now. But before the argument could escalate, a violent pounding echoed through the apartment. The door rattled in its frame. Outside, the shadow of a policeman's cap could be seen, and Snow Wing stood guard, growling low in its chest. The door burst open with a deafening bang. Uniformed officers stormed in, brandishing rifles and catch poles, their faces grim and determined. Snow Wing snarled, baring its sharp teeth as one of the officers announced they'd received a call about a dangerous wild animal loose in the building. Zia Fei's heart plummeted. She scrambled to Snow Wing's side, wrapping her arms around her beloved pet. "It's not a wild animal," she cried, her voice trembling. "It's my pet." The officer with the eye patch was unmoved. He warned her coldly that they couldn't keep a wild animal in the city. If she interfered, they would take her with them. From the corner, her mother cackled with glee, her laughter like shattering glass. "Take it away," she shrieked. "Maybe it eats humans, haha." How could she be so cruel? Zia Fei stared at her mother in horror, but a movement in the hallway caught her eye. A wheelchair. Hope surged through her veins. It was him. Mu Yusin sat calmly in his chair as his men wheeled him forward, right into the tense standoff. The police tried to warn him away, telling him it was dangerous. "Mu Yusin?" Zia Fei breathed his name like a prayer. He turned his head, and even behind the mask, she could feel the faint, amused smile on his lips. "It is dangerous indeed," he murmured, his voice a low, chilling caress. He was positioned directly between her and the officers, a silent, imposing barrier. Zia Fei's desperation overflowed. "Help me," she pleaded, her voice cracking. "I don't want them to take Snow Wing away." His eyes, cold and calculating, met hers. A cruel smirk played on his lips as he uttered a single, devastating command. "Beg me." The word was a slap in the face. Humiliation warred with desperation. I'm begging you," she stammered, her pride crumbling to dust. He leaned back unimpressed. "With this attitude," he drawled, "why should I help you? What can you do for me?" She would do anything. At this point, she would promise him the world. "I can massage your shoulders, your feet, anything," she offered frantically. "Just name your request and I'll do it as long as I can." The smirk on his face widened into a predatory grin. His voice dropped to a whisper, a venomous promise that coiled around her heart. "Sleep with me." The world stopped spinning, her breath caught in her throat, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You are dreaming," she shrieked, her face flushing with rage and shame. The police were growing restless, urging Mu Yusin to move aside so they could catch the beast. But Mu Yusin simply turned to his subordinate, his voice dangerously calm. "You'd better prepare more anesthetic," he advised. "It's very fierce." Snow Wing whimpered, looking up at the masked man who held its fate in his hands. The police chief had lost his patience. "I'll count to 3, he yelled. "Prepare to shoot." 1, the sniper adjusted his aim. 2, Zia Fei's blood ran cold. Snow Wing let out a ferocious growl. "No," she screamed, squeezing her eyes shut. "Wait," the word was torn from her throat, a ragged, desperate cry. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at Mu Yusin, defeated. "I accept your condition." Mu Yusin slowly raised a single hand. "Halt," the officers froze. He had won. The triumphant glint in his eye was unmistakable. Just then, his assistant stepped forward, presenting a folder to the stunned police chief. "Sir, this is the permit of keeping a snow wolf," he announced calmly. "Our CEO adopted it to protect this endangered species." The police officers stared dumbly at the official documents, their jaws hanging open. The chief spluttered, "You should have shown this to me earlier." The assistant smoothly explained that while the permit was valid, the animal had been seen running in a public area, which was against regulations. "Of course," he continued, "it was an accident. We've driven a car with cages here. Please don't worry." As the police backed down, the truth crashed over Zia Fei like an icy wave. He had the permit all along, this entire terrifying ordeal. It was a game to him. He had manipulated her, cornered her, forced her into a humiliating bargain just for his own twisted amusement. The rage was a bitter taste in her mouth. "You tricked me, Mu Yusin," she spat. He didn't even grant her a glance. "Go home," he said, his voice devoid of any emotion as he turned to leave. A curse formed in her mind. Asterisk, damn it, I wish you cannot have an erection forever. Asterisk, then a realization dawned. Asterisk, wait, he is already. Asterisk. A hysterical giggle escaped her lips. She had lost the war, but maybe she'd won that tiny battle. She knelt and hugged Snow Wing, burying her face in its soft fur. Asterisk, so what if I sleep with a disabled man? Asterisk, she thought, a strange sense of defiance rising within her. Asterisk, eunuchs used to serve royal ladies when they were bathing. Asterisk. But her relief was short-lived. The moment she stepped back into her parents' apartment, the verbal assault began anew. "Were you dead?" her mother shrieked. "Why didn't you ask Mr. Seventh for money?" Her father wrung his hands, trying to calm his wife, but she was relentless. She didn't care about discretion, she only cared about the debt. They were her parents, but they felt like strangers, like vultures circling. Later at Mu Yusin's mansion, Zia Fei pounded the treadmill, trying to outrun her thoughts. The angry words of her parents echoed in her head. They always treated Zia Nguyen like a precious treasure while she was just a tool, a means to an end. Asterisk, I don't believe I'm their biological daughter. Asterisk, she thought, grabbing a water bottle, but the facts were undeniable. All her documents stated she was the second daughter of the Zia family. If she mentioned the Gongxi family now, they would only see her as a gold digger. She took a long, shaky drink of water. Again, the strange memories flickered. A little girl's voice saying her mother was the lady of the Gongxi family, and her father was a commando and officer. She let out a frustrated huff. Who were these people? Even if she wanted to reclaim that identity, she couldn't do it now. She couldn't bring shame upon them, whoever they were. She crushed the plastic bottle in her hand, the plastic groaning under the pressure. Was there no shortcut to success? As if in answer, she overheard voices from Mu Yusin's study. Peeking through the cracked door, she saw an older man discussing a business proposal. Buying raw jadate directly from Burmese merchants. Mu Yusin, ever the pragmatist, dismissed it as too risky for the potential profit. The older man conceded, putting the proposal aside. But an idea had sparked in Zia Fei's mind, gambling on stones. It was a long shot, a wild chance to get rich overnight, but her hope died as quickly as it was born. She didn't have a single penny to her name. Just then her phone buzzed. The caller ID made her stomach drop. Mu Yusin, she answered, and his voice came through the line, cold and demanding. Get over here and sleep with me. The bargain, her heart sank. Damn it, she had forgotten about that thing. Standing nervously at his bedroom door, she hesitated. Asterisk, I know he can't, but it's still so strange to sleep with a man. Asterisk, he was already on the bed, his robe hanging open, revealing a pale, scarred chest. Come here, he commanded. Do you want to sleep while standing? She shuffled forward like a prisoner on her way to the gallows. He lifted the covers, an unspoken invitation. She slipped into the bed, keeping as much distance as possible, her body rigid with tension. A low chuckle rumbled from his chest. Are you afraid of me? Nonsense, she snapped back, her pride wounded. Why would I be afraid of a disabled man? In a flash, he was leaning over her, his face inches from hers, his presence suffocating. His gloved hand shot out, grabbing her arm. You're not, he whispered, his breath hot against her skin. But you are huddling. Will you huddle when you sleep with your husband? She shoved a hand against his face, trying to push him away. My husband is much better than you. He's thoughtful and gentle, she declared, clinging to the memory of the kind bodyguard. No one can be as good as him. His eyes narrowed behind the mask. Gentle, thoughtful, it seems you are satisfied with him, she nodded defiantly. Of course I am. His hand moved from her arm to the covers, slowly approaching her. Which part of him do you like best? He pressed, his voice a dangerous purr. He loomed over her, trapping her. Tell me, were you happy with him that night? The question was a violation. He leaned in as if to kiss her, and she shoved at his chest. You are shameless. He caught the back of her head, his fingers tangling in her hair, holding her still. Don't you want to try it with another man? He taunted. Maybe he is better. No, she cried, pushing against him with all her might. His eyes widened in surprise, as if her fierce loyalty was something he hadn't expected. He pulled back, scoffing. Are you turning me down for him? He's just a poor bodyguard. I'm the CEO of Mu's group. She yanked the covers up to her chin like a shield. So what? I like him as a bodyguard. As long as we love each other, we can make money together. I won't love you even if you own the world. He sneered, making money together, we'll see. With that, he turned his back to her and an uneasy silence fell over the room. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Zia Fei awoke with a groan, a heavy weight pressing down on her. Her eyes flew open to see Mu Yusin lying beside her, his arm draped possessively over her waist. A hand was on her. Mu Yusin, move your paw, she hissed. He opened his eyes, a lazy, smug smile playing on his lips. What's wrong? He murmured. You said no sex, but you didn't say anything about touching. Enraged, she kicked out from under the covers. Touch your own. She scrambled out of bed, her face burning. Asterisk, did I just hit something? Asterisk, she wondered. Asterisk, and seriously, doesn't he ever take that mask off? Asterisk. At breakfast, the tension was palpable. She offered him a sandwich, but he was determined to be difficult. I'll eat it if you beg me. Fine. She snatched it back and took a huge, defiant bite herself. Then I'll eat it for you. It's bad to waste food. You're welcome. She then grabbed his carton of milk and took a long sip through the straw. Only after she swallowed did she realize what she'd done. I just drank it, she mumbled, mortified. He just stared at her from behind his mask, a faint smirk visible. Is there a problem? He asked, his voice dripping with amusement. She fumed. Damn it, she could never, ever win an argument against him. As his limo pulled up to the gleaming headquarters of Mu's group, a stunningly beautiful woman was waiting for him at the entrance. Her smile was bright as she called out his name. Yusin, you are here. The world of high finance is a battlefield, and for Zia Fei, the enemy was suddenly right in front of her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. There, standing beside Mu Yusin, was none other than Mu Mian. A cold voice cut through the air, asking the one question screaming in Zia Fei's mind. Why are you here? Mian turned, a perfectly practiced, saccharine smile on her face. Oh, she purred, her eyes glittering with false innocence. She couldn't get her job as a professor back for now, so her dear godfather let her come here to help with company affairs. Godfather, the word echoed in Zia Fei's mind, a bitter pill to swallow. She knew exactly what that meant. A sharp, accusatory thought pierced through her shock. With the Mu family's connections to the dean, of course you can get your job back. Did he give you a position? Mian's smile didn't falter. She explained she was the manager of the marketing department, though she lamented being a finance professor with little business experience, so she would need Yusin's help. Zia Fei's blood ran cold. The pieces clicked into place, forming a horrifying picture. Mu Mian even gave up her job for Mu Yusin. Her plan is to get close to him. This woman wasn't just a rival, she was a predator. Meanwhile, across the sprawling, glittering city, another viper was feeling the heat. In a quiet outdoor cafe, Xia Nguyen, hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat, faced her panicked accomplice. A sharp voice called her name, Xia Nguyen. She looked up, her expression hardening as she saw the fear in his eyes. "Why did you ask me to come here?" she demanded, her voice a low hiss. "We can't be seen together, not after what happened at that hotel, we'll be in trouble." His eyes were wide with terror, his face pale. He spat back, his voice trembling. "Do you think we'll be all right after you cover it up? I just discovered that my computer was hacked yesterday." Her own heart began to pound. Hacked? What? Is someone still looking into this? His fear was infectious, a cold dread creeping up her spine. He was certain Mu Yusin was the one behind it all and that he would find out the truth soon. Then think of a way to stop them, she snapped, trying to regain control. But he was spiraling, grabbing his cap in desperation. "They got my IP address. You must find a way to stop Mu Yusin from investigating," he pleaded, her patience shattered. "Are you kidding me?" she shrieked, her hand flying to her head. "If I ask Mu Yusin to stop, he would know I did all that." He lunged forward, his hand clamping around her wrist like a vice. His face was twisted with desperation. "You don't want to do it?" he sneered, his voice dripping with venom. "Then I'll tell them the truth. I'll tell them that you asked me to steal an account, to transfer money to Kiang, and asked him to kidnap Xia Fei." The threat hung in the air between them, heavy and suffocating. He leaned in closer, his eyes narrowing with malice. "As for our relationship, do you prefer lovers or friends with benefits?" His words were a slap in the face. "What do you think Mu Feng will do to you when he finds out?" Her eyes blazed with fury. "Are you threatening me?" she seethed. He didn't back down. "You are the mastermind. You know what will happen if they know about the truth." He released her, taking a step back. He simply looked at her, his expression cold and demanding. "Look up," he commanded. She raised her head, her face a mask of conflicted emotions. "You said that you love me and you'd do everything for me," she cried, a desperate last-ditch attempt to appeal to some long-dead emotion. He scoffed, the sound harsh and cruel. "I do love you, but you want to marry Mu Feng. You never thought about marrying me," he retorted. "Didn't I tell you that my parents want me to marry into the Mu family? You said you understand me." He threw his head back and laughed, a hollow, bitter sound. "Ha, do you think I'm stupid? It is you who want to marry into the Mu family. I bought you gifts and helped you with minor things because you served me well." The truth of his words struck her like a physical blow, her face contorting in shock and disgust. He was done playing games, his voice turned deadly serious. "You are the young lady of the Mu family now. Think of a way to take care of Mu Yusin or you won't be able to run away if I get caught," he warned. Seeing her hesitation, he delivered the final blow. "I'll turn myself in if you don't want to do it." Panic seized her, she couldn't let that happen. "Wait, I'll do it," she blurted out, her hands pressing down on her hat as if to hold her fracturing world together. "Don't do anything reckless. I'll think of a way." He watched her, his eyes cold and calculating. "It depends on how fast you can settle it." Her mind raced, a whirlwind of fear and desperation. "What should I do? Mu Feng is just using me, he won't help me at all. Mu Yusin, he won't spare me if he knows about this." Lost in her own troubles, Xia Fei found herself wandering down a bustling street lined with curious shops. A stone gambling street. Her eyes scanned the displays of rough, uncut stones, each with a price tag that made her stomach clench. So many zeros. 58,000,35,000. The shops only put out inferior stones with prices varying from thousands to tens of thousands of dollars. Let alone the stones inside, she sighed, a puff of defeated air leaving her lips. "I only have a few $100s in my pocket, it's not even close." A portly man with a mustache and a jade pendant beamed at her. "Which one do you like? My rough stones have the best prices on the whole market," he boasted. Xia Fei offered a weak smile, gesturing vaguely. "Well, I'm just looking around. Do you have cheaper stones?" The man's friendly demeanor vanished in an instant, his face twisted into a sneer of contempt. "Humph, what an amateur. Stone gambling is for rich people. The poor can't afford it. Get lost if you don't have the money. Don't stand in my way." He crossed his arms, physically blocking her path. Xia Fei was stunned by his rudeness. "What's wrong with you? I'm your customer, no matter what I'm buying." He scoffed loudly. "You'll be my customer if you can afford one of my stones. I don't think you have more than $1,000. A sharp female voice cut in from behind them. "Good eye, sir, she doesn't have that much indeed." Xia Fei froze, she knew that voice. Standing there, draped in a fur stole and dripping with jewelry, was the matriarch of the Mu family. And beside her, a smug Xia Nguyen, the old lady of the Mu family. The shopkeeper's jaw dropped, and he immediately began to grovel. "Hello, are you here for jadate, Mrs. Mu? I've reserved top-class jadate for you already, all imperial jade with big sizes and transparent appearance." Mrs. Mu waved a dismissive hand, her eyes fixed on Xia Fei with cold amusement. "I'm about to have a granddaughter-in-law. I want to buy jadate stones and make some pieces of jewelry." She then turned her venomous gaze on Xia Fei. "Are you here to buy jadate too, Fei? Did Yusin give you money?" The insult was clear. She continued her tirade, her voice rising. "Impossible. Yusin just can't accept the fact that you dumped him. He keeps your younger sister with him to torture her. Can't you see that?" Xia Nguyen chimed in, her voice dripping with false concern. "I heard that stone gambling is risky, Fei. It's a game for rich people." Xia Fei could only stand there, humiliated, as Xia Nguyen shot her a triumphant smirk. The shopkeeper, eager to curry favor, added his own insult. You don't understand the poor, miss. They are all misers who pretend to be rich. They bet everything on stone gambling, hoping that they might get rich overnight. Who are they to compare to you, miss? Xianuan Preen, playing the part of benevolent goddess. Don't say things like that. I'll pay for whichever stone she picks. Oh, the shopkeeper was practically bowing. Oh, you are such a kind girl. I can't believe a kind and pretty girl like you really exists. Mrs. Mu beamed with pride. Haha, she's my granddaughter-in-law. She's from the Gongxi family, the one having business abroad. The onlookers murmured in awe. Oh, the Gongxi family. Wow, God is just cruel sometimes. They are at a similar age, but look how different they are. As Zia Fei stood there enduring the public humiliation, the shopkeeper turned back to her, his patience gone. Are you buying it or not? I have to receive Mrs. Mu now. She was speechless, cornered, and alone. But then a calm, familiar voice spoke from right behind her. Which one do you want to buy, Fei? I'll pay for it. Zia Fei spun around, her eyes wide with shock. Dantes, why are you here? He smiled gently, his eyes crinkling behind his glasses. Because our souls are connected. Mrs. Mu's face contorted with rage. Who is he, Zia Fei? Who is he to you? She demanded. Before Zia Fei could even stammer out a response, Dantes smoothly moved to stand in front of her, shielding her from the old woman's glare. Mrs. Mu sneered. What, do you envy that she has such a handsome admirer? Her voice was sharp as she addressed Zia Fei. You are Yusin's fiancé now, Zia Fei. Why would you have an admirer? It's inappropriate, isn't it? Dantes let out a soft HMPH before lifting a stone and examining it with a smirk. What's inappropriate? He challenged, his voice cool and steady. I'm chasing Zia Fei and I still have a chance as long as she hasn't married Mu Yusin. Zia Fei's cheeks flushed. She couldn't believe what was happening. You underestimated me. I'm popular. She quickly composed herself, adding, yes, I can't control my admirers. There's nothing inappropriate. Dantes chuckled, reaching out to pat her head affectionately. Which one do you want? I'll pay for it, he repeated. An idea sparked in Zia Fei's mind. I remember Mu Feng said that Dantes doesn't have savings at all. She tried to refuse. Well, you don't have to do that. But Dantes was already walking towards a pile of rough stones, his eyes scanning them intently. What a profiteer he is, he murmured before declaring, these are all from Huica mine. The shopkeeper scoffed. What are you looking at? What do you know? Zia Fei tugged at Dantes' arm. We won't buy any Dantes. I think these rough stones hold no jade inside. But Dantes continued, his voice resonating with knowledge. There are 10 major rough jadate mines. The H-packet mine is the best. The Mago mine is in second place. Rough stones from there are likely to be green jadate. Jadate's quality from Huica is very unstable. The jade could be top class or the worst. His eyes landed on a small, unassuming gray rock in a scrap pile marked 5000. I'll take this one. He picked it up. I'll keep my promise. Zia Fei stared at the small stone in his hand, her heart sinking. Such a tiny stone costs 5,000. Zia Nguyen saw her opening and sauntered over, pulling out a gold card with a malicious smile. Dantes, I heard that you only have $10 in your account. You can use my card. The shopkeeper joined in the mockery. Do you need your girl's money to buy a gift? Dantes simply ignored them, turning to the shopkeeper. Of course not, it's just 5,000. I'll take this one. You crack rough stones for free, right? Please crack it. The shopkeeper held out a greedy hand. Give me the money first, he demanded. Dantes' smile was unwavering. I'll give you the money after you crack it open. The shopkeeper's face turned ugly. What did you say? You won't pay if there's no jadate in it, right? Do I look stupid? Mrs. Mu sneered from the side. I think he's the stupid one, sir. He knows nothing about jadate. He doesn't even know that he must pay for the rough stone before cracking it open. But Dantes wasn't flustered. A sly smile played on his lips as he raised a single finger. I prefer paying after I get the merchandise. How about this? I'll pay you 5,000 if there's jadate in it. Otherwise, I'll pay you 100 times more. 500,000. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. 500,000? The shopkeeper's eyes bulged. You don't even have 5,000. How will you get that much? Dantes' smile widened. I work for the CEO of Mu's group, he said smoothly, and then he revealed his collateral. A magnificent, intricately carved green ring. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock and greed. Dantes dangled the ring between his fingers, the light catching on its perfect surface. This is his ring. He asked me to put it in his safe in the bank. I happened to come here before that. I can give it to you. If I can show you 500,000, I'll buy it back. If I can't, it'll be yours. The shopkeeper's eyes were practically glued to the ring. This is superb imperial jade. I won't lose it. Fine deal, he barked, his greed overriding all caution. You may open the stone first, but if you can't bring out 500,000, the ring will be mine. Zia Fei grabbed Dantes' arm, her face pale with terror. You can't give him the ring. Mu Yusin will kill you, she whispered frantically. He leaned in close, his voice a low murmur just for her. What, are you afraid that there is any accident and you might become a widow? She stared at him, bewildered. Are you sure that there is jade in this stone? He simply shrugged, a playful glint in his eye. Dunno, just gamble, just gamble. The crowd buzzed with excitement. A man asked the shopkeeper, what do you think of their stone, sir? The shopkeeper grinned smugly. Bad, even a jewelry expert in stone gambling can't be sure whether a stone has jade in it. He's so eager to be rich. Mrs. Mu watched with disdain, whispering to Zia Nguyen. You're about to carry a 500,000 debt, Zia Fei. What a good husband you have. The machine was brought out. Dantes placed the stone under the press. With a heavy foot, the worker brought the blade down, crack. The stone split cleanly in two. Inside, there was only more gray rock. Nothing. The shopkeeper burst into triumphant, ugly laughter. Haha, how about that? No jade, give me 500,000. Zia Fei's face fell, her heart plummeting into her stomach. It was over, but Dante's hand found hers, his grip firm and reassuring. She looked up at him and he was still smiling, completely unfazed. Don't worry, he said calmly. Then he addressed the gleeful shopkeeper. It's just a tip, go on. The shopkeeper's jaw dropped. You just can't accept the failure, can you? Go on, cut off the outer ring. The machine whirred again, slicing away the outer layers of the stone. Still nothing but worthless rock. Mrs. Mu sniffed disdainfully. Tusk, stone will never become jade. Zia Nguyen leaned closer to her. I don't think they should go on, Grandma. It's the same as a stone in the street. The old woman nodded sagely. How wise you are, Zia Nguyen. It is the same as a stone in the street. But then Dantes turned his cool, calculating gaze upon the matriarch, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Would you like to gamble on it, Mrs. Mu? He proposed, his voice dangerously smooth. If it's imperial jade, you'll owe me 5 million. If it's not, I'll owe you 5 million. Mrs. Mu scoffed. Are you crazy? You don't even have 5,000. Dantes' smile didn't waver. There are 2 gold bars in Mu CEO's safe. They are worth about that much. I can take them out. Zia Fei's blood ran cold. Mu Yusin's ring and gold bars. Aren't you afraid of Mu Yusin's punishments? Dantes leaned in, his voice a conspiratorial whisper for the old woman. I've stolen his ring already. I can't be adding more to the table. Go big or go home. He straightened up, his eyes locking with hers, a thrilling, audacious challenge in his gaze. Do you dare, Mrs. Mu? Her pride, her reputation, her authority, all of it was on the line, challenged by this penniless upstart. Her face hardened, her lips thinning into a determined line. There was no backing down now. Of course, I'll do it, she declared, sealing her fate. The air in the stone gambling market is thick with greed and anticipation. But for Mu Mian, it's a pit of anxiety. Across the room, she sees her rival, the woman who wants to steal everything from her, cozying up to Mrs. Mu. The girl smiles sweetly, holding out a piece of paper. She's already written it down, she chirps, telling the old woman all she needs to do is leave her fingerprint. Her hand hovers over the ink pad. Mrs. Mu beams, her voice dripping with fake affection as she praises how thoughtful her future granddaughter-in-law is. The words are like daggers in Mian's heart. She clenches her fists, her knuckles white, her gaze fixed on Dante's. Asterisk, you have to win. Asterisk, she pleads silently, her entire future hanging in the balance. Asterisk, please, Dante's, you must win. Asterisk, but her hopes crumble as the grinding wheel screeches to a halt. The cutter lifts the sliced stone, his face a mask of disappointment. He shouts that there's no jade, demanding the money. A cruel, triumphant smirk spreads across Mrs. Mu's face. It looks like the gold bars are hers, she cackles, her eyes glinting with malice. The rival turns to Mian, her expression a disgusting mockery of pity. She feels so sorry for Fei, she says, her voice laced with venom. This man is just too unreliable, putting such a heavy debt on her before she could even earn any money. She leans in, her words a poisonous whisper, suggesting Mian won't be able to pay it back in her whole life. Her eyes narrow into cruel slits. She heard Mu Yusin has clubs overseas, she sneers. Perhaps Fei could pay back the money by entertaining the guests. Insult hangs in the air, sharp and vile. Mian gasps, her body trembling with rage and humiliation. But before she can react, Dante steps in front of her, a protective shield. Run, she mouths silently, her heart pounding with fear for him, but he just pulls her closer, his arm a steady presence around her. His voice is a low, confident murmur against her ear. How can I ditch you and run away, babe? We haven't lost. He turns to the gloating cut. His expression unreadable. What's the hurry? It's not done. He points a finger at the worthless rock, his eyes sharp. All the tips of the stone are cracked, he declares, his voice cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. He then calmly approaches the work table, his movements fluid and certain. He picks up one of the precision tools, a small drill from the tray. He hands it to the stunned cutter, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. Make holes in it, he instructs, his voice smooth as silk. Do it slowly so you won't hurt my jade. A collective gasp ripples through the onlookers. What is this man thinking? Whispers erupt around them, laced with scorn and disbelief. They make holes to grind the stone's skin to find a hint of color. This stone shows no green, it's hopeless. He'll lose for sure, a man mutters, shaking his head. Mian's face goes pale, her last sliver of hope beginning to fade. The cutter, though confused, follows the command. The drill touches the stone's surface. A sharp crack echoes through the silent room. He presses harder, the drill whining as it bores into the gray rock. Tiny fragments of stone fly into the air. Suddenly, the cutter's eyes widen in utter shock. Mrs. Mu and her little accomplice freeze, their smug expressions wiped clean from their faces. A man in the crowd cries out, his voice trembling with excitement, I see green. Mian's heart leaps into her throat. Sir, keep digging, she shouts, her voice filled with renewed hope, but the seller quickly tries to dismiss it. A bit of a green shard means nothing, he scoffs nervously. Mrs. Mu chimes in, her voice shrill, yeah, it means nothing. But Dante simply watches them, a knowing, confident smirk on his face. The cutter continues to work, carefully chipping away at the stone. And then it's revealed. A breathtaking piece of jade, glowing with an inner light, rests in the cutter's gloved hand. It's jade. He breathes, holding it up for all to see. Dantes takes the gem, his expression thoughtful. He appraises it with an expert eye. Not bad, he muses aloud. Its shape is like a peach, perfect for a necklace. He notes the yellow part on the bottom, a slight impurity. It's not pure imperial jade, he continues, his voice carrying clearly. It has impurities, its reflection isn't bad, not much mist, it's of medium quality. He pauses, then fixes the seller with a piercing gaze. It's worth $1 million, am I right, sir? The seller's face turns ashen. This young man, he's an expert. A cold sweat breaks out on his brow. Asterisk, oh no, asterisk, he thinks, panic seizing him. Asterisk, he must know that I mixed ordinary stones with artificial ones to replace the natural imperial jade. Asterisk, Dantes holds up the brilliant green stone. I'll give you 5,000 after I sell this, he says coolly, his voice a low threat. The seller begins to tremble, his mind racing. If this man gets upset and tells everyone about his shady business, he won't be able to stay in this street ever again. Take your time, he stammers, forcing a sickeningly sweet smile. With the seller dealt with, Dantes turns his attention to the real prize, his smile turning sharp and predatory. Where's your 5 million, Mrs. Moo? The old woman flinches, rendered speechless. He gestures to the sign Bet Mian is holding. Your future granddaughter-in-law wrote this down herself, he reminds her, his voice dripping with sarcasm. And here's your fingerprint. Do you want to deny it? Everyone here is a witness. Mrs. Moo's eyes, wide with fury and humiliation, snap towards the younger woman. Who told you to write the bet down? She shrieks, her voice cracking with rage. The girl glares back, her own face a mask of fury. Asterisk, stingy old woman. Asterisk, she thinks venomously. Asterisk, who would have known there's jade in this damn stone? Asterisk, but aloud she throws the blame right back. You let me write it down yourself, Grandma, she says sweetly. You said I was thoughtful too. Dantes watches the spectacle, a cruel amusement in his eyes. He decides to add fuel to the fire. I want to deny it, Mrs. Moo, but he hates gambling the most. His eyes narrow, delivering the final blow. Moo Kai made a rule that whoever gambles will be kicked out of the Moo family once and for all. The blood drains from Mrs. Moo's face. The threat of being cast out by her own son is too much to bear. Her composure shatters. It's only 5 million, she says quickly, her voice trembling as she fumbles for her phone. It means nothing to me, I'll transfer it to you now. A moment later, a sharp asterisk ding asterisk confirms the transaction. 5 million yuan appears in his account. How generous you are, Mrs. Moo, Dantes says with a mocking smile. Since you've kept your promise, we should go. He takes Mian's hand, leading her away from the scene of their victory, leaving Mrs. Moo to stew in her public defeat, a storm of impotent rage in her eyes. As they walk away, Dantes suddenly stops and presses the jade into Mian's hand. Your jade, he says softly. She looks up, surprised. He smiles, his finger gently tapping her nose. I said it's my gift to you, my heart-shaped stone. Mian's cheeks flush. This is too valuable, I can't accept this, she protests. He just leans back, hands behind his head, the picture of cool confidence. Not too valuable, it's only $1 million and I just made 5, he says with a shrug. Take the 1 million as your profit. She's speechless. Her heart doing a funny little flip, a small shy smile touches her lips. Thank you, she whispers. He leads her to an elegant-looking shop with a sign that reads Eternal Jewelry. How do you know this place? She asks, puzzled. He grins at her, a mischievous glint in his eye. The name Eternal Jewelry sounds generous. Mian rolls her eyes at his ridiculous logic. As they step inside, a bell chimes softly. A man with long, dark hair and a monocle greets them with a silky voice. Hello, my name is Jai Zin. Are you here to buy or sell jewelry? Mian's instincts scream. Something about his smile is off. She leans close to Dantes, whispering urgently, let's change a place. He doesn't look like a good person. To her absolute horror, Dantes repeats her words out loud for the whole shop to hear. My babe said that you don't look like a good person. Mian wants the ground to swallow her whole. She shoves him lightly, her face burning with embarrassment. No, don't get me wrong, I mean, she stammers. The man Jai Zin simply lets out a delicate cough, his smile never wavering. It's not the appearance but the character of a person that matters, he says smoothly. I'm sorry. Eager to change the subject, Mian quickly presents the jade. By the way, we are here to sell jewelry. How much do you think our jade is worth? Jai Zin slips on a pair of white gloves and picks up a jeweler's loupe, examining the stone with professional indifference. It's just of medium quality, he says dismissively. How much do you want? Dantes doesn't hesitate, his arms crossed. He looks Jai Zin dead in the eye. $1 million, he says, his voice firm and unwavering. Jai Zin's eyebrow twitches in annoyance. Can't you accept the price? I'll go somewhere else if you can't accept it. Dantes immediately grabs Mian's arm, already turning to leave. We can negotiate, he says playfully. Before they can even take a step, Jai Zin cracks. $1 million it is, he snaps, clearly flustered. Let the treasurer transfer the money. Mian's jaw drops. He agreed just like that. A moment later, her phone dings with the transfer notification. I received it, thanks, she says, checking the time. It's over 1 p.m. already, babe. So late, I must go back to work, she realizes, waving goodbye as she hurries out the door. The second she's gone, Dantes turns back to Jai Zin, his hand outstretched. Give it back to me. Jai Zin stares at him, bewildered. Damn, you just took away $1 million and you are not gonna give me the jade? Aren't you too cruel? He sputters. Dantes scoffs. What's wrong with taking an item from my own shop? It's the heart-shaped jade that I gave to my beloved babe. Jai-Zin sneers, does your babe love you? Did you forget how she dumped you? A dark, determined look crosses Dante's face. I'll make her beg for my love this time, he vows. Jai-Zin just shakes his head. I don't believe it. As Dantes walks out, he calls over his shoulder, your sales goal this month is doubled. Jai-Zin freezes, watching him go with a look of pure hatred. Asterisk devil, asterisk he thinks as Dantes disappears down the street whistling a cheerful tune. Back at the massive office building, Mayunmian makes her way to Yusun's office. She knocks gently on the door, but it isn't Yusun who answers, it's his fiancée, her expression cold and unwelcoming. Where's Yusun? She demands. He hasn't come back yet, Mayunmian replies calmly. You can give me the files if you need them to be checked. The fiancée's eyes flash with indignation. How can you pass messages between Yusun and me? Mayunmian meets her gaze without flinching. I'm his fiancée, why can't I? The woman sputters, the office air was thick with unspoken tension. Deng Lai looked at the masked man before her, her voice laced with concern. He was worried, she explained, worried that Mayunmian might not be able to bear a child. After all, if the master of the Mu family can't have a child, it doesn't have to be Mu Shaofeng, does it? But Ma Yusun's reply was as cold as ice. He sneered, his visible eye narrowing with contempt. His privacy was none of his business. And where was his dear brother when he was trapped, dying in those ruins? The question hung in the air, a venomous accusation. Deng Lai could only murmur that it had been too many years, that the estrangement ran deep. Mayusin cut her off, his patience wearing thin. Was there anything else? Defeated, she shook her head, promising to ask for his help if she needed it before turning to leave. But as she opened the door, she was met with a furious glare. It was Mayunmian. Her eyes were blazing with betrayal. Sunrong is my arch-enemy, her mind screamed. Dong Lai should be on my side. What was she doing in there with him? The thought was a bitter pill, but her anger quickly shifted. Her eyes, sharp as daggers, shot past Dong Lai and landed on Mayusin. They're here for me, she realized with a jolt of fear. She pushed past Dong Lai, her voice trembling with accusation as she demanded why he didn't let her come in. Mayusin leaned back, his posture radiating a chilling indifference. The reason is simple, he stated, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. I don't like her. Is that enough? If you're not happy with it, you can fire me. The words were a slap in the face, but he wasn't finished. A cruel, knowing smirk played on his lips as he leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Or do you want to leave me so that you can be with Dantes? Mayunmian's world tilted on its axis. How could he know? She stammered, her face flushed with a mixture of shock and outrage, reminding him that he was her husband, that they were nothing more than a couple in name only. But her words only seemed to fuel his twisted amusement. He pulled out his phone, his thumb tapping the screen with terrifying speed. A sinister smile spread across his face. He was informing someone, ordering them to send Dantes to South Africa. Immediately, Mayunmian's blood ran cold. You're taking out your grudge on someone innocent, she shrieked. He didn't even flinch. Malaria spreads in Africa this season, he said conversationally, as if discussing the weather. People from Mu's group die there all the time. He won't come back alive. His eyes locked onto hers, a predator cornering its prey. But I'll give you a chance. Have a real relationship with me and I'll let him come back. Her breath hitched. Are you a bandit? She gasped, horrified. He let out a dark chuckle, his gaze mocking her distress. What, you don't have to care about him if you don't love him? She stood there speechless, his words echoing in the silent room. A fire ignited in her eyes, a spark of defiance against his tyranny. I won't forget about him, she vowed, her voice shaking with rage, but you won't have it your way. With that, she turned and fled, the sound of her own heart pounding in her ears. She scrambled for her phone, her fingers flying across the screen. Don't go to the African mine, she typed frantically. Mayusin is vicious, malaria is spreading, and he wants you to die there. The reply came almost instantly. Babe, I'm an employee of Mu's group. I can only do what Mayusin tells me to do, or else I'll lose this job. Resign, she typed back, desperation clawing at her throat. No, he replied, his words a dagger to her heart. I'm a man, I must make money to support you. She could have screamed, it's okay, I'll support you, just resign. But from the shadows of his office, Mayusin watched her frantic exchange, his expression hardening into a mask of pure fury. He didn't know she loved Dantes this much. Fine, he would marry her under another identity before ever letting her leave with another man. Just then, Mayunmian's phone dinged one last time. It was Dantes. I'm on the plane now, I'll hand in my phone. The cup in her hand slipped, clattering to the floor. Muyusin, you're kidnapping him? The realization crashed down on her, a suffocating wave of despair. What should I do? She thought, her mind racing. How can I make him let Dantes back? Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion across town, a different drama was unfolding. Mu Shaofeng and Nguyen stood by their grandmother's bedside, her face pale and drawn. What's wrong, Grandma? You look so unwell. Shaofeng's voice was gentle, but his eyes were sharp. Grandma was bullied, Nguyen whispered, her voice trembling. Are you going to help her or not, Shaofeng? Of course, he declared, his fists clenching. I'll help her. Who bullied you? I'll teach them a lesson. It's that security guard, Dantes. Nguyen blurted out. Shaofeng's brow furrowed in confusion. Him? How did he bully my grandma? She recounted the entire story of the stone gambling, how Dantes miraculously won $1 million from a cheap stone, how he even knew the password to Mayusin's safe. Shaofeng was skeptical, X-ray eyes, or just dumb luck, it couldn't be. But as Nguyen Nguyen explained that Dante's claimed Mayusin himself told him the password, something clicked in Xie Feng's mind. Wait, his eyes widened in sudden dawning comprehension. Even Lu Hong doesn't know the password, Dante's just got here. How could he possibly know? A chilling possibility began to form. Do you know how rich Mu Yusin is, Grandma? The old woman scoffed from her bed. That old man married me for my money, she spat, her voice raspy with old hatred. He used my dowry to expand his group, all while having 3 sons with his first love. 2 died in that fire, but Mu Yusin, that scourge, survived, and after he came back, your 3rd and 5th uncles just disappeared. Xie Feng listened, his expression grim. No, Grandma, Mu Yusin is a self-made man. He's the god of stone gambling from Myanmar. The one who could find imperial jade every single time. The grandmother's eyes flew open in disbelief. What, the god of stone gambling? Was Mu Yusin? But why would he come back to snatch their money when he was already so rich? Xie Feng had a theory. Grandpa got his startup capital from Mayusin's mother, he explained, his voice low. I think he wants to take the Mu family's property back, and I think Dante's is Mu Yusin. How else could a poor man find jade in a random stone? Except for Mu Yusin, no one could have that skill. Nguyen Nguyen gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Could it be true? Is he really? Mr. Seventh, the grandmother was unconvinced. Seriously, Mu Yusin's face was burnt, and he can't have relations with a woman. That man looked perfectly healthy. Xie Feng conceded he wasn't sure, but the evidence was too compelling. Based on the stone gambling, they have to be the same person. We need to take off his mask before he reveals his identity himself. A flicker of cunning entered the grandmother's eyes. Wait, if they could prove it? If they could prove that Mu Yusin is the god of stone gambling? Your grandpa played stone gambling in Myanmar and was fooled by that very god. He lost 100 million. If we can prove it's him, Grandpa would forgive your grandpa and he'll kick him out of the company. A wicked smile spread across Xie Feng's face. Leave it to me, he said smoothly. Just ask Grandpa to tell him to go home. Standing by the window, Nguyen Nguyen listened, her own plans solidifying. She didn't care if Dante's was the god of stone gambling. All she cared about was finding a way to take him back for herself. Her phone buzzed silently in her purse. A message from Song Jing. Have you taken care of the thing we discussed? Her lips curled into a sneer. Just you wait and see, Song Jing, later by the back lake of the Mu Mansion. Nguyen Nguyen stood at the water's edge, a chilling resolve in her eyes. She slipped off her shoes, took a deep breath, and stepped into the cold, murky water. Plop. Nearby, a young man with white hair sat with a blonde woman. They both looked up at the sound. Someone fell into the lake. The woman pointed to the shore where a phone and shoes lay abandoned. Just as Nguyen Nguyen broke the surface, coughing and sputtering for air, the blonde woman's phone lit up with a text. Answer me, are you doing it or not? A strange, calculated look passed over her features. Heng, she cried out, her voice filled with manufactured panic. Without a moment's hesitation, Heng dove into the lake. Nguyen Nguyen's hand reached out desperately from the churning water. Help. Moments later, Heng emerged, carrying her limp body from the lake. He laid her gently on the grass. The blonde woman hovered over them. Is she dead? She asked coldly. Don't we need to inform Grandpa? Heng glared at her, his clothes dripping. Grandpa told me to keep her safe, he snapped. He also told you to be polite to her. I don't care about the inheritance, but I won't make Grandpa angry. Just then, Nguyen Nguyen coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of water. Her eyes fluttered open, and when she saw Heng, she lunged, grabbing his shirt with surprising strength. Heng, why did you save me? Just let me die, I don't want to live. He was stunned into silence. What happened? The blonde woman stepped forward, holding up Nguyen Nguyen's phone. It must have something to do with this message. Heng took the phone, his gaze hardening. Unlock the phone, let me see the message. No need, it's not important. Nguyen Nguyen cried, trying to pull away, but he was stronger. He grabbed her hand, forced her thumb onto the sensor, and the phone unlocked with a ding. He stared at the screen, his voice low and dangerous. What's this about, Nguyen? The blonde woman peered over his shoulder. Could you explain what this means to us? Nguyen Nguyen dissolved into tears, a perfectly crafted performance of a victim. I didn't do anything, Heng. It's from Song Jing. He threatens me because I refused his love. She sobbed, weaving a tale of blackmail and innocence. He said if I don't say yes, he'll tell Xie Feng the hotel cameras were damaged. Nothing can prove my innocence, so I want to prove it with my death. She clutched his arm, begging him not to be reckless, painting a picture of a vast conspiracy against her. Heng's expression softened. He gently stroked her wet hair. Go back to your room and take a hot bath, he said softly. I'll take care of it. Through her tears, she gave him a weak, grateful smile. As she walked away, the blonde woman handed Heng a dry towel. Do you believe her, Heng? She asked, her tone skeptical. He didn't look at her, his gaze fixed on Nguyen Nguyen's retreating form. The truth doesn't matter, he said, his voice flat. I promised I would take her to Grandpa safely. Far away in a grimy back alley, Mayamian walked alone. A heavy sigh escaped her lips as she stepped forward. The setting sun cast long, ominous shadows around her. She checked her phone one more time. The anonymous message was clear. Go to the alleyway downstairs of Mu's group. Do you want to know who hired Kang to kidnap you? I'll tell you the truth. She had arrived. Her foot kicked an empty can, the clang echoing loudly in the narrow space. She jumped at the sound, her heart pounding. But before she could turn, a hand clamped over her mouth from behind, a cloth pressed against her face. Her eyes widened in terror as the world began to fade to black. The name echoed in the quiet room, laced with a weary sort of dread. Song Jing. Zia Fei called out. From the shadows he emerged, his face flushed a feverish red, steam practically rising from his skin as he panted for breath. This wasn't the arrogant hacker she knew. This was a cornered animal. He tried to bargain, his voice a desperate rasp. He claimed he could tell her the truth, but only under one condition. She had to keep him safe. He pleaded that she couldn't sue him, that she had to protect him from whatever was coming. Zia Fei's eyes narrowed. He was desperate, and that gave her the upper hand. She told him calmly to spill the truth, and then she would consider it, but he was frantic, demanding she promise him first. She scoffed, stepping closer, her voice dripping with ice. Do you think you can negotiate with me? She challenged, slamming her hand against the wall beside his head. She could feel his fear, see the panic in his eyes. She pressed her advantage, her tone sharp and cutting. You must be at your wit's end, or else you wouldn't have come to me. Tell me everything, or I'll leave. With that, she turned her back on him, a calculated move to break him. And break he did. Don't go, he cried out, his hand shooting out to stop her. I'll tell you. A smirk played on her lips as she turned back around, arms crossed. He had taken the bait. Start talking, she commanded. He leaned against the wall, his entire body trembling as he slid down, confessing everything in ragged breaths. Someone had paid him a lot of money to hack into an old computer system. For a man with dual degrees in programming, it was child's play. Zia Fei's heart pounded. This was it, the confession she needed. She demanded to know who gave him the order, who gave him the evidence to use against the company. She promised she'd get him out of this if he just told her the truth. But as she spoke, something was happening to him. His vision blurred, the world twisting into a kaleidoscope of distorted colors. A monstrous image of Zia Nguyen filled his mind, her eyes glowing with a demonic red light, a single, terrifying word echoing in his soul. Die. He screamed, clutching his head as the hallucination took over. He saw Zia Fei, but her face was twisted into that of his tormentor. Zia Nguyen, he shrieked, his voice filled with venom. It's all your fault. He lunged, grabbing her wrist with a crushing grip. Zia Fei cried out in shock and pain. I'm not Zia Nguyen, look at me carefully, Song Jing. But he was lost to reason. He shoved her away with brutal force, his eyes wild with a terrifying madness. Zia Nguyen, you bastard, he roared, grabbing a heavy metal pipe from the ground. You fooled me for so many years, I won't spare you. Zia Fei stumbled back, her eyes wide with terror. He was going to kill her. He charged, the pipe raised high, ready to strike a fatal blow. Her life flashed before her eyes. He swung the weapon down, a guttural roar tearing from his throat. Go to hell. But just as the pipe was about to connect, a blur of motion cut through the air. A sharp kick sent the weapon flying from Song Jing's grasp. Footsteps pattered on the concrete as a figure stepped between them. Zia Fei looked up, her heart still hammering against her ribs, and saw Lu Hong standing over her. A familiar voice cut through the haze of fear. Are you all right, Miss Zia Fei? And there, just behind him, was Mu Yuchen in his wheelchair, his presence a sudden, shocking anchor in the chaos. Why was he here? How did he find her? Her mind reeled with questions. Before anyone could say another word, Song Jing's body crumpled to the ground with a sickening thud. Mu Yuchen wheeled himself closer, his gaze fixed on the still form on the floor. How is he? He asked Lu Hong, his voice devoid of emotion. Lu Hong checked for pulse, his expression grim. He's dead, sir, he reported calmly. Mu Yuchen's command was immediate and cold. Got it, call the police. The words sent a shiver down Zia Fei's spine. Dead, it had happened so fast. Mu Yuchen turned his masked face towards her, his voice low. Did you kick Song Jing to death? He asked. She shook her head, horrified. No, he died of an overdose. Lu Hong stood, confirming her words. Overdose? Something was wrong with his eyes and mental state, he mused, recalling the scene. He explained that the sweating, the rapid heartbeat, the hallucinations, they were all classic signs of an overdose. Mu Yuchen's gaze bored into her. Were you here quite a while ago? He asked. She nodded numbly. Yes. Why didn't you come to me earlier? He pressed. His next words were like a slap in the face. I wanted to see how foolhardy you were. Rage, hot and sudden, flared in her chest. He was watching. He let her walk into this danger just to see what she would do. Then why did you help me? She shrieked, her frustration bubbling over. Why didn't you let me die? If she died, he'd be a widower. A small, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. Ha, thanks. He said dryly, don't be so courteous, we are a family. The sound of sirens filled the air, and soon the alley was flooded with police and paramedics. As they wheeled a covered gurney out, a woman's heart-wrenching scream shattered the night. Mom! A young man cried out, trying to hold her back. It was Song Jing's family. The mother fought against her son's grip, her face a mask of pure agony as she stared at the body bag. Song Jing, my son? She wailed. Then her grief-stricken eyes landed on Zia Fei, and her sorrow instantly curdled into pure, unadulterated rage. You killed my son? She shrieked, her face contorting with fury. She lunged forward, hands outstretched like claws, aiming straight for Zia Fei's throat. But before she could reach her, Lu Hong stepped in, blocking the attack. Mrs. Song, please calm down, he said firmly. Zia Fei's voice trembled as she tried to defend herself. No, I didn't ask Song Jing to get here, he asked me to come here. Liar, Song Jing's brother snarled, shoving a phone in her face. This is our chat history. He was trying to frame her, but Zia Fei was prepared. She pulled out her own phone. Calm down, Mom, the brother said, but it was too late. Zia Fei played a recording, her voice clear and steady. The recording detailed Song Jing's crimes, stealing from a bank account, transferring money to Qiang, even kidnapping his two brothers. What did my son ever do to you? The mother screamed, refusing to believe it. Is it not enough to kill him? Now you even try to frame him? I never framed him, Zia Fei stated calmly. I believe the police were already looking into him. Just then, a police officer stepped forward. We discovered that Song Jing's computer ID matches the hacker's ID in this case, he announced. When we were about to go to his home to arrest him, we received Mr. Liu's call. Mrs. Song collapsed into her other son's arms, sobbing. Impossible. My son was a good kid. He wouldn't break the law. Even if he did something wrong, you shouldn't kill him. The officer held up a document, his expression stern. This is the test result. I can prove that they didn't kill Song Jing. He died of an overdose. Mrs. Song snatched the paper, her eyes scanning the words frantically. Impossible, my son never took drugs. Your result is wrong. She cried, her denial absolute, but the evidence was undeniable. Her body trembled as the truth sunk in. This is not real. The officer turned to Zia Fei. Miss Zia Fei, please go to the police station with us and make a record. As they left for the station, Zia Fei's eyes met a chillingly familiar gaze from across the hall. It was Zia Nguyen's sister, her lips curled into a smug, knowing smirk. This was far from over. Later, after giving her statement, Zia Fei was finally alone with Mu Yuchen. He looked at her, his expression unreadable behind the mask. Zia Nguyen framed you again and again. It's time for you to pay, he said, not as a threat, but as a statement of fact. Then his tone shifted. Didn't you tell me you wanted to learn self-defense skills? When will it start? Anytime you want, he answered her unspoken question. She bristled slightly. Then it starts today, but I need to go out after work, she declared, trying to reclaim some control. Where do you want to go? He asked, his voice low and possessive. She stammered, feeling cornered. It's not your concern. His response was swift and absolute. Then you are not allowed to go anywhere. Go to the old mansion with me. He left no room for argument, wheeling himself towards the door. What kind of anytime you want is that? She fumed internally, her cheeks puffing out in frustration. They arrived at the Grand Mu family mansion, the air thick with unspoken tension as they entered the dining room. The entire family was gathered around a long tables, their eyes immediately falling on Zia Fei. Mu Yuchen greeted his father coolly. An older woman, the family matriarch, sniffed disdainfully. You should have respected me more, she sneered. You won't be so arrogant when I take off your mask later. The meal began in strained silence. A young maid, clearly nervous, approached with a tureen of soup. Her hands trembled as she served Mu Yuchen, and in a moment of sheer clumsiness, she tripped. The bowl went flying, its scalding hot contents splashing directly onto Mu Yuchen's face and chest. He flinched, a pained sound escaping him as the hot liquid seeped under his mask. Are you all right? Zia Fei cried out, jumping to her feet. Is it hot? Another woman at the table rushed over. You can't wipe it off. Soup is everywhere inside the mask. I'll take it off for you, Yusin. Her hands reached for his mask, but he caught her wrist, his gloved hand blocking her with surprising speed. But it was too late. The movement dislodged the mask and it fell away, clattering onto the table. For a breathtaking second, there was absolute silence. Then a collective gasp rippled through the room. Revealed for all to see was a brutal, puckered scar, a devastating burn that marred the entire left side of his face. Zia Fei stared, her heart aching. Asterisk, no wonder he needs a mask. Asterisk, she thought, a wave of empathy washing over her. Asterisk, he must be so different when people see him like this. Asterisk. The maid was sobbing, apologizing profusely. Mr. Mu, I'm sorry, forgive me, I didn't mean to do it. Mu Yuchen's father stood, his face like thunder. You're fired, he said, his voice deadly calm. He turned to Mayan Mian. Mayan Mian, take Yusin to your room and let him take a shower. But Mu Yuchen shook his head, his voice strained. No need, I'll use the guest room. His gaze, vulnerable and raw without the mask, found Zia Fei's. Come and help me, Zia Fei. The request hung in the air, a clear rejection of Mayan Mian and a deliberate choice of Zia Fei. Mayan Mian's eyes, watching Zia Fei help him up, were filled with a venomous hatred. Asterisk, what a loser, asterisk, the matriarch thought, sneering at Mayan Mian. Asterisk, no wonder you can't win his heart. Asterisk. As they left, the father sighed heavily. Mayan Mian, he said, find a well-known surgeon to think of a way to remove Yusin's scars. But the matriarch had other plans. I think it's time to bring up Yusin and Mayan Mian's marriage, she declared, her voice sharp and decisive. They are not young. It's not appropriate for him to keep an assistant with him all the time. He should marry someone who's in the same social class. The family members murmured amongst themselves, the room buzzing with their plotting. The pink-haired woman from before quickly agreed. Grandma is right. My aunt is the perfect match for Mr. Seventh. But across the table, a young woman with striking white hair watched them all, a thoughtful, almost defiant look in her eyes as she toyed with a lock of hair. HMPH, she scoffed quietly. Why shouldn't Mr. Seventh be with Zia Fei? I think they get along well. Yao Nun's voice was laced with ice as she addressed the blonde girl, reminding her that this was an internal issue of the Mu family and she had no right to comment on it. But Zia Nguyen simply tilted her head, a picture of false innocence, and shot back. The Mu family? Then why did Yao Nguyen comment on it? Her lips curved into a smug smile as she declared herself Xie Feng's fiancée, making her one of the Mu family. Yao Nguyen's eyes narrowed. The girl hadn't even married him yet. Zia Nguyen's voice was sickly sweet, insisting they would be married soon. It still means you aren't married yet, Yao Nguyen thought, her patience wearing thin. This girl was claiming to be a family member before the wedding. Was this how the Zia family taught their daughters? Just as the tension was about to snap, a calm voice cut through the air. A handsome man with silver hair stepped forward, placing a hand on Yao Nuan's shoulder. He gently reprimanded her, reminding her that Yao Nuan was her cousin. Xia Nuan immediately switched tactics, turning to the man with wide, pleading eyes. Oh, but he was her elder brother. She begged him not to be so hard on Yao, lest she think Xia Nuan was trying to snatch her brother for her own good. Her hands clasped together as she put on a show of pure gratitude, thanking God for giving her such a great cousin. It was a performance worthy of an award, her eyes sparkling with crocodile tears. But her brother wasn't fooled, telling her plainly that she was his aunt's daughter and he would take good care of her. Unimpressed, Yao Nuan could only puff out her cheeks and turn away with a huff. Later, back in the lavish bathroom, Faye found herself in another impossible situation. Mu Yusin sat there, his shirt partially open, the mask hiding his eyes but not the arrogant curve of his lips. His voice was a low rumble as he asked if she feared his scars. Her heart hammered against her ribs. No, of course not, she stammered, her eyes squeezed shut. So then what was she afraid of? He pressed his voice closer now. Why were her eyes closed? Her mind screamed in frustration. Was he going to choke on unspoken words? Must he retort to everything? I just don't like watching other people's bodies. But he wasn't done tormenting her. He sneered, stating that this wasn't his house. And the bathtub wasn't designed for disabled people. He couldn't get in without her help. Faye's eyes snapped open. This man, he was doing this on purpose? Fine, she bit out, her patience completely gone. She would help him. She grabbed his arm, pulling him towards the tub. But as she took a step back, her heel hit a wet patch on the tiled floor. Huh? Her eyes widened in shock as her body tilted backward. A loud splash echoed through the bathroom as she lost her balance completely, tumbling into the tub with a shriek. But she didn't hit the hard porcelain. Instead, she landed on something warm and solid. Water sloshed everywhere as she found herself pinned beneath Mu Yusin, his body pressing her down into the shallow water, their faces mere inches apart. Her eyes, wide with shock, stared into the dark depths of his. He leaned in closer, a wicked, triumphant smirk spreading across his lips. His voice was a husky whisper that sent shivers down her spine as he murmured, "Seducing me in this way, I like it." Seducing him? Is he crazy? She wasn't seducing him. She struggled beneath him, demanding he get up. But he just raised an eyebrow, his expression mocking. "Are you kidding me?" he asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Why would I need a wheelchair if I could stand up myself?" Faye froze. He had a point. Before she could process it, his gloved hand shot out, grasping her arm. "Don't move," he commanded. In one swift motion, he twisted his body, pulling her around so that she was sitting upright in the tub, facing him. Water splashed violently, soaking her completely. He was now sitting in the tub, and she was trapped between his legs, her hair dripping, her clothes plastered to her skin. His hands moved to her head, his fingers gently running through her wet hair. Her heart skipped a beat. Lub-dub, it was deafening in the sudden silence. His masked eyes stared intently into hers. "Your hands are all right," he stated calmly. "Bath yourself." And with that, he leaned back, leaving her utterly bewildered. She scrambled out of the tub, dripping water all over the expensive floor, and slammed the door behind her without a second glance. In the tub, Mu Yusin placed a hand over his chest, feeling the frantic beat of his own heart. What was that just now? A short while later, a servant brought Faye a new dress. After changing, she stood hesitantly outside the bathroom door. Just as she was about to knock, the door was pulled open from the inside. It was Xie Feng. His eyes were wide and frantic as he grabbed her arm, pulling her roughly against him. "Who is it?" she cried out in shock. "Why were you wet?" he demanded, his voice tight with suspicion. "I saw a servant sending you a dress. Did Mu Yusin assault you? Is he not disabled? Are his scars real?" The questions tumbled out of him in a desperate torrent. Faye wrenched her arm free, her mind racing to come up with a plausible lie. "The scars are real, and he didn't assault me," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "I slipped over and fell into the bathtub in the bathroom." But Xie Feng was relentless, his eyes searching hers. "Is that it? Are you sure his scars are real?" he pressed. "Of course," she snapped. "Why are you asking that?" He rubbed the back of his neck, trying to appear casual. I'm just wondering why he didn't get surgery to remove his scars." Faye's patience snapped. She crossed her arms, her gaze turning cold as steel. "Have you heard what happened today?" she asked, her voice dropping. "Song Jing died of an overdose." Xie Feng's face went pale, his eyes widening in pure shock. It was a pity, he stammered, that he wasn't with her when it happened, or he would have protected her. Protected her? The irony was so thick she could choke on it. "Song Jing told me that Xia Nuan asked him to get some guys to kidnap me," she revealed, watching his reaction carefully. "I don't have evidence, so when I told the police, they just asked her a few questions and found nothing." She leaned in, her voice a low, dangerous whisper. "I'm Xia Nuan's little sister. But she still did not let me off. Be careful not to let her hurt you." The seed was planted. Xie Feng's face contorted with rage. A police cousin, he had helped, he realized. "She was the one who hurt you?" he growled, his fists clenching. "I'll look into it. If I find any evidence, I'll make her regret it." Faye watched him, a cold satisfaction spreading through her. Sometimes if you plant a seed of suspicion inside someone's heart, the seed will grow wildly. She was looking forward to their internal fight. "What will you do if you find evidence?" she asked calmly. "She's your fiancé." His face flushed with anger as he grabbed her again. "I told you I love you. Why do you keep suspecting me?" "So you're just using Xia Nuan?" Faye countered, her voice devoid of emotion. The truth finally spilled out of him in a torrent of greed and resentment. He had to get the family business. His grandpa only cared about his interests, and he would let whoever was better for the company's development be the CEO. His grandma had been with him for so many years, using her own dowry to help him develop the company, but now he wanted to give the business to a bastard. Faye's eyes narrowed. But I heard your grandpa became rich with the money of Mu Yusin's mother, she retorted coolly. Who are you to blame your grandpa? All in all, you are exactly the same as your grandfather. The words hit him like a physical blow. She remembered their 2 years together, how he had betrayed her for the inheritance, sending her away without a second thought, all for money. He sputtered, trying to justify himself. It was a great sum of money. Did she know how many families the Mu family's business was worth? He could ignore it if it was only dozens of thousands. Faye's face was a mask of stone. I think this conversation is over. He reached for her, pleading, I didn't mean that, Faye. She slapped his hand away and slammed the door in his face, but he wouldn't give up. He burst through the door, his voice cracking. Enough, the more you talk, the more I pity myself. How could I be with you for 2 years? I was insulting myself. He grabbed her arm again, his eyes wild with desperation. Faye, when I get the inheritance. She didn't let him finish. With a surge of adrenaline, she drove her knee hard into his stomach. He doubled over, gasping for air. I'm mentally, emotionally, and financially independent, she declared, her voice ringing with newfound strength. There's no place for you. She kicked him away, sending him sprawling to the floor. Faye, he whimpered from the ground, but she had already turned her back on him, walking away without a single glance back, leaving him a pathetic heap in the hallway. Needing air, Faye pushed open a set of glass doors leading to another part of the residence. Her eyes widened in surprise. Standing there, arms crossed, was the silver-haired man from before, Gong Si-heng. A gentle, knowing smile played on his lips. Did I frighten you? He asked, his voice soft. Did you hear us, child of Gong Si? She asked, her heart sinking. He chuckled lightly. Which part do you mean? The reason why Mu Shifeng broke up with you, why he wants to marry Xia Nguyen, or why you don't need a man, or perhaps the part where you suspect Xia Nguyen asked Song Jing to hurt you? He had heard everything. Faye's lips tightened into thin. She decided to be direct. I never framed Xia Nguyen. You may look into it and find out if she asked Song Jing to kidnap people to get me. He nodded thoughtfully. I'll look into it, he promised, but not everyone can make me be on their side. Will you make Xia Nguyen leave Mu Shifeng? She asked. He shook his head. Why would I do that? My task is to protect Xia Nguyen and send her to my grandpa safely. Faye frowned. His grandpa? Why would his grandpa be so sure that Xia Nguyen was his aunt's daughter? Gong Si-heng seemed to read her mind. This is my aunt, he said, pulling out an old sepia-toned photograph. Xia Nguyen's mother. Faye gasped. Her hand flew to her mouth in shock. The woman in the photo, her face was so similar to Xia Nguyen's. Did she think too much? Was Xia Nguyen really the granddaughter in the Gong Si family? Just then her phone buzzed. The screen lit up with a name, Mu Yusin. The devil was calling. Pardon me, she said quickly, a polite smile fixed on her face. I've got something to do. She had to get there fast. As she hurried away, Gong Si-heng watched her go, a curious glint in his eyes. This girl? She was interesting, and why did she look so familiar? Faye knocked on the door. I'm back, she called out. Come in, came the reply. She entered to find Mu Yusin sitting in his wheelchair, freshly dressed. Where have you been? He asked, his tone deceptively casual. I was in the corridor, she replied smoothly. I thought I shouldn't stay in the room while you were bathing. He wheeled himself closer, his masked gaze scrutinizing her. Were you alone? Yes, she lied. It was better to skip some details. She hadn't done anything shady anyway, but he knew, he always knew. His gloved hand shot out, grabbing her wrist in a vice-like grip. You lied, he snarled, his eyes flashing with fury from behind the mask. He pulled her closer, his other hand gripping her chin, forcing her to look at him. What are you doing? Let go of me, she cried, struggling against his iron grip. Tell me the truth, he commanded, his face inches from hers. Why do you care? She shot back, defiance burning in her eyes. You have no right to question me. Dante is my husband. We are an unmarried couple in name only. His eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. Damn it, he hissed, his voice a low, threatening growl. Do you know what punishment awaits you after you defied me? Punishment? Before she could react, he pulled her into a harsh embrace. His head dipped and she felt a sharp, stinging sensation on her neck. He was biting her. A gasp escaped her lips as a blush of humiliation and shock spread across her cheeks. He pulled back, a cruel smirk on his face. Remember this well, he warned. I'll do it if you dare to defy me again. He released her and she stumbled back, her hand flying to her neck. She caught her reflection in a nearby mirror, a bright red mark blooming against her skin. Psycho, she whispered, her eyes wide with disbelief. As they headed downstairs, him in his wheelchair and her walking stiffly beside him, he had the audacity to tease her. Why are you covering your neck, Faye? That's the sign of our love. Why would you feel shy about it? What are you babbling about? We are not in love, she hissed back. We'll get married sooner or later, he said with a smug grin. No one will find it wrong when we express our love to each other. Now come on downstairs, silly, don't you say you're hungry. What is his problem now? Something is definitely off with him. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, a familiar figure stepped out. It was Gong Si-heng. She's a girl, Yusin, he said with a gentle, chiding smile. Girls often get shy, she's different from you. Mu Yusin's expression darkened. My wife doesn't need to get shy, he retorted possessively. She can do whatever she likes as long as she's mine. Gong Si-heng simply chuckled, turning to Faye. Girls can't stand such a straightforward way of dealing with things, Yusin. He gently fixed a stray strand of her hair. Thanks, child to Gong Si, Faye murmured, feeling flustered. Just call him Zai, Mu Yusin grumbled. They all call me Mr. Seventh because he's bad-tempered, Gong Si explained with a charming smile. Zai, Faye tested the name. MHM, don't mind him, I'll call you Gong Si, she decided. Mu Yusin's jaw clenched. Stay away from my wife Gongxi Heng, he growled. Gongxi raised an eyebrow. Are you two married? Why is she your wife? We'll get married soon, Mu Yusin declared, grabbing Faye's arm. Prepare the wedding gift for us and a hello gift for your nephew. Faye started pushing his wheelchair away quickly, leaving Gongxi Heng standing alone in the hallway. He watched them go, a pensive look on his face. There are so many men out there, he murmured to himself. But you chose to be with the devil. The dinner was a tense affair. Everyone sat around the long table, the silence thick with unspoken animosity. Faye had tied a silk scarf around her neck, hoping to hide the mark Mu Yusin had left, but a pair of sharp eyes missed nothing. Yao Nguyen, sitting across from her, suddenly pointed her chopsticks. Isn't your uncle disabled? She asked, her voice dripping with venom. Why would a hickey be on my sister's neck? The entire table fell silent. All eyes turned to Faye, whose face had gone deathly pale. Yao Nguyen stared at her, a triumphant, hateful glint in her eyes, her accusation hanging in the air like a guillotine. Xie Feng's eyes narrowed, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. His voice was a low growl, laced with contempt. Why did she care? He told her to mind her own business, sneering that she was even worse. But Xia Nguyen's voice rose, shrill and accusatory, her face twisted in fury. She shrieked that she'd told him someone had framed Song Kai and Song Jing. Why couldn't he just believe her? A smug, cold smirk played on Xie Feng's lips. He leaned back, the picture of arrogance. Ha, he drawled, his tone mocking. I want to. The words were a slap in the face. He was doing this just to spite her. Xia Nguyen's eyes blazed with a new kind of fire. Fine, if he wanted to play dirty, so could she. She hissed that she'd had the contraceptive pills she takes checked and they were clean, so he better tell her who the father of that asterisk baby was. Her voice dropped to a venomous whisper, an ultimatum hanging in the air. Behave or I'll teach you a lesson. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she pushed a plate of fish towards him, her command echoing in the tense silence. Pick out the fish bones for me. Across the table, Faye watched the ugly scene unfold. She turned to Yusei, her voice soft but pointed, a gentle critique of Xie Feng's brutish behavior. She told him he should treat girls better, that a true gentleman would pick the fish bones for a lady. Yusei, hidden behind his mask, let out a soft chuckle, his eyes crinkling with amusement. He believed there must be servants in the Mu family who could handle such a task. After all, there were so many of them. Before Faye could reply, the godmother chimed in, her voice dripping with saccharine praise for Mayan Mian. She announced that Mayan Mian had already picked the bones out for Yusei, presenting a small plate of perfectly prepared fish. She then turned her sharp gaze on Faye, her words a thinly veiled attack. Look at your woman, she sneered at Yusei. Is she your childhood sweetheart? Maya Mian is willing to do anything for you. You should know who treats you better. The godmother's smile was a cruel slash across her face as she continued her assault. She doesn't even want to take care of Yusei, she screeched, her voice rising. What good is she? Mayan Mian is so much better. What was she even trying to accomplish? Oh right, she just wanted Mayan Mian to marry Mu Yusei. Faye, however, remained the picture of grace. With a serene smile, she gently took the plate of fish from the godmother's hands. She reminded the older woman that they used to be as close as students and parents, that the godmother was her teacher, like a mother to her. So how could she trouble her mother to pick fish bones? She then thanked the godmother on behalf of her son-in-law. The godmother's face soured. She snapped that they didn't do that anymore, telling Faye not to put it like that, but Faye's smile never wavered. She simply replied that they were taught to respect their elders since they were little. Keep the fish bones, she said sweetly. Your son-in-law is waiting. The godmother could only choke out a frustrated ugh. As Faye placed a different dish before Yusei, a beautifully steamed crab with meat. With delicate precision, Faye picked up a piece with her chopsticks, offering it to him. This dish is famous, she explained softly, her voice a gentle melody. The crab roe is wrapped around Tibetan pig pork, steamed with glutinous rice until it's perfectly soft. It's very tasty. Yusei took the bite and a small sound of pleasure escaped him. So good. Faye's eyes lit up. Of course it's extra tasty, she teased, because I fed it to you. I'll give you all of it if you like. Watching them, Xia Nguyen felt a hot surge of jealousy. If her mom hadn't swapped them she'd be Mu Yusei's sweetheart. Who cares about his ruined face? He clearly treats his woman well. The strange woman, Yao, took a bite of her own food, her eyes closing in bliss. It's tasty indeed, she declared with a dreamy smile. The pig must have died happily. Faye blinked at the bizarre comment. What? She murmured, confused. You don't understand, Yao said, launching into a strange, unsettling explanation. If animals died in fear, their muscles would be tight with blood and the meat would be bitter, but if they died in sadness, their muscles would be filled with something that makes the meat sour. So she concluded with an unnerving smile, this meat is sweet, so the pig must have been happy when it died. An image of a joyful pig flashed through Faye's mind, but the thought was more disturbing than cute. Xia Nguyen stared at Yao, disgusted. She accused her of sounding like she'd eaten human flesh. Yao's smile only widened. Animals are vertebrates, she said calmly, just like humans. I don't have to eat human flesh to know. She held up her chopsticks like surgical tools. It's like dissecting a toad. It'd be completely paralyzed if I used an iron needle to stab its spine. Then her gaze shifted, landing directly on Xia Nguyen with chilling intent. If I used a needle to stab your spine, she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, the result would be the same. The threat hung in the air, cold and sharp. Suddenly, Yusei's hand shot out, his gloved fingers gripping Faye's arm tightly. His voice was a low, dangerous promise. I promise you that I'll act faster than the needle if you dare to try it. Faye gasped, her eyes widening in surprise at his sudden, fierce protectiveness. The godmother, oblivious to the undercurrent of violence, tried to coax Yusei into eating. Yusin, she said. Have something, you haven't eaten anything. Yusei didn't even look at her. His reply was flat and absolute. I won't eat. The old patriarch of the family frowned. Why didn't he like the cuisine? Yusei's masked face turned towards the old man, his voice resonating with years of pain and unresolved anger. He hadn't yet figured out who killed his mother and two brothers. How could he explain it to their souls if he accidentally ate his enemy's food? The old man's face hardened. He told Yusei to let bygones be bygones. But Yusei's resolve was like steel. You may be able to act like nothing happened, he bit out, a bitter smile twisting his lips, but I can't. My mother and brothers died. The godmother immediately burst into crocodile tears. See, darling, he thinks I was the killer. Why would I wait so many years if I wanted to kill his mother? Why would I do it after she had so many children? Her voice cracked with false emotion. My two sons are still missing. And everyone says that Yusin killed them. Did I ever comment on that? I still let him come. Even the court can't convict anyone without evidence. Yusei had heard enough. He turned to Faye, his voice low. Have you finished eating? She nodded. Yes, the killer wouldn't be sitting here if I had evidence, he thought grimly. Let's go, he said, and began to wheel himself away, Faye pushing his chair as they left the suffocating room. As they departed, the godmother immediately started poisoning the old man's mind. You've seen how he treats us, darling. He thinks you're a killer too. Have you thought about how he'll treat you if you give him the company? The old man slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted in rage. Yusin doesn't respect his elders at all. Feng saw his chance. He quickly stood, bowing his head respectfully. Don't be angry, Grandpa. I'll listen to you for sure and be filial in the future. The old man's anger subsided, replaced by a pleased smile. He looked at Feng, his decision made. MHM, I'll hand over the company to you when you and Zia Nguyen are married. Back at the villa, Faye was greeted by her enormous white wolf who pounced on her affectionately. She laughed, burying her face in his soft fur. Goodbye, she cooed. She told him all about the superb Tibetan pork she'd eaten, promising to buy him a whole pig one day when she was rich. As she caressed his head, her mind drifted back to the mystery that plagued her. Why did the woman in Gongxi Heng's photo look so much like Zia Nguyen? She had to figure it out. Suddenly, the wolf stiffened, pulling away from her to sniff the air, a low growl rumbling in its chest. What's wrong, dear? She asked, stroking its neck. What do you want? Zia Fei. Yusei's voice cut through the air. Wolf immediately placed itself between them, a silent furry protector. Yusei wheeled himself closer. Didn't you say you want to learn self-defense skills? I found you a trainer. She's in the gym. Fei's eyes lit up. She's so fast, I'm going, she exclaimed, rushing off with the wolf at her heels. Yusei watched her go, a ghost of a smile on his lips. He turned his attention to the wolf, which was now growling at him with undisguised hostility. His smile vanished. An ungrateful wolf indeed, he muttered, his voice cold. I've been raising you for 5 years. Is that how you treat me when he's here? He leaned forward, his voice a low threat. Fine, you'll starve from today. Call him to feed you if you can. I don't think he'll remember you. Oh, he's next door. The wolf lunged, its teeth bared. But Yusei was faster. With a flick of his wrist, something black shot through the air. It was a pen, and it flew with impossible speed, nailing the wolf's paw to the ground. The animal yelped in shock. Yusei stared down at it, his voice devoid of emotion. The strong don't fear any moves from his opponents. The weak don't deserve to complain about anything. If you can't stop nagging, I may find it annoying. Just over the wall, Yao and Gongxi Heng stood in their own yard. A small piece of the wall crumbled and fell. Huh, is it that close? Yao asked. Suddenly, a massive white head appeared over the top of the wall. Yao gasped, stumbling back in fear. Why would a wolf be here? Gongxi Heng quickly moved to shield her, his voice calm and steady. Don't be afraid, calm down and walk back slowly. He stood his ground, a silent protector, as the wolf stared at him with intelligent, piercing eyes. A moment passed, a silent conversation between man and beast, before the wolf turned and leaped away, disappearing back over the wall. In the gym, Faye was a whirlwind of motion, her kicks sharp and precise. All right, take a break, her trainer said, impressed. You learned fast, Ms. Zia. I've never met such a smart student. Faye smiled, wiping sweat from her brow. You flatter me. What else should I learn today? The trainer shook her head. They had already covered a week's worth of content in a single lesson they would review tomorrow. Sure, thank you, Faye said gratefully. Just then her phone began to ring. She picked it up. Hello, Dad. His voice was hesitant on the other end, asking if she was going to the office tomorrow. She confirmed, a little confused. Was there a problem? He quickly said it was nothing important, but the damage was done. Her instincts tingled. Something was wrong. Okay, she said slowly. I'll make time for you at tomorrow's lunchtime. As soon as she hung up, her stepmother was on her father. How was it? Did she say yes? He looked nervous. Yes, I'll meet her tomorrow. Min, maybe we shouldn't ask for the 500,000 from her. His wife's face contorted with rage. No way, how will we pay the loan if we don't ask her for money? Do you plan to sell your old kidneys? He winced. Don't be so harsh, Min. He reasoned that since the Gongxi family promised to give Nguyen a part of their property, it would be a large amount of money. They didn't have to force Faye. His wife exploded. How useless you are. What else can you do if you can't get some money from her? From another room, Zia Nguyen listened to their entire conversation, tears of rage and self-pity streaming down her face. I knew it, she sobbed silently. Dad only loves Zia Fei. He's thinking about the Gongxi family's money even before I get it. Her brother poked her, his voice a contemptuous whisper. Mu Yusin spoils Zia Fei like she's even fed Zia Fei tens of thousands worth of crab roe with Tibetan pig pork. She can get over $1 million if she asks for it, and Dad still doesn't want her money. Their mother's voice was sharp with greed. How ungrateful she is. We spent lots of money raising her and we gave her such a good. What's so wrong with asking for 500,000 from her? Why do you feel sorry for her? Her father sighed in defeat. I just thought, never mind, if she's so spoiled, I'll ask for it tomorrow. He walked away, telling his wife he was going to shower. Zia Nguyen turned to her mother, her face a mask of fury. That bitch well enchants Dad, she seethed. Watch out, Mom, Dad may give in if she cries. Her mother's expression was just as vicious. I dare her, if she doesn't give us money tomorrow, I'll make sure everyone knows what kind of bitch she is. Zia Nguyen's voice rose to a hysterical shriek. Do you know how much Mu Yusin is worth? I just learned that all his property isn't disabled at all. He'd spoil me like that if I were his woman. It's all your fault. Is Zia Fei your real biological daughter? The question, born of pure jealousy, struck her mother like a physical blow. How could you say that? That filthy bitch doesn't deserve to be my daughter? She cried, her face crumpling. We've planned this for over 20 years just to let you return to the Gongxi family and be the future hostess of the Mu family. How could you say such cruel words? Zia Nguyen was unmoved by the tears. Enough, stop crying. I owe you nothing. I'll go to bed. She stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Alone in her room, her phone rang again. It was Xie Feng. His voice was smug. My grandpa said he'd give me the right of inheritance after we get married. I want to get married this month. Zia Nguyen put on her most delicate, wounded voice. I'd love to, Xie Feng, but I just miscarried. I'm too weak to get married. She could almost hear him roll his eyes through the phone. Stop pretending, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he lit a cigarette. You've eaten a lot of tonic food when you were with the Mu family. My grandma made you everything you wanted for Gongxi Heng's sake. Haven't you recovered after eating that much? Her facade cracked. I know you wouldn't believe that it was your baby, Xie Feng, but I didn't lie. We can break off the engagement if you don't trust me. She thought the threat would work. She was wrong. Do I look like a fool to you? He scoffed. You kept talking about marrying me back then. You said that you'd care about nothing if you could love me, and now you want to cancel the engagement. She tried a different tactic, her voice softening with fake heartbreak. I did love you, but the miscarriage made me heartbroken. He laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. I'm not an idiot. I've looked into your past. You sure had lots of men. His words were a punch to the gut. He knew. How could he know? Nonsense, she gasped, her face pale. Someone must have been slandering me. People envy me because I'm about to marry you. That's why they made up stories about my so-called boyfriends. He stubbed out his cigarette, his patience gone. Photos of you and men hugging? Cut the crap, name your price. What should I do to make you want to get married? Cornered with all her lies exposed, she finally revealed her true desire. Her voice was tight with resentment and ambition. I want to work in Mu's group too, she demanded. Zia Fei works there, why can't I? The voice on the other end of the line was cold, laced with an arrogance that made his blood boil. She laid out her terms not as a request but as a royal decree. A proposal fit for an empress, broadcast by every major news agency. A road carpeted with 99,999 roses. A pigeon egg-sized diamond ring, worth a staggering $10 million. A prenuptial agreement that would bleed him dry, $5 million a month just for living expenses. And if they divorced, she would take half of everything he owned. Her voice was a silken thread as she gave her ultimatum: meet these demands or she cancels the engagement, leaving him to marry whomever he pleased. So she purred, are you gonna marry me or not? His knuckles turned white around his phone, his face flushing a furious blotchy red. Don't push your luck, he snarled into the receiver, his voice cracking with rage, but she was unfazed. Her tone infuriatingly calm. It was *he* who had asked her to name her price. She reminded him coolly. She wouldn't force him to agree. That casual dismissal, that utter lack of fear, it was like a lit match to gasoline. He slammed his fist down, the sound echoing his fury. That *tch. His grandmother watched him, her own face a mask of contempt. How dare that woman ask for that much? She sneered, her voice dripping with venom. It's totally absurd. She leaned in, her words a poison meant to stoke his anger. She painted a picture of a shameless, calculating woman who had pretended to be a virgin, a lie they only uncovered because someone had sent them. Pictures, but Xie Feng's mind was elsewhere, a storm of frustration brewing inside him. Why did Grandpa have to make this his will? Why couldn't he just change it himself? Can't you see? His grandmother hissed, yanking him from his thoughts. This is just his tool to hamper Mu Yusin. He wants to give the right of inheritance to him, not you. We have to hurry up and get it now. She jabbed a finger at him, her eyes sharp. We have to agree to Zia Nguyen's terms. Seeing the hesitation on his face, she scoffed. Are you an idiot? You can't even handle a woman. Let me tell you what to do. She leaned in close, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, her words weaving a dark and ruthless plan into his ear. Do you understand? She finished, her gaze intense. You have to be ruthless if you want to succeed. A cold resolve settled over him. He nodded, his voice low. Got it. I'll do as you say, Grandma. Miles away, in a sleek, modern office filled with binders, another conversation was taking place. Lu Hong stood before a man shrouded in shadow and mystery, his face hidden behind an ornate mask. Mr. Mu, the assistant reported, his voice grim. I've intercepted a telephone conversation of Zia Nguyen. This woman is so vicious. The masked man looked up, a single, sharp eye visible. What did she say? Lu Hong recounted the list of demands, the $10 million, the massive diamond, the devastating divorce settlement. As he spoke, a slow, predatory smile spread across the masked man's lips. He closed the folder in his hands with a soft snap. This was perfect. This woman doesn't know Mu Feng at all, he thought, a chuckle rumbling in his chest. There's no way that stingy snob will give her that much money. Lu Hong nodded in agreement. Yeah. The masked man then turned his attention to his assistant, a playful glint in his eye. Lu Hong, you don't have to smile if you don't know how to do it. It's not your fault to be ugly, but smiling definitely is. Lu Hong's shoulders slumped. Asterisk my life is so hard, asterisk he lamented internally. Meanwhile, in a softly lit bedroom, a phone buzzed on a nightstand. A woman in a silky nightgown reached for it. The message was simple, tantalizing. Babe, I've got a present for you. A file began to decompress on the screen. And as the progress bar filled, her eyes widened in shock. A collage of photos filled the screen, intimate, damning pictures of Zia Nguyen wrapped around another man. Her hand flew to her mouth. My gosh, is this Zia Nguyen? Disgust washed over her, and each man is different from those in other pictures, she thought with a grimace. A new message popped up, a playful cat emoji beside it. It's Zia Nguyen, how did you get such pictures? She feigned innocence, but the sender was not fooled. Have you forgotten the mighty power of this position? That's how I got these pictures. She scoffed, tapping her manicured nails on the phone's screen. Asterisk mighty, asterisk she thought sarcastically. Asterisk which leader of bodyguards has to mine for diamonds? Asterisk he was playing games and she knew it. A moment later, a voice message notification appeared. She hesitated, then lifted the phone to her ear. His voice was a low, seductive rumble. Babe, are these pictures useful to you? He asked. Then his tone dropped even lower, a husky promise. If they are, can we go to that room again when I get back? I want asterisk it asterisk as my gift. Heat flooded her cheeks, her heart skipping a beat as she clutched her chest. Damn him. She quickly typed a reply, her fingers trembling slightly. I promise you as long as you can get back. She tossed the phone aside and fell back onto the pillows, a whirlwind of emotions swirling inside her. A wicked, brilliant idea began to form. Oh, since Zia Nguyen wants to harm me, she whispered to the empty room, I'll send these pictures to Mu Feng anonymously. Let the 2B asterisk stars fight. She snatched her phone back up, her eyes gleaming with malice, and sent the photos to Shea Feng with a simple, poisonous message. On a couch across town, Mu Shea Feng's phone tinkled. He glanced down, bored, but his expression instantly curdled into one of pure, unadulterated fury. The cigarette fell from his lips as he shot up, his face contorted in a silent scream. Would it be asterisk TCH? He roared, the sound dripping from his throat. Zia Nguyen has slept with so many men, and yet she still dares to ask for money. He gripped his tablet, his knuckles bone white, his voice a venomous hiss. Screw you, you won't get a single penny from me, and you'll kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. With a final, guttural cry of rage, he hurled the device across the room, where it shattered against the marble floor. Unseen, Mu Yusin watched from his wheelchair, a flicker of something unreadable in his visible eye. Asterisk damn girl, asterisk he thought with a strange mix of pity and contempt. Asterisk does she really think Dantes loves her? Asterisk his assistant Lu Hong startled him. Mr. Mu Yusin's head snapped toward him. What are you looking at? Get another phone, he barked. Lu Hong scurried away to do his bidding. Later, Zia Fei stood before him as birds chirped outside the window. Help me change my clothes, he commanded, his voice flat. She blinked. Don't you know how to get dressed yourself? She asked, a hint of defiance in her tone. His gaze was cold as steel. You are my fiancé. Her defiance crumbled. Staring at him, she sighed in resignation. All right, I'll do it. As she began to unbutton his shirt, her fingers brushed against his skin. She pulled the fabric away and her breath hitched in her throat. His entire back was a horrifying tapestry of raised, discolored scars, the remnants of a terrible fire. Her heart ached. Asterisk it must be so painful when a child's body gets burnt. Asterisk she thought, her eyes filled with a sudden sharp pity. Her touch softened as she began to button up a fresh shirt. Was it painful, she asked gently, when your body was burnt? It's not that painful compared with you winding me up, he retorted, his voice devoid of emotion. Her sympathy vanished in a flash of irritation. When did I wind you up? Why didn't the fire make you dumb? She snapped, her face flushing. A ghost of a smirk played on his lips. Come on, let's go to the office. As she wheeled him out, she fumed silently. Asterisk sure enough, you can't treat a villain too well, otherwise you'll get what you deserve. Asterisk. At the towering Mu's group building, they were greeted by 3 young women. Hello, Mr. Mu, he introduced them curtly. Yusin, Sun Rong, and Dong Lai will start their work today. I'm helping them record their fingerprints. Zia Fei gave the trio a cursory glance. They seemed a little too eager. Wow, they are enthusiastic, she thought dryly before turning back to Mu Yusin. Let's go. Okay, he replied, and she wheeled him away. The moment they were out of earshot, one of the women, Sun Rong, began to complain. Professor Mu, look how arrogant Zia Fei is. Why didn't she greet you? The one called Dong Lai just smiled thinly. She is Yusin's assistant, and she doesn't need to greet me. The third woman, Yusin's sister, chimed in. Professor Mu is right. Zia Fei only has to take good care of Mr. Mu. She and we are different. She then assigned them their tasks, to organize files and hand them to Zia Fei. As soon as Yusin's sister was gone, Sun Rong's face twisted with resentment. Zia Fei is so arrogant. Are we gonna let her off like this? Dong Lai's eyes glinted. Of course not. Don't we need to give files to Zia Fei? We'll let her pay. She pulled Sun Rong closer, whispering her nasty little plan. In the conference room, Mu Yusin gestured to a large stack of papers. Zia Fei, hand these files out. We'll start the meeting shortly. But as she handed a file to an executive, he recoiled, throwing the papers into the air with a shout of disgust. Oh, look what this is. Another executive gagged. The fishy smell is so strong, it can't be from that substance, can it? All eyes turned to Zia Fei. Were these files kept by Zia Fei just now? Someone asked. She stood frozen, clutching the contaminated papers, her face pale. I don't know why these files are dirty, she stammered. Sun Rong gave me these files. Dong Lai immediately jumped in, playing the peacemaker. Don't be mad, Yusin. I'll send for Sun Rong and ask her about it right now. Sun Rong was brought in, her face a perfect picture of innocence. I don't know, she claimed, her eyes wide. They were fine when I gave them to Zia Fei. Didn't Zia Fei do it? Zia Fei's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. You'd better think twice about your answer. Sun Rong burst into tears. What? It's my first day at work. I don't know anyone in this company. How could I get this thing from anyone? I gave the file to you 20 minutes ago. How can you blame it on me? Suddenly, a new voice cut through the tension, dripping with amusement. Do you have to make a fuss? I did it, satisfied. Mu Feng strolled in, holding one of the dirty files with a lazy smirk. The room erupted into hushed whispers. No way, isn't Zia Fei Mr. Mu's fiancé? How come it was Mu Feng? Are they having an adulterous relationship? Zia Fei stood rigid, her world tilting on its axis. Mu Yusin's voice was dangerously calm. Mu Feng, don't joke about serious matters. Feng waved a dismissive hand. I wasn't joking, I spilled water on them when I drank water just now. But Mu Yusin's eye, visible behind the mask, sharpened. He wasn't buying it for a second. Lu Hong, he commanded, take these files to the hospital and have the liquid tested. Yes, Mr. Mu, Lu Hong said, quickly gathering the evidence. Mu Yusin's gaze swept the room. We'll know who did it after we get the result. Zia Fei's expression hardened with resolve while Sun Rong forced a shaky smile. Of course, I'm looking forward to knowing the truth. The second the meeting was dismissed, Sun Rong turned and fled. Her composure shattering, she found Dong Lai, her voice a panicked whisper. Dong Lai, I'm doomed. Mr. Mu told Lu Hong to test the liquid. What should I do? Dong Lai grabbed her friend's arm, trying to calm her. Our families have been cooperative partners for generations. I think he'll let you off. Sun Rong's panic slowly subsided, replaced by a cold fury. You have a point there, she conceded, her eyes narrowing. But I won't let Zia Fei off just like this. From her high perch in the office, Sun Rong's eyes narrowed into slits. A bitter smile twisted her lips. She couldn't stand the sight of Zia Fei, but she also couldn't let her get away with anything. Just then, a flicker of movement below caught her eye. Her gaze sharpened, focusing on the plaza outside. Wait, is that Zia Fei? Her colleague sidled up beside her. It's strange, isn't it? She whispered, what is she doing out there during working hours? The gears in Sun Rong's mind began to turn, a wicked plan taking shape. Let's follow her, she hissed, a venomous excitement in her voice. Maybe she's meeting a man. We can film it and give it to Mr. Mu. I doubt he'd still believe her after he sees the evidence. Down on the sun-drenched plaza, Zia Fei stood tall, her expression unreadable. A voice called out, Fei, I'm here. She turned to see a man hurrying towards her, a nervous energy radiating from him. Dad, what's the matter? She asked, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. He didn't waste any time. His eyes darted around shiftily as he spoke. Well, I've got a 500,000 debt. Can you pay it off for me? Zia Fei's smile was thin, icy. Have you ever considered that I haven't worked for a long time and I don't have that much money? His hand shot out, grasping her arm with a desperate strength. Aren't you the fiancé of Mr. Mu? He sneered, his voice a wheedling whine. I heard he treats you well. 500,000 is nothing to him since he's so rich. Disgust coiled in her gut. She yanked her arm away from his sweaty grip. Your debt has nothing to do with me, she stated, her voice flat and cold. Her eyes, once filled with warmth, were now like shattered glass, reflecting a universe of pain and betrayal. I won't ask him for money. If it's all about your debt, I can't help you. She turned her back on him, a single act of defiance against a lifetime of being used. His voice rose to a panicked shriek behind her. Fei, do you really have the heart to watch me get hunted by lenders? Those people are murderous. She stopped dead in her tracks, whirling around to face him, her body trembling with a sudden white-hot rage. You knew they were murderous and you still borrowed money from them. But before the argument could escalate, a new voice cut through the air, dripping with menace. Are you Zia Yan? A group of thugs emerged from the crowd, their shadows falling over them like a death sentence. The leader, a man with a dragon tattoo snaking up his arm and a cigarette dangling from his lips, held a baseball bat casually over his shoulder. If you still refuse to pay off your debt, I'll break an arm and a leg of yours, he threatened, his voice a low growl. Zia Fei's father paled, his bravado vanishing in an instant. He scrambled behind his daughter, using her as a human shield. Fei, help me save your dad, he whimpered. The thug leader sneered, his cold eyes landing on Zia Fei. You're his daughter, pay his debt quickly, or else I don't have money, she replied, her voice shaking but firm. He let out a derisive snort. Humph, I've never seen such a cruel-hearted daughter before. With a flick of his chin, he commanded his men, guys, beat him up. Fear exploded in her father's eyes. Just as chaos was about to erupt, a woman pushed her way through the gathering crowd. It was her mother, her face a mask of theatrical fury. She pointed an accusing finger at Zia Fei, her voice ringing out for all to hear. Look, everybody, what a heartless daughter she is. Her dad is about to be beaten to death and she doesn't want to save him. How lamentable. The crowd began to murmur, their gazes turning from curious to judgmental. How heartless is she? One person whispered. She doesn't look like a poor girl. What's so wrong with paying off the debt for her father? Another added, what an ungrateful child. The words were like stones pelting her from all sides. The lone shark leader grinned, sensing his advantage. Girl, he said, his voice deceptively calm, if you still regard him as your father, give me 10,000 and I'll let him go today. Zia Fei stood frozen, trapped in the center of their condemnation, her face hidden by a curtain of her own hair. Silence. And in that silence, memories flooded back, a torrent of past agonies. her mother's screaming face, her father sitting idly by, her sister's smug, triumphant smile as she stole the man Zia Fei loved. A lifetime of being the scapegoat, the unwanted one, the darkness threatened to consume her. But then a spark ignited within the abyss. A bitter smirk touched her lips. "I have no money," she declared, her voice echoing with newfound strength. Her mother's face contorted with rage. "You asked me to pay off your debts, then tell me, what did you buy that's worth 500,000? Shouldn't I know whatever I bought?" her mother screeched back. From the crowd, another familiar, hateful voice piped up. "Yeah, Zia Fei," it was Sun Rong, standing beside her mother with a triumphant sneer, a puppet master enjoying her show. "Your mom always spoils you, but you can't ignore her desperation." "Spoil me?" Zia Fei laughed, a sound devoid of any humor. "What made you think that she spoils me, Sun Rong? I never asked for a dime from my family since I went to college. I earned to give money to my mom every month. I've never eaten anything worth more than $10 at the school canteen for 3 years, and you're saying I'm spoiled?" Her mother shrieked. "We're too broke to give you money. Do you hate your poor family? I've never seen any daughter-oriented as you." Zia Fei's voice rose, cutting through her mother's lies. "I'd never eaten anything worth more than $10. How did you spend 500,000? A set of your clothes is worth tens of thousands, and each of your necklaces is worth hundreds of thousands. You paid for them by loaning, but you expect me to pay it back? Is there any mother like you?" Enraged at being exposed, her mother lunged forward, her hand raised to strike. "You little b asterisk tch, shut up." But Zia Fei was faster. She dodged cleanly, and her mother, propelled by her own momentum, stumbled and fell hard to the ground. The woman immediately burst into crocodile tears. "Ah, she just hit me," she clutched her face, wailing for the crowd. "You snatched your elder sister's fiancé and hooked up with others' boyfriends. It's a humiliation to have a daughter like you. You will get retribution for your actions." Sun Rong quickly added more fuel to the fire. "Oh, does Faye have so many boyfriends? Then which one of them stained the papers this morning?" Her friend whispered back, "Don't bring it up, Wrong. Mr. Mu has asked someone to test the result." How could he admit that he was cheated? Just as the lies reached a fever pitch, a clear, elegant voice cut through the noise. "Do you have any evidence to prove that Zia Fei has many boyfriends?" The crowd parted, and a young woman with flowing blonde hair and a gentle yet commanding presence walked through. "Gongxi Yao," Zia Fei thought, stunned. The girl fixed her gaze on Sun Rong. "Didn't you say she has many boyfriends? Tell me the names." Sun Rong stammered. I'm afraid it's bad for Fei's reputation." "How could I say them?" Gongxi Yao's smile was sharp as glass. "You just said about the boyfriend thing. Don't you think you're being ambivalent?" She took a step closer, her voice dropping, becoming dangerously quiet. "If you can't tell her boyfriend's names, then it's your deliberate slander to her. Do you know the crime of defamation? Zia Fei can sue you." Sun Rong clutched her chest, her face pale. "How can I make up the name so fast? I just improvised the boyfriend thing," she thought in a panic. The crowd, sensing the shift, began to murmur again, this time against Sun Rong. How vicious, she should be sent to the police, what bad characters. Sun Rong felt the eyes of the crowd on her, burning with scorn. Cornered and desperate, she lashed out at Gongxi Yao. "Who are you? Why do you meddle with our business? I'm telling you, the Mu family and my family are friends for generations." Gongxi Yao let out a soft laugh. "What a coincidence. Mine too. Do you know about the Gongxi family?" The name hit Sun Rong like a physical blow. Her eyes widened in horror, a flush of fear creeping up her neck. The Gongxi family. A single drop of sweat trickled down her temple. It's the family that the Mu family wants to connect through marriage. Her entire world was crumbling around her. A sharp squeal of tires cut the tension. A sleek black car pulled to a stop, and Mr. Mu's assistant stepped out, his expression grim. He walked directly towards them, holding a document. "MS. Zia," he said, his voice formal. "The test result has come out." He paused for dramatic effect, letting his words hang in the air. "MS. Zia, it's verified that the unknown liquid on the papers is fish's mucus." Fish? Zia Fei's mind raced, connecting the dots. She turned, her eyes blazing as she stared at Sun Rong. "There's a fish tank on each floor's corridor. You crossed the line, Sun Rong. How could you rub fish on the papers to slander me?" Sun Rong's face was a mask of false innocence. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Zia Fei lunged, grabbing Sun Rong's wrist in an iron grip. "There are security cameras on all corridors. We can check them to see if you did it or not." Panic flashed in Sun Rong's eyes. "I didn't, you're framing me," she shrieked, trying to pull away, but it was too late. The crowd, which had once condemned Zia Fei, now turned on Sun Rong with a vengeance. "We were all deceived. I didn't think she'd be so vicious," she slandered. "Faker," the assistant raised a tablet, his voice cold and clear. "Miss Sun." He played a video showing clear footage of Sun Rong at the fish tank, then smearing something on the documents. "Mr. CEO said that our company doesn't need an unethical employee like you. You're fired. You vilified MS Zia's reputation and we'll hold it accountable by law." "I didn't," Sun Rong whispered, her world collapsing. In the distance, the wail of sirens grew louder and louder. Two police cars screeched to a halt nearby. The police moved in. And Sun Rong began to scream, "Don't arrest me. It wasn't me. I didn't do it." But Zia Fei stepped forward, her gaze unwavering as she pointed not at Sun Rong but at the lone sharks cowering nearby. "Captain Liu, they're loan sharks and beat my dad. Please arrest them as well." The officer's eyes hardened. "Don't leave. Go back to the police station with us." The thugs protested. "They owe us money. We were claiming it. It's legal." But the officer was already cuffing their leader. "You are suspected of creating public brawl and disorder. Go with us." As he was dragged away, the thug leader glared at Zia Fei's father. Zia Yan, you set us up, just wait and see. Her parents, now bruised and defeated, turned their fury on Zia Fei. Her mother grabbed her father's shirt, sobbing, I didn't call the police, Zia Fei did. Go to her if you want to take your revenge, you little b***tch, her father snarled. You refuse to pay our debts and set us up. This family can't be in peace. The officer simply tipped his hat. You two go with us to assist with the investigation. As her family was led away in shame, the crowd scattered, the ugly spectacle finally over. Zia Fei watched the police cars drive away, a strange emptiness settling in her heart. A gentle hand touched her own, Zia Fei. She turned to see Gongxi Yao's kind face. Overwhelmed, the tears she'd held back finally fell. Thank you for helping me, Yao, she cried, pulling her into a tight hug. Gongxi Yao smiled warmly, patting her back. Don't be so courteous, Zia Fei. I knew it wasn't your fault at the start, they slandered you. Let's go, I want to see the company you work for. Sure, Zia Fei agreed, taking her new friend's hand. But as they walked away, her mother's hateful words echoed in her mind. I didn't call the police, Zia Fei did. Go to her if you want to take your revenge. She paused, a chilling thought taking root in her soul. If I'm really Zia Yan's daughter, how could they treat me like this? She tucked the thought away, a painful splinter in her heart. Meanwhile, far from the scene of her downfall, Sun Rong walked like a ghost towards the gleaming facade of Mu's group. She trudged down the sterile hallway, each step a monument to her failure. My dad bailed me out, but Mu Yusin wouldn't let me step into Mu's group at all. She fumed internally. I had to say that I came to pick up my things. What humiliation, she gritted her teeth, the sound grinding in the silent corridor. And those damned colleagues, their whispers followed her, sharp and cruel as daggers. Her father is a headmaster, what a shame. Vicious woman, how did she get recruited? Go back to your lousy college. The words swirled around her, a vortex of judgment, the air thick with staring, condemning eyes. Disgusting, get lost, b***tch. Maybe it's her sugar daddy, every syllable was a fresh wound. Her hands clenched into fists, nails digging into her palms. Her face flushed with a burning, all-consuming hatred. Zia Fei, she seethed, her voice a venomous whisper. Just wait and see. Zia Fei stared at her own reflection, the fluorescent lights of the bathroom humming a tired tune. Her stomach gave a low gurgle, a hollow protest in the sterile silence. But as her eyes refocused, a figure materialized in the mirror behind her. A jolt, cold and sharp, shot through her. Sun Rong. Before she could even process the shock, the reflection lunged. Zia Fei, you don't let me be in peace, so won't you? The words were a venomous hiss, dripping with a rage that was terrifyingly real. Zia Fei's instincts screamed, and she twisted her body just in time, dodging the initial assault. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she saw the glint of steel in Sun Rong's hand. A knife? Was she trying to kill her? In a flash of adrenaline, Zia Fei's hand shot out, her fingers wrapping around Sun Rong's wrist in a desperate grasp. With a surge of strength she didn't know she possessed, she twisted, forcing Sun Rong's arm down, suppressing the attack with all her might. With a final, desperate shove, she slammed Sun Rong's hand against the sink's edge. The knife clattered loudly onto the tiled floor, the sound echoing the frantic beat of her own heart. Pinning the struggling girl against the counter, Zia Fei's voice was an icy whisper, laced with fury and fear. Did she have any idea how serious this was? Did she know that attempted murder would land her in jail for the rest of her life? Sun Rong's face crumpled, the rage replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. Her shirt was askew, her breathing ragged. Don't call the police, she sobbed, her body going limp. The fight drained out of her, replaced by a torrent of panicked words. She confessed everything, how Zia Fei exposing her thesis had humiliated her in front of the entire school, how she just wanted revenge. But then her voice dropped, becoming a conspiratorial whisper. She knew a secret, a dark one. Zia Nguyen asked Song Jing to hack someone's account to hire Qiang. She blurted out, I have proof. Zia Fei froze, the words hanging in the air between them. How could she possibly know that? Sun Rong's tears flowed freely now as she explained. Song Jing, terrified he was in danger, had secretly emailed her screenshots of the entire chat history between him and Zia Nguyen. Her voice cracked with disbelief as she demanded to know why Sun Rong had kept this a secret for so long. Sun Rong clutched her hand, her eyes wide with desperation, swearing she had the proof on a USB stick at her home. As long as you don't call the police, she begged, I'll give it to you. Zia Fei's gaze was hard as stone. Fine, she would let this go. For now, but she issued a chilling warning if Sun Rong ever dared to challenge her again, she would settle everything once and for all. Sun Rong practically collapsed in relief, stumbling limply toward the door. She pushed it open, stepping out into the hallway. When suddenly a blood-curdling scream ripped through the building. Zia Fei's blood ran cold. She whipped around, her heart leaping into her throat. Sun Rong, she called out, her voice trembling as she rushed into the hallway. The corridor was empty, a chilling silence had fallen. What now? She thought, her eyes darting around frantically, and then she saw them. Two wide, terrified, bloodshot eyes staring up at the ceiling from the floor. Her stomach dropped. It was Sun Rong, lying in a rapidly expanding pool of her own blood, the very same knife plunged deep into her chest. The world tilted on its axis. No, this can't be happening. A crowd was already gathering, their whispers a low buzz of horror. A woman with pink hair gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Sun Rong, what happened? The murmurs grew louder. Oh God, what happened? Someone's dead. The pink-haired woman, her eyes wide with accusation, rounded on Zia Fei. Why is Sunrong dead? Why are you here, Faye? Did you kill her? The words hit her like a physical blow. No, Zia Faye stammered, her mind reeling. She was dead already when I just came. But another woman in the crowd immediately contradicted her. You came here a while ago, we greeted each other in the corridor, she stated plainly. The pink-haired girl Zia Nguyen seized the opportunity, her voice dripping with poison. True, I've been here just now, but Sunrong wanted to kill me with a knife. I knocked her down and left, then I heard her scream in the corridor, so I came back and found her dead. She paused, letting the implication sink in. Sunrong wanted to kill you, but you just knocked her down and you came back for her instead of calling the police. The crowd turned on her in an instant. Yeah, Sunrong slandered you and you called the police. How could you just knock her down when she tried to kill you? One person sneered. Zia Faye tried to defend herself, her voice shaking. It's because she promised me that she'd never hurt me again. But no one was listening. This is too much, someone shouted. Even if Sunrong slandered you, you can't kill her. Another voice cut through the noise, sharp and cruel. It's a life. Do you think you can ignore the law because you're engaged to Mr. Mu? Zia Faye felt the walls closing in, the accusing faces pressing in on her from all sides. I didn't kill her, it wasn't me. Just then the crowd parted with a soft creak of wheels. There, like a king surveying his court, sat Mu Yusin. His presence commanded immediate silence. With a voice as cold and sharp as ice, he addressed the crowd. Go back to your work. His gaze then fell on his assistant. Why is Sunrong in the company? I said she was not allowed to step in here. The assistant stammered, her face pale. Yusin, Sunrong said she had something in the company and wanted to take it, so I let her in. I didn't expect this to happen, it's my negligence. A soft footfall pattered on the floor, and a girl with white hair and a gentle face appeared. Yao, someone called. The girl rushed to Zia Faye's side, taking her hand firmly. Faye, don't be afraid, I'll help you. Together, they stood before the horrific scene. Yao's voice was calm and steady. Check the scene, Yao, how did Sunrong die? She murmured, seemingly to herself, before turning to Zia Faye. But the accuser from the crowd wasn't finished. Zia Faye, you killed her, stop playing innocent. She shrieked, pointing a trembling finger. Mr. Mu, please make it right for Sunrong. She shouldn't slander Zia Faye, but it's not an excuse to kill her. I didn't kill her, Zia Faye cried out, her composure finally shattering. The woman scoffed. The hell you didn't? Only you two were here. Would she commit suicide? No, a quiet voice said. All eyes turned to Yao, who was kneeling beside the body. It's not a suicide. She pointed to the wound. If it is, the angle can't be vertical when the knife is inserted into the chest. Instead, the angle should be tilted. It means that someone attacked her closely in the front. She continued her chilling analysis. The knife went so deep it cut off her heart's main artery. People are precautionary, subconsciously will keep a safe distance from strangers. This distance is around 5 to 2 steps. Obviously, Sunrong knows the killer. That's why the killer could be so close to her. The accuser immediately twisted her words. Zia Faye, what do you have to say now? Even your friend said that Sunrong didn't commit suicide. And you were the only one with her? Don't distort her words. Zia Faye shot back, but it was too late. A commotion at the end of the hall announced the arrival of the police, who were holding back a frantic, red-faced older man. Sunrong's father. He broke free, his eyes wild with grief and rage as he confronted Mu Yusin. Mr. Mu, our families are friends for generations. My daughter died miserably in your company. You must give me an explanation. Let us take the killer. Mu Yusin's voice was low and steady. I will, let's go, Zia Faye. He began to wheel himself away, taking her with him. Sunrong's father was stunned. Mr. Mu, you just said you would, but why do you take her away? Mu Yusin paused, his gaze unwavering. My fiancé isn't the killer. Zia Faye's breath hitched. Asterisk he believes me. Asterisk a police officer stepped forward. Mr. Mu, this is a criminal case. We need Ms. Zia Faye to assist with the investigation. Please understand. Sure, Mu Yusin replied smoothly, not missing a beat. We will go. My fiancé didn't kill her. You must find out the real killer. The officer was left sputtering, completely outmaneuvered. In the quiet of the car on the way to the station, the world outside blurred into a meaningless streak. Zia Faye finally found her voice. Thank you, but why do you believe me? A smirk played on Mu Yusin's lips. You're too stupid to kill, he said bluntly. If you were in an imperial harem competing plays, you couldn't survive a day. Zia Faye's cheeks puffed out in indignation. Asterisk humph, does he know how to chat? I'll show you how clever I am, asterisk. He leaned closer, his amusement evident in his voice. In your next life, he whispered. She shrieked, her frustration boiling over in a comical rage. They arrived at the imposing police station, and soon Zia Faye found herself alone, waiting in a stark, cold room. In another room, Mu Yusin watched the security footage with the officers. The camera feed showed Zia Faye entering the bathroom and then nothing. It disconnected. Why did it disconnect? Mu Yusin asked, his voice sharp. An officer explained there had been a short circuit and a leakage protector had cut the power for a while. The lead officer sighed, clicking his pen. Now all the evidence is bad for MS, Zia. We've got the Dagger's test report as well. It has MS Zia's and the victim's fingerprints on it. His next words were a death sentence. Zia Faye can only stay here before we find evidence to prove her innocence. Panic seized her. She rushed to Mu Yusin's side, grabbing his sleeve. I didn't kill her. I knocked out Sunrong's dagger when she tried to kill me. I believe we'll find out the truth. Could you do me a favor? He leaned down and she whispered urgently in his ear, her warm breath ghosting against his skin. Go to Sun Rong's home and look for a USB. It has proof of Xia Nguyen asking Song Kai to frame me. He simply nodded. Okay, wait for me. The hours crawled by under the pale fluorescent lights of the station. When Mu Yusin finally returned, the hope in her eyes died at the look on his face. How is it? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. We've searched everywhere at Sun Rong's home. There is no USB. It's impossible, she breathed, her mind reeling. Did she lie to me? I don't think so, Mu Yusin countered thoughtfully. If she wanted you to spare her, she could make up other excuses like her father. He paused. Then why is the USB missing? Did she hide it elsewhere? His next words sent a shiver down her spine, or maybe someone else got it faster than us. He promised to have his people search other places like her dorm. Xia Fei's mind raced. There was one more chance. Mu Yusin, could you do me another favor? She held out a small plastic baggie containing a single strand of hair. Check the hair's DNA and see what the result is. He took it without question. I'll ask people to do it. Whose hair is it? She shook her head. I'll tell you when I get the test report. A new resolve hardened in her eyes. She had no evidence now, but if she truly was the granddaughter of the Gongxi family, she would fight her way back to them fair and square. Meanwhile, in a lavish apartment, Xia Nguyen's mother slammed her hand on the sofa in delight. Ha ha ha, have you seen the news? Xia Fei's doomed this time. Xia Nguyen looked up from her phone, feigning confusion. Why did she kill Sun Rong? I didn't expect that she'd be that vicious. Her mother scoffed. Why do you feel sorry for her? That ungrateful kid refused to give us 500,000 even when she's about to marry Mr. Mu. She deserves it. She'll spend the rest of her life in prison. She then urged her daughter to marry Mu Shaifeng quickly to get the Gongxi family's assets. Nguyen smirked deviously. What do you know? I'll get their assets for sure, and I must drain what Mu Shaifeng has. I won't marry him if he doesn't give me what I want. He's more in a hurry anyway. Her mother praised her cleverness, but just then her phone rang. It was Mu Shaifeng. Nguyen's sweet expression vanished, replaced by pure annoyance. 5 million, that's all you can get? Is my request that hard for you? She ended the call abruptly. Wanna buy me off with some dimes? No way? Then a sly, predatory smile spread across her face. She dialed a new number, her voice turning syrupy sweet. Mr. Mu, she purred, I'm Nguyen. Xia Nguyen held the phone to her ear, her voice a careful blend of urgency and sweetness. She needed to see him to talk face to face and asked if Mr. Mu could possibly pick her up. From the other end of the line, a single clipped word shattered her hopes. No, a frustrated huff escaped her lips, but she quickly recalibrated, her voice taking on a pathetic, tearful quality. She sniffled dramatically, explaining that it was about Fei and Sun Rong, that she thought she saw something. Her voice dropped to a frightened whisper, telling him how she saw a dead person for the first time, how she was too afraid to go out now that it was dark. But her performance was met with a dial tone. He had hung up on her, her eyes narrowed in frustration. What did he mean? Was that a yes or a no? 20 agonizing minutes ticked by before the office phone suddenly rang, jolting her from her thoughts. She picked it up, and a familiar, cold voice instructed her to come down. A triumphant smirk spread across her face. Asterisk, just as I expected, asterisk, she thought. Asterisk, you want the inheritance after all, Mu Yusin. Asterisk, dressed to kill in a slinky black dress, she descended the stairs, her heart pounding with anticipation. A sleek black car waited for her, and she slid into the back seat, purring a greeting to Mr. Mu. But the man who turned to face her wasn't Mu Yusin. It was his subordinate Lu Hong, who simply told her to get in. She sniffed, her disappointment palpable as the car door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Her eyes flashed with irritation. Where was Mr. Mu? She demanded. Lu Hong's gaze was as cold as the night air as he informed her she had no right to ask that. The sheer audacity. Her fingers clenched the fabric of her dress, her knuckles turning white. How dare this disrespectful dog talk to her like that? Asterisk, just you wait, asterisk, she seethed internally. Asterisk, once I charm Mu Yusin, I'll have him dispatch you to the most remote place imaginable. Asterisk, the car pulled up to a familiar, imposing building. The company, but why hasn't Mu Yusin been off work for a while? Lu Hong ignored her confusion, his voice flat as he ordered her to go upstairs. She followed him down a long, dimly lit corridor, the sound of her heels echoing ominously. A knot of dread tightened in her stomach. Where was he taking her? He didn't answer, simply walking on until he came to an abrupt halt. Her eyes widened in disbelief, a hot blush creeping up her neck as she saw where they were. The men's restroom. Her voice trembled with a mix of fear and humiliation as she demanded to know why he brought her here. A sinister shadow fell across Lu Hong's face, his eyes glinting in the low light. Didn't you tell Mr. Mu you saw something? He asked, his voice a low growl. Now stand here and tell me about it. Panic seized her. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. She clutched the lace of her dress, her voice rising to a frantic cry as she insisted she wanted to see Mr. Mu. But Lu Hong was unmoved. Mr. Mu doesn't have time for you, he said dismissively, just tell me. Her facade of confidence shattered completely. She tried to play the victim one last time, whimpering that she felt awful, that she was afraid and wanted to go home. A cold, contemptuous sneer was his only reply. His hand shot out, his fingers wrapping around her chin, forcing her to meet his icy gaze. It was too much, she broke, collapsing to the cold floor in a heap of tears and lace. The words tumbled out of her in a rush. She told him everything, how she saw a woman rushing to the stairwell as she got off the elevator, how the camera lights in the corridor were off, meaning that woman must have cut the power. He loomed over her, his voice ablade. What does she look like? All I remember, she sobbed, was a white dress. His gaze bored into her. Anything else? She shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. No, that's all. Without another word, he turned and started to walk away, his silhouette disappearing into the darkness. A fresh wave of terror washed over her. She scrambled forward, her hand shooting out to grab the hem of his jacket. Don't leave me, she begged, her eyes wide with desperation. I'm afraid, take me back home. He paused, his expression unreadable, before coldly prying her fingers from his coat. He ditched her, leaving her alone on the floor of the deserted hallway, her plan, her dignity, all of it in ruins. Lu Hong entered the lounge where Mu Yusin and Fei were waiting. How was it? Mu Yusin asked, his voice calm. Lu Hong relayed the story. Xia Nguyen saw a woman in a white dress rushing to the stairs. Fei's mind reeled. A white dress? All the employees in Mu's group wear uniforms. Only Gongxi Yao was wearing a white dress. But it couldn't be her, she doesn't have a motive. Mu Yusin, however, was already issuing orders to check the security cameras. The report came back swiftly. Just as Fei feared, among all the people who came and left the building, only Miss Gongxi wore a white dress. Bring Gongxi Yao here, Mu Yusin commanded. Fei jumped up, protesting that it wasn't her, that she had no motive. But Mu Yusin was resolute. We must interrogate her regardless. A moment later, the door clicked open and Gongxi Yao was escorted in. She looked serene, her gaze falling on Fei as she asked what new clue they had found. Fei explained what Xia Nguyen had seen. The officer began his questioning. Where was she when the case happened? Yao smiled sweetly, explaining she was looking at the fish tanks floor by floor. And did you go to the stairwell where Sun Rong died? The officer pressed. Yes, she answered brightly. It was inconvenient to take the elevator. She even admitted to seeing Xia Nguyen through the window, but confessed she didn't greet her because she simply didn't like her. She turned to the flustered officer, a playful glint in her eye. Am I under suspicion, Mr. Policeman? She chirped. The officer, trying to regain his composure, asked how long she'd been in the capital. 3 months, she said, but she'd only just met Sun Rong today and they had quarreled in the street. The interrogation was over. As Fei led her away, Yao looked back at the officer, her expression sincere. I hope you find the true murderer sooner and don't do an injustice to the innocent. The officer promised they would try their best, but they needed more time. Suddenly, Mu Yusin's voice cut through the room, cold and authoritative. He demanded a room for his fiancée, stating firmly that he wouldn't leave until the room met his expectations. The officer, flustered, led them to the best room they had. It was sparse, with little more than a bed and a locker. Make do with it, Mu Yusin told Fei gently. We'll leave after the true murderer is caught tomorrow. She nodded, a small smile on her face, sure. In a swift, unexpected movement, he pulled her down right onto his lap. She gasped, her hands flying to his chest. His face was close to hers, his voice a low, teasing murmur. How are you gonna thank me for finding the murderer and saving your life? She flushed, her eyes darting towards the officer still lingering in the doorway. Someone else is here, let go. The officer, taking the hint, quickly made his excuses and scurried away, closing the door behind him. The moment they were alone, Mu Yusin's gloved hand lifted her chin. Captain Liu left, he purred. Can we go back to our topic? A playful smile touched her lips as she leaned in. How do you want me to thank you? Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Money, she offered. No need, he replied. Gifts, no. She leaned even closer, her voice a seductive whisper. Do you want me to sleep with? Yes. He cut her off instantly, his voice full of eager confirmation. She burst out laughing, playfully pushing at his chest. Don't you have any sense of shame? No, he declared proudly. You, she cried, still laughing as she wriggled free. I need to sleep. Go away, he watched her stand, a hint of concern in his eyes. Can you sleep? He asked softly. After seeing a dead body, aren't you afraid she may come for you? She shrugged, her confidence returning. I didn't do it. I'm not the one she should be after. She turned to the door, bidding him good night. As his wheelchair rolled away, she stood alone in the quiet room. A genuine, soft smile spread across her face. Thank you, Mu Yusin, she whispered to the empty doorway. Later, as she rested on the small bed, her phone buzzed. A message popped up and her heart skipped a beat. It was from Dante. I saw the news, babes, you must feel wronged, hug. She smiled, typing back he was coming back. Mu Yusin had been surprisingly generous to let her use her phone. Then another message came through, this one an image. Her eyes widened. It was a massive, brilliant diamond held up against a starry night sky. Diamond, she gasped. How beautiful, she quickly typed. Wait, did you steal it? His reply was instant, complete with a sad cat emoji. Did you forget the money I won from Mrs. Mu? I picked and bought it from the mines here. A warm feeling spread through her chest. Thank you, she typed, but I'd like to hear your voice more. On the other side of the world, or so she thought, Mu Yusin smiled down at his second phone. He was Dante. He typed a quick excuse, saying the light was too dim for a video call and promised to visit soon. A moment later, his voice filled her ear. She missed him so much. She begged him to sing for her any song she pleaded. He finally relented on one condition. Promise me that you won't laugh, he warned, clearing his throat. Then in a slightly flustered, endearingly off-key voice, he began to sing. Are you sleeping, Brother John? A giggle escaped her, then another, until she was laughing freely, the sound echoing in the small room. Curled up under the thin blanket, she closed her eyes, his sweet, simple song washing over her. As the lullaby continued, she drifted into a peaceful, unsuspecting sleep. The cold, sterile air of the police station did little to soothe the tension knotting in his chest. Muyusin sat in his wheelchair, an imposing, silent figure, as an officer approached him with a weary sigh. There was no new evidence, the man reported, promising to tell them at once if anything came up. But Muyusin's lips, hidden behind the intricate mask, curled into a faint smile. He had already moved mountains while they were sifting through dust. His voice was low and steady, cutting through the quiet hum of the station as he announced that he had found it. He had found someone who could testify for Zia Fei. And just like that, Zia Nguyen was brought in. She looked like a ghost, a pale, disheveled imitation of the woman she was just days ago. Her expensive morning dress was rumpled, and a constellation of angry red scratches and deep purple bruises marred the pale skin of her arms. The officer who had taken her initial statement watched her, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. He remembered her confession, the way her words stumbled out, the fear in her eyes. It felt wrong, so wrong. It felt like her confessions were made under torture, he thought, his gaze flickering with doubt. He scratched the back of his neck, the awkwardness thick in the air, and gestured towards a closed door, asking her to come to the interrogation room and give a statement. Inside, Zia Fei sat across from two officers, her expression unreadable. The door creaked open and her eyes widened in shock at the sight before her. "How did you become like this?" she breathed, the question hanging in the silent room. It was Zia Nguyen, standing in the doorway, looking utterly broken. A small knowing smirk played on Mu Yusin's lips as he watched from the side. She must have fallen into his trap, he thought, rushing here in a panic to clear the case. Zia Nguyen couldn't meet her sister's gaze, her head bowed in shame. Finally, she looked up, her eyes swimming with a mixture of fear and desperation. "You didn't kill Sun Rong," she choked out, the words tumbling from her lips. "Sun Rong was already dead after you opened the door." The officer's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Why now? Why this sudden change of heart? He leaned forward, his voice sharp, as he demanded to know why she didn't tell them this yesterday. Zia Nguyen's entire body began to tremble, her hand clenching and unclenching at her side. Tears streamed down her bruised cheeks as the dam of her lies finally broke. "It's all my fault," she wailed, her voice cracking with manufactured despair. "I wanted to misguide you, to make you think Zia Fei is the murderer." She clutched at her chest, her face a mask of agony. "I'm too despicable, I deserve to die." She sobbed that she had been afflicted with her conscience all night and had rushed here to tell the truth. Mu Yusin stepped in, his voice calm and authoritative. He confirmed she was telling the truth, explaining he'd already called people from the marketing department to testify. They could confirm Zia Nguyen's alibi and that she could have seen Zia Fei running back to the ladies' room at the time of the incident. An order was barked to take their statements. Just then, Mu Yusin's assistant appeared, placing a hand on his master's shoulder and delivering the final, damning pieces of the puzzle. They had found footprints on the ladies' room windowsill and outside the building. He handed over a stack of photographs. Just as he expected, the killer had jumped into the coffee room from the window. Mu Yusin held the photos, a cold glint of triumph in his eye. "The evidence is enough to prove that my fiancé is innocent," he declared. He passed the photos to the officer, who promised to have forensics piece them together for a full footprint. The case was breaking wide open. His gloved hand reached out for hers, a silent command. "Let's go," he said, his voice a low murmur meant only for her. She placed her hand in his and he pulled her from the chair, his arm wrapping protectively around her waist. As they turned to leave, Zia Fei's gaze fell upon Zia Nguyen, who stood frozen, a pathetic figure of ruin and defeat. There was no pity in Zia Fei's eyes, only ice. "You may leave as well, Zia Nguyen," she said, her voice dripping with scorn. Later that day, Zia Nguyen stood before a familiar door, her hand knocking tentatively. The door clicked open and a flicker of hope ignited in her chest. "Mom," she whispered, but the face that greeted her was twisted in revulsion. "A beggar?" her mother shrieked, her eyes wide with disgust. "Get lost, Yua." The word struck Zia Nguyen like a physical blow, lightning crackling through her very soul. "Mom, it's me," she cried, her voice raw with desperation. She pounded on the door, begging to be let in. Her mother peeked out again, recognition slowly dawning on her face. "Nguyen, why is she like this?" she muttered to herself. The disgust didn't fade. "Yua, what's that smell so awful?" she gagged, wrinkling her nose. "How did you become like this, Nguyen?" She grabbed her daughter's arm, yanking her inside with a violent push. The moment the door was shut, the venom spewed forth. "Why didn't you kill Zia Fei in the first place?" she hissed. "She could hurt me because of you." Zia Nguyen stared, dumbfounded. Was this her mother, this monster? A surge of pure rage, hot and blinding, coursed through her. She shoved her mother hard, sending the older woman stumbling back against the door with a bang. Her mother was aghast. "I haven't asked you how you got yourself so disgraced, and how dare you push me?" But Zia Nguyen was beyond reason. "It's all Zia Fei's fault," she screamed, her face contorted with fury. She lunged forward, grabbing her mother's dress. "Why did you let her live? What do you want?" Her mother slapped her hand away, her own face a mask of rage. "You ungrateful brat, are you blaming me? Without me, do you think you could have such a superior status, become the granddaughter of the Gongxi family? You can't even match that little bitch." Zia Nguyen's eyes turned to chips of ice. She clenched her fist, the fabric of her mother's dress straining in her grip. "Who says I am inferior to her?" she whispered, her voice a low, dangerous growl. "Just wait and see." A terrifying promise lingered in the air, a vow of vengeance against the sister who had taken everything. Back in the safety of Mu Yusin's office, Zia Fei stood before his desk. "Thank you for helping me," she said, her voice soft. He barely looked up, grunting that it was no big deal. Asterisk, why does he always have to wear that expression? Asterisk, she thought, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. Asterisk, does the world owe him something? Asterisk, clearing her throat, she changed the subject. "I asked you to help with a DNA report yesterday, did you get it?" she asked, her heart beginning to pound. He slid a single sheet of paper across the polished wood. "Yes," was all he said. Her eyes scanned the document and the world tilted on its axis. "The gene similarity is 88%. Impossible. For biological siblings, it should be over 90%. "Really?" she stammered, her voice shaking. "Would there be a mistake?" His gaze was unwavering. "No, I asked a reliable doctor to come here and get the sample. He wouldn't dare to lie to me," he stated flatly. He leaned back, his gloved fingers tapping on the desk. "You told me that you'd tell me whose hair it is after you got the report. You can start now." She took a deep breath, the truth spilling out, her suspicions about Gongxi Yao and Hemin, the possibility that she was the true granddaughter of the Gongxi family, the years of feeling hated and unwanted. After her story was told, she turned to go. "Thank you for your help. I should go back to work," she said, needing to escape to process. "Wait," his voice stopped her. "What if you are the granddaughter of the Gongxi family? Will you go to them and leave here at once?" She paused at the door, her back to him, a profound sadness washing over her. "No," she said softly, "I've never thought of that. I have nothing for now, and I don't want to disgrace my parents, but none of it matters now. I'm just a stranger to the Gongxi family." Her reflection in the window showed a lonely girl adrift in a world of lies. At the Mu's old mansion, Zia Nguyen stormed towards Gongxi Heng, who was calmly sipping tea in the garden. "Heng, you must help me," she cried. He barely glanced at her. "What's wrong?" he asked, his tone bored. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes. "Didn't you receive my message? I sent you my location." He nodded. "I saw it, so." The casual dismissal shattered her composure. "Then why didn't you come for me?" she shrieked. He took another slow sip of tea, his silver eyes cold and mocking. "Why would I?" he replied smoothly. "It was Mu Yusin who took you away. He's as cruel as a wolf. He'll seek revenge for the smallest grievance." The blood drained from her face. Asterisk, he knows it all. Asterisk, desperate, she played her last card. "I'm your cousin. How could you leave me there alone? Don't forget what Grandpa told you. He asked you to take care of me." She was frantic now, her voice rising to a hysterical pitch. He finally set his cup down. "Yes, he did, and you're fine now," he said coolly. "Mu Yusin captured you to get Zia Fei out of the murder case. You're fine as long as you're cooperative." Her mind reeled. What? You even know why he captured me? Why didn't you save me? He nearly killed me," she screamed. His eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. "Do you think you can do everything just because you're the granddaughter of the Gongxi family?" He sneered, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. "You think I don't know the evil things that you did?" A cruel smile twisted his lips. "I've seen the pictures stored in the USB. The information stored in your cell phone is also true. You asked Song Jing to find people to hurt Zia Fei." Panic seized her. "You misunderstood me," she pleaded. "Zia Fei threatened to snatch my fiancé. She's Mr. 7th's real fiancé. I had no choice." He scoffed. "As far as I know, her fiancé married the disabled Mu Yusin." "Xie Feng and I are in love," she cried desperately. "Love is innocent." His laughter was sharp and cruel. "Love is innocent? Then at least you should know better about morality and stop using the name of love to make yourself sound so honorable. A mistress," he spat the word like poison. "Leave." Defeated, she turned away only to freeze. There, leaning against a pillar, was Mu Feng, a lazy curl of smoke rising from his lips. "What, did your cousin refuse to help you?" he taunted. A sly, desperate look entered her eyes. "Don't forget that we're in the same boat," she hissed. "Destroying me won't get you anything. You'll never become the owner of Mu's group if anything happens to me." She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper. "To become the heir to the Mu's group, you must protect me well and marry me." In a flash, he rushed her, grabbing her arms, his face a predatory mask. "Well, as long as you're breathing, we'll get married sooner or later, right?" He purred, dragging her towards a nearby room. "What are you doing?" she cried, but he shoved her inside, the door slamming shut behind them. "Don't act like a pure girl," he sneered, pinning her against the wall. "Do you know what I'm doing? Shouldn't you fulfill your duty as my fiancé?" He leaned in, his breath hot on her cheek. "Are you kidding me? I just had an abortion. I can't have sex for half a month." He smirked. "Don't worry, I'll protect myself well to avoid catching anything from you." The sound of tearing fabric filled the small room. "You only think about yourself," she screamed, tears of rage and fear stinging her eyes. "You've never thought about me." He laughed. A harsh, ugly sound. "Why should I? Did you forget how many men you had, Zia Nguyen?" He grabbed her again when she tried to push him away. "Don't touch me. Who do you think you are?" he roared, his face contorting with fury. He laid out the cruel reality for her. Their relationship was transactional. Her only hope for survival was to become his wife, to become the Mu family's young lady, securing her inheritance from the Gongxi family. Defeated, she went limp, her voice barely a whisper. "Then what about the 800,000 bucks you promised to give me?" He gripped her tighter, his voice turning to ice. 800,000? We are working together now. We don't owe each other a thing. I won't give you a dime. I'll cancel our engagement if you still refuse me." His face was pure evil as he loomed over her, a predator closing in on his prey. Don't," she whimpered. But her pleas were met with cold, empty eyes as he ripped her blouse open. A moment later, the door banged shut and she was left crumpled on the floor, violated and broken. Blood trickled down her inner thigh. "Mu Feng," she whispered his name, a curse on her lips. Tears of humiliation and fury streamed down her face as she clenched her fists. "Just wait," she vowed to the empty room. "I'll make you pay with blood when I get the Gongxi family's shareholding." Meanwhile, in the bright, cheerful cafe inside the Moose Group building, and was happily sipping her drink. "Wow, the bubble tea tastes so good," she chirped, her eyes sparkling. "It has pudding, grass jelly, bubbles, and it's so cheap." Ziafei smiled faintly, explaining that the company ran the cafe at cost for employees, and's expression turned serious. "Well, Mr. Mu surely knows you're released," she mused. "Faye, since you're released, they might have caught the killer, right?" Ziafei shook her head. "Not yet, but soon. They found some parts of footprints on the sill and outside of the window. I heard that forensic experts would reshape a full one out of them. With the full footprint, maybe they'll catch the killer." And tilted her head. "Footprint, is that all?" Ziafei confirmed it was the only lead so far, and huffed, pushing her drink away slightly. "She deserves to die," she said with a sweet, chilling smile. "I believe someone killed her out of justice. Am I right, Faye?" Ziafei considered this. "We can settle things with the law," she replied thoughtfully. "Killing is an extreme way." Suddenly, Anne's cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by a shadow of something dark and cold. Her eyes seemed to glow with a faint red light. "The law can be weak sometimes," she said, her voice dropping to a low, menacing tone. "It can only be implemented with evidence. Without it, even the real murderer can walk out freely. People like Sunrong, who ruined the beauty of this world, should die." Ziafei nodded slowly, agreeing that the law was nothing without evidence. Then a memory surfaced. Xia Nguyen said that she saw a person in a white dress pass by when Sunrong died, she recalled, her brow furrowing. Only Gongxi Yao wore a white dress that day. Anne's innocent smile instantly returned, chasing the shadows away. "How could such a lovely girl commit murder?" she giggled, dismissing the thought. "I'm thinking too much." But as she sipped her tea, a hidden darkness swirled behind her bright eyes. A heavy silence hangs in the grand mansion as Mu Shaifeng stands at the top of the stairs, his figure casting a long shadow. Below, the hushed whispers of two maids drift up to him, their words like poisoned darts in the quiet air. "Master's condition is getting worse," one murmurs, the other agrees, adding that people are saying Child Mu would be the heir. If only Mr. Mu wasn't disabled, he would have had no chance. "A real shame," they cluck. But then a dangerous thought is spoken aloud. What if Mr. Mu isn't disabled at all?" The other maid scoffs, calling it impossible. "Everyone knows he became disabled after that terrible fire." But the first one leans in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial hiss. "She used to work in Mr. Mu's mansion, and she swears she saw him standing outside the window once." The word hangs in the air, a shocking revelation. Standing, Mu Yusin standing? The name echoes in Xie Feng's mind, a jolt of electricity running down his spine. His eyes widen, a dark, predatory gleam appearing within them. In a flash, he's down the stairs, his hand shooting out to grab the gossiping maid by the arm. His voice is a low, dangerous growl. "What did you just say? You saw him standing up?" The maid freezes, her face paling as she stammers, unable to form a word. Xie Feng's grip tightens, his eyes narrowing into icy slits as he leans in, his voice dripping with menace. He reminds her where she is, that her masters are Mu Yusin and Mrs. Mu, and if she wants to leave this place alive, she will tell him the truth. The maid trembles, her eyes wide with terror. "Don't hurt me, I'll tell you," she cries out, her face flushed with fear. She explains that one day after taking out the garbage, she lifted her head and saw someone standing up from a wheelchair outside the window. She couldn't see the person's face clearly, so she wasn't sure if it was Mr. Mu. A storm brews in Xie Feng's mind. Could it be? If Mu Yusin's disability is just a disguise, then his wild speculation might be right. What if Dante's and Mu Yusin are the exact same person? A wicked smile begins to form on his lips. If they are, he can definitely make use of that. He turns his chilling gaze back to the terrified maid. "Who else knows about this?" he demands, his voice low and threatening. The maid shakes her head frantically. "No one, only the two of us know," she whimpers. Instantly, the menace vanishes from Xie Feng's face, replaced by a disarmingly gentle smile. He pats her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't be afraid," he coos, his voice now smooth as silk. "As long as you obey me, I won't harm you, I'll even reward you." But then his eyes darken again, a shadow passing over his face as he delivers his final, chilling warning. "But if a fourth person knows about this, you?" The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. The two maids nod furiously, their bodies shaking as they promise to keep quiet. Satisfied, Xie Feng dismisses them with a wave of his hand. A moment later, a loud crash echoes from a nearby room. Inside, Mu Mianmian is seething, her face contorted with rage after smashing a teacup on the floor. "Useless, can't you even pour tea?" She shrieks at the maids, who scurry away as she screams for them all to get lost. Just then, the door opens and Mu Shaifeng strolls in, a casual smirk on his face. "Oh, what a temper, aunt," he says lightly. She glares at him, her voice sharp. "What brings you here, Mu Shaifeng?" He saunters further into the room, his smile widening into a knowing grin. He muses that she must be worried that no one can restrain Mu Yusin once Grandpa passes away, making it impossible for her to marry him. Her shoulders stiffen, he saw right through her. She tries to deflect, saying that she just wants to be with Yusin to help him, especially with Grandpa being sick. Xie Feng lets out a derisive snort. He sneers that as the foster daughter, she's been overbearing for years, and now that Grandpa is dying, she's shamelessly fawning over Yusin, the likely heir. Her face twists in anger. How dare he? She retorts that at least she knows her place. Unlike him who offended Grandpa just last night. She then lands her final blow, her voice dripping with contempt. Don't tell me you really think Grandpa will make you the heir? He's ill, not retarded. Why would he choose a stone over a pearl? The insult hits its mark, but Xie Feng just grins, a sinister light dancing in his eyes. You, she gasps. He leans forward, his voice a low, tempting whisper. Since you want to be with Mu Yusin so badly, I've got a plan for you, he says, his smile turning predatory. Her eyes widen. What is it? He chuckles darkly. We're just using each other anyway. Don't blame me for scheming against you, he purrs. His eyes rake over her as he lays out his disgusting plan. He tells her face and body are good enough and that she should actively seduce Mu Yusin, get him into bed, and her grandparents will surely force him to marry her. A blush creeps up her neck as she stammers, asking if it will work. What if Yusin refuses her? Xie Feng scoffs, his words cutting deep. You've been reserved and kept a distance from him for years. Did it work? He leans back, delivering his ultimatum. This is her last chance before Grandpa passes. Take it or leave it. As he walks away, Mian's mind races. A memory of Yusin in his elegant mask flashes before her eyes. Her expression hardens with determination. Yusin, she thinks, I'll show you that I'm your perfect match and so much better than that useless CFA. Outside, Xie Feng's charming facade melts away, revealing pure contempt. Mu Mian, you're just a dog in the Mu family, he mutters to himself. How dare you look down on me? A vicious promise forms in his mind. Since you love Mu Yusin so much, I'll kick both of you out when I become the heir. Meanwhile, at the office building, Ziafei is hunched over her desk, clutching her stomach. A sharp pain radiates through her. It hurts so bad, she groans. Suddenly, her phone rings. She picks it up, her voice weak. It's Dante's. His voice is cold and demanding as he orders her to buy him a sugarless Americano. When she protests, he cruelly reminds her of who helped her at the police station, calling himself her savior. Defeated, Ziafei grits her teeth. You just wait, I'll buy it now, she snaps before hanging up. As she walks to the cafe, she pulls out her phone to text her sweet boyfriend. I'm buying coffee for my heartless boss, she types. My stomachache is killing me, but he made me do it anyway. His reply is immediate and concerned. Stomachache, what's wrong? She smiles softly, but quickly types back, nothing, I should go. I can't let him find an excuse to blame me. A moment later, there's a knock on Dante's office door. Ziafei enters, her professional smile plastered on her face. Mr. Mu, your coffee, she says cheerfully, placing it on his desk. With a hint of mischief, she adds, I asked them to put extra sugar in it, hope you'll enjoy it, as she turns to leave. His voice stops her cold. Wait, she freezes, a question mark popping into her head. Why are you covering your stomach? He asks, his gaze fixed on her. Her blood runs cold. How did he know? She snaps back defensively, not your concern. Damn it, she thinks. Why did she tell Dante's about it instead of saying a word to her boyfriend? Does she hate him that much? His eyes narrow behind the mask. Disobeying me again? Did you forget the punishment from last time? He asks, his voice low and dangerous. The memory of their last encounter sends a blush creeping up her cheeks. He rises from his chair and strides towards her. Come here, he commands. Reluctantly, she steps closer. But as she does, another wave of pain hits her, and with a guttural arc, she lunges forward and bites down hard on his shoulder. Dantes lets out a sharp gasp of pain, his body tensing up. Ziafei immediately shoves him away, a panicked, cheeky grin on her face. Sorry, Mr. Mu, I can't help knowing every time I hear. Before he can react, she bolts out the door, slamming it behind her. Dantes is left stunned, muttering to himself. She's getting more disobedient. Back at her desk, Ziafei finds a warm drink waiting for her. A note is attached. Babe, I searched the internet and learned that drinking brown sugar water is good for the period. Enjoy it while it's still warm, it reads. I'll prepare a nice welcome dinner tonight. I'll be waiting for you. A warm feeling spreads through her chest. He's so sweet, she thinks, taking a sip of the comforting drink. So unlike that bastard Dantes. Later that day, Ziafei is eating alone in the company cafeteria, when a familiar voice interrupts her solitude. Fei, what a coincidence, Mu Feng says with a sickeningly sweet smile. Ziafei's eyes narrow. Mu Feng, why are you here? He slides into the chair opposite her and places a small red box on the table. Remember it, Fei? He asks softly, opening the... Inside, a brilliant diamond ring sparkles under the light. When we were together, I promised to buy you the most beautiful diamond ring in the world, he says, his voice filled with fake remorse. Ziafei's expression turns to ice. You're giving it to the wrong person, she says coldly. He tries to play the victim, sighing about how he never should have let her go, how heartless Mu Yusin must be to her. He reaches for her hand, his touch like a snake's. She snatches her hand back. Drop the act, she seethes. Mu Yusin may be heartless, but he's still much better than you. She calls him and Zia Nguyen a perfect match and wishes them a happy marriage before turning to leave. Wait, he calls out, his voice urgent. As she pauses, he drops the bombshell. I am here to tell you that Mu Yusin is not disabled. Ziafei freezes, her back to him, her eyes wide with shock. Not disabled, what is he talking about? She turns, demanding proof. He grabs her, his face inches from hers, his voice a torrent of accusations. He tells her about the maid who saw him standing, about how Dantes is an expert at stone gambling just like Mu Yusin. Would it be that coincidental? He presses. I don't want you to get hurt. The hypocrisy is too much. With a cry of disgust, Ziafei grabs her bowl of soup and splashes it right in his face. Hands off, I don't buy your bullshit. she screams as the cafeteria buzzes with the commotion. As she storms away, his words echo in her mind. Doubts begin to fester. She remembers Dante's talking about the gold bars in the CEO's safe, his mysterious knowledge of valuable items. Could it be true Mu Feng is unreliable, but could Mu Yusin be capable of such a thing? Her resolve hardens. Anyway, she thinks, a determined fire in her eyes, I'll find out the truth myself. That evening, she stands outside her apartment door, a comprehensive plan forming in her mind. First, she'll toast Dante's at the welcome party. Second, she'll pretend to slip and wet his shirt. Third, while he's taking it off, she'll check his shoulder for the bite mark she left on Mu Yusin. How clever I am, she thinks with a smug smile. Just then, the door opens. It's her boyfriend. Hello, babe, he says, looking devastatingly handsome in a casual shirt. Good, time to get started. She thinks, her inner schemer taking over. The clock ticks on the wall. She offers him a can of beer. You must have suffered a lot there. Here's to you, she says, her voice sweet, but he just smiles apologetically. I can't drink, babe, mister. Mu just informed me to do the night shift, he says, propping his head on his hand. Her plan hits a wall. It doesn't go as I expected, she mentally screams. But she can't give up now. Just one glass, she insists, to celebrate your return. She staggers towards him, ready to execute her fake fall. Oh, she feigns a stumble, the can flying from her hand. But in a blur of motion, he catches both her and the can with impossible speed. She stares at him, stunned, held securely in his arms. Why are you so swift? She murmurs, her heart hammering in her chest. He leans in, his breath warm against her ear. I know you're doing this because you miss me too much, he whispers, a playful smirk on his lips as he sets the can down. He pulls her even closer, his gaze intoxicating. Or, he purrs, his hand moving to her collarbone. Are you coveting my body? Her breath hitches. This is it. Her eyes dart to his shoulder and her fingers quickly pull at the collar of his shirt. Her eyes scan the smooth skin and find nothing, no bite mark. Well, look at you, you're drooling, he teases, his voice husky. Flustered and confused, she pushes him away. It's late, I should go home, she stammers, turning her back to him. Looks like I have to change my way to find the truth out, she thinks, her mind racing. As she leaves, her boyfriend watches her go, a soft, knowing smile playing on his lips, the light catching his impossibly blue eyes. Later that night, under a sky full of stars, Ziafei enters Mu Yusin's room in the mansion. He sits in his wheelchair, wearing a simple white robe, his face hidden by the familiar mask. Come and carry me to bed, he orders. She moves to his side, her expression unreadable. As she helps him up, supporting his weight, her eyes drift down to the now empty wheelchair. A new, better plan clicks into place. A small, determined smile touches her lips. Got it, she thinks. The game was far from over. The maid's voice was a firm, unyielding wall. Mr. Mu is sleeping. I'll stay here to take care of him. Leave us. But Ziafei wasn't about to be turned away. Not now. A cold glint entered her eyes as she stared the servants down. Her voice was deceptively sweet, laced with a threat that was impossible to ignore. What, do my words mean nothing to you? She purred. Then maybe I'll wake Mr. Mu up and let him tell you himself. The servants paled instantly. The thought of waking their Valao master was more terrifying than defying this woman. They exchanged a panicked glance before scurrying away, stammering, no, we're leaving, Messia. A smirk played on Ziafei's lips as they disappeared down the hall. Asterisk, they are quite obedient to Mu Yusin. Asterisk, she thought, her eyes landing on the empty wheelchair. A wicked plan began to form in her mind. Stealthily, she grabbed the handles and began to wheel it out of the room. Asterisk, without the wheelchair and servants, I'll see if you can stand up by yourself. Asterisk, the heavy door clicked shut behind her, sealing him inside his gilded cage. In the silent room, a pair of eyes snapped open behind a black and gold mask. Mu Yusin sat up, his silk robe falling loosely around his bare chest. A disoriented haze clung to him. Where was everyone? An exclamation escaped his lips. As he called out someone, but only silence answered. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, his hands searching for the familiar frame of his wheelchair. Panic began to set in. It wasn't there. Damn, where are you? He growled, his voice laced with frustration. He peered over the edge of the bed, his gaze sweeping the empty floor. Nothing. With a grunt of effort, he tried to lower himself to the ground, his gloved hands slipping on the silk sheets. His body tilted, gravity pulling him down with a sickening lurch. He landed hard on the floor, a pained grimace twisting his features. He was helpless, stranded. He began to crawl, dragging his body across the cold, hard floor like a wounded animal. From the crack in the doorway, Ziafei watched, her heart giving a small, guilty thump. Had she gone too far? The sight of him, so vulnerable and struggling, pricked at her conscience. But just as she started to feel a pang of sympathy, a sinister smile spread across his face, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He wasn't struggling at all, he was performing. Ziafei's eyes narrowed. Asterisk, did I overthink this? It doesn't look like he's faking. Asterisk, she pulled out her phone, her thumb hovering over the record button. But before she could press it, a hand shot out from the floor and clamped around her ankle. He yanked her down with surprising strength, a triumphant, almost feral look in his visible eye. Ziafei, he growled, pulling her closer. She stumbled, catching herself on his bed, completely flustered. A part of your wheelchair is broken, she stammered, thinking fast. So I took it for repair, seeing you were asleep. He held her gaze, pulling on the blanket, his voice dripping with mock petulance. Why did you come so late? Are you a turtle? Zia Fei's temper flared. How can you be so ungrateful? I helped you out of kindness. He scoffed, the sound sharp and dismissive. Kindness, like hell you have any, that was it, the last straw. Her face burned with indignation. Asterisk, I know I shouldn't have sympathized with such a monster. Asterisk, she fumed internally. Asterisk, he must be faking it, just wait and see, I'll expose him. Asterisk. Later, in the sleek, modern skyscraper of the Mu Corporation, Mu Yusin sat behind his desk, no longer a helpless invalid but a king on his throne. His assistant stood before him, reporting dutifully. Mr. Mu Feng is up to something lately. He went abroad a few days ago and got something. Mu Yusin's gaze drifted to the tablet displaying a picture of his scheming cousin. Mu Feng, he murmured, his fingers drumming on the desk. The assistant continued, he hit it well, I haven't found out what it is, but I think he'll do something soon. Yusin's visible eye was cold as steel. I see you may leave, he commanded, dismissing the man with a wave of his gloved hand. Just as the assistant left, Zia Fei appeared at the door, her expression a mask of neutrality. She had a new plan. The assistant informed her she could go in, and as the door shut behind her, her mind raced. Asterisk, the best way to verify their identities is to do a DNA comparison. I've got Dante's hair, now I only need his. Asterisk, she watched him, sitting there, his hand resting on a mug. He looked up, his voice sharp. Why are you just standing there? Serve me another cup of tea. Zia Fei bristled, I'm not your servant. I have no obligation to refresh your cup, she retorted, but then took a deep breath, forcing a calm she didn't feel. This was her chance. She approached his desk, her heart hammering in her chest. He watched her, his head tilted. What are you doing? She leaned in, her voice a soft murmur. Actually, I saw a paper scrap on your hair when you walked in. As her fingers brushed against his dark hair, pretending to pick something out, his hand shot up like a viper, clamping down on her wrist in a grip of iron. With a sharp gasp, she was pulled off her feet, stumbling right into his lap. Let go, she cried out, struggling against him. He held her fast, his body pressed against hers, his breath hot against her. You threw yourself at me, he whispered, a dangerous smirk in his voice. Where's the paper scrap? With a surge of adrenaline, she pushed hard against his face, shoving him away. It fell on the floor when you dragged me, she yelled, scrambling off his lap. You must change your habit of pawing me, let go of me. She backed away, her voice shaking with rage. I shouldn't have come to you. She turned and fled his office, slamming the door shut behind her with a resounding bang. Leaning against the closed door, she took a shuddering breath, her eyes glinted with triumph as she opened her hand. There, resting in her palm, was a single strand of dark hair. Done, she whispered, a victorious smile spreading across her face. The next day, her phone buzzed. It was the call she'd been waiting for. Hello, is my DNA report out? The voice on the other end was professional and clipped. The comparison of your provided samples is completed. You may get the result this afternoon. Relief washed over her. Thank you on time. She hung up, her mind buzzing. Asterisk, great. I'll know the truth when I get the report. Asterisk. A confident smirk touched her lips. Asterisk, just you wait, Mu Yusin. Asterisk. But her victory was short-lived. An assistant approached her, his expression serious. Miss Zia, Mr. Mu wants to see you. Her blood ran cold. Asterisk, Mu Yusin. Asterisk, why now? She walked into his office, her heels clicking ominously on the polished floor. He sat with his back to her, a formidable silhouette. What's the matter? She asked, trying to keep her voice steady. He didn't turn around. Instead, his gloved hand slapped a manila envelope onto the desk. The words DNA report were stamped across the front in bold black letters. Her heart stopped, her breath hitched in her throat. Are you looking for this? He asked, his voice deceptively calm, her eyes widened in horror. Asterisk, he knew it already. Asterisk. He finally swiveled his chair to face her, a chilling, knowing smile on his lips. Are you surprised? He taunted, leaning back. Aren't you gonna read it? She stood frozen, speechless. His voice turned impatient, sharp as a whip. You want to check it out or not? I'll throw it away if you don't. Her hand trembled as she reached for the envelope. I'll check it out. She ripped it open, her eyes scanning the page frantically, and then she saw it. Matching 30%, the two DNA owners are not biologically related. Not biologically related, so they aren't the same man? Her world tilted on its axis. Impossible, she shrieked, the report slipping from her nerveless fingers. He leaned forward, his voice a low, mocking rumble as he slammed his fist on the arm of his wheelchair. You've looked into it for so long, but now you refuse to believe the result? His words were like daggers, each one hitting their mark. You took away my wheelchair last week when I was sleeping to see if I could stand up on my own, didn't you? A flashback of her triumphant smile as she held his hair filled her mind. Then you stole my hair to do the DNA comparison. He reached out, his gloved fingers gently tilting her chin up so she was forced to meet his gaze. You've tried so hard to find it out, but you are still suspicious of me. I assume you already have an answer in mind. She was trapped, exposed. She stammered, unable to form a coherent thought. Why didn't you expose me as you already knew it? A slow, cruel smile spread across his lips. I just wanted to see how far you would go. The final question escaped her lips in a desperate whisper. So, are you Dante's? He didn't answer. Instead, he began to clap, a slow, deliberate sound that echoed the frantic beating of her heart. At that moment, the office door clicked open. Zia Fei's head snapped towards the sound. And there, leaning against the doorframe, was a man with a charming smile and eyes she knew all too well. It was Dante. He waved casually. "Hi, babe," he called out, walking into the room. "Mr. Mu called me here, but I didn't expect you'd be here too." Ziafei's eyes darted between the two men, one in a wheelchair, masked and menacing, the other standing freely, smiling and carefree. Her mind reeled. They were two different people. They were really two different people. Asterisk, did I really mistake them? Asterisk, the weight of her actions crashed down on her. Asterisk, I have treated both of them unfairly. Asterisk, a wave of guilt washed over her so strong it made her dizzy. Before she could process the shocking revelation, another knock echoed through the room. A man with glasses, Master Mu's special assistant, entered, causing a stir among the employees outside. Yusin looked at him, his tone flat. "What's the matter?" The assistant bowed his head respectfully. "Mr. Mu, Master Mu wants you to return to the old mansion now." He then gestured for Yusin to follow. "This way, please, Mr. Seventh." The two brothers exchanged a silent, loaded glance. Dante turned to the assistant, his voice firm. "Leave me." He then reached out, his hand closing around Ziafei's wrist. "We should go," she hesitated, still in shock. "But let's go," he insisted, leading her out of the room. As they left, Yusin spoke into the empty room. "Come out." From a hidden door, a woman with sharp, intelligent eyes emerged. Yusin looked at her, his posture rigid in his chair. "Yusin," she began. The woman looked concerned. "Why does your father want you to go back at this hour?" His reply was grim, a shadow passing over his face. "Nothing good, of course." The old Mu family mansion was abuzz with tension. The entire family had been summoned by Mu Shaofeng, and they were all seated in the grand living room, waiting. An older man, the family patriarch, looked at Shaofeng with impatience. "You called all of us here claiming that Yusin broke the family rules. What's going on?" Shaofeng just smiled smugly. "Please be patient, Grandpa. You'll know when my uncle is here." A woman sitting next to him scoffed, "What the hell?" But Shaofeng shot her a look that silenced her. "Stay out of this." The sound of a wheelchair rolling across the marble floor announced Yusin's arrival. "Here he comes," Shaofeng sneered. "What an entrance, uncle. You kept us waiting for so long." Yusin, pushed by his assistant, completely ignored him, his gaze fixed straight ahead. "Push the wheelchair there," he commanded. Shaofeng's face contorted with rage. "You haven't integrated with the whole family completely, but now you show no respect to us all. You didn't even greet Grandpa." Yusin continued to ignore him, leaving Shaofeng fuming in front of everyone. "Surprisingly, you came," Shaofeng finally spat, stepping in front of him. "Or what else could it be? You wouldn't call me here for dinner, would you?" Yusin's voice was ice. "I didn't ask you." Shaofeng sneered. "You'd better confess voluntarily what you've done, or things won't end well for you." "You," Shaofeng began, but a sharp voice cut him off. "Enough." The patriarch slammed his hand on the table, silencing the room. He looked at his grandson. "You said that you got something to say in front of us. Now everyone's here, and now." Shaofeng's smirk returned. "Before I say anything, I want to ask my uncle one question," he said, turning his venomous gaze back to Yusin. "Have you ever been to the stone gambling house in Myanmar?" Yusin's expression didn't change. "I don't know what you're talking about." "You don't know, or you pretend not to know?" Shaofeng pressed, leaning closer. "Why should I pretend?" Yusin replied coolly. Shaofeng's temper snapped. "Drop the act. Do you think no one would find out about your whereabouts in the stone gambling house even if you snuck in it?" He glanced meaningfully at his grandfather. The old man's face darkened instantly. A collective gasp went through the room. The stone gambling house in Myanmar was a forbidden topic. The patriarch had lost 100 million there, a humiliating defeat that led him to hate gambling and forbid any descendant from partaking in it. Shaofeng's supporters watched with glee. Asterisk, just wait to see how Grandpa will punish you, Mu Yusin. Asterisk, the patriarch's voice was low and dangerous. "Is Shaofeng telling the truth, Yusin?" Yusin simply began to turn his wheelchair around. "If you call me back only for such a boring matter, I see no point in staying here." He was about to leave when two of Shaofeng's men moved to block his path. "Wanna leave?" Shaofeng mocked, his confidence soaring. "Do you think I'd make such a drama in front of Grandpa without proof? Are you scared now? Of course I have the smoking gun to defeat you once and for all. You're done, Mu Yusin." He leaned in, his voice a triumphant hiss. "I told you, uncle, you'd better confess. Maybe Grandpa will forgive you for your disability." Yusin finally looked at him, his visible eye filled with contempt. "Confess what? Do you want me to confess how stupid you are?" Shaofeng's face turned purple with rage. "How dare you?" He took a step back, composing himself with a sneer. "Since you refuse to admit it, don't blame me for what comes next." He snapped his fingers. "I wonder whether you'll still be so confident after watching this, uncle." An assistant brought forward a small box and opened it, revealing a USB flash drive. "This is the security footage from the stone gambling house in Myanmar," Shaofeng announced to the room. "They make a copy of the security footage at intervals, and I asked someone to get me the footage that filmed my uncle." He took the flash drive and held it up for all to see, right in Yusin's face. "This is the evidence." He savored the moment, a predator cornering his prey. The patriarch's face was a thundercloud of fury. He glared at his son, his voice booming through the silent room. "Yusin, what else do you have to say now?" A quiet command is given in the sterile office. "This way, please, Mr. Seventh." Yusin is wheeled in, his masked face unreadable, his eyes cold as chips of ice. He gazes at the couple standing before him, a man and a woman, their expressions a mixture of fear and pleading. He doesn't need to hear their excuses. His voice is flat, devoid of all emotion as he utters a single dismissive command. Leave. The man doesn't hesitate, grabbing the woman's arm, his voice a low whisper telling her they should go. She looks back, a silent but on her lips before he pulls her away, the two of them retreating like scolded dogs. The moment the door clicks shut, the silence in the room becomes heavy, oppressive. Yusin sits motionless in his chair, a lone king on a cold throne. Come out, he says to the empty room. From a hidden panel in the wall, a woman emerges, her steps silent as she approaches him. It's his mother, her face etched with a familiar worry. She places a gentle hand on his shoulder, her voice soft as she asks why his father wants him to go back at this hour. Yusin's gaze drifts towards the window, towards the city lights that seem so distant. A humorless smile touches his lips. Nothing good, of course, he replies, his voice laced with a bitter certainty. The Grand Mu family mansion looms before them, a gilded cage filled with vipers. Inside, the air is thick with tension. The entire family is gathered, their eyes fixed on him as he enters. His grandfather sits at the head, his face a thundercloud. He demands to know what's going on, his voice booming as he recounts Xie Feng's claims that Yusin broke the family rule. Xie Feng himself simply smirks, telling the old man to be patient, his uncle will be here soon. Yusin's mother can't contain her frustration, muttering what the hell under her breath. But Xie Feng's icy glare silences her. Stay out of this, he snaps, just as the soft whir of Yusin's wheelchair gliding across the polished floor announces his arrival. Here he comes, Xie Feng says, his voice dripping with false cheer. Another cousin chimes in with a sneer, mocking his grand entrance and for keeping them all waiting for so long. But Yusin pays them no mind, his gaze fixed forward. He simply ignores the pathetic jab, instructing his attendant to push the wheelchair to a specific spot. Xie Feng's face twists in anger. You haven't integrated with the whole family completely, but now you show no respect to us all, he seethes, pointing out that Yusin didn't even greet their grandfather. Finally, Yusin looks at him, his voice calm. What's the matter? Xie Feng scoffs, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Surprisingly, you know there's a matter, or what else? You couldn't be called here for dinner, would you? He leans forward, his voice dropping to a threatening whisper. You'd better confess voluntarily what you've done or things won't end well for you. But Yusin cuts him off, his words sharp as a razor. I didn't ask you. The insult hangs in the air, stunning Xie Feng into silence. You, he sputters just as his grandfather slams a hand down on the table with a loud crack, shouting enough. The old man's furious gaze settles on Xie Feng. You said you got something to say in front of us, he growls. Now everyone's here and talk now. A predatory grin spreads across Xie Feng's face. He turns his full attention to Yusin, savoring the moment. Before I say anything, he begins, his voice smooth as silk. I want to ask my uncle one question. He leans in close, his eyes glinting with malice. Have you been to the stone gambling house in Myanmar? He asks. Yusin, behind his mask, remains perfectly still. I don't know what you're talking about, he replies evenly. Xie Feng's grin widens. You don't know or you pretend not to know. Why should I pretend? Yusin asks, his voice a picture of innocence. Xie Feng finally loses his patience. Drop the act, he snarls. Do you think no one would find out about your finds in the stone gambling house even if you snuck in? He glances meaningfully at his grandfather, whose face has already begun to darken at the mere mention of that place. Grandpa lost 100 million in a stone gambling house in Myanmar, Xie Feng announces to the room. That's why he hates his descendants gambling. The grandfather's expression turns utterly gloomy, the old wound torn open for all to see. Asterisk yes asterisk, Xie Feng thinks with vicious glee. Asterisk just wait to see how grandpa will punish you, Yusin. Asterisk the patriarch's icy gaze falls upon Yusin, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. Is Xie Feng telling the truth, Yusin? He demands. Instead of answering, Yusin begins to turn his wheelchair away. If you call me back only for such a boring matter, he states coolly, I see no point in staying here. He tries to leave, but his path is immediately blocked by two of Xie Feng's men. Wanna leave, Xie Feng mocks, stepping in front of him. He leans down, his face inches from Yusin's mask, his voice a triumphant whisper. Do you think I'd make a drama in front of Grandpa without proof? Are you scared now? Of course I have the smoking gun to defeat you once and for all. You're done, Mu Yusin. He straightens up, his voice ringing with false pity. I told you, uncle, you'd better confess. Maybe Grandpa will forgive you for your disability. Yusin finally shows a spark of emotion, his voice laced with contempt. Confess what? Do you want me to confess how stupid you are? The insult hits its mark. Xie Feng's face flushes with rage. How dare you? He screams. With a dramatic snap of his fingers, Xie Feng declares the time for talk is over. Since you refuse to admit it, don't blame me for what comes next, he sneers. I wonder whether you'll still be so confident after watching this, uncle. He produces a small box and opens it, revealing a single USB drive. This is the security footage from the stone gambling house in Myanmar, he announces, his voice booming. They make a copy of the security footage at intervals, and I asked someone to get me the footage that filmed my uncle. He holds the drive up for everyone to see, a tiny silver key to Yusin's destruction. This is the evidence, he declares, his eyes locking with Yusin's. The grandfather's face is now a terrifying mask of fury, his skin pale and stretched taut over his bones. He turns to Yusin, his voice shaking. Yusin, what else do you have to say now? Without waiting for an answer, he barks an order at Feng. Play the footage, Feng. With a triumphant smirk, Feng moves toward the laptop. His fingers are just about to plug in the drive when a calm, clear voice cuts through the tense silence. Wait, everyone freezes, it's Yusin. He has stopped the execution just as the axe was about to fall. Feng turns, his face a mixture of confusion and arrogance. Ready to confess, uncle, he taunts, but Yusin ignores him, addressing the room. There's one thing that I don't understand. He looks from his grandfather to his aunt, his gaze steady. Why should someone be under interrogation just for going to the stone gambling house? His aunt Jiang Hualan lets out a condescending laugh. You may not know it because you returned home late, Yusin, she explains as if to a child. Your father hates gambling most. Feng chimes in, his voice dripping with satisfaction. He made a family rule that anyone who gambled would be thrown out of the house. The two of them stand with the grandfather, a united front of judgment. A small, almost imperceptible smile plays on Yusin's lips from behind the mask. Oh, he murmurs. He lets the word hang in the air before continuing, his voice dangerously soft. So anyone of this family who gambles will be expelled from the Mu family. Yes, stalling is useless, uncle. Feng snaps, his patience wearing thin. Yusin's hidden smile widens into a chilling grin. I hope you remember what you just said. He gives a slight nod, his voice turning to ice. Play it. Feng hesitates for a fraction of a second, a flicker of unease in his eyes, but the promise of victory is too strong. He plugs in the drive, a final, triumphant thought flashing through his mind. Asterisk HMPH, Mu Yusin, you're doomed. Asterisk the screen flickers to life. The whole family leans forward, their eyes glued to the large television. At first, the footage is mundane, just blurry figures sitting at tables. The grandfather grunts impatiently. Are these boring scenes your evidence? Please keep watching, Grandpa, Feng says, his smile unwavering. It'll come soon. His own eyes are wide with anticipation, a thrill of victory coursing through his veins. Asterisk, here it comes, asterisk. He raises his hand, pointing a dramatic finger at the screen just as the camera zooms in on a figure. The family watches, holding their breath. But as the image sharpens, a wave of ice-cold shock washes over Feng. The blood drains from his face. That man on the screen? No, it can't be. A question mark explodes in his mind. His confident expression shatters, replaced by a mask of pure, horrified disbelief. Yusin breaks the stunned silence, his voice laced with mock concern. Shouldn't you prove that I went to the stone gambling house? Because I don't think it's me. The grandfather's head whips around, his eyes blazing with a terrifying fury. Feng, he roars, his voice cracking like thunder. What is this? Absolute panic rips through Feng. He lunges for the laptop, a desperate scream tearing from his throat. Wait, it's not me. I've never been there, he wails, but his grandfather's rage is absolute. Stop him, the old man bellows. Iron hands grab Feng, yanking him back just as his fingers brush the keyboard. Let go, he shrieks, thrashing wildly. His eyes, wide with terror, find Yusin. It's a trick, it has to be. IT must be Mu Yusin's trick. He turns to his last hope, his voice cracking as he pleads. Grandpa, trust me, don't fall for Mu Yusin's trick. The only answer is the sharp, stinging sound of a slap echoing through the room. As his grandfather strikes him across the face, on the screen, the damning evidence continues to play. A voice greets the man on camera. Child of Mu didn't expect to see you here. And the face that turns to smile is undeniably Feng's. Fate brought us together, his on-screen self replies smoothly. The video shows him being treated like a king, led to a table of rare stones, a supposed winning deal. The host flatters him, whispering about the high price that not everyone can afford as other gamblers look on in envy. Then comes the final, irrefutable proof, Feng's own hand pointing with arrogant certainty. And his own voice, clear as a bell, fills the silent, horrified room. I'll have this set. The video freezes on his smiling face. The real Feng stands there, trembling, his world destroyed. Yusin turns his head slowly, the victor in a war he never seemed to be fighting. Mu Feng, he says, his voice deceptively gentle. What did Jiang Hualan say just now? He lets the question hang in the air, a final twist of the knife before delivering the killing blow. What punishment will the gambler of the Mu family get? Mu Feng's face twisted in disbelief, his golden eyes wide with panic. How could this be happening? Why am I in the footage? His heart hammered against his ribs. The old man's voice cut through the tense silence, cold and sharp as glass. With his hands clasped neatly in black gloves, he declared that it looked like someone should be punished according to the family rules. A chill snaked down Feng's spine. He scrambled to his feet, his voice cracking with desperation. I've never been to the stone gambling house, he shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at the masked man. You must have done something to the footage, you set me up. But Mu Yusin remained perfectly still, his voice a low, mocking drawl as he asked how he could possibly have set him up when he didn't even bring the footage. His single visible eye narrowed, a glint of cunning in its depths. Come to think of it, he purred, you never even watched the footage. So how are you so sure that it's been to the stone gambling house? The accusation hung in the air, thick and suffocating. Feng's face erupted in a blotchy, furious blush. Bullsh *T, he roared, the lie crumbling around him. The truth hit him like a physical blow. It's not the right footage. How? When was it swapped? He fell to his knees before his grandfather, the fight draining out of him as pure terror took its place. Grandpa, I didn't mean to do it, he wailed, clutching at his chest as if his heart was about to burst. He tried to deflect, to blame anyone else. That guy forced me to gamble, he cried, his voice thick with unshed tears. I didn't want to gamble. But his grandfather's face was a mask of thunderous rage. Fool, he bellowed, his voice echoing in the grand room. They fooled you and you don't even know it. A hand shot out, the sound of the slap cracking through the air. The force of the blow sent Feng reeling, his head snapping to the side. The old man stood over him, trembling with fury and disappointment. You disappointed me, he spat. From his seat, Yusin delivered the final, crushing verdict. Mu Feng violated the family rules. From now on, he is no longer a family member. The grandfather's face was contorted in a grimace of absolute fury as he sealed the judgment. And Feng could only stare, a bright red handprint blooming on his cheek, his world utterly shattered. As the family began to rise, turning their backs on him without a second glance, a wave of despair washed over him. He clutched his head, his thoughts a chaotic spiral. Why, no, I'm totally doomed. Just as he was about to be swallowed by his misery, a hand appeared before him, offering a clean, white tissue. He looked up into the smiling face of Mu Mian. Her voice was syrupy sweet as she reminded him, Feng, I told you that you couldn't compete with Yusin. The condescension in her tone was a spark on dry tinder, his humiliation morphed into white-hot rage. He slapped her hand away, his entire face flushed with shame and anger. Did you stay to humiliate me? He seethed. She feigned a look of innocent surprise. Of course not, she cooed, placing a hand over her heart. I have to thank you for your advice that day. Yusin was very passionate. His mind went blank. What? He grabbed her by the shoulders, his grip bruising. What are you doing? Let go, she cried, struggling against him. Did you seduce Mu Yusin? He roared, his eyes wild. And he was enthusiastic about you. What the hell happened? Tell me now. Mian patted her chest, a smug little smile playing on her lips. She explained that she had simply followed his brilliant suggestion and paid Yusin a visit while Fei was away. The scene flashed through her mind, she walking into his office with a stack of files, a picture of professionalism. As she neared his desk, she let out a theatrical gasp and pretended to stumble. Yusin was instantly alert, calling out, "Look out," as he caught her. She landed perfectly in his lap, her voice a breathy whisper. Yusin, I think I sprained my ankle, could you help me massage it? She purred, pressing her chest against his arm. She saw the blush creep up his neck from behind the mask as she leaned in closer, whispering his name again, her breath ghosting over his skin. He trembled, flustered, asking which part she had sprained. As she moved her body against his, their faces only inches apart. Back in the present, Feng's jaw was on the floor. What? He gasped, his voice barely a whisper. He didn't refuse you. Mian huffed, annoyed. Why the yell? I haven't finished talking, she snapped. She lamented that if only that stupid woman Fei hadn't broken in at that exact moment, everything would have gone according to plan. The memory was still vivid, Fei bursting through the door. Mian quickly scrambling away from Yusin to avoid being seen. She bitterly recounted how Fei had suspected her gigolo was impersonating Yusin. What a stupid woman, she spat. I'd have done it with Yusin if she hadn't disturbed us. Feng's mind was reeling, trying to piece it all together. Why would Mu Yusin help Mu Mian massage her ankle? He's never given her a second glance, ever. Why would he change all of a sudden? A thought so wild and audacious it had to be true struck him like a bolt of lightning. Unless it wasn't Mu Yusin in the wheelchair. He lowered his hand from his face, the despair melting away, replaced by a slow, spreading, malicious grin. A low chuckle escaped his lips, then another, until he was consumed by hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha, Mu Yusin, I've got your number. He crowed, leaving a bewildered Mian staring at him. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying, triumphant light. Just you wait, Mu Yusin, this isn't over. Elsewhere, the family patriarch was still seething. God damn it, he roared, pacing by the window. Mu Feng is such a fool. He not only gambled but also tried to frame someone else. He doesn't deserve to be my grandson. His wife tried to soothe him, her hand on his arm. Calm down, darling, she murmured. I watched Feng growing up, he wouldn't do such a thing. The old man whipped around, his face livid. That's because you spoiled him, he bellowed, clutching his chest as a sharp pain shot through him. He gasped, his face paling dramatically. Darling, his wife shrieked in terror. She turned on Xia Nguyen, her voice shrill with panic. Why are you still standing there? Go get a glass of water. As Xia Nguyen moved to obey, a cunning thought sparked in her mind. Asterisk Mukai is sick, this is perfect timing. With Feng kicked out, only Mu Yusin can be the heir, and I'll marry him only I have to remind him of it. Asterisk. She returned with the water, her expression a perfect mask of concern. Here, Dad, she said sweetly. Her mother gasped, Dad. Xia Nguyen pressed her advantage, her voice filled with false sincerity. I'm from the Gongxi family, so I'll only marry the heir of the Mu family. I also feel devastated for Feng's wrongdoings, but I can't defy my family's will. The old man's hand trembled as he reached for the glass, his face turning a dangerous shade of red. He choked out his final command before the pain overwhelmed him. Yusin, call Yusin here now. Later, the family was gathered in tense silence. Mu Yusin finally arrived, his assistant pushing the wheelchair into the room. Zia Nguyen's eyes lit up at the sight of him. Asterisk Mu Yusin, asterisk she thought, her heart pounding with ambition. Asterisk you'll be mine sooner or later, asterisk. Yusin looked around the room, his gaze cool and detached. What's the matter? He asked simply. The grandfather, looking pale and frail, sat propped up on the sofa. Mian and her mother rushed to his side, their voices dripping with concern. While Zia Nguyen stood poised and ready, a predator waiting for her moment. The old man took a shaky breath and issued his decree. Xie Feng had violated the rules and was expelled. Yusin was now the only heir of the Mu family. Therefore, he was to send his indecent fiancée away and marry the granddaughter of Mr. Gongxi. He even offered a weak apology, admitting he was misled by Xie Feng and had misunderstood Yusin. Company affairs are waiting to be handled by you, he finished, so don't be childish. Mian whispered frantically to her mother. What should we do, godmother? Is he serious? Her mother shook her head, confident. No way, don't worry, Mu Yusin hates his father badly, he won't listen to him that easily. But the old man wasn't finished. He dangled the ultimate prize. The Mu's group will be yours once you marry Zia Nguyen. A slow, calculating smile spread across Yusin's lips from behind his mask. He added his own terms. He wanted shares and he wanted to be made the young master. The old man didn't hesitate. Deal. The word struck Mian and her mother like lightning, their faces frozen in shock. The grandmother pleaded with her husband not to abandon their grandson, but his mind was made up. Soon after, Yusin was being wheeled away. Leaving the fractured family behind, he was helped into a sleek black car. Once inside, his assistant turned from the driver's seat. Congratulations, boss, he said. You've come through many difficulties. Now you can finally inherit the family business. He noted how Mukai could only count on Yusin now that Xie Feng was out of the picture. But Yusin's expression was cold as ice. I don't give a damn *T about it, he stated flatly. The assistant was taken aback. Then did you agree to marry Zia Nguyen just to help Miss Zia Fei take revenge? He asked. Yusin simply raised an eyebrow. What did I agree to? Understanding dawned on the assistant's face. I see. You're using Zia Nguyen to win Mukai's favor so you can get some of his shares, but why would he give you the shares that easily? Yusin leaned back, the picture of calm confidence. He wouldn't, but his health condition left him no choice. He's in a hurry to let me run the company without delegating his full power. A cruel smirk touched his lips. He was using the bait to make me work for the Mu's group without being paid, and he'll take the shares back when he gets better. Not a bad plan. A glint of satisfaction shone in his visible eye. The assistant pressed, then what's your plan? Yusin's voice was low and dangerous. Since he dares to give me shares, I won't disappoint him. He adjusted his glove, a final, chilling thought escaping his lips. I just hope Zia Fei could be wiser. Back at the office building, Zia Fei felt the weight of 100 pairs of eyes on her. Whispers followed her down the hall like a foul odor. The sterile air of the boardroom was thick with tension, every tick of the clock echoing in the silence. The doors swung open and all eyes turned to the man being wheeled in. His face was half hidden by an ornate mask, his presence immediately commanding the room. He offered a simple apology for being late, but one woman wasn't having it. Mrs. Mu sneered, her voice dripping with disdain as she remarked on his grand entrance. She reminded him he wasn't the chairman yet, and she couldn't imagine how arrogant he'd be when he was. He met her gaze. His visible eye cold as steel. He shot back that she shouldn't worry, because she would never have the chance to become the chairwoman anyway. The venom in his words silenced her, her face twisting in fury. A man at the head of the table tried to defuse the situation, calling for the meeting to start. But the questions had already begun. Where was Master Mu? One of the board members asked, noting he hadn't seen the chairman in a long time. Mrs. Mu, the chairman's wife, quickly explained that her husband was ill and at home, but that he'd be back in a few days. The board member pressed on, his concern purely financial. What disease could possibly keep him from a meeting this important? Would it affect the business? She stammered, trying to brush it off, but it was too late. A loud bang echoed through the room as Mu Yusin slammed a thick file onto the table, every head snapped in his direction. Before the meeting started, he announced there was one thing he needed to tell them. His gloved hands rested on the file, a silent, menacing promise. He revealed that a recent financial review had uncovered a massive problem, a problem of 100 million missing funds. A collective gasp filled the room, but the real shock came next. He told them the money had been missing for 10 years. The room erupted. 100 million? How could that be possible? How could something so huge be hidden for a decade? Who could have done it? The question hung in the air, and then the realization dawned on them. The chairman 10 years ago, all eyes subtly shifted to Mrs. Mu, whose face had gone deathly pale. Her eyes were wide with sheer terror. Mu Yusin's lips curved into a cruel smirk. It looks like you have something to say, Mrs. Mu, he purred, his voice a silky trap. She texted her friend, who confirmed the awful news. Everyone in the company had received an invitation. It was real. She flinched, stammering a denial. He leaned forward, his gaze pinning her down. Why do you look so nervous? Her heart hammered against her ribs. 10 years, how could he know? Her mind was a whirlwind of panic. If the board found out Mukai used that money to pay off his gambling debts, it was all over. He'd be ruined and she'd be dragged down with him. Desperately trying to regain control, she suggested they send investigators to look into it, a weak attempt to buy time. To her shock, Mu Yusin agreed instantly. Sure, he said, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Will do. And just like that, he declared the meeting over. As he was wheeled away, he casually added that he hoped they had all received the invitation to his engagement party. Mrs. Mu could only stare, her mind reeling. He hadn't pressed the issue of the money. Why, was he just bringing it up coincidentally? No, that was impossible. She clutched the red invitation in her hand, her knuckles white. He was up to something, and she had a sinking feeling it would all come to a head at the engagement party. The party was in full swing, a sea of elegant guests and clinking champagne glasses. A stunning woman with long pink hair made her grand entrance, a vision in a white gown. Whispers immediately followed her. That was Gongxi, Mu Yusin's fiancé. With this marriage, his position as the heir to the Mu family was all but secured. Gongxi soaked in the attention, a smug smile on her face. Mukai's grandson was so furious about this union he'd fallen ill. Soon she thought she would be Mrs. Mu Yusin and all these people would be beneath her. The silence stretched on, thick with unspoken tension. He chuckled softly. Cat got your tongue. Mu Yusin arrived, his expression unreadable behind his mask as he surveyed the room. His assistant leaned close, asking where Zia Fei was. Mu Yusin's reply was laced with ice. He didn't know. Perhaps she was hiding somewhere, unable to accept his engagement to another woman. He pushed the thought aside. Let's go, he commanded. In a quiet lounge away from the noise, the old chairman, Mukai, sat alone, stewing in his anger. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing a silhouette. But this man wasn't in a wheelchair. He was standing tall. Mukai squinted. Who is it? How did you get in here? He demanded. The man stepped into the light, a devilish smirk on his handsome face. Oh, remember me, Master Mu. Meanwhile, in Yusin's office, he was receiving a report from his assistant. Any news about Mukai lately? The assistant replied, don't worry, boss. Mukai has been sick lately. He can't get out of the house. Even if he can, we'll always have ways to stop him. Yusin nodded curtly. Sure. Mukai's eyes widened in confusion. Why are you here? He sputtered. The man didn't answer. Instead, he calmly closed the door, the soft click sealing them in. I'm here to collect my debts, he said, his voice a low growl. He reminded the old man of the 100 million he'd lost back then, but this was about more than just money. With a sudden burst of violence, he kicked a nearby table, sending it flying. He loomed over the cowering old man. You took away my mom's dowry, he snarled, his eyes blazing with a decade of hatred. The 100 million is far from enough. Your mom's dowry? Mukai repeated, completely bewildered. A dark, humorless sneer twisted the young man's lips. Slowly, deliberately, he raised a hand to his face. He hooked his fingers under the mask and eye patch, pulling them away to reveal the face beneath. Mukai's blood ran cold. He recognized that face. He stumbled backward, pointing a trembling finger. Why your legs? He gasped, his voice cracking with disbelief. The old man's fear turned to rage. Lunatic, you and your mother are both lunatics, he shrieked. The young man's face darkened instantly. You don't deserve to mention her, he roared. A sharp thwack echoed in the room as his hand connected with Mukai's face. The old man crumpled onto the sofa and the young man was on him in an instant, grabbing him by the collar. Are you afraid? He hissed, his voice dripping with venom. Afraid that people will find out what you did? How the great chairman of the Mu's group built his company with his wife's money, only to abandon her for another woman after you drained her dry. Get the conference room ready, Lu Hong. Return to me when it's ready. He instructed his assistant. His eyes were burning with righteous fury. You're a coward, Mukai. Shut up, Mukai screamed, his face contorted in a mask of terror and rage. I built the Mu's group out of nothing myself. The young man let out a chilling laugh. HMPH. Well then, watch how I'll destroy what you've dedicated your whole life to. He produced a knife, the blade flashing in the dim light, and pressed its cold edge against Mukai's throat. Tell me, he whispered, how did you pay off the 100 million? Mukai tried to lie, claiming it was his own money, but the blade pressed deeper, drawing a thin line of blood. She let out a scream of fury and lunged for him. The old man broke. I'll tell the truth, he sobbed. Those people wouldn't let me leave Myanmar, so I had to use the company funds. The confession hung in the air. The young man pulled back the knife, his expression one of pure contempt. You're old and muddled, Master Mu, he said, his voice suddenly loud and clear. How could you harm other board members' interest to pay off your gambling debt? As he spoke, the lounge doors were thrown open, revealing the stunned faces of the entire board. They had heard everything. Panic seized Mukai. I was set up, he screamed, but it was useless. The young man held up his phone, a recording of the confession playing for all to hear. A cruel smile touched his lips. This is just a start. Back in the main hall, the party had descended into chaos. Her eyes widened in pained confusion. An assistant took the stage, his face grim. He announced that for some reason the engagement party had to be cancelled. Gongxi was livid, her perfect night ruined. Why is it cancelled? She demanded. Before she could get an answer, she was swarmed by reporters, the blinding flash of cameras disorienting her. Miss Zia, what happened to the Mu's group? Please answer our questions. She threw a hand up to shield her face, her dream turning into a public nightmare. The scene of humiliation faded, returning to the boardroom. Mu Yusin, once again in his mask and wheelchair, played the recording of Mu Kai's confession for the board. The old man's desperate words filled the room. "You heard it, everyone," Mu Yusin said, his voice calm and steady. "Mu Kai appropriated the company funds. I believe no one can stand such an action." The board members were seething. 100 million, it was an unimaginable betrayal. They slammed their fists on the table, demanding justice. "We must get it back." But Mu Yusin wasn't done. He produced another report, this one detailing the spending of Mu Kai's wife, Jiang Hualan. She had recently spent 5 million of the company's money at a gambling street. The outrage intensified. "How dare she?" one director shouted. "Does Mu Kai think he owns the Mu's group?" The sterile air of the boardroom was thick with tension, every tick of the clock echoing in the silence. The doors swung open and all eyes turned to the man being wheeled in. His face was half hidden by an ornate mask, his presence immediately commanding the room. He offered a simple apology for being late, but one woman wasn't having it. Mrs. Mu sneered, her voice dripping with disdain as she remarked on his grand entrance. She reminded him he wasn't the chairman yet, and she couldn't imagine how arrogant he'd be when he was. He met her gaze, his visible eye cold as steel. He shot back that she shouldn't worry because she would never have the chance to become the chairwoman anyway. The venom in his words silenced her, her face twisting in fury. A man at the head of the table tried to defuse the situation, calling for the meeting to start. But the questions had already begun. "Where was Master Mu?" one of the board members asked, noting he hadn't seen the chairman in a long time. Mrs. Mu, the chairman's wife, quickly explained that her husband was ill and at home, but that he'd be back in a few days. The board member pressed on, his concern purely financial. What disease could possibly keep him from a meeting this important? Would it affect the business? She stammered, trying to brush it off, but it was too late. A loud bang echoed through the room as Mu Yusin slammed a thick file onto the table. Every head snapped in his direction. Before the meeting started, he announced there was one thing he needed to tell them. His gloved hands rested on the file, a silent, menacing promise. He revealed that a recent financial review had uncovered a massive problem, a problem of 100 million missing funds. A collective gasp filled the room, but the real shock came next. He told them the money had been missing for 10 years. The room erupted. 100 million? How could that be possible? How could something so huge be hidden for a decade? Who could have done it? The question hung in the air, and then the realization dawned on them. The chairman 10 years ago, all eyes subtly shifted to Mrs. Mu, whose face had gone deathly pale. Her eyes were wide with sheer terror. Mu Yusin's lips curved into a cruel smirk. "It looks like you have something to say, Mrs. Mu," he purred, his voice a silky trap. She flinched, stammering a denial. He leaned forward, his gaze pinning her down. "Why do you look so nervous?" Her heart hammered against her ribs. 10 years, how could he know? Her mind was a whirlwind of panic. If the board found out Mu Kai used that money to pay off his gambling debts, it was all over. He'd be ruined and she'd be dragged down with him. Desperately trying to regain control, she suggested they send investigators to look into it, a weak attempt to buy time. To her shock, Mu Yusin agreed instantly. "Sure," he said, a chilling smile playing on his lips. "Will do." And just like that, he declared the meeting over. As he was wheeled away, he casually added that he hoped they had all received the invitation to his engagement party. Mrs. Mu could only stare, her mind reeling. He hadn't pressed the issue of the money. Why was he just bringing it up coincidentally? No, that was impossible. She clutched the red invitation in her hand, her knuckles white. He was up to something, and she had a sinking feeling it would all come to a head at the engagement party. The party was in full swing, a sea of elegant guests and clinking champagne glasses. A stunning woman with long pink hair made her grand entrance, a vision in a white gown. Whispers immediately followed her. That was Gongxi, Mu Yusin's fiancé. With this marriage, his position as the heir to the Mu family was all but secured. Gongxi soaked in the attention, a smug smile on her face. Mu Kai's grandson was so furious about this union he'd fallen ill. Soon she thought she would be Mrs. Mu Yusin, and all these people would be beneath her. Mu Yusin arrived, his expression unreadable behind his mask as he surveyed the room. His assistant leaned close, asking where Zia Fei was. Mu Yusin's reply was laced with ice. He didn't know. Perhaps she was hiding somewhere, unable to accept his engagement to another woman. He pushed the thought aside. "Let's go," he commanded. In a quiet lounge away from the noise, the old chairman, Mu Kai, sat alone, stewing in his anger. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing a silhouette. But this man wasn't in a wheelchair. He was standing tall. Mu Kai squinted. "Who is it? How did you get in here?" he demanded. The man stepped into the light, a devilish smirk on his handsome face. "Oh, remember me, Master Mu." Mu Kai's eyes widened in confusion. "Why are you here?" he sputtered. The man didn't answer. Instead, he calmly closed the door, the soft click sealing them in. "I'm here to collect my debts," he said, his voice a low growl. He reminded the old man of the 100 million he'd lost back then, but this was about more than just money. With a sudden burst of violence, he kicked a nearby table, sending it flying. He loomed over the cowering old man. "You took away my mom's dowry," he snarled, his eyes blazing with a decade of hatred. "The 100 million is far from enough." "Your mom's dowry?" Mu Kai repeated, completely bewildered. A dark, humorless sneer twisted the young man's lips. Slowly, deliberately, he raised a hand to his face. He hooked his fingers under the mask and eye patch, pulling them away to reveal the face beneath. Mukai's blood ran cold. He recognized that face. He stumbled backward, pointing a trembling finger. "Why your legs?" he gasped, his voice cracking with disbelief. The old man's fear turned to rage. "Lunatic, you and your mother are both lunatics," he shrieked. The young man's face darkened instantly. "You don't deserve to mention her," he roared. A sharp thwack echoed in the room as his hand connected with Mukai's face. The old man crumpled onto the sofa, and the young man was on him in an instant, grabbing him by the collar. "Are you afraid?" he hissed, his voice dripping with venom. "Afraid that people will find out what you did? How the great chairman of the Moose Group built his company with his wife's money, only to abandon her for another woman after you drained her dry." His eyes were burning with righteous fury. "You're a coward, Mukai." "Shut up," Mukai screamed, his face contorted in a mask of terror and rage. "I built the Moose Group out of nothing myself." The young man let out a chilling laugh. "HMPH. Well then, watch how I'll destroy what you've dedicated your whole life to." He produced a knife, the blade flashing in the dim light, and pressed its cold edge against Mukai's throat. "Tell me," he whispered, "how did you pay off the 100 million? Mukai tried to lie, claiming it was his own money, but the blade pressed deeper, drawing a thin line of blood. The old man broke. "I'll tell the truth," he sobbed. "Those people wouldn't let me leave Myanmar, so I had to use the company funds." The confession hung in the air. The young man pulled back the knife, his expression one of pure contempt. "You're old and muddled, Master Mu," he said, his voice suddenly loud and clear. "How could you harm other board members' interest to pay off your gambling debt?" As he spoke, the lounge doors were thrown open, revealing the stunned faces of the entire board. They had heard everything. Panic seized Mukai. "I was set up," he screamed, but it was useless. The young man held up his phone, a recording of the confession playing for all to hear. A cruel smile touched his lips. "This is just a start." Back in the main hall, the party had descended into chaos. An assistant took the stage, his face grim. He announced that for some reason the engagement party had to be cancelled. Gongxi was livid, her perfect night ruined. "Why is it cancelled?" she demanded. Before she could get an answer, she was swarmed by reporters, the blinding flash of cameras disorienting her. "Miss Zia, what happened to the Moose Group? Please answer our questions." She threw a hand up to shield her face, her dream turning into a public nightmare. The scene of humiliation faded, returning to the boardroom. Mu Yusin, once again in his mask and wheelchair, played the recording of Mukai's confession for the board. The old man's desperate words filled the room. "You heard it, everyone," Mu Yusin said, his voice calm and steady. "Mukai appropriated the company funds. I believe no one can stand such an action." The board members were seething. 100 million, it was an unimaginable betrayal. They slammed their fists on the table, demanding justice. "We must get it back." But Mu Yusin wasn't done. He produced another report, this one detailing the spending of Mukai's wife, Jiang Hualan. She had recently spent 5 million of the company's money at a gambling street. The outrage intensified. "How dare she?" one director shouted. "Does Mukai think he owns the Moose Group?" Mu Yusin raised a hand, silencing them. "Please calm down and listen to me." He reminded them that Mukai was old and had intended for him to be his heir. "But," he continued, his voice hardening, "he and his wife have damaged the interests of the company. So please raise your hand if you agree to remove Mukai from the board." He made his final promise. If they gave him control, he would protect their interests and force Mukai to pay back every last cent. "What do you say?" The vote was instantaneous. "I agree," one shouted, his hand shooting up. Another followed, and then another, until every hand in the room was raised in support. Behind his mask, a slow, triumphant smile spread across Mu Yusin's face. Outside the gleaming skyscraper, Mukai was being dragged away by security, still screaming that he was the CEO. Mu Yusin watched from a window, his expression unreadable, his heart a storm of bitter victory. Asterisk, "You once ditched my mother and me like garbage for this company." Asterisk, he thought, the memories washing over him. Asterisk, "Do you regret it now?" Asterisk, he saw his father's face, contorted with rage, screaming at his mother. He heard the sickening slap echo in the darkness of his memory. He saw himself as a small boy, huddled in a corner, watching as his world shattered like the vase his father threw against the wall. He remembered running to his mother, who had collapsed among the shards. "Dad," he had whispered, but his father was already turning his back, walking towards another woman. Then came the fire, the heat, the smoke. His mother held him tight, her love a shield against the flames. Her last words were a plea, "Be good and wait for me." He had watched his father leave them to burn, walking away with his new family without a single glance back. The revenge was complete. Asterisk, "I took back what should belong to you, mother." Asterisk, he thought, a hollow ache in his chest. The victory felt empty. He had destroyed his father, but the happiness he expected wasn't there. He realized with sudden clarity that there was only one thing that made him feel alive, only one person who mattered. Zia Fei, he had to find her. But as he turned to leave, his phone lit up with a message. His blood ran cold as he read the words. "Come here alone if you want Zia Fei to be alive." Location, the deserted chemical plant in the south of the city. A trap, he knew it was a trap. His assistant, Lu Hong, entered the office. Mu Yusin's voice was dangerously quiet. "Lu Hong, how long have you worked for me?" he asked. The assistant began to stammer an apology for a past mistake, but Mu Yusin cut him off, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Relax, I'm not interested in your personal life. He grabbed Lu Hong's collar, his eyes burning with intensity. But you don't have to work for me anymore, you know my rules. Lu Hong begged for another chance, but Mu Yusin pushed him away. His focus was singular, his purpose absolute. A darkness settled over his features. It's time for me to settle something alone, he declared, striding towards the door, his coat billowing around him like the wings of a vengeful angel. They had taken the one person who mattered, and he would tear the world apart to get her back. The afternoon light filtered through the windows of the Mu's group cafe, a seemingly peaceful scene just 5 days ago. Faye sat alone, a cup of something warm held loosely in her hands, her thoughts a million miles away. Suddenly, a sweet voice cut through the quiet hum of the room. Her head snapped up to see Gongxi Yao, a vision in pale gold, smiling down at her with an almost blindingly bright expression. Faye was surprised, asking what Yao was doing here. But Yao's smile didn't quite reach her eyes. She slid into the chair opposite Faye, her voice laced with faux concern as she asked if Faye was unhappy about Mu Yusin's engagement to Xia Nguyen. The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Before Faye could even form a reply, Yao leaned in conspiratorially, revealing she had just come from Mu Yusin's office. And what she saw? A memory, sharp and painful, flashed through Faye's mind. The closed office door, the muffled sounds, and then the sight that made her blood run cold. Another woman, her face a blur of pink hair and desperation, kneeling on the floor before Mu Yusin's desk. Faye's breath hitched, her body reacting before her mind could catch up. She stumbled back, a single clumsy step of retreat. The movement caught his attention. He turned, his expression unreadable, and her name left his lips, a questioning sound that echoed in the sudden silence. Faye, he had asked. Back in the present, Faye blinked, shaking the memory away like a bad dream. She forced a laugh, a brittle, unconvincing sound, insisting it was nothing. But Yao wasn't letting it go. Her voice dripped with poison disguised as sympathy. She called Mu Yusin a liar, reminding Faye of how he'd claimed she was his fiancée, how she'd even spoken up for him. Her words were calculated daggers, each one finding its mark. Yao's foot tapped impatiently on the floor. She leaned across the table, her eyes glinting. Men are all unreliable, she declared. He doesn't deserve your sadness. How about we go relax? She grabbed Faye's hand, her grip surprisingly firm, and promised to take her to a nice place. Where? Faye asked, letting herself be pulled along. Yao just smiled and said, follow me and you'll see. The place was an idyllic hot spring, steam rising from the turquoise water into the cool air. Faye sank into the comforting warmth, a sigh of relief escaping her lips as the tension began to melt from her body. It felt so comfortable, so peaceful. But the peace was short-lived. Yao's voice, soft and serious, called her name. Faye turned, asking what was wrong. Yao's expression was earnest, her eyes wide as she confessed that Faye felt more like an elder sister to her than Xia Nguyen ever had. If only it were true, she sighed dramatically. The words struck a chord deep within Faye. She found herself smiling, admitting that she wanted to be Yao's elder sister, too. In an instant, Yao's face lit up with pure, unadulterated joy. She grasped Faye's hands tightly, her voice filled with excitement as she asked if she was serious. Faye, caught up in the moment, agreed. Yay, Yao cheered, throwing her arms wide before pulling Faye into a tight hug. Sister, I have a sister now, she cried, burying her face in Faye's shoulder. Faye chuckled, patting her back gently and calling her a baby, but as she held the trembling girl, something shifted. The embrace tightened and Yao's voice dropped to a chilling whisper against her ear. If someone saddens you. A flicker of something dark and dangerous flashed in Yao's eyes, turning them a terrifying, glowing red. I'll make him vanish. The words were a threat, cold and absolute, and a shiver traced its way down Faye's spine. She pulled back, her heart pounding. What did she mean by that? Did she really mean she wanted to kill Mu Yusin? The question escaped Faye's lips before she could stop it. Yao's innocent facade snapped back into place. Her head tilted, her expression one of pure confusion as she asked, don't you want to? He betrayed you. She relentlessly hammered the point home, her voice rising with indignation. He told everyone you were his fiancé, but then he was engaged to Xia Nguyen. Why did you still speak for him? Accusations were too much. Faye felt dizzy, the warm water suddenly feeling oppressive. She stood up abruptly, murmuring that she didn't feel well and needed to rest. But Yao wasn't finished. Her final question was a perfectly aimed arrow, striking Faye right in the heart. Did you fall in love with him? Faye froze. Her back was to Yao, but she could feel her friend's piercing gaze. No, she whispered, the denial tasting like a lie on her tongue. I never wanted to hurt him. That's all. She walked away, leaving Yao sitting in the steaming water, a triumphant, knowing smirk spreading across her face. Lying on a nearby lounge chair, Faye tried to calm her racing thoughts. Yao's words echoed in her mind over and over. Asterisk, did you fall in love with him? Asterisk, why did I worry about Mu Yusin unconsciously? She squeezed her eyes shut. I have to stop thinking about it. I have Dante's already, I have Dante's. She repeated it like a mantra, a desperate attempt to convince herself. But just as the thought crossed her mind, a hand shot out from behind her, clamping firmly over her mouth. A muffled scream was all she could manage as she was dragged into the shadows. Later, in a quiet restaurant, Gongxi Yao calmly dabbed her lips with a napkin. Mu Yusin's assistant approached her table, his face grim. He informed Miss Gongxi that Miss Xia Fei was missing. He recounted the details. She was last seen heading to the restaurant for milk around 3 p.m. after enjoying the hot spring alone. He tried to reassure her, saying he'd already sent people to look for her. But Yao simply took a slow, deliberate sip from her cup. There was no need, she said, her voice smooth as silk. The assistant could only stare, confused. A beautiful, chilling smile touched her lips, a secret glimmering in her eyes. Just a few days ago, a different scene of desperation had played out. Mu Tian was screaming outside the Mu family mansion, demanding to see his grandpa. He was a storm of fury, held back by impassive guards. Mu Yusin's assistant stood before him, his demeanor cold as ice, warning him not to make a scene. "Who are you to talk to me like that?" Mu Tian spat, his face contorted with rage. "I will kick you out of here after I take over the family business." The assistant remained utterly unfazed. "Do as you wish," he said flatly before turning his back on the pathetic display. The blatant disrespect was the final straw. With a roar of fury, Mu Tian lunged forward, shoving the man with all his might. He stumbled and Mu Tian lost his own balance, collapsing to the hard ground with a painful thud. Humiliation burned through him, hotter than any physical pain. He slammed his fist on the ground, his voice choked with impotent rage. "They are all scum," he screamed. As he wallowed in his own failure, a pair of elegant shoes stepped into his line of sight. He looked up, his tear-filled eyes meeting the cool, calculating gaze of Gongxi Yao. She smiled down at him, a predator assessing her prey. She told him bluntly that he could never defeat Mu Yusin by acting like this. His name was Gongxi Yao, he thought, confused. She proceeded to list all of Mu Yusin's advantages, his business, his connections, his finesse, before turning her sharp critique on him. "And look at you," she sneered. "You have nothing after leaving the Mu's group. What can you do to him?" The words were harsh, but then her tone softened, becoming seductive. But sometimes, she murmured, having nothing isn't a bad thing, it gives you a chance to go all in. "What do you mean?" he asked, intrigued despite himself. Her eyes gleamed. She spoke of how only a knife to the heart can truly kill and asked him the million-dollar question. "Have you found his heart?" She pointed a delicate finger right at his chest. Mu Tian's eyes widened in a shocking moment of clarity. Mu Yusin's heart, his weakness. An image of Zia flashed in his mind. Of course, how could he have been so blind? He remembered all the times Mu Yusin had protected her, even when she was a murder suspect. A slow, wicked grin spread across Mu Tian's face, transforming his features into a mask of malicious glee. "Mu Yusin," he hissed, "I didn't expect your weakness was actually a woman." He scrambled to his feet, grabbing Yao's arm desperately, begging for her help. He had a plan, he explained, a way to finally deal with Mu Yusin. Yao calmly shook his hand off her arm. "Why should she help him?" she asked, her voice cool. He insisted they shared the same goal. Then he revealed his scheme. He would kidnap Zia. But Mu Yusin protects her too well, he admitted. He needed Yao to lure her out to get her alone. He promised he wouldn't hurt her, that Yao just needed to set the stage. Yao considered this for a moment, then a sly smile graced her lips. She could help him, she said. But she had one condition. She turned away, a silhouette against the bright sky, and delivered her final, shocking term, kidnap Zia Nguyen as well. Mu Tian could only stare, stunned by her ruthlessness. She had appeared at his lowest point, claiming she only wanted to stop Mu Yusin from getting the Gongxi assets. As for Zia Nguyen, she just didn't like her. A shared, wicked purpose now bound them together. Mu Yusin, Mu Tian thought, his heart pounding with vengeful excitement. Let's wait and see. Back in the present, Yao's assistant asked what Mu Yusin was currently doing. The reply came swiftly. He was preparing for his engagement party. A soft escaped Yao's lips, a sound of perfect satisfaction. It's about time, she thought, a cruel smile playing on her lips. She gave her next order, call Zia Nguyen's parents. The call reached the Zia family home, where they were basking in the glow of their daughter's good fortune. Mrs. Zia's phone buzzed on the table. She excused herself with a smile, answering the call with a pleasant hello. But as she listened, the color drained from her face. The polite smile vanished, replaced by a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. The phone slipped from her trembling fingers as a strangled scream tore from her throat. What? Nguyen was kidnapped? The trap had been sprung. The heavy doors of the abandoned warehouse groaned open, slicing through the dusty silence. A figure stood silhouetted against the harsh light, a harbinger of chaos stepping into the gloom. As he walked in, the faces of the two captive girls looked up in terror. Mu Shaifeng. His presence filled the vast, empty space with a chilling dread. It was Zia Nguyen who broke the silence, her voice dripping with scorn as she sneered, asking what he was up to. With a swift movement, he grabbed her chin, his touch like ice. But she just laughed, a cruel, mocking sound. "What a stupid question," she taunted. "Isn't it obvious?" Her eyes, full of venom and triumph, met his. "I get it," she spat, her face twisting into a victorious smirk. "I am Mu Yusin's fiancé now, so I will never marry *you*. The words were meant to be daggers, and they found their mark. She leaned in, her voice a poisonous whisper. "Does he want to threaten Mu Yusin with me? Do you think Mu Yusin will fall for your tricks?" Her laughter was sharp, brittle. "You've already been kicked out of the Mu family," she hissed, her words a final, devastating blow. "How could you still have the nerve to compete with Mu Yusin? You should know better." Mu Shaifeng's face contorted with rage. "What did you say?" he roared, the sound echoing off the cold concrete walls. He lunged, grabbing a fistful of her purple dress, but from the side. Zia Fei's quiet voice cut through the tension. she warned him, her tone low and steady. Didn't anyone tell you that it's never a good idea to provoke a kidnapper? His eyes, burning with fury, snapped towards Xia Nuan. Shut up, he bellowed, his voice cracking with raw emotion. But Xia Nuan was relentless. Mu Feng, I'm telling you I'll marry Mu Yusin soon. Let me go if you are wise enough. She screamed, her face a mask of defiance. That was it. The final straw. A sharp, sickening crack echoed through the warehouse. Slap. The force of it sent her reeling, her pink hair flying as she crumpled to the filthy floor. A bright red handprint bloomed on her cheek. Mu Feng stood over her, his chest heaving, his face a thundercloud of pure hatred. Xia Fei was right, he growled, his voice dangerously low. You'd better not try to provoke me. He leaned down, his shadow engulfing her. I have numerous ways to make you feel worse than death, and your only value to Mu Yusin is to stay alive. Panic finally flickered in Xia Nuan's eyes. She scrambled backward, pleading, Don't hurt me, I am Mu Yusin's fiancé, he won't bear to see me get hurt. Mu Feng let out a cold, humorless laugh. Do you really think Mu Yusin cares about you? Xia Nuan's bravado shattered, her voice a mere whisper as she stammered. No. He turned his gaze to the other girl, to Xia Fei, who had been watching silently. What do you think, Xia Fei? His unspoken question hung in the air. Xia Fei met his gaze, her own expression unreadable. She asked him calmly, since you want to threaten Mu Yusin with Xia Nuan and make him give you the Mu's group, then why did you kidnap me? He smirked, a cruel twist of his lips. So you also think Xia Nuan is my chip to threaten Mu Yusin? He gestured towards the whimpering girl on the floor. Xia Nuan is Mu Yusin's fiancée, and she also has shades of the Gongxi family. Xia Fei's mind raced, connecting the dots. Isn't that what Mu Yusin wants all the time? Besides that, what else can be used to threaten him? She believed it. She believed Mu Yusin was just using Xia Nuan. Her heart ached with a familiar bitterness. Mu Yusin is dangerous and shrewd. Even if I truly like him, I'll never tell him about it. He will marry Xia Nuan for the Gongxi family's assets, she thought, a wave of despair washing over her. He won't care about my feelings at all. Suddenly, a strange sound broke the tension. A soft PFFT. Mu Feng was laughing. He doubled over, clutching his stomach as full-throated laughter erupted from him. Interesting, it's really interesting, he gasped between breaths. Xia Fei stared at him bewildered. Why are you laughing? He wiped a tear from his eye, his expression a mix of amusement and pity. Mu Yusin, he said, the name dripping with irony. You pretend to be Dante's to get close to Xia Fei and helped her all the time. But it turns out that she doesn't love you at all. How pathetic. His eyes gleamed with a sudden wicked idea. Gongxi Yao indeed gave me a good idea. I'm starting to look forward to the scene that Mu Yusin comes here. He surveyed the two girls, one defiant, one broken, both pawns in his game. He would make Mu Yusin choose. I'll wait and see which one he will choose by then. Xia Nuan, who has the Gongxi family's shares, or Xia Fei, who he loves? Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Patter, patter, patter. Mu Feng's head snapped up, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Oh, he's coming. But it wasn't Mu Yusin who burst through the door. It was a middle-aged man, his face pale with horror as he screamed, Nuan. Behind him, a woman in a fur stole gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Mu Feng's smile vanished, replaced by pure fury. Why are you guys here? He snarled. Xia Nuan, seeing her parents, burst into tears. Dad, Mom, help me. Her mother lunged forward, her face a mask of desperation. Let my daughter go now, she shrieked. With a contemptuous snort, Mu Feng kicked out, sending the woman sprawling to the ground. He hit me, she cried to her husband, her voice shaking with pain and outrage. What are you waiting for? Call the police. The man fumbled frantically for his phone, his fingers trembling as he prepared to dial. Don't you dare. Mu Feng's voice was a venomous hiss, freezing the man in his tracks. He was seething. How did she contact them? In a flash, he grabbed Xia Nuan again, his hand closing around her throat. Let go of Nuan, you're committing a crime now, her father yelled, helpless. The parents could only watch in horror. Mu Feng sneered, his eyes glinting with madness. Call the police if you want, he taunted, but your precious daughter may have been dead before they come here. A new, darker thought crossed his mind. We won't call the police. The mother sobbed, but it was too late. A terrifying idea had taken root in his twisted mind. If she is dead, he mused aloud, his grip tightening, then Mu Yusin will never have a chance to inherit the Gongxi family's assets, will he? Maybe I should. Xia Nuan choked, her face turning purple, tears streaming from her eyes. Nuan, her parents screamed. Watching the scene unfold, Xia Fei's blood ran cold. He's completely mad. I'll be screwed if I stay here any longer. This is my chance. I should take this chance to run away. She began to work at the ropes binding her wrists, her movements small and desperate. As Xia Nuan struggled for her last breath, her mother screamed out the one secret she had guarded for years, a desperate last-ditch gamble. Nuan isn't from the Gongxi family. The words hung in the air, a shocking, impossible confession. Xia Fei froze. Mu Feng's grip loosened, his eyes wide with disbelief. Please, let her go, the mother begged, her face a mess of tears and terror. What did you say? Mu Feng demanded, his voice a low growl. Xia Fei's mind was reeling, a flood of memories washed over her. The cold words, the neglect, the way they always treated her like an outsider. The DNA report flashed in her mind's eye, a 30% match not biologically related. Did I guess right? Then what about the DNA report? Mu Xiafeng pressed, his voice laced with suspicion. Let Nguyen go first, the mother cried, her voice cracking. Zia Nguyen gasped for air. With a grunt of frustration, Mu Xiafeng shoved her away. She collapsed in a heap, coughing violently. He loomed over the terrified parents. You'd better make it clear, he warned, or none of you will leave here. The truth finally spilled out, a torrent of greed and deceit. Zia Fei came to our place after her parents died, the mother confessed, her eyes darting nervously around the room. I didn't want to raise a freeloader, but later we heard that Zia Fei was engaged to a Childa in Mu's group, so I switched their identities. Zia Fei stared at the woman who was supposed to be her mother, her heart shattering into a million pieces. So that's why you asked me to give Zia Nguyen everything she wants? The mother, feeling Zia Fei's accusing gaze, rounded on her. Shouldn't you? Blame your short-lived parents if you feel wronged. We've been supporting you for decades. Supporting me? Zia Fei's voice, once quiet, now trembled with rage. You left me alone in the countryside and made me suffer. The only reason why you kept me alive is to let me be Zia Nguyen's stepping stone. You ungrateful. The woman shrieked, her face red with fury. Shut up, Mu Xiafeng roared, silencing her. He turned to the woman. Why should I believe you? Show me the evidence. I have a token, she stammered. She produced a small, ornate box and opened it. Inside lay a small, red talisman. Zia Fei's mom got a talisman for her and her name is on it. He took the talisman, his eyes scanning the delicate characters carved into it. His breath hitched. It is really Zia Fei's name? Zia Fei stared, her world tilting on its axis. Zia Nguyen looked on, her face a picture of stunned disbelief. What a show! A new voice, cool and amused, cut through the chaotic scene. A woman with flowing white hair stood in the doorway, her presence commanding and ethereal. It was Gongxi Yao. The mother's face paled. She scrambled to her feet, her demeanor instantly changing from shrewish to sycophantic. It's not true, Miss Gongxi, she babbled. Zia Nguyen really is the young lady of the Gongxi family. Gongxi Yao's eyes were like chips of ice. He min Zia Yan, she said, her voice low and menacing. I despise parasites like you. She took a step forward, her gaze withering. You used the Gongxi family to help your daughter to climb to a high social status. Don't you feel ashamed? The parents flinched, speechless. Gongxi Yao then turned her chilling gaze upon Zia Nguyen. And you, Zia Nguyen, how dare you pretend to be the young lady of the Gongxi family and lie to us? Zia Nguyen trembled, pointing a shaking finger at her mother. I didn't know anything. It's all her fault. She told me it's all her fault. She's been lying to me. I know nothing about it. What? The mother shrieked, grabbing her daughter's arm. How ungrateful you are. I did all this for your sake. As the family imploded, Gongxi Yao caught Mu Xiafeng's eye and gave a subtle nod. He had been unsure if Mu Yusin would give up his shares for Zia Fei. But Gongxi Yao was certain. She smiled faintly. Child of Mu, you've made many plans and are finally getting what you want. Zia Fei, forgotten in the chaos, had finally worked her hands free. Gongxi Yao continued, of course, it owes much to your idea. Ahem, Mu Xiafeng cleared his throat, a smug look on his face. Child of Mu, Gongxi Yao said, the key to your success is that Mu Yusin is here, but can you make sure that he will come? In that moment of distraction, Zia Fei made her move. As he lunged, shoving Mu Xiafeng with all her might, he stumbled backward, caught completely off guard, and crashed to the floor with a heavy thud. Zia Fei stood over him defiant, as Gongxi Yao watched with cool detachment. Suddenly, the wail of sirens cut through the air. Growing louder and louder, police cars swarmed the warehouse. Later, as the police led the culprits away, Gongxi Yao wrapped a comforting arm around Zia Fei. I'm so glad you are okay, Fei. The chaos was over, but a cold emptiness settled in Zia Fei's heart. Gongxi Yao's voice was soft beside her. Fei, didn't Mu Xiafeng say that Mu Yusin would come? Why hasn't he arrived? The question twisted like a knife in Zia Fei's gut. He must know that I was kidnapped, but he didn't come. Perhaps I'm not that important to him. Only I care about you, Gongxi Yao added softly. Fei, since you know your true identity now, and turns out I am really one member of the Gongxi family, go abroad with me, our grandpa will be thrilled to see you. But Zia Fei pulled away. I can't go with you now, Yao. I got something important to confirm. She looked towards the road, her expression determined. I want you to explain everything in front of me, Mu Yusin. Why did you lie? Gongxi Yao's face fell, her eyes filling with a deep, painful hurt. Yao? Zia Fei asked, confused. Fei, I've done so much for you, but why wouldn't you care about my feelings even for once? Gongxi Yao's voice trembled. Is it because of Mu Yusin? A terrifying darkness clouded Gongxi Yao's features, her love twisting into a dangerous obsession. A strange calm settled over Zia Fei's face. In this case, Gongxi Yao whispered, her hand slipping into her dress and pulling out the glint of a blade. I can only use my way to make you stay with me forever. Her eyes went wide with madness. And she lunged, the knife arcing through the air. Zia Fei could only stare, frozen in shock as the blade descended. Swoosh, but before it could find its mark, a hand shot out, grabbing Gongxi Yao's wrist in a grip of steel. Mu Yusin, he was here. With a powerful twist, he sent her sprawling to the ground. I'm here, he said, his voice low as he pulled Zia Fei into his arms. The knife clattered onto the pavement. Dante's, no, Mu Yusin, Zia Fei gasped, her mind reeling as he held her tight. It's me. Let's get out of here now, he urged. From the ground, Gongxi Yao laughed, a broken, chilling sound. How romantic, but I won't let you steal her from me. Her men emerged from the shadows, surrounding them, brandishing metal pipes. What can we do now? Zia Fei whispered, her heart pounding. Follow me, he commanded, his grip tightening on her hand. They ran. A man swung a pipe, aiming for Zia Fei's head. Pow, Mu Yusin didn't hesitate. He threw himself in front of her, taking the brutal blow across his back. He grunted in pain but never stopped, pulling her along as they broke through the circle of thugs and fled down the street. Gongxi Yao could only watch them go, her face a mask of pure fury as her men lay defeated on the ground. They finally stopped by a guardrail, gasping for breath. There's a convenience store ahead, Mu Yusin said, his breathing ragged. We can call the police there. But Zia Fei wasn't listening. She turned to him, her eyes blazing with unanswered questions. What's going on? Are you Dante's or Mu Yusin? The words tumbled out, a torrent of confusion and hurt. When did you know that I'm from the Gongxi family? Why did you lie to me? She grabbed his shirt. Answer me. He looked at her, his expression unreadable, and then he swayed. Mu Yusin, eh? He fell forward, his full weight collapsing against her. She stumbled back, trying to support him. That's when she felt it, something warm and sticky on her hand. She pulled it back and stared in horror. Blood, so much blood. Mu Yusin, Mu Yusin. His eyes were closed, a gruesome gash on his head bleeding profusely. The world dissolved into a blur of panic and flashing lights. At the hospital, he was rushed away on a gurney. He is bleeding too much and his head is seriously injured, a doctor yelled. We must start the operation now. The doors to the operating room slammed shut, leaving Zia Fei alone in the sterile, silent hallway. She slid to the floor, her body trembling. A kind nurse approached her. Let me help you with your wounds, Miss Zia. Zia Fei shook her head, numb. No need, thank you. Her mind was a battlefield. Mu Yusin, you lied to me, avoided seeing me, and got engaged to Zia Nguyen without telling me. I haven't settled all those with you yet, but he had come, he had saved her. He had taken a blow meant for her. Tears streamed down her face as she huddled against the cold door. You must come out alive. You must explain everything to me in person. The sterile white walls of the hospital seemed to close in, suffocating her. Every tick of the clock was a hammer blow against her heart. The light above the door blared a single, terrifying word, operating. Then the doors swung open. Her head snapped up, eyes wide with a desperate hope as the surgeons emerged. She rushed forward, her voice a raw, trembling whisper as she asked the doctor how Mu Yusin was. The doctor met her gaze, his own eyes filled with a heavy, soul-crushing pity. He bowed his head slightly, the words falling from his lips like stones. I'm sorry, he murmured, his voice a death sentence. We tried our best. The world tilted on its axis, the air rushed from her lungs, and a deafening roar filled her ears. Asterisk, no, that's impossible. Asterisk, her mind screamed, refusing to accept it. A blush of pure, unadulterated shock burned across her cheeks. This couldn't be real. How could someone like Mu Yusin be gone just like that? He was invincible, wasn't he? Her voice cracked as she accused them. You must be lying. The female doctor, her expression softening with sympathy, gently told her she could go inside to see him one last time. One last time, the words echoed in the hollow space where her heart used to be. Her legs felt like lead as she pushed open the door to the operating room, stepping into a chamber of silent grief. And there he was, lying on the sterile bed, so still, so pale, covered by a pristine white sheet. A bandage was wrapped around his head, a stark reminder of the violence that had brought them to this end. Her breath hitched. She walked towards him, each step a monumental effort. Reaching his side, her trembling fingers reached out, hovering over his cold, lifeless hand before finally touching it. The lack of warmth was a physical blow. Mu Yusin, she whispered, her voice breaking. A sad, bitter smile touched her lips as she looked down at him. Or should I call you Dante's? The secret was out, spoken into the silent air of the room. Tears began to well in her eyes, blurring his peaceful face. She confessed everything, her words tumbling out in a rush of grief and regret. She told him how she had tried so many times to confirm his identity, checking for the bite mark, searching for his wheelchair, even doing a DNA test. She had even asked for his help to find out if she was from the Gongxi family, all while he knew the truth. But you? She choked on a sob, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle the sound. You knew everything. You watched me struggle, you watched me search, and you never said a word. He lay there, his face serene, oblivious to the storm of her heartbreak. She leaned over him, her hand resting on his chest, feeling for a heartbeat that wasn't there. Mu Yusin, you liar, she whispered, the accusation laced with unbearable pain. I hate deception most. Her hands clenched his suit jacket, her knuckles white. She remembered the fury she felt when she learned he had lied to her. She threatened him then, didn't she? She told him if he woke up she would scold him and then ditch him. Oh, what a fool she'd been. The tears fell freely now, tracing paths of sorrow down her cheeks. But I would rather have you keep lying to me now, she sobbed, her voice thick with despair. If you can wake up now. She leaned closer, her hair brushing against his stilled cheek, her entire being focused on this one impossible wish. As long as he could wake up, she would do anything, absolutely anything. A voice low and familiar cut through her grief. Really? Her head snapped up, her tear-filled eyes widening in disbelief. He spoke, but how? Her entire body went rigid with shock, her mind reeled. Aren't you dead? She shrieked, scrambling back from the bed, but there he was, his eyes slowly opening, a lazy, infuriatingly handsome smirk playing on his lips. Do you want that? He asked, his voice laced with amusement. Her brain short-circuited. What's going on? She demanded, wiping at her tears in confusion and rising anger. Why would the doctors say they tried their best? He chuckled, a small chibi version of him explaining that the doctors said the scars on his face might leave marks, and when they told her to see him one last time, they meant it was the last chance to see him today because it was almost midnight. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks, her face flushed with rage. Mu Yusin, you lied to me again, she spun on her heel, ready to storm out of the room and away from this infuriating man for good. But before she could take a step, his hand shot out, grabbing her wrist in a firm grip. Wait, he called out. Listen to me, Faye, don't move. He sat up, his smile softening into something tender, something vulnerable. He confessed that he didn't tell her he was Dante's because he was afraid that she might leave Mu Yusin once and for all. He pulled her into his arms, holding her close, his head resting against hers. He admitted he also hid the fact that she was the Gongxi family's young lady because her family was in chaos, and he wasn't strong enough to protect her yet. But now, with his enemies driven out, he could finally be frank with her. She pushed back slightly, her mind still reeling from the cruel joke. What about the doctors? Did they lie just because he wanted to see her sobbing? He shook his head, his expression turning serious as he reached for her. No, he insisted, he did it because he was afraid to lose her. Faye, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion as he leaned in, his lips brushing against her cheek in a soft, desperate kiss. Don't leave me, stay with me forever. Sometime later, at a grand hotel hosting a lavish party, the air buzzed with gossip. The long-lost young lady of the Gongxi family had been found, and this party was to celebrate her return. Whispers circulated that the CEO of the Mu Group was also there, fueling rumors that the two powerful families would soon unite by marriage. But amidst the glittering crowd, a jarring note of discord appeared. A security guard stood firm, blocking a woman with bright pink hair from entering. Please show your invitation, miss, he said, his tone polite but unyielding. The woman Xia Nguyen scoffed, her eyes flashing with indignation. Are you blind? She sneered. Don't you know who I am? The guard remained impassive, simply repeating that she couldn't go inside without an invitation. Two other guards moved to block her way, crossing their arms. Xia Nguyen's face contorted with rage. She was the protagonist of this party. Why would she need an invitation? The guests nearby began to whisper, recognizing her as the woman who had impersonated the Gongxi family's young lady. She looks crazy, one woman muttered. Bullsh**t, Xia Nguyen shrieked, her composure shattering. I didn't pretend to be anyone else just then. A hush fell over the crowd as the real guests of honor arrived. It was Faye, looking radiant in a beautiful gown on the arm of her brother, Heng. Xia Nguyen's eyes widened, and she immediately ran to Heng, whining that the security guard refused to let her in and demanding he fire him now. Heng's expression was pure ice. He shoved her away with a look of utter disgust, his voice cold as he spat, I don't know you. Xia Nguyen stumbled back, letting out a cry of shock. How could Heng do this to her? She looked up, her eyes pleading, only to see Faye's cousin, her face a mask of contempt. I've never seen such a shameless person like you, she sneered. Faye looked at Heng, a flicker of concern in her eyes, murmuring that Xia Nguyen looked mad. Heng's smile was chilling. Well, he said before turning to the guards, take this lunatic out, don't let her spoil the party. Xia Nguyen began to panic, screaming no, no, as the guards grabbed her arms and began to drag her away. What are you doing? She shrieked, her voice cracking with desperation. I am the real young lady of the Gongxi family. Heng turned his back on the pathetic scene, placing a comforting hand on Faye's shoulder. He told her not to let an outsider ruin her day, that Xia Nguyen had suffered a lot and was now getting what she deserves. Faye admitted she felt sorry to see her like that, but Heng's face was grim. He revealed that Xia Nguyen had plotted with Mu Feng to hurt both of them, and that Mu Feng had been detained for dodging a bullet because of his mental state. As for Xia Nguyen, the family had arranged for her illness to be treated in a foreign sanatorium. When she recovers, she will pay the price for her crimes. Faye worried that Yao's mistake might affect the Gongxi family's relationship with them, but a familiar voice cut in from behind them, smooth and confident. It won't. Mu Yusin stood there looking dashing in a tailored suit, his eyes only for Faye. Life is too short, he said, his gaze warm as he approached. We should save our energy for the people we love. He took her hand, asking softly if she had taken care of the troublemaker. She nodded, yes, I have. He then pulled her into a hug from behind, his lips close to her ear as he whispered, then when will you take care of me? She blushed, flustered. What do you mean? A wicked glint appeared in his eyes, his smile widening. I mean, he purred, when are you gonna marry me? He tightened his embrace, leaving her no room to escape. And don't even think about escaping the marriage. A flash of his alter ego, the dangerous and possessive Dante's, flickered in his eyes, a promise and a warning all in one, bringing the tumultuous first season to a breathtaking close.